as now he is back into shield form, so maybe it is actually going to pay off because now Jigglypuff, wait, hold on, brings the Wigglytuff into an Aegislash. I don't know about this one, Jigglypuff.
Oh, but Aureo actually switches out. He doesn't care about throwing the super effective gyro ball that would almost certainly one-shot the Wigglytuff. He's just going to come in with the Ninetales because that also resists Charm, and you know, he can sleep soundly at night knowing that his Guzzlord doesn't have to see the Wigglytuff. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a weird matchup and weird gameplay, but Aureo, no stranger to weird gameplay. As he goes for the overheat, I like this play a lot. One shield down right from Jigglypuff, and he knows Jigglypuff won't spend that final shield because then the Aegislash can just throw two back-to-back hard-hitting neutral moves at the remaining Pokemon. And here comes the Empoleon trying to farm up extra energy. He has as much energy as possible, but you can't Metal Sound down this Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and now Aureo has so much energy on the Aegislash. I might have questioned his gameplay decision earlier, but I think he knows how to use this Pokemon way more than I do. And here comes Aureo with back-to-back Shadow Ball loaded. And this is a tough position for Jigglypuff to be in, as this is why Aegislash is so strong. Next Shadow Ball should connect. Let's see if Aureo decides to throw it or swap straight away to the Guzzlord. I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to throw this just to soften up the Altaria. Oh wait, trying to build up extra energy, build up to double. Does he try to go for a catch? No, he throws it on charge attack priority, but Jigglypuff doesn't throw the move yet. And I actually really like that play from Aureo because while you're in that attack-weighted form, you also generate energy much more quickly. Looks like Aureo maybe tried to go for a catch there, but didn't quite get it, as Jigglypuff now is going to be able to force a shield with this Sky Attack. But I still think you're in a good position if you're Aureo. You can switch Guzzlord, and he does indeed switch into Guzzlord. Maybe go for a Dragon Tail down, and then you can go for double Brutal Swing on the Empoleon, which quickly switches in. Yeah, I really like that switch out from Jigglypuff, saving the energy for later. I think he got to a Flamethrower as well, which can be problematic for Aureo, and now all this energy on Empoleon is going to come to fruition. Here's a tough part for Aureo, because if he throws the Shadow Ball right away into the Empoleon, he's going to be in Blade form, and definitely the move KOs, but even in Shield form, I think Flamethrower will be enough from that health range. Aureo going to throw another Brutal Swing, but now Jigglypuff in a really commanding position. If it doesn't KO though, this Brutal Swing might be enough to take out the Empoleon. And Guzzlord barely hangs on. I think the Brutal Swing is going to be enough, and even if it's not, I think Aegislash, as silly as this might sound, might be able to fast attack down the Empoleon. But now it's going to come down to Altaria versus Aegislash. As you mentioned, didn't quite have the Flamethrower there, and that's going to mean that Aureo is going to be able to knock out the Aegislash. All right, closing out with the Gyro Ball. Aegislash coming to play for Aureo here. One of our final players with Aegislash to try to see if this Pokemon is legitimate or not. What players are talking over with the judges? Not sure exactly what might have occurred, but if there is going to be a review, we'll definitely keep you all updated. And that was an interesting game for sure. Lots of great Aegislash gameplay from Aureo. I really like how he danced around, you know, built up to back-to-back sometimes, and other times, you know, we saw him willing to stay in with the Aegislash even when he was in the Blade form, right? Farming up all that extra energy versus Altaria at the end, really paying off. Yeah, I'm very curious too, because in the early parts of that game, Jigglypuff swaps Wigglytuff into a loaded Aegislash. And I don't know if he meant to do that, or maybe it was a misclick or something happened in the game. I don't know if that's what's happened, because I remember he started saying something the moment that occurred. I mean, it's a pretty wild play in my mind, because that's an absolutely terrible matchup for Wigglytuff. But let's see what the trainers, what the judges are going to say on this specific situation. Could be something else. That's just what I saw, Soph. Definitely not a great situation to be in, but regardless of the outcome of this review, and I think Jigglypuff is probably just explaining to our judges up there. Javier, by the way, of course, a talented trainer in his own right, looking at the footage, making sure all is going smoothly, and this is the last match of the day, so, you know, these trainers have got quite a bit of time if they need to, as they're probably just gonna, you know, let the judges do their thing and look a little bit more at the matchup. Well, speaking of time, they definitely spent a lot of time in this venue today, as they were here bright and early in one of the first brackets to go. It looks like the review is potential lag disputes, and they're going to just review the game footage. So nothing too detailed after that, but we'll keep you all updated if we have more details. And we're just getting a message here that there is a potential lag dispute. Not entirely sure where exactly in the game yet that lag took place. I see Jigglypuff picking up his trusty Jumpluff plushie, not the grass flying type that Aureo has in that Dartrix, but maybe both of these trainers like their grass flying types. Yeah, we're a couple seasons away from the Jumpluff meta, but definitely a fan favorite for many of our players. And Aureo opting for the other flying grass type, and we didn't see it in action, but I think we saw plenty of Aegislash action, which is super interesting. Again, for those that don't fully know the mechanics of Aegislash, because even I was
surprised when I first faced in Go Battle League. Aegislash is a very unique form change Pokemon where only one of its kind where it changes forms based on the moves and decisions you do. So anytime you shield the Aegislash, it always goes back to shield form if it's not in shield form already. It'll stay in shield form if it is, or every time you swap it out, when it comes back into the field of battle, or when it starts the field of battle, it will be in that shield form. Anytime it throws a charge attack though, typically Gyro Ball or Shadow Ball, it will always throw it from the blade form. It will transform first before throwing it, which means a lot of players will typically tank all this damage, build up the double moves, then throw hard-hitting moves. And the problem is, no matter what Pokemon it is, very few Pokemon resist the Steel and Ghost type. And because of that, even if it's neutral damage, it's going to hit so hard because the blade form is so attack-weighted.
Thanks for that explanation. And a couple of notes there as we get the message that there will not be a rematch is that Aegislash, because it's always throwing from the attack-weighted form and it can always farm up back-to-back charge attacks, that makes its charge attacks always going to do a ton of damage. And so if you're Jigglypuff, you know, we saw the overheat land in the mid-game. Knowing that the Aegislash had so much energy, that's probably why he was letting those charge attacks go.
And it's very tough to play into, right? Because if you don't have a really strong, solid answer, you could just tank all this damage, even into Ebola, tank all this neutral Hydro Cannon and resistant Metal Sound damage, no problem on the shield form, bank up the energy, and then throw or swap out. And it's just a very high-skill Pokemon to use, but also a very difficult one to play into if you're playing against an opponent who knows what they're doing. And Aureo, I know he ran the Aegislash in Houston as well. He didn't make top cut with it, but he swore by it. He was a big believer of it, and 2 weeks later, he is here trying to make day number 2 with it again in this tournament. Let's see if he has what it takes, as both players are locking in. Match point for Aureo. Jigglypuff still has a chance to make his first ever day 2 performance, but he's going to have to win 2 more here. As here we go, it's going to be the Dartrix, the costume Dartrix, into the costume Wigglytuff. Obviously, double Super Vector Ice Wind's going to do a ton of damage, but if you don't land it, the moves from Dartrix will come out way faster.
And we know Aureo loves to put on a show. He definitely wouldn't want to leave this tournament without bringing the Dartrix out one more time as he goes for the Seed Bomb. Jigglypuff, no shield straight away. Maybe think he could live a Brave Bird even if it was that, but luckily for him, it's not, as Aureo trying to make a catch, maybe bringing in the Quagsire to absorb the Swift.
And it's going to be actually Jigglypuff maybe going for that bait move against the Dartrix, but now there's a chance that the Wigglytuff can still match up against the Guzzlord in the back, which is not going to be a great time for Aureo. Aureo actually doesn't even build up the stone, throws the Aqua Tail right away. Want to just do as much damage as possible. I mean, this is not terrible for Aureo because you draw the Corviknight, which is also a great matchup for Dartrix, but Dartrix doesn't have anywhere to go. It's got double flyers in the back, plus a Wigglytuff, a double super effective Icy Wind for it.
Aureo might need to try pulling something out where he's putting in the Dartrix in a situation where it can land a Brave Bird, but we'll have to see as we're still in this Quagsire versus Corviknight matchup. Looks like Jigglypuff is just going for another Air Cutter. Aureo can definitely take this if he wants to, but looks like he doesn't want to and is going to shield up the Quagsire.
And that's going to be a great shield bait for Jigglypuff and gets the boost on top of it. How does Aureo play around this? He gets to another Aqua Tail. He didn't really bring an answer to Corviknight. Corviknight fantastic into the Dartrix and not bad as Guzzlord or Quagsire. Just doesn't have a great answer to it despite the fact that he brought Kanto Ninetales in the first game. Jigglypuff doesn't care. Run ABA weak to Kanto Ninetales and is really paying off.
And I like this no shield from Aureo. He realizes that he can't really afford to shield this Quagsire as the Corviknight is very close to another charge attack and now has to decide how he wants to absorb this energy. He is going to reveal that he has the Guzzlord in the back. Now at this point, if you're Jigglypuff, you're probably thinking, wow, I can just get my Wigglytuff on this. But is there ever a universe where Aureo can somehow get a huge Dragon Tail down on this Corviknight?
Well, the boost is not going to make things easier for Aureo. Oh, and he catches the resistant Brutal Swing on the Wigglytuff, but now Aureo avoids the matchup Wigglytuff into Guzzlord. So maybe not the worst case scenario for Aureo. Can he get a peck down? It's going to be massive because then he has a lot more play into Altaria. He doesn't know it's Altaria in the back, so he's probably going to throw right before the move is reached. And he does go for the peck down. Going to have to shield this double super effect to Icy Wind, and now he's going to be debuffed for the remainder of the game.
He is going to be debuffed, but I think what Aureo wants out of this Dartrix is maybe just to reach 2 Brave Birds against whatever comes in. Although he hasn't seen the Altaria quite yet, he's going to have to maybe build up to 100, throw 1 Brave Bird, and then throw another. I would be very surprised to see him bait with a Seed Bomb at this point in the matchup, as we do see him firing off the first Brave Bird. And
that could have easily been caught on the Corviknight as well if the timer's up. I actually wasn't sure if it was or not. It's only 1-turn moves there. As I said, he's going to be debuffed for the remainder of the game, but he actually does have a pivot opportunity. But no, here comes the combo play from the Corviknight. This is definitely going to take out the debuffed Dartrix. Now Aero has to go for aggressive farm down. Can he get it? It's a real question. He's going to need at least 2 Brutal Swings to take out this Altaria in the back.
And there's still a shield up on the Altaria, so I just don't think that Aero can get to 3 Brutal Swings in time, especially with this Corviknight already throwing this Air Cutter here. I think it might even be able to reach... No, I don't think it'll be able to reach another one. Oh, wait, it does! And Aero's last hopes go down the drain for game number 2, but he's still in it as Jigglypuff evens up the series 1-1.
All right, Jigglypuff finding a way. Still a little bit of health left, but not enough HP. And even the Sludge Bomb wouldn't be enough to KO, but Jigglypuff getting the Dragon Breath down. Aero, maybe not expecting the Wigglytuff to come back into that game, was very weak to it, but also very weak to the Corviknight, so not a lot of great options there for him. I don't know if the Dartrix is it. You know, like, yes, you have a great matchup into Quagsire, but that's pretty much it. You know, everything else has so much play into it, and some of them have even more positive matchups than the others in those neutral scenarios. So may leave the Dartrix on the table, but I mean, it's fun to see, right? I don't know if it's still his best Pokemon or sorts, but I feel like the Cancel Ninetales is much stronger and safe for him, as well as that Aegislash.
I definitely like the Aegislash from Aero. I wonder if he was potentially thinking that just because it was so dominant in game number 1, he thought that might scare off the Wigglytuff, and that's why he felt emboldened to bring, you know, Guzzlord, Dartrix, Quagsire as a line of 3. But, you know, for game number 3, maybe he's just going to go back to the basics, bring in the Aegislash, because I think, you know, other than the Quagsire, it has pretty nice matchups into some of these other Pokemon on Jigglypuff's team. And I think given how good it looked for Aero in game number 1, it seems really tempting to bring it back in game number 3.
Yeah, and even in against a head-to-head Ghost matchup, super effective Astonish and Nightshade does do damage, but in shield form, you can still let those go and tank the damage no problem, as well as the payback from the Corviknight. So again, I think this is such a good time to bring the Aegislash. Why not run it back? Yes, you're worried about the Quagsire, but after showing, you know, the Dartrix, maybe you scared it off. But here we go, game number 3, the final game of day number 1 here in Orlando. Jigglypuff versus Aero. Winner will lock in their day 2 qualification, and it's going to be Galarian Corsola into the Quagsire. A fantastic lead for Aero because he avoids this Ghost on Ghost matchup.
Ooh, and if you're Aero, I think you really want Switch Advantage taking a peek at those backlines. He's got Aegislash and Kanto Ninetales, whereas Jigglypuff has Altaria and Corviknight. But we're still going to have to see how these trainers decide to play out this Quagsire versus Corsola matchup. It is quite neutral, but I think if you want Switch, you're going to have to put in the shields.
Yeah, and I don't know what Jigglypuff's going to do, because he does have double flyers in the back, so kind of ABB, and fairly strong to Quagsire, so I'm surprised he hasn't actually swapped out yet. But this might confuse Aero and make Aero think that Jigglypuff is actually a lot weaker to Quagsire than it really is. But Aero not going to shield up to move, trying to farm up as much energy as possible. Might save the final shield for that Aegislash, but throws the Stone Edge. If you land this, it's going to be enough to KO, but the shield going to be thrown from Jigglypuff, and this energy is going to definitely go far into the remainder Pokemon of Aero.
Yeah, Aero doesn't really have anything to absorb the energy from this Corsola. I guess you come in with the Kanto Ninetales and try to throw Weather Ball before Jigglypuff can get to 2 charged attacks, but you're now kind of throwing away the shield advantage that you got, because you have to respect a potential power gem.
And he does end up, he's like, wait, hold on, that's not even the power gem. A little bit confused, but it does force Aero to throw the energy sooner. Wait, hold on, Jigglypuff going to spend the final shield. That's exactly what Aegislash is looking for.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because now Aero is thinking, well, okay, who cares about this Kanto Ninetales? I've got a Sweeper in the back. But you still, okay, if with Aegislash, you have to preserve at least one of your other Pokemon, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be stuck in that Blade form for the rest of the game, which you definitely don't want. So Aero can't quite get the aggressive farm down, so he throws the Weather Ball here. But now, what do you think Jigglypuff brings in? It has to be the Altaria. Do you think we see Aero go for an immediate swap into Aegislash?
I think he will, unless he wants to bank energy for a combo play. That is maybe what he's going to do, and that's he saves the overheat board later, and now he has a chance to do exactly what he said earlier. Aegislash in the shield form charges energy actually slower than the blade form, so it's actually going to take him a while to get to the double Shadow Ball, but because of that, the timer might be up in time. Super FA Payback is going to do a good chunk, though, as Jigglypuff over the energy, actually, and now going to throw the first super effective Payback.
But I wonder if, you know, given how slowly Aegislash is charging energy in this form, I don't know if, oh, but maybe going over 100 energy is going to cost Jigglypuff here, as he barely now is reaching the Payback as Aero fires off the first Shadow Ball. He's at the back-to-back. Jigglypuff is also at the Payback, though, so let's see if Aero decides to throw right away.
Yeah, I don't know if the timer's going to be up or not. Maybe the shield transformation to the blade form will burn the timer a little bit longer than need be. Oh, wait, no, hold on. The Payback's going to be thrown first, and this should definitely be enough to KO the Aegislash on the side of Aureo, especially in Blade form, and now Aureo knows the game is over. Overheat resisted is not going to be enough to take out the bulky flying dragon type of Altaria. Jiggly just a few dragons away from locking in his first ever day 2, and it's going to be against Aureo, 2-1 victory in this loser finals.
Bubble by bubble, and Jigglypuff's got it. A long day for him, but it all paid off as he knocks down Aureo twice today to advance to day number 2 and lock in that 16th spot.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to Championship Sunday at the 2026 Orlando Regionals. It's beautiful outside and it's wonderful here in the venue as well. I cannot wait to get into the action. Will Aegislash take the crown? Will Feraligatr upset the apple cart? Only time will tell. I'm Speediest Chief 2 with Alpha Phoebe. Phoebe, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm really curious to see if NA will be able to retain this regional title or if it's going to be stolen away by one of our top cut LATAM players.
I cannot wait to talk about it, but this is the road so far for this event. We've seen a lot of interesting Pokemon, a lot of dynamic play. We're going to spotlight a few picks that we think really stand out and the players to go with them. This is Feraligatr, which is absolutely ferocious this weekend.
Ferocious on the field, but friends at the table, Hurricane Kaz as well as Sushi Must Right, did travel here together. I did get that confirmation yesterday. They drove down and unfortunately had to play each other very early on in the bracket, but it was a great match between the two trainers, the two friends, lots of catches back and forth, very dynamic gameplay.
A lot of talented trainers like Khaleesi Fitzy, like Dr. Lapras, but some of those trainers to watch that we alluded to yesterday, TZ Steiner coming in here with his ferocious plays. We also have Feraligatr from Frankie, very, very talented trainer in his own right. This Pokemon has been tearing it up, and LNDS Aureo, you alluded to those Brazilian trainers. He took down Rise to the end to end day 1.
Yeah, all these Brazilians that are in me swamp, but we have all of them on the winner's side of the bracket here in day 2, which is quite a feat given how strong the competition has been here.
It is a breakthrough moment for several of these trainers. Competing in NA is unlike competing anywhere else, but Brazil has the talent to do it. LNDS Aureo leading the pack there, and it's been so much fun to watch. And Steiner, our 4th place finisher at EUIC, I called him, Phoebe, the Kingdra Commander, because he was so good with that Pokemon. He's showing us that he's got what it takes to make Top Gun in NA yet again.
Yeah, and he could be the person to take away a 2nd title. Remember, he did take the first away all the way back at the beginning of the season.
He absolutely did. And Hard Jeff, we cannot talk about this Brazilian bracket without our 6-time event winner, LNDS Hard Jeff, an LAIC champion, multiple regional champion as well. And he is having a great time up on stage.
Yeah, he just came off of his win in Curitiba, so he's potentially going for a little bit of a back-to-back.
we're going to see what happens. But there's also a lot of bunny business here in the venue. We've got a lot of Diggersby action, Firestar leading the pack. I've seen a lot of Shadow Malamar and Diggersby paired together, but you've got to watch out for the Wigglytuff feed.
Yeah, a lot of funny business, but it's no, or a lot of bunny business, but it's no funny business when you get your Wigglytuff on your opponent's Guzzlord. You get a full farm down, lots of energy, goes almost anywhere.
I'd say it's fun for one of those two Pokemon, usually the Wigglytuff, but Hard Jeff has been making good work with his Azumarill. If you know Pokemon Go PvP, you know Azumarill has been a Great League staple. I'm thinking it's back, Phoebe.
Yeah, and it really just goes nowhere. Ice Beam, Play Rough, great coverage. A lot of people have been talking about using Hydro Pump a little bit more lately. We haven't actually seen that many. I don't think any of them had Hydro Pump yesterday, but I'm sure someone at home can correct me.
Well, let's pump up the hype with a bracket overview. We've got our winner's side bracket, Hard Jeff versus Firestar, Steiner versus Dunebug, Samy taking on Allen, and Nighttime Clasher versus LNDS Aureo. Phoebe, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you could only watch one of these pairs, which one are you most excited for?
I think it's Harjeff versus Firestar. And hopefully that's going to be the first match as well, because Harjeff is such a dominating player, and Firestar's really been up on the upturn. He's had so many really good performances in NA these past few seasons, and I think he's had a decent chance at international competition as well. So I feel like this is kind of like a little bit of an international regional here, right? We have almost half of the players here from out of region.
Let's take a look at that loser side bracket as well, because these trainers are fighting to stay in the event this weekend. So many talented players here, but I got to spotlight Toad. He's actually my caster MVP pick as well. I don't mean to jump to conclusions, but that Aegislash play looked better than anyone else that had that Pokemon on their team.
Yeah, I have to agree. That's what I called out yesterday. I have been so impressed by Toad's usage of Aegislash. He definitely knows the mastery, the ways to play with that Pokemon, when to use it in the lead, when to save it in the back, and when to overfarm and not necessarily shield or throw your charged attacks right away. All those very key for using the tricky Pokemon that is Aegislash.
Let's see what we picked. Again, I alluded to it before. Production's got my back. Here's Aegislash with Toad, 43484, but also some other interesting picks. Tell me about yours, Phoebe. I want to hear about Shadow Malamar.
It's just very potent with those same type attack bonus as Psywaves. You know, a lot of the Psywave users that we see in the meta, aka Lapras, don't have that same type attack bonus. And because it's also Shadow variant, you get that extra 20% boost, and you can Psywave down Pokemon that you might not normally think. You know, Diggersby or other bulky Pokemon like Altaria, or even one of its hardest counters, Azumarill. You can take in the 2 shields, and that's just not something you'd normally expect a dark type into a fairy type.
Very well said, Phoebe. I saw that 2 of our casters also picked Hard Jeff. He might be a favorite in the venue this weekend, but only time will tell. Those are individual picks. Let's look at the most popular Pokemon that are used this weekend. We've got Corviknight leading the pack, and my goodness, the downfall continues for Wigglytuff at a measly 3rd place. Come on.
I think it's actually like up in percentage as compared to yesterday, but that's really not saying all that much because the field has whittled down so much. I do want to call out, though, number 1 is Corviknight, both day 1 and day 2 usage. It's just that Shadow Quagsire that's kind of risen into prominence. And interestingly enough, for Alligator coming in at number 4, the water types are really dominating here.
I appreciate you pointing that out. I always look at day 2 as Pokemon that outperform expectations. And day 1, you might see different Pokemon in the usage charts, but those Pokemon that are really succeeding at a high level always make it into day 2. Also keep an eye on Fortress. We've seen a lot of Bug Bite Fortress tearing through the meta, especially that Quagsire matchup. But Phoebe, we're going to crown a champion today in a few short hours. Let's take a look at who we have already crowned in the North America region, starting with TZ Steiner.
Yeah, all the way back in Pittsburgh, and Meteor Fallion, can't forget his win as well. I believe that was the first time he had dropped Bastiodon and got a victory because of it.
Yeah, it's amazing to see trainers pick up new Pokemon and try them out. Let's take a look at our Worlds qualifiers. As you know, the top 4 from the previous World Championship already have their qualification. So we have Hard Jeff, who qualified via Worlds last year, and he's competing here again, and he's already won an event this season, and we've got Steiner as well. So these trainers have something to prove. They've got competing in their blood, and we see them here again in Orlando.
And last week, we had Paulasha qualify with her great win over Potaman. That was a very fun match to watch, but she really just got to show her dominance in that matchup over a trainer who has typically dominated the field himself.
Well, we are here in Orlando. I cannot believe that we are over halfway done with the season. So make sure to check the official website and book your trip if you want to compete at one of these upcoming events. I'm really looking forward to Los Angeles and, of course, North America Internationals.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. We don't quite have a meta for NAIC, right?
You know what, Phoebe? That's a really good point. But I want to say, if you want to keep up with all the action, you better follow the official channels, Pokemon.com/broadcast. And we're also very active on socials. We need that hashtag #PlayPokemon to find your post. But you can find us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And also YouTube and Twitch for our live streams. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, right?
Let's do it up.
Also, yeah, maybe we'll talk about the thing you alluded to maybe later today. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? I can't remember, actually.
Yeah, completely gone from my mind.
Everybody, it's going to be an incredible show here in Orlando. I cannot wait to get into the action, so let's not. Let's toss it over to the casters, Soph Toph and Caleb Ping.
Thank you, Speedy and Fee, for the amazing intro. And like they said, we have incredible battles here in day number 2. So many big names, but also so many players maybe in their first or second ever day 2 performance. I'm Caleb Ping. I'm joined with Soph this morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Like you said, there are so many talented trainers here, not only from North America, but all around the world. And our first matchup is one that I know Phoebe said he was most excited for. I'm also really excited for it. We've got Harjeff versus Firestar. Harjeff, of course, if you don't know him at this point, I mean, have you even been watching the circuit? He has so many titles, 6 to be specific, as well as a world's top 3. He's going up against Firestar, who has also been on fire in his last several tournaments. He has 5 consecutive top cuts, including a top 8 at Worlds.
Yeah, Firestar, I would say, is probably one of the players, especially in North America, that you could say one of the best players who hasn't won a tournament yet, but able to beat some of the best of the best. And I believe he was the highest placing American trainer in Worlds, if I recall correctly, a top 8 finish. Fantastic performance from him, and he typically thrives in that losers bracket. So you already know how he performs when he's already has only 1 life to spare, right, in the tournament. But he has a lot more flexibility now, starting on the winner side, and this is his second back-to-back tournament where he started day 2 on the winner side. So you can tell even he's leveling up his game.
Oh, but it looks like we're actually going to start with a different matchup, but it is also a Latin versus North American matchup. We've got Samy on the left coming to us from Peru versus Alan on the right coming to us from, I believe, Northern California. And these are 2 trainers who, I think for both of them, this is their first day 2 at a North American regional. Alan actually made day 2 in EUIC recently, and then Samy has a couple of top cuts in, I think, both EU and LATAM.
Yeah, Samy definitely plays across the world and stuff, and both these players have been in our circuit for quite a while too. I don't know about Samy in particular, but I remember Alan playing in a lot of grassroots tournaments back all the way in like 2019, 2020. So definitely very familiar with the game. I mean, his username's Alan, and that's it, right? So you know he's been one of the original players of just Pokemon Go in general. But I'm very excited to see this particular matchup. We have, I think Alan might be one of only 2 Aegislash players in day number 2 in top cuts, and the only one starting on that winner side. He's running that Carbink Aegislash core, which I had some discussions with some friends last night about it, and I think in theory they said that this might have stemmed from out of pockets, like one of his ideas and stuff, but he couldn't get an Aegislash in time or couldn't find the right one. But in theory, it's just they both have such strong dominating wins, and so you can kind of sneak them around and really overwhelm your opponents if you grab their shields early.
And I like how Alan has paired those maybe more polarizing Pokemon with flexible Pokemon like the Feraligatr and the Corviknight and the Gourgeist, because those are Pokemon that really have fantastic coverage. And it's really important when you have these kind of hard alignment-based Pokemon to kind of make sure that they're paired with Pokemon that have the flexibility to kind of play around with energy and shields. Yeah,
definitely. I'm very excited to see how Alan plays this, because I feel like Aegislash is still a fairly new Pokemon as well in this meta, and how people play around it and the strategies around it are still kind of developing in real time. We haven't seen an Aegislash mirror yet, but in my mind, that would be one of the craziest mirrors, because once you throw a move, you go to shield a blade form. Once you shield a move, you go to shield form, and in a way, you don't want to be the first one to throw that move, because then you put yourself in shield blade form, and then you have to shield the next Shadow Ball. Whereas the shield form of Aegislash can tank a Shadow Ball from the blade form and still survive without like 40%-ish health. But definitely not the other way around.
Looks like we've got a lucky trade going on. So these 2 trainers, although they are from completely different regions. They've been leveling up their friendship. Looks like they're going to go with a shiny Mewtwo mirror, so keep your eyes on the CP that comes up. If they get a 2387 CP, that will be the perfect Shundo Mewtwo. So that'll be pretty fun.
Fingers crossed. Do you have one yourself?
I don't. I have tried to do a couple of shiny Mewtwo lucky trades. Unfortunately, they haven't panned out for me. Let's see, 7,000 kilometers apart. XL candy, 4 regular Mewtwo candy, looking for that 2387 CP. And 2360, 2346, not quite gonna get it done here, but you know, these trainers are already best friends. They're gonna get more friendship from this trade interaction as well, and maybe they can get lucky again before they meet on the battlefield next
I don't
time.
think we've ever gotten a hundo on a stream trade.
We have. There was
have
one.
we?
I can't remember who it was, but
maybe you're right. I feel like maybe I have a think maybe in like 2023 or so. I think we actually did one once.
We
in
did,
Fresno.
yeah.
And I don't recall it being that great because otherwise I probably would have remembered it.
I think it was like a Groudon or something.
That does check out. That does check out. Anyway, well, we wish these two players better luck than they had in their lucky trade. But as always, you got to meet the players in person to do those lucky trades. Unless you hit that Forever Friends, which is definitely a grind in itself to get that remote trade. A new feature here, of course. But anyway, looking at the teams across the board between these two players, I think Aegislash is actually pretty hard to bring into Sammy's team, so I don't think we really see it much, right? You have, yeah, you win the Wigglytuff matchup, but everything else has coverage into it. The Steelix, the Quagsire, I mean, double ground is not great. Gourgeist is great too with Incinerate damage and Shadow Ball, like you just do way too much. And then Annihilate is, you know, the fighting type that actually could hit back against Aegislash. Medichamp's a different story, but Annihilate from Sammy's side, maybe even making the read that there might be more Aegislash, and Annihilate is much better in that matchup, despite not being as good into some other matchups like Medichamp might be.
And I think Samy is one of those teams that we looked at yesterday where it really looked like he had Wigglytuff and then a bunch of Pokemon that counter the Steel types. So I think you're hitting the nail on the head when you say that Aegislash doesn't look very safe to bring into Sammy's team. I think that's what he was going for with his team composition. I also do remember looking at some of Sammy's games yesterday that he had really great play with the Gourgeist, where, you know, really recognizing that Gourgeist, up shields and energy in the end game could do a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if that strategy is going to pan out quite as well against Alan's team because there is that hard wall of Guzzlord, so he can't just freely switch in to get an Incinerate advantage.
Yeah, it's not nearly as safe, and the Feraligatr matchup is fairly uncomfortable with all those super effective Shadow Claws adding up, and even the Hydro Cannons resisted do a good chunk of damage, might even put you in that Shadow Claw range. And unfortunately for Gourgeist, it's a grass type that throws fire fast attacks, so the Feraligatr can hang on pretty well there. But outside of those two particular matchups, the Gourgeist doesn't look too bad. I just don't think Sammy can just easily safe swap it, right? Maybe in the lead, maybe tucking in the back can be good. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings it into most, if not all, the games, because it does have a lot of play into everything but that Guzzlord, I should say. And, you know, maybe Sammy just pulls out the Gourgeist Wigglytuff core, right? I think it could be a good option. Very slow in terms of fast attack turn duration, but very effective into Alan's team.
And I think this is one of those matchups where you just keep in the back of your mind, like, hey, if the Guzzlord gets very low, or I take it out, or I've seen the line of 3 and there is no Guzzlord, then you know, okay, now I can just safe swap my Gourgeist or whatever to get an Incinerate advantage. But you know, when you have one Pokemon that counters one of your Pokemon on their entire line of 6, you just have to keep that in the back of your mind. Taking a look at these trainers' accomplishments, Alan, as I mentioned, day 2 at EUIC earlier this year, finishing in the top 64. Also the Johannesburg Special Championships champion, I believe that was last season, so he should be sporting that champion shirt in game.
That's right, and I believe he is actually indeed wearing that one. And then Sammy, who hasn't won a tournament yet, but has a lot of top cuts throughout the years, definitely one of those players that is very talented as well. So no surprise that he is starting on day 2 on the winner's side. But here we go, game number 1, Sammy 85 versus Alan. And indeed, the Aegislash does come out, but faces a really tough lead as Alan pulls out the safe swap Feraligatr, but met by the Wigglytuff.
And he did do one Psycho Cut on the Aegislash. Looks like a full charm is going to come through there, so lost Shadow Claw potential for Alan as he fires his first Hydro Cannon.
And if you look at the back lines, it's not looking great for Alan. Clodsire, not a hard answer to Gourgeist, but Alan's best answer right now to that Gourgeist, if his Feraligatr doesn't survive this matchup, is his own Gourgeist, and that's not the best position to be in, especially when he's down a shield already.
Well, he's going to try to get that shield back here as he fires the second Hydro Cannon. He does pull a shield from Samy, but, you know, this is a matchup that Wigglytuff can definitely dictate. It can definitely preserve switch advantage if he wants to.
Oh, I feel like I see Alan's plan a little bit, because right now he can easily farm down this Wigglytuff and get a lot of energy on the Aegislash. Yes, Samy still has a shield, but if you build up the back-to-back Shadow Ball, there's no stopping this. And if Samy just lets this get completely farmed out, it can be disastrous for him. Let's see if he's designed to stay in or not, but he is, and now he leaves with the energy, but this is still a hard-hitting neutral Shadow Ball, and now Alan has a chance to pivot out and avoid this Aegislash matchup into the Clodsire for the time being.
Well, it will avoid the Clodsire, but if it comes back later, it's going to have to face off against that Gourgeist as we wait for the Shadow Ball to fire. Huge damage there from the Blade form Aegislash, and Alan is deciding to stand. He's wanting to take advantage of that faster energy generation as Samy just now lets the Clodsire go.
Really calculated plays from Alan. I don't think people understand how difficult this is because Shield form and Blade form charge energy at different paces. So he purposely throws the Shadow Ball, first Shadow Ball, before getting to the double, knowing that he still gets to the second Shadow Ball before the first move is reached from Samy. And now he is locked in for the time being, and Alan throws 2 Cycle Cuts, but that means he still takes that Incinerate damage on the Blade form.
He did take the Incinerate onto the Aegislash there, but that does mean that he was able to align the turn duration of the Incinerates in this Gourgeist mirror. However, Sammy's clock is now up. He's going to quickly switch into Wigglytuff, get off this Icy Wind that he banked earlier. I'm pretty sure the Gourgeist is going to be able to survive this, but it's really nice that he gets the damage off here and can try to clean things up with his Gourgeist later.
Yeah, I think Alan's plan is he needs to grab a final shield from Sammy's Gourgeist maybe in this mirror matchup. And what does Samy do? Does he let a potential Shadow Ball go? It is debuff, but if you don't shield this one, no, I don't think he can at this health range. So Alan's going to throw it, but that's a whole Incinerate that comes through afterward. I believe Samy is just out of the Shadow Ball. If not, one more Incinerate should do it, and I don't know if Alan can outpace. Shield form is bulky, but I don't know if he can tank the Shadow Ball. I guess we'll find out soon, but Alan's still a decent amount of fast X away from the next Shadow Ball on this Aegislash shield.
And it's looking really good for Samy. Shadow Ball connects, doesn't quite knock out, but I think the next Incinerate does as Samy takes the very first game.
Wow, that was you know, it looked dicey for a second, but Samy recognizing that he cannot let that Aegislash completely farm down his Wigglytuff, knowing that he's ABA strong into that Aegislash. It made it a lot easier for him to pivot out, right? Maybe if he had something that's much weaker to Aegislash in the back. I mean, honestly, he doesn't have that much, anything really that weak to it besides the Wigglytuff, right? Which again, I was surprised Alan even brought the Aegislash in that scenario, but maybe he thought he just needed a great neutral, or a great hard answer to the Wigglytuff. They have potential, but again, because Sammy's so strong into this Aegislash, he doesn't really have a lot of bad matches besides Wigglytuff, and if he ever gets stuck into it, he can just swap out like he did just then.
And I think you called out Alan's plan perfectly in the mid-game right here, bringing in the Aegislash, trying to get ahead on energy a little bit, but Samy kind of snuffed that out. I don't know if he had this plan coming into the game or if he kind of just thought about it as his Wigglytuff was dealing those charms, but really realizing that, hey, I cannot let this Aegislash just get away from this matchup coming out with 100 energy because that's just going to nuke all of my Pokemon. And I really liked the recognition that he had that Gourgeist is going to be enough to take out the rest of Alan's team at the end.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, right, and obviously I didn't even recognize it in the moment, so, you know, no shame on Alan's gameplay here, but I wonder if instead of throwing that second Shadow Ball at the Clodsire, he banks it for later, then comes in the Gourgeist, because he is not in Stone Edge range from the Clodsire at least. He gets some energy, grab the final shield from Samy, and then he has a Shadow Ball bank for later. Obviously, again, a lot of this is in hindsight, so it's a little tougher to see at the moment. Maybe that still doesn't work out for Alan because, again, his team is, his Aegislash is very weak into Sammy's, mostly his entire team outside of that Wigglytuff. But that could be an option. I don't know if Alan doubles down on the Aegislash or not. I think it's definitely a gamble for him because, again, it's hard to find a really solid matchup with this Aegislash, but he's probably played this Aegislash a lot more than most people watching it, including myself. So we'll see how it goes. He needs to win this game to force a game number 3. It's going to be Wigglytuff into Gourgeist. Not a bad lead for Alan.
Not a bad lead, it's pretty neutral, but he did bring that Aegislash in the back again. I'm not sure it's going to find the matchups that it's quite looking for, as it looks like Samy has pivoted to still keep the Gourgeist, but now he also has the Steelix in the back.
Yeah, and Gourgeist, one of the few ghosts that actually hits decently hard and back into the Wigglytuff. because you're not doing ghost damage into Wigglytuff, you're doing fire and neutral grass damage. And, you know, if you shield up one Icy Wind, which is what Alan's going to do, it puts you up in a good spot. And I think Alan's strategy, and like most Aegislash player strategies, is you want to grab at least one shield early on if you can, right? Because then you have the potential to double up on Shadow Ball or Gyro Ball and throw moves to guarantee you land at least one of them into one of the Pokemon. It hits hard into almost everything in this meta. Oh, and trying to go for a catch. Oh, wait, and he catches the Incinerate and Seed Bomb damage onto his own Gorgas. That's huge for Samy because he gets a full Incinerate through in the process and catches the resisted attack.
But now Alan is going to be able to avoid Aegislash on the Gorgeist. He instead brings in the Feraligatr. Yes, you do have to worry about this super effective Seed Bomb. I'm pretty sure you can take one, but Alan is going to decide to shield up the first.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised too, right? Because this is not the Quagsire, right? Where Quagsire just is double weak to the grass damage, and especially the normal Feraligatr can do pretty well even after getting hit by Seed Bomb. But I guess in one way or another, he's going to get hit by one of them, so probably had to shield anyway if he wants to maintain this Feraligatr as long as possible. The question is, how is he going to pivot around this? Because if Wigglytuff comes back into this, again, the Aegislash doesn't have a lot of places to go, and the shield advantage for Samy is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Right, well, he does bring in the Steelix now. I actually thought he might come in and just sacrifice the Wigglytuff, because now he's going to have to take this super effective Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr as he goes for this big Thunderfang down, but he's probably expecting the Aegislash in the back. No, now the Gorgeist comes in trying to get an Incinerate down on the Steelix. Samy sees it coming. Quick swap into Wigglytuff as the Gorgeist reaches the final Seed Bomb.
Oh, and he spends the shield. That's going to be disastrous for Samy. I don't think he expects the Aegislash to come back again because his team is so strong into it, but this is the perfect setup Alan needs. Look at how much health is on the Wigglytuff. And here's the thing, on shield form, you're doing like literally 1 damage a piece per fast attack, so that's a lot of potential farm for Alan. He can bank up the energy, swap out the clear debuff, and still come back in and throw a hard-hitting neutral Shadow Ball from this range. It should almost definitely KO the Steelix.
Aegislash is so scary when shields are down for the opponent. Samy is doing his best to debuff the Ice Wind, hoping that maybe with all of these debuffs, maybe the Aegislash won't one-hit the Steelix. But I think if you're Alan, you can just clear your debuff by swapping in Gator. There he goes, taking the Thunderfang, no problem, as he's going to be able to fire off this Shadow Ball. Oh, but he actually loses charge attack priority as a crunch comes through from Samy's Steelix, but I'm pretty sure Aegislash can take this no problem.
Yeah, non-sap crunch from a non-Shadow Steelix, that's not going to be enough. He gets the debuff for sure, but Alan is able to get the Shadow Ball off. Is there any chance that Wigglytuff can get to move? I don't think so. And also the Blade Form charges energy much faster. So Alan is only a few cycle cuts away from that Gyro Ball. First Shadow Ball coming through, going to KO the Steelix from that health range. And the Wigglytuff, unfortunately, just not close enough. Wait, hold on. But the Gyro Ball's going to come through first, as the Blade Form does have a way higher attack than the Wigglytuff. And Alan, I mean, it came close for Samy for sure, but grabbing that second shield was crucial for Alan's win condition for the Aegislash.
I think Samy, just like you said, wasn't expecting the Aegislash in the back there. He put up the shield on the Wigglytuff thinking that that might be his MVP, maybe thinking, hey, if I can just debuff the last Pokemon, I'm going to be in a good position. But unfortunately, just didn't prioritize the right Pokemon for the backline that Alan brought.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, I'm trying to think like what Samy thought Alan could have had, right? Because Feraligatr is already pretty much out of the picture. Gorgeist is really low. And so even though Steelix took a Hydro Cannon earlier, he probably is pretty okay into everything else in the back, except for the Guzzlord. But if there's a Guzzlord in back, you essentially lose the game either way. Maybe Sam was thinking, oh, what if it's a Guzzlord? I can, you know, charm down the Feraligatr and then land an Icy Wind. So I can see how like that would probably be his train of thought if there was a Guzzlord in the back. But anything else, I think the Shield Advantage Steelix would have done a lot of work.
And I think for me, watching Samy's gameplay yesterday, and at least in the first couple of games here, it feels like Gorgeist has been his MVP. He's been bringing it a lot, and it's been doing really well for him. But in this second game in particular, he actually kind of threw it away, just swapping it in, letting Alan bring in the Feraligatr. And I think that that might have cost him compared to the success that we've seen him have when he prioritizes the Gorgeist, you know, kind of letting it sweep the backline. I think he actually might have been maybe anticipating the Guzzlord, or no, he wasn't anticipating Guzzlord, but maybe it was in the back of his mind thinking that this Gorgeist could not have been that useful.
Yeah, you know, the Gorgeist has been pretty unleashed against Alan's team. Alan, again, doesn't really have great options outside the Guzzlord, and the Feraligatr is not bad, but again, you still have to shield the Feraligatr. So if Alan does decide to bring in the Guzzlord and locks it into the Gorgeist, it could be pretty good for him. And the thing is, you know, the Guzzlord covers a lot of the weaknesses that Aegislash has. So in theory, Dark plus Steel is a really great combination for Alan, but there's just so many Aegislash answers for Samy still, and I do think it's still quite hard for Alan, but he's been playing it well, right? And I think he knows his Aegislash matchups, even the bad ones. So as long as he knows how to play around it, he can still cause some issues with this Aegislash, as we've seen, because even the bad matchups, it can still hit pretty hard back. All right, here we go. Game number 3, Samy 85 versus Alan. This is a crucial game to see who moves forward in this winner's bracket. It's going Wigglytuff into the Feraligatr. And here's the thing, it's a bad lead for Alan, but look at the back line. The Guzzlord's absolutely feasting on that back line, and Samy has a decision to make. Does he shield this next Hydro Cannon against the Feraligatr? Because Alan's going to try to chip this down as much as possible to free up the back line for that Guzzlord.
And Alan, you know, maybe wants to get a shield advantage with this Feraligatr in the lead. He's actually going to put up a shield himself, though. Wants to preserve this Feraligatr, maybe make sure he can get off 2 more Hydro Cannons as he fires off 1 more. Does pull the first shield from Samy here as he wants to preserve the Wigglytuff.
Early shield down is going to be good for Alan as he brought the Aegislash for a 3rd game straight. But this time it looks like he's poised to be in a good position, because even if Samy pivots out, his Guzzlord can get so much energy against both of those Pokemon. Oh, and Alan, he's going to try to take this out completely. He says, you know what? If I can get all the shields down, I don't really care what's in the back at this point. And that's going to be a great prediction and read by Alan. Does Samy spend the final shield? He lets it go. And now, switch advantage is on the side of Alan. It's going to be pretty good for him. Here's the thing, though. If he comes in Guzzlord, it might change things. Let's see what he decides to bring or not, because Guzzlord is fantastic and walls off all this energy from the Steelix. Everything, Fast Attack and Charge Attack are resisted. But if you leave the Gorgeist with a shield advantage in the back, oh wait, he brings the Aegislash. Absolutely huge call by him. And here comes the Gorgeist, but here comes the Guzzlord to completely wall off this Gorgeist.
Oh, and this Guzzlord has its time to shine now as the Wigglytuff has fainted from that lead matchup. This is the dream matchup for Guzzlord. You wall off absolutely everything from Gorgeist, the Incinerate, the Shadow Ball, the Seed Bomb. Yes, Samy did get a little bit of an energy lead, but I think the Guzzlord can leave this matchup with quite a bit of energy, as I think you can take the next Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Alan doesn't have a shield remaining, but he has 2.5 plus Brutal Swing loaded up. And he's going to throw on Charge Attack priority, but Samy throws as well. Going to win that Charge Attack card to get the Shadow Ball off. Again, it is resisted, but still hits pretty hard. It is Shadow Ball. I don't think he can afford to shield this, though, because Alan's only 1 Dragon Tail off from the next Brutal Swing. He's going to let this go, but this is pretty tough for Samy still, in my mind.
Well, hang on. If you have Aegislash locked in here for a long time, it's going to have to throw a Charge Attack eventually. Steelix is up a shield here, and you have a super effective Crunch, so this might not be over quite yet.
Yeah, that is true, and you know, Alan, unless he can time it perfectly where he throws both Shadow Ball right when his timer's up and he can swap over to clear the debuff, it's still not the best matchup, for sure. No debuff, though, on that first Crunch, so that's going to be pretty big for him, as he is building up a lot of energy. I think he's waiting this out. He's waiting out the timer. He knows what his win conditions are, as the Steelix is going to throw this next Crunch. Hold on now.
But I think he's waited too long, because now Samy is at the back-to-back Crunch. If he just fires off the next Crunch, Alan can't switch out yet. Look at this. The next Crunch actually knocks out, and Steelix wins the Charge Attack priority, as Aegislash was in its bulky form.
Yeah, shield form Alan unfortunately comes to bite him in the end, as Guzzlord is a fantastic matchup against Steelix, but just way too much health. Shield advantage as well. Samy bringing a sigh of relief, as the end game miscalculation from Alan has completely cost him the victory, and Samy 85 moves forward in this winner's bracket.
Samy somehow pulling out a win there with Gorgeist Steelix backline, taking down the Guzzlord Aegislash backline. Like you said, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation from Alan, but I love how calm Samy stayed during the match as he makes his little celebration, reaching the top 6 here in Orlando.
Yeah, that looked pretty disastrous for Samy in the end game, but saving that crucial shield in the end, and also recognizing that you're going to win Charge Attack priority against the shield form no matter what. Having that double up against Alan was crucial. And even if Alan threw the Shadow Ball, I don't know if a Shadow Ball plus a Brutal Swing would have been enough to take out the remaining health of Steelix. Right? Steelix was very healthy after all the fast attacks from the Aegislash shield. But really well played from Samy, because it did not look great on paper in the end. But, you know, Aegislash it did do work for Alan, but it also unfortunately did cost some damage. We'll see how he performs in that loose bracket. This is a double elimination, so there's still more Aegislash action to come.
Yeah, I mean, it looks absolutely terrible for Samy there, I would say. We saw the backlines, we were thinking the Scuzzlord is going to sweep. The Aegislash, you know, has shields down, or one shield's down from Samy, but I think it's such an awkward situation in the end game trying to figure out when you want to throw your charged attacks, because when you're going up against an Aegislash, the best case scenario is that you throw on losing charged attack priority, right?
Yes.
And so I think Samy was trying to wait until the end, but Alan was also trying to wait until he could get within, you know, 10 seconds of his switch clock to throw the Shadow Ball, and I think Sammy's just realizing, you know what, I have 2 crunches, I don't need to wait for you to throw your Shadow Ball and debuff yourself.
Exactly, and that's probably one of the main reasons why Shield form charged the energy a lot slower than Blade form, because if it charged nearly as fast, then this Pokemon will be beyond broken and way too imbalanced. So a lot of great checks and balances to the Pokemon built in within itself to keep it from maybe being a little too strong, which is why we only see 2 in the top 16 here in Orlando. And honestly, first ever we've ever even seen it in a top cut at a major tournament of this size. But Samy, congrats to him as he's going to be moving further in the bracket, and you saw all his accomplishments in the past, but I think this will tie his best performance to date as at least a top 8 finish. I don't remember exactly the exact numerical value he had in the top 8, so maybe he's done a little bit better than this, but he's well on his way. Big congrats to him. And like we hyped about earlier, we have LNDS Harjeff coming up against Firestar 73. Both of our MVP picks, I feel like, caster prediction picks for day number 2. You put a lot more stock into the Shadow Fortress. I put my votes behind the Diggersby. What are your thoughts behind the Shadow Fortress? Because actually both players have both Diggersby and Shadow Fortress.
I think Shadow Fortress has been one of the shining stars of the tournament. There's a lot of players on both the winners and losers side of the bracket that have pulled up with the Shadow Fortress. A little bit of an update on the loser side of the bracket. We've got one match done that is going to be Pranav beating the Ox 5005 in a 2-0 victory, and Pranav is now actually waiting someone to drop down from the winner's side of the bracket. Alan is going to face off against the winner of Toad and Dapper, who it looks like haven't quite played their matchup out yet.
All right, so this is my prediction, right? With Pranav with the 2-0 victory, congrats to him as well as he's moving forward and, again, getting some necessary championship points because he hasn't played since Milwaukee. Busy graduate student as he is. All the other matches are still going on, so I'm wondering if they're all very close to 1-1-2 results, and that's always exciting to see, right, because players are trying to keep it as close as possible. Unfortunately, we can't stream all the matches, but I believe after that first round on the loser's side, everything else will be on the official broadcast. So if you're rooting for people at home, maybe on that loose side, be sure to check out the bracket consistently to see what the updates are, and we'll keep you all updated throughout the broadcast as well. But we're going to start on the winner side here, and I'm very excited to see this particular matchup, as you were talking about the Shadow Fortress earlier.
I was talking about the Shadow Fortress. I think it's really interesting in this tournament, if you look at Shadow versus non-Shadow Fortress, there's a really, really high correlation with Bug Bite versus Volt Switch Fortress, and I think that the Bug Bite variant has been coming out on top. We saw it so oppressive in so many matchups yesterday with that fast attack pressure, as we take a look down at the stage to see these two players in their teams.
I believe Harjeff was one of the original pioneers of the Shadow Fortress in this meta as well, back in Curitiba a couple weeks ago. Him and a lot of the other Latin players were leaning towards Shadow Fortress. He actually won that tournament too. So he won the most recent tournament he's gone to. He's looking for maybe a back-to-back tournament finish already with 2 regional titles just this season alone, which is more than most people have in the world in their entire competitive career so far. But as we look at these head-to-head too, I think the Shadow Malmar from the side of Firestar has looked good for him, but into this matchup, it looks nearly unplayable. Corviknight has pretty solid matchups there. Fortress absolutely shreds with the Bug Bite damage. Azumarill walls off all that damage except for the Side Wave as well. Yes, it has play into Diggersby and Corsola, but like even Guzzler are pretty good to resisting all that Side Wave damage. So I think unfortunately one of Firestar's, maybe reliable Pokemon that he's been using a lot is just kind of unplayable into Harjeff's team.
But an interesting Pokemon that both of these trainers have brought is that Diggersby. We haven't seen a lot of Diggersby at all, not just this season, but in the last couple of seasons where, with that Mudshot nerf, people didn't want to bring Diggersby anymore, as well as the Scorching Sands nerf. But now that Diggersby has benefited from the same Mudshot buff as Shadow Quagsire, Diggersby's slowly creeping back into the spotlight. It's already got at least 2 spots here in the top 16 as we take a look at these trainers' accomplishments. We've said them a lot, many times. Firestar top 8 at Worlds, 5 consecutive top cuts, and LNDS Harjeff, I mean, I don't even need to read all of those. You know how many
You
titles
don't got
he
time
has.
to read all of them.
Yeah, all right, getting into game number 1, we've got Togekiss versus Corsola.
And this is actually a pretty solid matchup for the Togekiss, and Firestar is running the side shock variant, so it doesn't even have the harder hitting neutral Dazzling Gleam as an option, which means that Harjeff can really take advantage of this matchup. There's always a catch potential though, especially with the Diggersby in the back that completely walls off the damage and energy from Corsa. So Harjeff going to have to watch out for that catch potential. Let's see if he goes for a pulse or just goes for proper timing to risk it. No, he goes for a pulse to ensure he gets this Nightshade off. And even if it doesn't KO Firestar's Togekiss from this range, you could just Astonish out after it and going to draw the first shield from Firestar.
Really heads-up play from Harjeff, a really obvious play from Firestar there. Would have been to do one peck and then switch into Diggersby. Side Shock coming through here. I'm sure Harjeff knows that his Corsola can take this Side Shock, but might be feeling a little bit nervous afterwards, as here's another potential catch opportunity for Firestar.
Oh.
But no, he just throws the Aura Sphere right away, actually anticipating that Harjeff might have gone for a catch of his own.
Yeah, and it is going to get shielded up from Harjeff. Even from that range, Aura Sphere might have been enough. Pauses again. He doesn't care if he's giving out turns to Firestar, just wants to ensure he takes his Togekiss out, which I think is a great call because funny enough, both of them are running the slightly unconventional variant, Azumarill and Togekiss rather than Wigglytuff, which is what most players are using, but that is both their most reliable Diggersby answer as well in this matchup. And now Harjeff can lean onto that matchup in the end. Harjeff actually throwing the Fire Punch baits and going to tank up this first Hydro Cannon, but let's see if Firestar shields up this potential bait or not. It's going to be huge if he's able to grab that shield from Firestar.
I mean, Firestar does have a pretty bulky Pokemon in the back. That's his own Diggersby, so he feels comfortable prioritizing his Empoleon there. So that's a nice read from Harjeff as he throws this Fire Punch. That's going to allow him to pace just a little bit quicker to the Scorching Sands, but Empoleon's still going to be able to reach a Hydro Cannon first.
And this is why I think Diggersby is actually really solid in today's meta. Not many players brought it, but a lot of players in that day 2 did bring it because it has such great matchups into the meta. One, the ground types that can actually tank a lot of the energy from water types. And here we go, Firestar in a tough position. And the problem is, if the Zero takes out this Diggersby before there's a swap potential, Harjeff can do a combo play on a dime at any point in time and just one-shot the Empoleon with a Scorching Sand that's already loaded.
Tons of energy on Harjeff's Diggersby in the back, but for Firestar, I think what he's looking for is to get this Azumarill as low as possible and then hope that somehow his Empoleon can scrape out a Hydro Cannon against the opposing Diggersby first. Maybe gonna have to anticipate some of the opponent's plays here as that Ice Beam lands, does quite a bit of damage to Diggersby. Next Ice Beam certainly going to knock out as Firestar reaches for the Scorching Sands just before the next Ice Beam comes through.
Switch timers are coming up. You can see Firestar shaking his head. He doesn't think he has enough time to pivot out to the Empoleon. Does he? He does, but Harjeff probably gonna go for the pause, throws a bubble instead, anticipating the swap. Oh, just throws the Ice Beam, and Firestar didn't know when he was gonna throw it. Going to take out this Diggersby. And if Firestar doesn't have the Hydro Cannon loaded, Harjeff can just swap right over for the Scorching Sand. He swaps over, Hydro Cannon nowhere to be seen, and Scorching Sand going to land super effective against Empoleon. And this is going to close out game number 1 for Harjeff.
Nice end game from Harjeff there. He knew that he couldn't let his Azumarill get farms down, couldn't give the Empoleon any more energy, so swapped out straight away. I think he did one Mud Shot before the Scorching Sands, but he knew that Firestar's Empoleon was still several Metal Sounds away from the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, it looks like the players are discussing something. I didn't personally see anything, but I might have missed something as well, so we'll see if there's any updates from the judges as we are still developing on what's going on there. But, you know, looking back at that first game, very, very bold lead from Harjeff, right? He really thought it through before locking in, and I think you can understand why. Diggersby completely walls off the damage from Corsola. You have nowhere to go there. Ligaton also fantastic into the Corsola, and of course the Malamar pacing really solid into that Ghost type with the Dark type damage, Super Effect damage into Corsola. But if he avoids those matchups, the Corsola's pretty good. So it's legitimately a coin flip, maybe a little bit better than a coin flip because we know that the Malamar is unlikely to come into this matchup anyway. And if Diggersby looks really strong for Harjeff, the Licky might not be coming anyway either. So it's a little bit better than coin flip if he's expecting only a Diggersby is what Firestar might bring to hard counter that Corsola, and the others are just more or less neutral or losing neutral matchups. So a great calculation gamble from him, and it definitely paid off.
I do like the Corsola Diggersby core from Harjeff in game number 1. Like you said, these players had all night to prepare, maybe anticipating that the Malamar doesn't look very good in a game 1 match. We are getting word that there has been a review requested on the Azumarill matchup with Diggersby in the end game. Maybe Firestar felt that his Diggersby lost some turns. So that could have potentially let the Diggersby get to some additional charge attacks. Let's see right here as I think I do see a little bit of lag, I think, there, where the Diggersby's mud shot either looks delayed or maybe he missed one. I will say that Harjeff had a Scorching Sands fully banked in the back, so I do think it is unlikely that Harjeff would have lost this game, but I think if we zoom to the end of this Azumarill versus Diggersby matchup, I mean, if the Azumarill is like in Scorching Sands range and Diggersby misses out on an entire Scorching Sands, that could be important.
Yeah, I think so. Unless the only other thing I can think of is maybe if the missed turn on Firestar's end maybe made him throw on a bad timing potential and allowing like a bubble to come through, giving a turn or two over to Harjeff, then maybe he can make the argument that the Azumarill doesn't get to the Ice Beam before he can swap. But the thing is, Firestar was able to swap with Empoleon anyway at some point, right? So I guess you can make the argument that maybe it wasn't game impacting, but we'll see as the players are going to discuss it over. And of course, our expert judges are taking a look over to make sure that everything is being reviewed properly. You can see both players chatting it through, right? Like, these players are some of the best players in the world, so they definitely fully understand the mechanics, and they want to make sure that everything is sorted out properly before we proceed to the next game, or if we have a rematch.
Two of the best players in the world, and in fact, 2 of the top 8 at Worlds in Anaheim.
True.
So definitely know what they're talking about. I think one of the tricky things with these situations is that even if there's a little bit of lag early on in the matchup, as the judges, you also have to check, what you think the actual impact was, right? So they're probably not only looking at, okay, was there lag in this moment, but did that impact the Diggersby's ability to get to a move against Azumarill at the end?
Right.
Did it impact Firestar's ability to make a swap at some point into Empoleon, potentially try to outpace Harjeff's Diggersby?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in that end game, it looked pretty tough for Firestar either way, in my opinion, but, maybe he saw a win condition that we didn't. Maybe if he, does catch an Ice Beam, he has a slight win condition with his own Diggersby, if it has enough energy to take out both the Azumarill and the Diggersby on the side of Harjeff. I do think that it would have still been a pretty monumental task for his Diggersby, because he has a mirror match he has to worry about, and then also still Azumarill. Even if you caught the energy, you still have to take it out, right? So it would have been a tough task, but we've seen maybe even crazier comebacks in the past. So definitely something worth taking a look into as our players are awaiting the judge decision and figuring out their next lines. Whether it's a rematch or not, where they have fresh teams, or it's game number 2, they still have to think of a game 2 line either way.
Well, just as a fun thought exercise,
okay,
we could come up with the best case scenario for Firestar there. So I think you mentioned a step 1, which would have been like catching an Ice Beam onto Empoleon, getting the Metal Sound sneak along the way, and ideally, when you make that catch, you also have energy stored on your own Diggersby.
Yes.
Okay, let's say he's able to make a catch like that. But Harjeff still had a full Scorching Sands banked, and the Empoleon, I think, was 3. It wasn't even like 1 Metal Sound away from. If it was 1 Metal Sound away, and you get a catch and sneak, like, oh boy, like now you're getting into 50-50 territory.
So the win condition here is if Harjeff completely just plays out of pocket and just goes for more bubbles against the Empoleon to build up to another Ice Beam, then brings in the Diggersby, and right when he tries to combo play is when Firestar throws a Hydro Cannon. Then a little tougher for him to come back from. I don't think we'll see Harjeff make those kind of gameplay, as it looks like I think the review is over. We'll give you an update on if the standing is going to stand or not. It probably will show up on the scoreboard actually in a second here, but as we await our judge decision, it looks like the standing is going to remain. So Harjeff does take that first game. Again, even in our thought exercise, it was a tough game for Firestar to come back from, right? Just given the backline matchups that they had. No rematch is going to be the final ruling. Harjeff's 1 game away from moving forward in this winner's bracket. Firestar going to have to win this one to force a game 3.
Well, this is such a powerhouse matchup right here. I think anybody watching the bracket, looking at just, the names in the tournament, you would think that whoever wins this winners round 1 right here has a pretty good chance to take the entire tournament. So definitely understand the feeling of, hey, I just want to make sure every little detail is correct as you review your games and move on to the next.
Definitely. And, do we see Harjeff actually make that gamble again and bring that glaring course? Like, given that Diggersby from the side of Firestar is also very, very safe in his team, just like how his is safe into Firestar's team. But that Galarian Corsa, it just outbulks so many of these neutral matchups. It's just so good in things like the Fortress, the Empoleon, the Togekiss, and you even have play into the Malmar. It's actually not even the worst matchup. And so let's see if Firestar's able to make that adjustment or not. I feel like Diggersby is still very, very strong for him. So I would be surprised if we don't see it at all in his line of 3. Same thing goes for Hard Jeff because, you know, even in their worst matchups, they have some ways to hit back. It's much worse for Hard Jeff because the resistant Mud Shot and Fire Punch does absolutely almost nothing to the Togekiss. But Firestar has a lot more play into Azumarill with the Scorching Sand, neutral Scorching Sand, and Mud Shot damage from his own in that Fairy to Ground matchup. We'll see how the players adjust though, as this is still a very heated battle between the two. A lot on the line here. Continuing on that winner side, undefeated, gives you such an advantage going closer and closer to that grand finals.
And being able to knock out one of the, you know, huge names left in the bracket on your way to winners round 2 would additionally be a huge, huge advantage, as these players have given it some thought. They've been actually standing on their team screens for a while, but just want to think things over, make sure they know exactly every scenario that could play out as we get into game number 2. Corsola on the field for Hard Jeff once again as he locks into the same team, but Firestar with the adjustment bring the Shadow Malamar.
Wow. Okay, Firestar expecting the potential Diggersby plus a Galarian Corsola lead in the back, meaning that Hard Jeff can't easily swap out of this matchup. This foul play won't KO the Corsola, but it'll do quite a bit of damage. Does Hard Jeff decide shield? No, want to let it go. And this allows him to still get the damage off against the Malamar. And this is where Malamar struggles a little bit. It's fantastic, his pacing's quick, the coverage is great, but even against Ghost types, Ghost can hit back for neutral. That brings the Malamar quite low, and if Hard Jeff's able to neutralize, it's not so bad. Wait, hold on. Firestar gives us switch advantage, and now Hard Jeff has essentially the matchup he wants. It's not a great matchup, but Scorching Sand almost one-shot KOs the Empoleon, whereas a Hydro Cannon you can tank, and on top of it, Hard Jeff can still bait the faster Fire Punch. Does he go for it, or does he go straight for the Scorching? He did it last time, he goes for it again. This Firestar shield, 2 shields remaining, he pulls the shield, and that's absolutely huge for Hard Jeff.
And that was a super risky bait there by Hard Jeff, but got rewarded just like he did in the first game. Looks like he could have thrown the Scorching Sands there, but didn't want to throw it on losing charge attack priority as he shields up this Hydro Cannon, wants to preserve this Diggersby. So much energy there, but keep in mind, I think Firestar has some energy banked on his own Malamar, so Hard Jeff doesn't want to be throwing around his shields too easily.
And I love this next Scorching Sand for Hard Jeff because he knows if Firestar shields, he can match a shield and still get off another Scorching Sand before a third Hydro Cannon is reached against him. Or actually, I think a 4th. I'm not even sure at this point. But either way, Hard Jeff actually lets the Hydro Cannon go. Wants to put everything on the Azumarill. And at this range, a Play Rough should be enough to KO even the Empoleon. And this Azumarill looks poised to sweep the entire back line of Firestar.
And Firestar down 2 shields now. That Togekiss is not going to enjoy being exposed like that as he lands a Drill Peck on this Azumarill. But Azumarill, this is where Azumarill really thrives. So much bulk. Yes, it's going to have a difficult time farming anything down. But I think if you're Hard Jeff, you want to come out of this with as much energy as possible. The worst case scenario for Hard Jeff here is if Firestar is able to get a CMP catch with his Malamar as he goes for it, bringing it in. Hard Jeff reaching for the Corsola, but just doesn't have enough time as Firestar fires off the superpower.
And Hard Jeff decides to tank the superpower, puts him quite low, but he's understanding. He's saying, you know what? I think it's the Togekiss in the back, or I think it might be the Diggersby. Goes for the Play Rough resisted, but double resisted Ice Beam might not be enough to KO the Empoleon. You need to save as much health as possible. Does he have enough health, though, on the Azumarill? Question. I don't think he does. The peck damage is adding up, and one Ice Beam's not going to do it. You can see he's trying to get as much bubble damage as possible, but it was out of Ice Beam range. And Hard Jeff, despite the position he was in, Firestar finds a way without the Diggersby and actually with this Shadow Malamar.
Just not enough health left on Hard Jeff's Pokemon. I don't know if there's another Pokemon that he even had a chance against in the back besides Togekiss, but at the end, those Pecks just did too much damage. Ice Beam, yes, it's super effective, but also coming from Azumarill, a very bulky Pokemon. Non-step Ice Beam, not really enough to one-shot anything in the game, actually. As Firestar able to even up the series with those offensively oriented Pokemon.
And for some that have been following Pokemon GO PvP for years, maybe since the beginning, you're thinking, why is Azumarill still meta? How they've not have nerfed this Fairy Water type? Well, fun fact, they have nerfed it before and rebuffed it in a way with the bubble. But that being said, that's a great example where Azumarill is very strong, but also has its weakness in the slow charging charge attacks that it has. It doesn't do that much damage with bubble, and you can't stack back-to-back moves either. That in itself is a way where it keeps itself in check of being too overpowered in the meta. And in hindsight, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, Hard Jeff, I feel like has a really good position here, right? He could shield up this Hydro Cannon and then spend his final shield, pause to avoid a catch, throws a Scorching Sand, and then Azumarill theoretically could beat almost anything in the back. Maybe besides the Fortress, I mean, that's not even that bad, right? Diggersby's great, Togekiss is fantastic, Licky is so super nice in the neutral as well. I mean, even if it's Fortress, at that point, you can just throw one Fire Punch and almost take it out with the Diggersby you have remaining. So, curious to see what Harjeff was thinking. Oh, you know what I will say, though, is the Malamar did have a move banked.
It did.
So there could have been a combo if he spent... Well, if he shields the Hydro Cannon and then goes to the pause,
but he could have shielded the superpower from Malamar and Azumarill, maybe save some health, maybe.
Sure, yeah. That's a whole different story. Yes, yeah, I agree. But I can see why maybe Harjeff didn't want to double shield the Diggersby into the Empoleon matchup, because Firestar could have taken out the Diggersby before Harjeff gets to that final Scorching Sand. And then the Empoleon still has a lot of health, right? And it would have been a tougher situation for Harjeff to deal with. So I get the position that he might have been in as well. And, you know, he's a fantastic player, so he probably thought through the scenarios. Unfortunately, just didn't have enough health left on the Azumarill. So we do go to exciting game 3, though. It looked tough for Firestar there, but he could definitely put up a fight against the 6-time champion Harjeff. But this is a tough matchup. He's ABA weak to the Azumarill.
He's ABA weak to the Azumarill, but Togekiss doesn't have a terrible matchup here. It is up shields this time, so it doesn't have to worry about getting hit by an Ice Beam quite yet. Azumarill is going to be the first to fire off a charge attack here, as Firestar going to continue to gather energy with his Togekiss.
His first shield from Firestar is going to be nice for Harjeff. If Firestar pivots out, then it gives Harjeff a lot of play, because he could avoid getting that Glaring Corset into Diggersby. There's almost no way he does that unless for some reason he comes into the a potential Empoleon safe swap with his Corsola, or Corviknight, I should say. But here comes the safe swap Corviknight instead, and now comes the Diggersby, which is exactly what Harjeff wants. He draws this out, and now the Glaring Corsola can sweep the entire backline.
Well, Firestar still has a lot of energy on his Togekiss, and I think if he's able to preserve shields for his Empoleon, that Empoleon could be a big problem for Harjeff. So we're going to have to wait and see how that backline matchup plays out. And this is actually a matchup where the ground type actually tends to beat the flying type. The Fire Punch does, you know, not a ton of damage, but Diggersby is so bulky that it can take the paybacks. And with these very cheap Fire Punches, I think you might need 3 to knock out the Corviknight, but I think you can also come out of this with a bit of health and energy for whatever comes in.
Yeah, Diggersby, again, can hit neutrally back into Azumarill and make that matchup kind of uncomfortable. If you look at the Azumarill's health, it doesn't have a lot at this point. Harjeff going to try to, you know, make it seem like he doesn't have the Glaring Corset back, because if Firestar starts shielding the Diggersby and swaps out, they could be a problem. So he's trying to make it seem as though he doesn't really care about the Diggersby too much. Let's see if Firestar snuffs it out or not, because if Firestar even leaves with this amount of health, it's still pretty annoying for the Glaring Corset to deal with. And he is, you know, again, kind of AB weak to this Azumarill. Let's see if he's going to bank this energy for later or not, but no. Harjeff going to throw the Ice Beam right away, wants to get rid of this ground normal type to free things up for the Glaring Corsola. And I think Firestar might just come in with Empoleon to farm up extra energy. That's exactly what he does. And here comes the Glaring Corsola. But again, like you said, there's a lot of energy on this Togekiss.
A lot of energy on the Togekiss. Firestar is down a shield, though, so I'm not actually sure who has the advantage here at this point. Harjeff is going to shield with the Hydro Cannon. At this point, he's seen the entire team. He knows that the Hydro Cannon is going to hit much harder than anything that the Togekiss can throw at him. Firestar, with a quick swap into Togekiss, wants to preserve the Empoleon versus Azumarill matchup later, but at this point now, Togekiss, you know, you have all this energy, but it doesn't go very far into the Corsola, and Corsola, you know, already at a potential Nightshade or Power Jump that I think can knock you out.
I love these no shields from Harjeff, knowing that Side Shock is not going to do nearly as much as a Hydro Cannon, and he could leave with extra energy on this Glaring Corsola. Does Firestar ever shield? He does, because he knows the pacing to the Side Shock is pretty fast, and it's going to outpace the Glaring Corsola. Could potentially grab the final shield from Harjeff even, and that's going to be probably what happens here. Harjeff has to make a decision. Do you finally shield a Side Shock? He is going to do it, because he knows he needs to take out this Togekiss, and Togekiss still here, but still being pesky, takes it out with the Nightshade. Empoleon, though, has a lot of health, and Azumarill can only throw resisted fast stacks and charge stacks against it, and I don't think he gets a Nightshade, so Harjeff going to swap right over, but things are starting to look really good for Firestar as he's closing in on a Drillback, plus the Metal Sound damage is going to do a ton. You might be able to Metal Sound down even after this and ensure that you can take the knockout against the Glaring Corsola.
And I don't think Harjeff has a way to get rid of this Empoleon, maybe wishing he had some of those Corviknight sand attacks at this point. As he fires a Play Rough, this is going to do a bit of damage to the Empoleon, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, even with whatever whatever astonish damage you can get off from the Corsola as Empoleon gets a huge farm down, comes out with a Hydro Cannon. He's going to win charge attack priority, but the Corsola doesn't even have a move loaded as Firestar takes the 2-1 victory.
Firestar upsetting the 6-time champion Hard Jeff in an exciting 3-game series, dropping the first game, but finding a way around it, even without the Digger Speed onto the Galarian Corsola. He found a way, and he made it look easy in the end game. It didn't look so clear, but he recognized what he needed to do in every step of the way to maximize the potential with his team.
And I think the Empoleon was really Firestar's MVP there. I know Phoebe thought the Shadow Malamar might have some play, and it definitely made an appearance in game number 2, but I felt like Hard Jeff just didn't have a way to deal with the Empoleon, right? Even getting the Diggersby on the Empoleon didn't feel like it put him in such a good position. And then those slow, bulky Pokemon, Azumarill and Corsola, I just didn't think had the firepower to deal with Empoleon.
Definitely, and you know, that's the drawback, right? They're bulky, but they don't hit nearly as hard, and they don't throw nearly as many moves, and that way, you know, Firestar running a little bit more frail Pokemon, right? Shadow, Malamar, Togekiss, not the bulkiest of Pokemon, even Empoleon, right? Not that bulky compared to the Pokemon on the side of Hard Jeff that he was using, but relying on that constant pressure, even shielding the Togekiss into Galarian Corsola. Typically not something you see, but knowing that, hey, you know what? I'm constantly just chipping down the health bar of this Galarian Corsola, and I'm able to find a win condition and make things difficult and uncomfortable for Hard Jeff. I felt like Firestar, despite the fact that he used more frail Pokemon, he was dictating the pacing of those games, and it seemed like Hard Jeff had to play defensive the entire time.
And that's one of the advantages you get from playing these faster pacing Pokemon, right? Empoleon, Togekiss, Diggersby, all of these Pokemon in Malamar get to their moves in just 10 turns, and sometimes even less. And so Firestar really was able to dictate the pacing because of the pacing of his Pokemon.
Yeah, and what a fantastic first round matchup for Firestar to start day number 2. Probably one of the toughest trainers he could have faced. He faced him right off the bat. And like you said, if you take him out, take out the opponent right there, you make the rest of the road to the grand finals easier for yourself. He definitely earned that. So very excited to see him continue on this winner's bracket. LNDS Hard Jeff, though, he is not out of it yet. He's going down to the loser side, and I'm sure some of his opponents waiting there are not excited to face him.
Hard Jeff and Firestar are both veterans of day 2. You know, Firestar is still searching for his first title, but there's also a lot of trainers in this tournament who haven't made many day 2s before. Players like Alan, who are making their first day 2 here. So let's take a quick break, and let's hear from Alan and Will.
There are so many fascinating stories in competitive Pokemon Go, and I want to take a moment to spotlight Alan. Alan, this is your second day 2, this time in Orlando. How are you feeling, and how the heck did you get Alan as your in-game name?
I feel pretty surreal. Again, I kind of came here just hoping to kind of get points, and to answer your second question, I've actually been playing Pokemon Go since the beta. I didn't get Alan in the beta, but thankfully whoever was playing the beta didn't play the real game, so when I registered day 2 of Pokemon Go, that's how I got my name.
Awesome. Alan, you are a very talented trainer, and you've had some pretty good performances. It's got to feel a little intimidating, though, because you come into this event and you see Dunebug, you see Elam, you see Rise on the roster. So how does it feel to be a trainer that is making your second day 2? How does it feel to go up against some of the best in the world?
Yeah, so actually, like, Elam was one of, like, my tough opponents, but really now, I think every opponent has sort of, like, their different kind of style of playing, and something that I've kind of learned playing through competitive scene is that it's good to kind of be name blind, because you just never know who are, like, kind of the unsung heroes, and also, you just never know when you're going to be placed against some of those sort of titans, and by level setting that, you just end up being able to have a good mental fortitude so that when you do have to go up against someone, you know, you don't end up kind of like, you know, getting analysis paralysis.
I've never heard that phrase before, but being name blind and also the analysis paralysis, those are actually really good phrases from Alan. Alan, I wanted to ask you, so as a Pokemon Go player, what are your goals? Or do you even think in that sense, and you just want to perform your best? How do you approach each event?
Yeah, so when it comes to these events, I think a lot of it was first like trying to be able to, like, you know, showcase my skill and see like how far I can kind of like go. This is probably my like 3rd season like competing, and when it comes to sort of like these events, I think a lot of the times it's like trying to continue to be able to set sort of like reasonable goals that are here. So I know that there's sort of times like, oh, it'd be like cool to kind of get on stream, or cool to kind of get some points, or, you know, cool to be able to just have like a certain level of just skill you're able to kind of get. And for me, I think a lot of it was always just being able to like find sort of that reasonable skill. So coming to this kind of event, it's like, oh, just making sure I was able to you know, again, I want to get points, and all this is just sugar on top.
I really appreciate the approach. Alan, final question for you. Is there any advice you'd give to new trainers? And is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, so I think in terms of advice, it's always good to just go to like locals and talk with kind of folks. Like even if you don't want to compete, like I've been doing it since sort of grassroots, and I remember back then you'd be able to find folks who are just like finishing a community day and just kind of slowly interested in the game. So it's still good to be able to use those moments to kind of talk and help with folks, because that's how we grow as a community, whether it's helping fellow trainers just starting out or people who are kind of just coming back. In terms of shout outs, again, I'd like to sort of thank the people that have been kind of scribbing with here, and that'd be Stud Muffins and Chen Yu in Maroon. And as I always say, I am happy to be representing California, my East Caliber faction, and my wife, who is always on my supporting video, Sherry. Thank you.
Awesome, Alan. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the rest of the competition this weekend, and best of luck in your Pokemon career. For right now, though, we're going right back to those live battles.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
There's a new Pokemon in town, and that Pokemon is Aegislash. Shield form, blade form. There's a lot of dynamism and skill ceiling with this Pokemon, but only the most elite trainers can use it well. Zardy, what are your thoughts on Aegislash?
Hello, Will. For me, it's a complete different strategy to use Aegislash very well because of the mechanics, of course. And you can either tank all the moves or don't get bulk enough when it's switched forms. So it's a very challenging Pokemon to use, very different style. So it has a good typing, it has a good moveset. But because of the new mechanic of this Pokemon, it would be very difficult to use. So I'm really curious to see how the trainers is going to use it this weekend.
I feel like it's such a strange Pokemon because you have to leave it on the field to absorb a lot of damage, and then you have to choose very carefully when you attack and change your form. So if you were to play it this weekend, would you play it in the lead more often? Would you put it as the closer? How would you play Aegislash?
I was discussing with my friends. It looks like a Pokemon that it's not good in two shields. It's more like a Pokemon that you want to use it like shield advantage, but the 1 for 0 or the zeros. Just because of the mechanics, you can absorb the energy and then hit really hard with the Shadow Balls or Gyro Balls. So yeah, I would say like it's more like a closer than a lead.
Aegislash is either a dynamic display of defense and offense or a total flop. You're gonna have to watch the stream to find out, so let's head back to the battles.
Welcome back to sunny Orlando, Florida, here at the Regional Championships. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined at the desk by none other than Speedy's Chief 2, and we are here to continue you through the action today.
Cannot wait to get into it. You already had a massive upset. A lot of trainers were circling the name LNDS Hard Jeff on that bracket. A favorite to win, upset by Firestar, and you called it out so well backstage. I'm going to give him credit because he's a very modest guy. You said Shadow Malamar was the key, and you were right, especially in game 2.
Yeah, taking down almost an entire Glaring Corsola. I'm going to have to do you a little bit dirty. I think you said 30%
hey,
damage with a foul play?
This is what happens, chat. I try to gas Phoebe up, and he's like, by the way, you don't know your damage calculation. expectations in the Shadow Malamar Corsola matchup, but that's neither here nor there, because we're going to go down to the stage with a new pair of trainers any second now.
Yeah, and it is a match that I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for. On the left, we got TZ Steiner, and on the right, we have Dunebug. Both of these trainers, titans in their respective regions. Our second LATAM player, or third LATAM player?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if he's able to maybe one-up his teammate Harjef and make it through on the winner side, or maybe Dunebug will have something to say about that, and Steiner will go down to the loser side of the bracket and maybe have to face off against a close friend.
We opened up the show talking about bunny business. We think that Azumarill might be an impact Pokemon. Against this team, though, from Dunebug, I like Steinar's Unovan Stunfisk quite a bit. I think it's got tons of neutral play and a lot of super effective opportunities into Empoleon and Corviknight. So Dunebug might need to lean a bit more on his Quagsire and maybe some Galarian Corsola action as well.
On the flip turn side, I actually think that the Licky looks quite good. Flip turn, you know, a move of the video game, but not necessarily in our game. Yeah, thanks.
It's very clever.
I think Licky just looks very safe into Steiner's team, right? Of course, that Furret is going to be rocking that super effective Brick Break, so maybe not as safe as it could be if that was on Trailblaze instead, but into the rest of the team, looks quite good.
I heard a rumor that this is Dunebug's something like his 11th top cut in a row. And TZ Steiner has already won an event this season, so he is qualified for the World Championships. Plus, he was 4th overall at EUIC. So you're right, Phoebe. These are two titans clashing. I've been waiting for this matchup. Get your popcorn, get your snacks. We're getting right into it.
Alrighty, on the left, we've got the Pokemon you called out, Unovan Stunfisk, and on the right, it is Shadow Altaria, and that Altaria, with the extra damage on the Dragon Breath from the Shadow variant, does a little bit better in this matchup. Flamethrower going to be the move of choice, so you're doing neutral damage as opposed to resisted.
TZ Steiner running his Unovan Stunfisk into an ABA flying team from Dunebug, kind of sandwiched by that Shadow Quagsire in the middle. I'm sure he would have preferred that alignment, but you're right, Phoebe. I think going for these neutral flamethrowers is the best option, and Dragons also have been problematic with no Azumarill on this team of 3 for Steiner. I think this Altaria is very free.
Yeah, and it's in the spot where it's probably going to be the most happy. We saw Furret yesterday do a lot of damage with those sucker punches and the very fast-pacing Swifts to Altaria. It's going to be a charge attack coming in from the Altaria Flamethrower, going to pick up the knockout, and TZ Steiner is going to have to make a decision about what Pokemon he wants to bring in.
Oh, Dunebug makes the decision for him, sends out the Quagsire, immediately saves that Shadow Altaria in the back. We also learned that Shadow Altaria does win the Zero Shield scenario versus Unovan Stunfisk. Aqua Tail coming through, and as you pointed out, Phoebe, there is no Trailblaze on the Furret here for Steiner.
And I really like that for Dunebug, making that immediate pivot into the water and ground type with no grass type coverage. It's an incredibly safe swap.
Great call out. Aqua Tail ready to go here. Galarian Corsola is a bulky Pokemon, but calling an early Stone Edge can help a lot. Steiner tries, but Dunebug fakes him out.
Yeah, and in olden times, I think Stone Edge was a lot more impactful as a bait move, but here, I think going straight Aqua Tail with how much damage has been added to Aqua Tail over the course of time, it's fairly safe in a lot of matchups to just go straight Aqua Tail, but if you get a bait, might as well go for the Stone Edge later.
And it's the bait, but it's also the pacing. You can see that Shadow Quagsire is running circles around the Galarian Corsola in terms of pacing. It just now gets to another Nightshade. If Dunebug decides to shield here, he could get one more charge attack, but he's going to save that final Protect Shield for his Corviknight.
Yeah, Corviknight's not going to be able to fast attack down here, but we actually see an immediate pivot back into the Furret, going for the Brick Break. This is going to be doing neutral damage and lowering the defense of that Corviknight.
This is where that Shadow Altaria switch out comes into play, because those defense drops will come through, but Dunebug can reset that by switching into his other flying type Pokemon. He's going to fire the Air Cutter first, though.
Yeah, the sand attack's adding up. I don't think this Air Cutter is going to be enough to pick up the knockout quite yet, but he does have the option to try to immediately pivot into the Altaria, reset that debuff, take this charged attack, and I have to imagine a no shield, and then come in, maybe try to get a sand attack down afterwards.
Beautifully done by Dunebug, making the blind call that the Swift would come through immediately, and he was correct. Don't forget, there's a healthy Galarian Corsola in the back, just less than half HP. This is going to get a little bit tough, because we know those Astonishes hit hard. Dunebug, one shield remaining, and he uses it.
Does opt to shield up that Brick Break. Going to be neutral damage compared to the Nightshade as well, but there is very little health or very little energy on that Galarian Crystal, and the no shield on the payback.
Massive no shield there. Dunebug 97 hurls the payback across the field, and Steiner tries to call an air cutter and gets knocked out instead. You saw Dunebug looking up, looking around. He said, I really hope this works, and it did.
Game point to Dunebug 1-0, but 2-0 on those baits and those nukes going through. Shielded Aqua Tail, no shielded payback. Dunebug has to be feeling great about that.
Very, very finesse heavy. He's making all the right moves, dancing in and out, connecting those hard-hitting charge attacks like you said, Phoebe. And Steiner now has to adjust. I really feel like Dunebug's ABA flying strategy, especially that Shadow Altaria, is kind of a problem. Does Steiner rely more on his Azumarill in this next game?
Potentially. I think the Unova Stunfisk is also fine, but if you got it on a flyer, you prefer it on the Corviknight and not the Altaria. So maybe if the matchup played differently, Steiner saves that Unova Stunfisk for later, recognizing, oh, my opponent's already shown that he likes to play ABA flying types. Save it in the back, pivot out into a neutral Pokemon such as Furret, and store that energy where it might be a little bit more useful later.
Dunebug, meanwhile, might go back to the same strategy. Heck, if it worked the first time, why not try it again? But that also can make you predictable. So these two veteran trainers are thinking over their teams. One of them is already locked in. Other one's taking just a few more seconds. This is winners round 1. So again, I think Dunebug has a little bit more breathing room, but neither trainer wants to fall to that loser side bracket to start day 2.
And winning 2-0 is the easier way through it. You do not want to have to go to a decisive game 3 if need be. And both of these teams in general just look so safe into each other. So I think exact team compositions are a little bit less important than anything else. But I say that, but you might get an Altarion and an Azumarill.
You might. It could be bad news. We'll find out. We're going to see Steiner leading his Galarian Corso this time into the Shadow Altaria from Dunebug.
And I have to imagine what's going through TZ Steiner's head is this the ABA flying type, or did Dunebug switch it up?
I also appreciate that Dunebug took so long to lock in the team and then ultimately went with the same team, because that can also kind of throw your opponent off, right? Oh, he's thinking about it really hard. He probably made a switch. Let's see if Steiner can sniff it out.
You see the Corsola going up to the Nightshade. This is technically a bait. The amount of energy that is saved is not huge, and a great call by Dunebug because I'm pretty sure the Power Gem takes a clean knockout.
Shadow Altaria building up to the second Sky Attack, but throwing on good timing. Disciplined as ever, Dunebug deploys the Sky Attack to take away that first shield of the game.
And Steiner does not look surprised at all by the no shield, maybe happy with the ability to farm down afterwards. But again, Dunebug very comfortable to safe swap the Shadow Quagsire.
And again, if you're Steiner and you're seeing 2 pieces of the same puzzle that was game 1, you can probably start to predict the Corviknight in the back. Does that influence his decisions? He comes in with the Azumarill. What do you think about this pick?
Azumarill versus Corviknight is a little bit dependent on whether or not the air cutter boosts happen early or late in that matchup. With how frequently they occur, usually you expect 1, maybe 2 to happen. But if it's on the very first one, it can be very impactful. Here, Azumarill versus Shadow Quagsire, Ice Beam and Play Rough both don't pick up a knockout, so it is not that one-sided of a matchup as well.
Steiner throws a heavy hitting blow, but it gets blocked by that final protection from Dunebug 97. If Play Rough would have connected, this Quagsire would be very weak. A second Stone Edge though, and it all comes back to that swap. I think Steiner was a little slow getting to the Azumarill, and the Quagsire is so far ahead.
We see that actually Aqua Tail could have been thrown before the charge attack, but a simultaneous swap, and this is going to benefit Steiner. He's able to get the fast attack down and now has an energy advantage on that Furret.
That is absolutely huge. Simultaneous swap, maybe anticipating the charge attack coming through, and it just fueled Steiner's Furret machine here. In comes the Quagsire to try to cool things down.
Interesting to not come in with a Corviknight. I think maybe he just wants to force Steiner to throw the Swifts as opposed to the Brick Break so that he does not have as much opportunity to debuff the Corviknight later on in this matchup.
I really like this play by Steiner, triggering the charge attack priority tie, recognizing he will get max energy and the KO to boot. In comes the Corviknight though. This Pokemon has been key for a lot of trainers, but Dunebug pilots it exceptionally well.
And really, unfortunately for Dunebug, he does not have any Pokemon remaining in the back for this game, so these Brick Break debuffs are going to stay, and there's plenty of health remaining on that Corsola in the back.
Imagine a catch. Imagine a catch of a payback here in the perfect moment. Steiner's going to go for another Brick Break though. His Furret has been so reliable, but I'm sure he wants to keep it as healthy as he can.
Brick Break coming through, one stage debuffed already, now a second stage, in comes the Galarian Corsola, going for the Air Cutter. Is this enough to knock out?
It's going to be super close, Phoebe. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it's enough. Galarian Corsola absorbs the damage, no problem actually, and Dunebug gets KO'd.
Yeah, I don't think even if he threw the payback there, he had an easy win condition. Azumarill had a little bit of health in the back, and those neutral bubbles do add up over time, especially if you are double debuffed.
I mean, you pointed it out really well. You said that he didn't have that Shadow Altaria swap that he had in game number 1. He could not reset the Brick Break debuff, so all those charge attacks and status effects stuck to that Corviknight like glue. Meanwhile, TZ Steiner really relying on that Galarian Corsola in both games so far, and he did bring the Azumarill, as we talked about, in game 2.
And I really like Dunebug's pivot into the Shadow Quagsire. It's so safe, it's so reliable, but I think bringing it in that end game, sacrificing it to the Furret, it loses that charge attack tie, I think was a detriment in this matchup. If he had brought in the Corviknight, taken a charge attack or two, even though you lose a lot of your health early on, maybe you preserve some momentum for that end game so that you can save that energy from Quagsire, utilize it in a position where it doesn't lose a charge attack tie.
The more that I look at the team here from Dunebug, the more I kind of feel like he's kind of stuck into running these 3 Pokemon in some kind of order, those being the Shadow Altaria, Corviknight, and Shadow Quagsire. I mean, if you're in a decisive game 3 and Dunebug decides to go with something bold like the Galarian Corsola, he's seen that Furret in both games, and that would be a total disaster. So he's kind of boxed in. Do you agree?
The one nice thing, though, is that there's no neutral damage that the Furret can do with its charge attack. So you do technically wall its energy, although that's not terribly impactful when you're doing no damage yourself.
True, and if those Brick Breaks connect, it might not do too much damage there, but then the Sucker Punches are going to get real scary.
Might as well turn Sucker Punch into a charge attack of its own.
It's going to feel like one, right? So we're going to get locked in here any moment. We are tied 1-1, winners round 1. 2 Titans are going to clash one more time. This is game 3.
I think Dunebug might have heard you and said, I don't care, bringing Galarian Corsola to game number 2, but it's in the back. In the lead, we have 2 water types. Bunny versus, I'm not sure what Quagsire is.
Amphibious creature.
Yes,
for sure.
Perfect.
Quagsire goes for the Stone Edge here in the Azumarill matchup, but again, you got to wonder if there's going to be a swap out. Quagsire's been so good for Dunebug in this series, he might want to save it for a particular target. Let's find out.
We do see an immediate swap into the Corviknight, one of his safest Pokemon, maybe trying to catch a cheeky play rough there, but good timing from Steiner going for the Ice Beam.
I wonder if Dunebug is bringing out the Corviknight to lure out the Furret. Maybe that's what he wants to do.
Ooh, that's a good call because he has shown that he's not been willing to bring the Corsola thus far. And if he's able to bring out the Furret, then Corsola looks really good against the rest of Steiner's team.
Let's see if that's the plan, if Steiner takes the bait. So far, he's staying in with the Azumarill. He knows that Air Cutter is the only move that's going to come through here. Azumarill can easily absorb this one, maybe even a second. Let's see.
The question is, because of the damage that Quagsire got on to this Azumarill, maybe this Corviknight's able to win switch advantage for Dunebug, and therefore he's able to dictate the rest of the game. He is the one with the knowledge that he has Corsola in the back, and Steiner does not. So no matter which Pokemon Steiner brings in here, it is the Corsola, and that's probably the better Pokemon for him, right? He's able to get an energy advantage, but it's going to have to give up a shield for this payback.
The payback will hit very hard, and as you called out, Steiner respects it with this first Protect Shield of the battle. Dunebug has an important decision to make. If he calls that Furret in the back, he sends a Corsola out right here, and he does. He's calling the normal type as the 3rd for Steiner.
Unfortunately, with the energy deficit, Steiner is going to be able to reach this first Nightshade immediately. Corsola is going to have to take it on the chin. There is a shield advantage for Dunebug for any additional Nightshades that do come through, but a attempted catch. Dunebug waiting once again.
Waits the turn, sends out the Quagsire to match the Furret, and don't forget he's up a Protect Shield as well. I think the Quagsire just barely outpaces that Furret too with the Aqua Tail spam, so expect a ton of charge attacks and a lot of shields to pop up right here.
Yeah, there's no way that Dunebug is going to let his Quagsire go. He needs to get this Furret off the field, and I have to imagine Steiner's going to try to preserve the Furret as well to maybe be able to switch out in a little bit of time for himself, because if he's able to pivot back into his Corsola and maybe take an Aqua Tail there, that frees up the Furret for the opposing Galarian Corsola.
Dunebug maybe thinking about trying to hang on to that Swift, but I don't think it's a good idea. He throws up that final Protect Shield, but to your point, Fee, that switch timer is almost up. We've seen, what, 3-4 charge attacks get fired off? The switch is available. Corsola comes in. Does Dunebug pivot? No, he stays.
He throws the Aqua Tail here, I might have preferred him to retain that energy for the Furret later on. However, with the Aqua Tail, maybe he goes for another. No, actually forcing Steiner to throw the energy. Maybe Steiner predicting a switch.
Steiner looks relieved. I think he's very happy to KO the Quagsire here and whittle Dunebug down to his last Pokemon. I think he needs a full Astonish down and a double Power Gem to win this game, but it's going to be really close. Can Dunebug get the knockout? No, it's not there. Steiner takes game 3.
It looked like Dunebug had an HP advantage there, but it was actually Steiner's Galarian Corsola that hangs on with 1 HP at the end and securing him victory there. Really goes to show that the exact Galarian Corsola that you bring to the match is key. I know that trainers are out there looking for the exact set of stats that they want to build their Galarian Corsola so they can win the mirror. We saw that at a tournament where Maxi 1,000 or 1 million. I was
10 million. 10 million P. Hey,
10 million.
You can't leave off any zeros.
Are we adding more now? Is it going to be 100 million?
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a million P. Max
no,
a
next
million
season
P.
will be 10 billion P.
Ah. Anyways, his Galarian Corsola was able to win charge attack ties, but also win fast attack downs. So I know the exact stats that Corsola has is one of the, I think it's the premier Pokemon nowadays, where it used to be Medicham. Now it's Galarian Corsola.
I will say at these regional championship events, you can trade with friends, maybe make new friends and do those low friendship trades. Those are very, very valuable, and you should definitely maximize on that. We have an update for you up on the stage here as well. Looks like there might have been an issue with the swap over to Quagsire for Dunebug, so our judges are going to take a closer look at that and try to see exactly what went down.
Yeah. Was the tap on the small square? Was it slightly outside the small square? I know this is something that's hard to deal with when you're on stage, right? There's a lot of adrenaline, a lot of pressure on you, and although you think, hey, the square's pretty large, sometimes people miss it.
Hey, sometimes when the pressure's on and it's game 3 versus a very talented player, and I mean, you and I picked it out too, right? Steiner, he sat up. Once he was able to land the Nightshade into the opposing Quagsire, he sat up, he looked very relieved. He thought in that moment that the game belonged to him. It did eventually come down to an Astonish off that was very competitive and very close, but that feels like the most important moment.
You know what potential here, right? We saw that Dunebug was very willing to wait turns early on.
Correct.
Maybe he thought he waited a turn, tried to go for a catch, expecting Steiner to wait a turn as well. And I have to imagine that's going to be the interaction that these judges are looking for. Did Steiner throw that move immediately? Did he wait a turn? Did Dunebug himself wait a turn and then try to switch, or did he try to switch immediately? And it's these really half-a-second interactions that trainers are making as fast as they can. Sometimes it's just not fast enough, but sometimes it's not actually the trainer's fault.
I will say as well that a lot of it comes down to user input and then the UI updates, right? So the game, as we progress through these very high-stakes moments, like Phoebe alluded to, that half-second turn interval, if you don't get the update, if you don't get the user input right then it can lead to a kind of snowball effect where things just kind of derail your strategy over time. So we're going to see what our incredibly talented and competent judging team has for us just shortly, but I am very excited.
Do you remember, did Dunebug's Galarian Corsola have a charge attack loaded?
So when it came into that final Astonish mirror matchup, I believe it did.
Yeah, so there is a possibility, right? If Dunebug tries to switch, goes for a switch charge attack tie, if he does win that interaction, right, then that is an immense swing in a momentum. Whereas if the charge attack tie is won by Steiner, then it's not that impactful, right? There is a shield remaining on Steiner's side, but Dunebug could peel that shield away. If the charge attack does knock out, then, you know, there's a lot of variables here that the judges are going to have to take into account.
I didn't even consider that, but that's such a good point, because if you do have a 2-turn Mud Shot versus a 3-turn Astonish, and Dunebug pulls a switch on turn 3, he could then come in and throw the charge attack. But our trainers are standing up. It looks like a decision was made. The winner will be TZ Steiner.
Yeah, congratulations on the victory over one of North America's best trainers. LATAM has a player continuing on through the winner's side of the bracket. No close matchup between TZ Steiner and LNDS Harjeff.
Exactly. Well, we saw Harjeff fall to Firestar. That was a bit of an upset, and as you alluded to coming into it, Steiner wanted to avenge his friend, and he did exactly that, taking down Dunebug. So we might see Dunebug and Harjeff facing off, which would be insane too, right?
Yeah, maybe Dunebug could get a little revenge for himself.
Maybe, and maybe then he faces Aureo later on in the tournament. Who knows?
So many options. Who knows what's happening? We have a lot of matches still going on. We're just making our way through the winner's side, though. No losers bracket side action yet.
Not just yet, but what an incredible series by two very talented trainers. Galarian Corsola, a Pokemon that is very much under the radar, at least for me, coming into the weekend. I expected a lot of other more flashy, nuanced Pokemon to come in, but I think Elam showed us in Houston that Galarian Corsola is very reliable, very strong, and as we see less and less dark and normal in the meta, it has found its niche.
And I was a bit of a sucker for not believing in the Furret. You know, it's a Pokemon that has been in the meta for a long time, but it's made its way back here in Orlando. I feel like we have a handful of them in the top cut, and we haven't seen them in a while. Like, I don't know what the numbers are for Houston usage, but there's no shot it was in day one or day two graphic.
No, yeah, don't take it personally for it, but we don't believe you're in top usage, okay, if you're listening. But I think a big part of that was the Brick Break tech.
Not to break your spirit.
Oh my gosh. You said sucker earlier. I knew you were talking about Sucker Punch, and now you're doing this.
I get these puns off so swiftly.
You've been saving them for day, right?
I get them off so swiftly.
Oh my goodness, chat. Let us know. Rate Phoebe's puns in the chat, please. I would appreciate that.
0 out of 10. It's okay.
No. Add a 1 in front of that. But anyways, great series by Steiner and Dunebug. Dunebug does fall to that loser side bracket, but again, he is a perennial top cutter. His proudest performance was that San Antonio event where he fell to loser side and won it all. So don't count Dunebug out. We also have a losers bracket update. Phoebe, please take us through it.
Yeah, so we saw that Frankie was able to take down Jiggly Buff, who will be facing off against LNDS Harjeff on the lower side. Also Rockhaven knocking out 6'10 Hero, who will be facing off against Dunebug.
That is going to be absolute fireworks. A lot of these trainers are still very much in it, and I gotta point out Alan versus Toad. Is that going to be an Aegislash mirror?
It is an Aegislash mirror, which is very exciting. It's going to be Alan, who did quite well with it on the winner's side of the bracket earlier on today, unfortunately falling. But Toad, the master of Aegislash, we'll see. Hopefully that's a match we get to show on screen, because I want to see who uses it better.
I'm so partial to Toad's gameplay. His willingness to stay in blade form and throw multiple charge attacks is just something we haven't seen from our other Aegislash trainers. So I agree with you, Phoebe. I cannot wait to see that. I hope we were able to show that, but only time will tell, so you want to stay tuned. There's so many incredible matches. We don't even know who Pranav's opponent is going to be yet. He's kind of waiting for the next trainer to follow that winner's side bracket.
Yeah. Hopefully, not too long. We'll have a match up for you shortly, and the loser of that would be who Pranav faces off next.
Well, I have news for you, Phoebe. Before we get to our next set of battles, I want to hear from TZ Steiner, who won a very close matchup versus Dunebug 97. He's got to be feeling great. Soph, what does Steiner have to say?
I don't know, Speedy. Let's hear what Steiner has to say. I'm here with Steiner and Harjeff, who will be helping us to interpret. So Steiner, that was an incredible series versus Dune. I know that you've taken him down before, and I'd love to hear about how you're feeling coming into this match and how you prepared last night.
Eu prefiro não me preparar tanto, obviamente eu olho meu matchup, mas eu prefiro tirar tempo para descansar, curtir com meus amigos e vir focado no próximo dia. Porque é uma coisa que acontece bastante comigo, eu ficar ansioso se eu me preparo bastante no dia anterior. Então eu prefiro relaxar do que me preparar muito, ou fazer screams.
I usually don't prepare a lot before games one day for another, because I would like to rest and be with my friends and not think a lot about the competition. But I see the matchup, I know what my opponent is using, and I try not to think a lot about it because it gets me anxious, but the next day I'll be 100% focused on the game.
That's very impressive. I know you've been very, very consistent in this game in all different parts of the world at the regional and international and world level. So do you have any thoughts on how your mindset, either before day 2 or coming into the tournament in the weeks before, that has helped you out?
Meu pensamento é sempre jogar da melhor forma possível. Eu sei que eu sou bom jogador, então eu quero mostrar que eu sou esse bom jogador. Então, no momento que eu estou aqui, eu estou totalmente focado no meu jogo, em mim, não no meu adversário. Claro, eu não subestimo o meu adversário, mas o meu pensamento é, se eu estou bem naquele dia, se eu estou jogando bem, eu vou me sair bem, eu vou conseguir ganhar ou chegar perto de ganhar.
I try to be my best on my gameplay and my best shape. So I know I'm a very good player. So I try my best to be focused and be in my. So I know if I'm in the best shape, I'll give a good gameplay and I'll probably have the win. So that's why I try the best.
Well, you've had wins before in North America, and I know you talked a little bit about hanging out with your friends last night, and I was wondering if there's any other friends who you want to shout out in your preparation for this tournament or just in general.
Shout out to my family, my friends from Tuzi and Jebelindos. I talked to a lot of people, like Nighttime Clash, Choose, Aegislash, Obedomek, a lot of people. I can't remember now. But yeah, shout out to them.
All right, well, thank you to Steiner and Harja for your time. I know you have a lot of friends supporting you from all over the world, some of whom are even competing this weekend, so good luck to them as well. And for now, Speedy and Phoebe, we'll take it back to you.
I still remember the first time we saw Harjeff interpret for Steiner. They're friends, they're competitors, they're rivals. They're also such incredible community members. And that first interpretation, it almost made me tear up. This one was more lighthearted. This was more fun. But those two trainers are incredible, and they always know how to tug at your heartstrings. So I'm excited to see how both of them do in the rest of the event. And Phoebe, we were peeking at the bracket. We might get another Brazilian trainer any moment.
Yeah, we're 1-1, one on the loser side, one on the winner's side, and we're gonna have to decide if it's North America or Brazil who can go 2-1.
Production on fire. We've got a bracket update for you. Firestar is going to take on TZ Steiner, which is going to be absolutely insane. And then Samy, toppling Allen, is going to play the winner of Nighttime Clasher and LNDS Aureo.
Speaking of 2-1, every single match that we've had thus far has gone 2-1, and you love to see it on the winner's side, and I think it really speaks to the meta and how dynamic it is and how diverse it can be in the Pokemon that you can bring on your team. And it means that on any given team of 6, you have a lot of variability in the Pokemon that you bring to the match, and it's not necessarily, hey, I am forced into these 3 Pokemon, even though it looked a little bit like it for those first 2 games for Dunebug. Yeah. He did bring the Galarian Corsola in game number 3. He had that ability to pivot around, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of 2-1s here, not straight 2-0s.
I agree with you. I think also being willing to take that risk, to see an Azumarill, a Guzzlord, and another
Furret
on the same team, and still choose to play Shadow Malamar like Firestar did. That kind of risk taking, that kind of bet that your opponent is not going to see it coming, that can really pay off. So when you are up a game and then your opponent throws a curveball at you like that and they win game number 2, like you said, that kind of lends itself to another battle. And these trainers, I would say they're going the distance and they're going for speed.
Definitely the distance. It's a really long flight from Brazil all the way up to Orlando. Maybe not quite as long all the way up to Boston. I think it's like 14 hours for me on the way down to LAIC. But definitely a long, Brazil is a very long country.
It is, absolutely. Very, very enormous region as well. And LATAM is rich in talent. I cannot wait to see another talented trainer. But speaking of frequent traveler, let's talk about Nighttime Clasher. I don't know if he's in EU, I don't know if he's in Australia. He might be somewhere in Asia or even here in North America. But for this weekend, we have him here in Orlando, and it is quite the honor.
Where in the world is Nighttime Clasher? Well, he's up on stage, about to face off against LNDS Aureo. Let's take a look at these teams real quickly. Nighttime Clasher, a believer in the Grumpig and Alola Ninetales. I'm pretty sure he is... I actually don't remember his brother's team. Did they run the same team? I know they typically do, but I don't recall if it was a perfect 6-for-6 mirror.
That's a great question. You're kind of putting me on the spot here. I'll try to figure that out, but in the meantime, I do like the Alola Ninetales, and we're not going to have too much time to dissect this because we're going right into it. Also, no, Sustenance Eater had Togekiss, Diggersby, Malamar.
It's very interesting that he's kind of the only believer in this Alola Ninetales Grumpig court, but as I point that out, neither of them are being brought to this first game. We've got Corviknight into Feraligatr. This is a pretty neutral matchup, but I think I prefer being the Feraligatr here because Shadow Claws and Hydro Cannons just add up a little bit more quickly than Sand Attack and Air Cutter.
Overall, very safe leads here from both players. You don't see the polarizing picks like Wigglytuff or the Fortress just yet, trying to feel their way through this matchup. Actually triggering a charge tag priority tie. That's a little unexpected, especially from high-level trainers like this. Nighttime Clasher forced to shield.
Yeah, shield going to come up. I don't think the Air Cutter quite picks up a knockout, but with the additional Sand Attacks, we're going to see that whittling down does bring the Feraligatr into range.
I think the Feraligatr might hang on to this Air Cutter too. We're going to see Nighttime Clasher can't secure the knockout. Hydro Cannon is there and he's forced to throw even more energy.
And this is pretty good for Aureo, right? You have the ability to come in with your own Corviknight and get a very good fast attack down, or even the Fortress. I think that's a little bit more risky though.
Nighttime Clasher still in the air with his Corviknight, looking for the payback, and Aureo allows him to get there. He might even Protect Shield this up. I'm not even sure. No, he just lets it through.
It does a little bit less than 50%, so it's still going to be in the green. I don't think you're going to get a full fast attack down because you're going to be well over 100 energy at that point in time. He could have cut off the payback if he had choose to throw in the Air Cutter earlier, but instead opting for a little bit more energy here that he can bring into any Pokemon in the back.
Very, very happy to get the boost off the first Air Cutter. In comes Licky Licky. It does have rollout, but remember, this is a Steel and Flying type Pokemon, so Corviknight does not suffer under that fast attack pressure.
And the Licky Licky is not going to go for that quick body slam. It needs to reach all the way for Shadow Ball to deal any meaningful damage, and with the additional rollouts, I actually really like that from Nighttime Clasher. Minus the fact that he allowed this payback to come through. I think that Corviknight's now getting really close to Shadow Ball range.
This is another very uncomfortable charge attack priority tie. We saw it in the lead, we see it here in the mid game, and now Bug Bite Fortress is squared up against the Shadow Quagsire.
Wait, did we call this out at all yesterday, his moveset on the Quagsire? It's Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. He doesn't have Stone Edge.
I don't think we even commentated in NTC. Maybe we did, but we're finding out for real this time. Mud Bomb, a unique tech. I usually see Mud Bomb Stone Edge, so you're right, Fee. This is a very unusual set, and a very unusual set of, I would say, errors made by Nighttime Clasher. A couple of errant CMPs I don't think he wanted to trigger.
Yeah, I think Nighttime Clasher is going to have to rethink how he approached some of those middle game matchups, allowing that Feraligatr to get that second Hydro Cannon off before he threw his own second Air Cutter. And then, unfortunately, with that Licky Licky, Shadow Ball came one rollout too late, got that charge attack tie with that payback more than enough to take up the knockout at that point in time. And maybe he was guessing it was an Air Cutter bait, but I think that the payback's just so safe at that point in time. You get a shield or you get the knockout.
No signature picks from Nighttime Clasher in game number 1. No Alola Ninetales, no Grumpig. I wonder if there's any space for those Pokemon to succeed against Aureo. You definitely don't want to align your Grumpig versus a Bug Bite Fortress. I know that for sure, but outside of that, he might find an opportunity for it.
Additionally, the Feraligatr matchup's a little bit uncomfortable because you're taking super effective damage from those Shadow Claws. You pace very similarly to your charged attacks, but without any subtypings to resist those Hydro Cannons like a Lapras might, it's just really uncomfortable.
I would agree with you. Nighttime Clasher taking just a few extra moments to ponder the team, and I think he's got a decision. Let's head right down to the field. We got game number 2 coming at you. This is Nighttime Clasher versus LNDS Aureo, and oh my goodness, Nighttime Clasher kind of weak to Diggersby with this trio, but he sees it in the lead.
And LNDS Aureo a little bit weak to the Ninetales because it is the Bug Bite Fortress. I guess it's more of a neutral matchup more than anything. You do have better charge attacks to be using as the Fortress than the Ninetales has, but we do see Fire Punch doing a good amount of damage to the Alola Ninetales here in the lead.
NTC waits a turn to make sure Diggersby stays on the field. Target acquired. Weather Ball connects. Gonna look for another Weather Ball here shortly, and he will win the charge attack priority tie. Anticipating that, Aureo swaps out. Here comes another charge attack.
Ooh, and it's a Weather Ball bait. Pulls the shield from LNDS Aureo. That's going to be a great advantage for Nighttime Clasher going into this mid game.
pivots into that spinning Shadow Fortress, and the Bug Bites are going to kick in. Aureo was able to delete Nighttime Clasher's Quagsire game 1. Nighttime Clasher wants a piece of that action. He goes in with his own Fortress.
First Hydro Cannon coming through here, and I'm a bit surprised to see, once again, Nighttime Clasher not throwing the move, because now he's going to be forced to shield the second Hydro Cannon if he wants to preserve this Fortress.
I think this is fine. I mean, there's a point here where Nighttime Clasher could even decide to try and Bug Bite through, but I don't think he can do it in 5 Shadow Claws. He's doing a lot of damage in the meanwhile, though.
Sandtomb coming through, going to pick up the knockout into this Feraligatr, but no, shield comes up first, and I don't think Nighttime Clasher's quite at a second.
We're going to see what happens. Oh, the pivot into his own Fortress, and the Switch Timers are displaced, so Nighttime Clasher is stuck, but Aureo did not want to get hit with the Rock Tomb, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think he wanted to get that fast attack down. Maybe could have pivoted into the Diggersby instead, but now he's going to have a lowered attack, and Air Cutter's getting really close to being able to knock out. Maybe Nighttime Clasher overfarms a little bit and tries to go for a secondary charge attack for the Diggersby later.
We'll see. I mean, the sand attacks are going to get slowed down here a bit by the Rock Tomb. I am curious. Oh, he actually goes straight for the payback. What do you think, Phoebe? I see you kind of recoil at that.
I think this is just a little bit too much energy and expenditure. I think a Air Cutter plus a fast attack down would have been more than enough. However, Nighttime Clasher just not risking it at this point in time. He recognizes that he's in a pretty strong spot. A shield remaining, 2 Fire Punches loaded, so he can protect from one or maybe pivot out and catch the other. But also, I'm just realizing, Fire Punch is super effective against all 3 of his Pokemon.
That's what I was saying. I was saying that this is a really soft team to Diggersby, and Nighttime Clasher got the best lead he could ask for. Also, connecting the payback here is massive. Aureo unable to get to that Fire Punch in time. He's actually going to look to maybe slight undercharge. No, he's going, yeah, slight undercharge, just a great.
Yeah, a little bit of an undercharge, but still enough to pick up the knockout and getting the fast attack down. Nighttime Clasher is going to be securing game number 2. Just not enough health remaining on that Feraligatr, and it's going to be a good game.
The signature pick did it for Nighttime Clasher. I mean, leading the Alola Ninetales with a Ice double Steel team into a Fire Punch Diggersby. He's got pretty much the best lead of the 3 he could ask for, is able to force the swap out, bait the Feraligatr with the Weather Ball. That could have been a Dazzling Gleam. And I think those 2 plays in the early goings of the matchup set him up for success.
It's a very tricky spot when you are the first person to pivot and they stay in to throw a charged attack, right? You're already on the back foot because you gave up switch advantage. If you shield a bait, you're behind a shield. If you no shield something like a Dazzling Gleam, you're significantly behind on health, and he could pivot in the Fortress, farm you down afterwards. So it's so uncomfortable to be LNDS Aureo in that position.
Yeah, you never want to go down in the big 3, health advantage, shield advantage, or switch advantage, and Aureo lost 2 of those as he opened up that battle number 2. So let's go ahead and get queued up here, everybody. We're heading into game number 3. The 2-1s continue, Phoebe. We're going into another 3-game series, and our trainers are locked in and ready to go.
All right, on the right, LNDS Aureo does have a solid lead here. That's going to be the Galarian Corsola into the Fortress. I have to imagine that we'll see Nighttime Clasher pivot out at some point in time, maybe after debuffing the Corsola, so that the secondary matchup is not as threatening.
Oh, pivots into the Licky. Not only does he absorb a double resisted on Nightshade, but he also gets the rollout through. We saw tons of that in the EUIC meta. These trainers worked on their rollout timing, and Nighttime Clasher shows he's still got it.
And typically you don't want to bring in your hardest check to a Pokemon, but I think in a scenario where you're able to catch a charged attack and get a significant energy advantage, that's not that bad. Additionally, if you're able to play out the secondary matchup and retain the Licky with some amount of health on it, it's also very advantageous.
I agree, and there's no hard counter on Aureo's team. There's no Annihilate, there's no Medicham, there's nothing that's going to punish this Licky. So he's forced to send out this Corviknight, which is fantastic neutrally, but it is not going to punish this Pokemon.
And I would have liked to see a bait there from LNDS Aureo, given how strong the Licky is into that Galarian Corsola. You have to imagine that Nighttime Clasher is going to really try to preserve the Licky as much as possible. However, he's still able to reach a second, so he's able to get a good amount of damage in.
In comes the Feraligatr, and look at how painful this is for Aureo. He's got double resisted Astonish, double resisted Shadow Claw, and Sand Attack. Those are his 3 fast attacks attacks, and Licky's got so much bulk, it can go all the way around it.
And pivoting into the Fortress, there's still a lot of energy here, and we're going to be able to lower the attack stat of that Feraligatr and do a sizable amount of damage with a no shield.
I'm telling you, Nighttime Clasher just kind of yeeted that team in game 1, but games 2 and 3, he is locked in. Feraligatr is struggling to get to a second Hydro Cannon. Here comes the first one, but this might be all it can muster.
And the fast attack damage is adding up so quickly. First one gets shielded, and no second one is reached. Bug Bites just do so much damage and knock out the Feraligatr before it can throw.
Galarian Corsola, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to swim to get away from the Rock Tomb debuffs. Now that it is one of the final Pokemon remaining, Fortress is adding up a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, very importantly, Aureo does have that Corviknight in the back to try to reset the stats. Goes for, I think, an attempted catch, and now he's going to be retaining this debuff for the rest of the game as well.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. He resets the debuff and then just gets Rock Tombed again. Aureo is pinned down, and Licky comes in, rubbing salt in the wound. You remember that normal type, Aureo? Yeah, it's back.
Nightshade coming through, double resisted damage, one stage debuff, does not pick up the knockout. Shadow Ball coming back in turn, going to pick up the knockout. That's going to be game number 3, going over to Nighttime Clasher. Alindia's Aureo has to be a little bit frustrated with how that game went.
Great performance in battle number 1. Alola Ninetales turned the tide for Nighttime Clasher in battle number 2. In the game 3, my goodness, that catch on the Licky. Like you said, Phoebe, you normally don't send out your hard counter. You normally don't do things that Nighttime Clasher does, but sometimes it pays off, and he shows us why.
I think Nighttime Clasher took that first game loss and how dominating it was. I think he took it personally, right?
He took it personally,
yeah.
Yes.
He was like, I am gonna show what I am made of in games number 2 and 3, and man, game number 3 was about as dominating as game number 1 was.
Phoebe and I on the same page. You love to see it.
Yeah.
We both had the same pun in mind. We took it personally.
Is that a...
Oh no, Phoebe, don't do this to me. Everyone in chat.
It's just...
No, everyone in chat's gonna make Michael Jordan references right now, but that's okay. That's neither. I'll explain it to you off stream. Big sports guy, Alpha Phoebe. All right.
Not at all.
Very fun series there from Nighttime Clasher and Aureo. Like Phoebe pointed out, the 2-1s continue, going the distance every single series. A lot of times on Sunday, because these trainers can prep overnight, they can think about teams, they can figure out what strategies they want to do.
Right.
A lot of these turn out to be 2-0s because one is just better prepared. But today has been very different.
Better prepared or has a significant team composition advantage, right? So if that team composition advantage doesn't exist, you can see these trainers using different Pokemon. We saw Nighttime Clasher use the Alola Ninetales. We did not see the Grumpig because it just did not look very safe into Elendio's Aureo team. And here we have the bracket once again. We're going to be seeing Firestar versus TZ Steiner and Samy versus Nighttime Clasher. And that's going to be NA 2-1 against Brazil.
This is wild, you guys. And we had 2 Brazilian trainers fall to that loser side bracket, so they will continue to battle things out. But Firestar, Steiner, that's going to be really fun. Aureo is Pranav's opponent. We were wondering.
He finally gets it.
And we got the answer to the question that we asked earlier on in the day. That's going to be a really fun matchup to watch as well, because Pranav, I really enjoy watching him play. He plays every regional like he's got something to prove. I think that's a very good way to look at it.
He's also very animated on stage, which definitely adds to the enjoyability of watching him.
It's a rich experience, and there's a billion different expressions that Pranav has, actually. You're right. He always has a different face for every occasion.
Yeah, some people could be like waiting on him.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, I mean, but you know what? You wait for greatness, and that's what Pranav leads to most of the time. But
I feel like that could be a sports quote too. That's also flying over my head.
No, that one wasn't.
Okay,
no.
that's a Will Speediest Chief 2.
Caleb makes fun of me for that. He says I have a lot of like metaphors and stories and analogies. Maybe that was one of them. I just didn't even realize it.
All right. Well, we're going to be continuing on through this day. Up next, we're going to be seeing some more some loser side action actually dropping down. We're going to be able to see Harjev versus Frankie. It's a little bit of a spoiler for those of you at home.
I want to get everyone hyped. Harjev coming all the way from Brazil, first top cut at an NA event. he fell to that loser side bracket. He's fighting really hard, but he's up against Frankie, who's actually a local to Orlando. So if you're a local Floridian, or if you're even supporting NA, I need to hear the crowd get hyped for Frankie, and I want to hear all the trainers from abroad and even our Brazilian fans that are here cheer for Harjeff.
Yeah, a little bit of a hometown hero versus a Brazilian hero up on stage. We have Harjeff on the left, Frankie on the right. Let's do a little bit of a breakdown of these teams. We didn't see too much Guzzlord action from Harjeff before, and I imagine it might be a little bit difficult to bring in this matchup as well. Realistically, because of the Wigglytuff, but there are other matchups there that are a little bit uncomfortable. However, I do want to call out Fortress, Volt Switch, so it's not that bad of a matchup. I'm sorry I stole your thunder.
Darn it, Phoebe, I was looking at the team sheets. I had it ready. I was going to say this is a big wrinkle in the matchup, but you're right. That Volt Switch Fortress could throw a wrench into the plans here for Harjeff, especially with the Corviknight and Azumarill pairing that he has rocked consistently throughout the weekend. But don't forget, he's got his Diggersby, which I think could be a hero for him in this loser's bracket.
Especially because it is Volt Switch Fortress, right? You're no longer really threatening all that much damage in that matchup. You've got a solid matchup into Corviknight. Feraligatr can be a little bit deceptive. It's the non-shadow variant, so you're more comfortable no shielding a Scorching Sands than you might be if it was a shadow Feraligatr. Medicham, also a little bit deceptive. You can get a number of Scorching Sands through if you have an energy advantage, which does start to threaten the Medicham, but super effective dynamic punches really do hurt.
Frankie does well on home turf. His best performance of his career was here 3 years ago, finishing top 4. He's coming into Sunday on the loser side bracket, so he's got a long road ahead, but I think he's just taking it one battle at a time. Our trainers are locking in here shortly. They'll be ready to go, but I agree with you, Phoebe. I think Diggersby, especially up a bit of energy, the Scorching Sands, they don't, okay, so they're not as effective as they were in seasons past because you don't trigger that debuff as often.
True.
But they can add up, and if you do get that lucky debuff, it can really swing the momentum for you.
Looking at the rest of Harjeff's team, I think Azumarill's also a Pokemon that's a little bit tricky to play around. We've mentioned the Corviknight matchup before, but because this is not Bug Bite Fortress, you have to watch out. You know, you win some matchups with that Bug Bite, you lose some matchups with the Bug Bite as well.
Exactly. We're jumping right in, everybody. This is Losers Round 2. Loser of this series does end their Orlando run, and we have Corviknights taking to the sky to kick us off.
And looking at the rest of the teams, we do see that Harjeff did lean into his own Shadow Fortress, so I have to imagine he's pretty happy with avoiding the Corviknight, but that Feraligatr in the back for Frankie is also looking quite fierce.
I would agree with you. Paybacks are going to get fired off back and forth. This could be an easy early shield, and Harjeff takes it. He says, I know that there's no reason to bait this early on in the matchup. Frankie loses a lot of energy there.
He also has additional incentive because he has the Galarian Corsola in the back, and you do not want to have to deal with a payback on that Corsola. Super effective damage, does significantly more damage than just neutral.
We might see Frankie actually, if he connects this next payback, or excuse me, Harjeff, if he connects this next payback, Frankie might actually let the Corviknight go because he's happy with the Protect Shield advantage, and it looks like that's his plan.
Yeah, Protect Shield advantage is quite useful for the Wigglytuff, and it's also good for a Feraligatr that can ramp up on energy and do a lot of damage in its own right. A sneaky bait here. Air Cutter is being thrown. A second one is loaded, but it does pull the shield.
It's so tough. Loser side bracket. I mean, your back's against the wall here in Orlando. I mean, the baits are very, very difficult to call. Frankie allows this next one through, though.
Yeah, great knowledge. This could not have been the payback. Air Cutter's going to do a measly amount of damage. And now, because that energy was thrown, you're able to farm up even more on the Feraligatr. You have nearly two Hydro Cannons loaded, and nothing on Harjeff's team wants to take that. Besides the Azumarill, but I don't see Azumarill on his team of 3.
No, I don't, and I think that the Corviknight's impact can't be understated. Feraligatr, half health, a ton of energy, as you pointed out. Here comes the first Hydro Cannon. I think Harjeff might be forced to shield the second one.
Will Frankie try to immediately pivot into the Wigglytuff? Yes, he does, but in the back, it's going to be that Bug Bite Fortress. Bug Bite's going to do a little bit worse in this matchup because it is resisted by the Fairy typing of that Wigglytuff, but the Steel typing of the Fortress is what really matters here.
And the instant switch out by Frankie put him one charm ahead, so he's able to outpace the Fortress to the debuffing charge attack, which is actually very good in this battle of attrition. Rock Tomb getting fired off from Harjeff.
I might have preferred to see a Sand Tomb here because I think the amount of damage that you're doing is more impactful than the amount of damage that you're taking. However, because it was no shielded, you did a little bit more damage that way.
Exactly, and now the Wigglytuff looks like it's within Sand Tomb range. Frankie deciding to shield, and in the midst of all of this, our switch timers are resetting. Feraligator's ready, here it comes.
Not able to get the fast attack down because you would have fainted to bug bites. We do see Harjev contemplating the shield, not clicking, not now, but takes it, lets it go. In comes the Corsola. One more Astonish to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, I think the debate there for Harjev was, do I get to a Sand Tomb in time, or do I put it all on the Corsola? And when the Corsola came back out, it's obvious. It's got tons and tons of energy.
Icy Wind going to lower the attack stat of the Galarian Corsola, but this neutral power gem is going to do a lot of damage back and pick up the knockout.
All right, recapping this battle, I have to say it all starts with Corviknight. Harjev giving up a Protect Shield to win control of switch advantage. He KO'd Frankie's Corviknight, and he took half of Frankie's Feraligator. If Frankie wants to get back in this series, he has to rein in the Steel and Flying type.
Yeah, shielding the first payback is risky. If it's a bait, if it's an air cutter and your opponent gets a boost, that is a huge swing in momentum for them. However, if it is the payback, then you're not risking shielding a low HP, oh, my opponent's very incentivized to bait here situation. So I get it. We'll have to see if Frankie does learn from that interaction and decides to do something different in the future.
And again, right, after that setting that precedent, Harjev could turn around in game 2 and then decide to just throw payback every time, right? That's kind of the cat and mouse here, or the Persian and Eradicate that we play in competitive Pokemon, when you think you know what your opponent's going to do and then they change it up. So there's a lot of variables at play.
Feraligator looked quite good, but unfortunately its bulk just whittled away at by those sand attacks and those air cutters. A really smart throw of the air cutter instead of the payback by Harjev, although the bait was impactful, I think what was more impactful is his ability to get to multiple charged attacks. And it meant that no matter what Frankie did, he was going to be taking some amount of damage, and that was very impactful for the endgame.
This could be Frankie's last game of the weekend. Let's see how battle number 2 turns out. Match point, Harjev versus Frankie T52.
This is an uncomfortable lead for Frankie. Again, we saw this matchup in that last game, and he's staying in a little bit because he has the ability to debuff this fortress, but we see that the Icy Wind isn't ready until after the Rock Tomb. But is that a bit of a charge attack tie?
It looks like it was maybe just a turn over. Harjev forcing the charge attack priority tie. Wigglytuff deceptively attack weighted, does win that exchange, but the Rock Tomb is going to get fired off immediately after.
No shield from Frankie. Okay, taking this damage, but it's going to be a little bit less than it could have had Harjev thrown that Rock Tomb immediately.
Sand Tomb will pace more quickly. At the same time as the Swift, but this is going to be resisted by the Steel typing on Fortress. Harjev says, yeah, I can take a Swift, no problem.
Now, Swift is a pretty good move, not enough to pick up the knockout, but I don't think we're going to be able to see a Bug Bite down, and with how little health is remaining on this Fortress, I think Frankie's put himself in a good position to get a fast attack down. Feraligator or Corviknight, I think both are perfectly fine.
Frankie loves his Feraligator, and that makes total sense down here in swampy Orlando. He gets 2 Shadow Claws ahead. In comes the Azumarill, and I think there's a lot of neutral play, but as we talked about yesterday, kind of wish you had the Shadow Feraligator in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon's just doing a little bit less damage, and I think Frankie has a slight advantage because of the awkward pacing of Azumarill. You can throw a second Hydro Cannon here, potentially try to pivot out after one more Shadow Claw, try to catch a Play Rough onto the Corviknight. That's the awkward thing for Harjev here, but the matchup in the back is also awkward for Frankie. Oh, he does get the Play Rough catch.
I really like that by Frankie. He stays in, he doesn't blink, 4 more Shadow Claws, and then the pivot, and Harjev takes the bait. Out comes the Diggersby. We talked about the Fire Punch being very good into the steel-heavy meta. Corviknight is going to take a lot of damage here.
And I really like that from Frankie. He had the option of doing 1 Shadow Claw and then switching, but I think a lot of top players are expecting that, so instead he went for 4, going for that timing against Harjev's 3 bubbles, doing the catch then, and catching him off guard. How many times have I said catch in the past few seconds? Who knows?
I mean, chef's kiss, right? Perfect timing there by Frankie, and playing to the tendencies that you outlined there. Corviknight closing in on another payback. The Fire Punch is ready. Decision point for Frankie. And he actually decides to protect the Corviknight. I'm a little surprised.
There's a lot of energy that he has. He's almost at a payback, and maybe the energy is going to be very good into that Azumarill later because the air cutters are neutral damage as opposed to resisted Hydro Cannons. Harjeff shielding up these Hydro Cannons makes a lot of sense. It was a charge tech tie. I don't think it's quite enough to pick up a knockout because it is not the Shadow variant. No. Scorching Sands coming through on the other side, no shielded because Play Rough does probably maybe about the same amount of damage as a Scorching Sands.
Feraligatr is deceptively fast. Frankie is going to run pacing circles around this Azumarill. It can get up 7 more Shadow Claws before the next Ice Beam is ready, maybe 6, but I think that's going to be enough for the double up. He's right there at 4 plus a Hydro Cannon, so he needs 1 more for the second Hydro Cannon.
No shield from Harjeff makes a lot of sense here because he knows he's going to get outpaced. 1 Shadow Claw is just enough to pick up the knockout. However, if it was 2, that would have been even better for Frankie, so he could have more residual energy going into this final matchup. There is a good amount of energy on the Corviknight. It's not quite a payback, but also I don't think a payback picks up a knockout either.
I'm a little surprised to not see Frankie reach immediately for the Corviknight. He's going to force energy out from the Diggersby. Maybe he's looking for the swap to the Corviknight. I think he said good game to Harjeff, but like you said, Phoebe, he's got energy on his Steel Flyer. He might actually go for the payback here.
If he's outside of the Fire Punch range, maybe an Air Cutter boost into payback is enough. I don't think payback is enough by itself, and double Air Cutter is definitely not either. Fire Punch coming through, super effective damage. Is it enough?
Frankie just 2 turns away from his payback, but he's got to endure a Fire Punch here. Corviknight faints, and Frankie's tournament run in Orlando comes to an end. LNDS Harjeff stays alive.
Need to see just how impactful those multipliers are when it comes to the amount of damage that charge attacks are doing. I forget what Pokemon it was yesterday, but it was, I want to say it was a flying type, took a Fire Punch, and it looked pitiful. And it wasn't Altaria.
It might have been Galarian Moltres.
It was Galarian Moltres, right?
Yeah.
And it did, I think, less than 20%. So Corviknight is a little bit bulkier than that Galarian Moltres, but it takes that super effective damage. So overall, it's more damage.
I want to talk about awareness in that critical moment as we wrapped up that battle. You saw that Frankie wanted the swap, but Diggersby's pacing. It's a little deceptive. Sometimes it's only 4 mud shots to the Fire Punch. And I think late in the game, Frankie might have thought it was on the 5 turn or 5 mud shot cycle and not the 4. So he swapped just a turn too late. His vision, right, as you pointed out, the payback plus the Air Cutter was enough, but there wasn't enough time to get to both. Frankie knew that. So he wanted to catch the Fire Punch on the Corviknight and then go to the Feraligatr, but that also creates issues, because what if, for some reason, Harjeff decides to slightly undercharge and then gather a bit more energy and come into the Feraligatr matchup? It's hard to say, but I gotta call back to this catch as well. This was so nice by Frankie.
Yeah, in that endgame, if he immediately switches into the Corviknight and gets a payback, he does have a little bit of flexibility because he's putting pressure on Harjeff to throw before the Air Cutter is reached.
True.
And with the residual energy he has on the Feraligatr, maybe there's just not a situation where Harjeff has the energy to both cut off the Corviknight from the Air Cutter as well as the Feraligatr from the Hydro Cannon. Or maybe Harjeff's able to perfectly optimize that energy and do both. We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. This is how it went down. This is the score, and actually our first 2-0 of Sunday, which is also...
We almost made it, but it's on the loser's side, so it doesn't count. We only care about that winner's side of the bracket.
No, don't say
kidding,
that.
just kidding,
yeah,
just
come
kidding.
on, you're going to get us in trouble. But no, we care about all of our trainers equally. It's just fun to see all these series go the distance. But Harjeff was just very, very dominant. Speaking of dominant, we talked about the charge tech priority switch-in. That was very iconic. We've seen a lot of talented trainers do it. Maybe Inadequence has done it once or twice. This is a very special video about how to master legendary Pokemon and make legendary plays.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows. Feared for its presence, yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokémon GO. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
Hey, Gira!
always pulls off an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokémon has claimed its place on championship winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokémon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokémon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokémon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokémon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge attacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokémon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost-type Pokémon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokémon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground type Pokémon. With Moonblast, it handles dragon and dark type Pokémon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokémon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility, and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokémon GO Battle League, mastering these Pokémon can give trainers a decisive edge.
Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokémon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Pokemon GO Regional. We're here in day number 2, and we're closing in on our final few trainers. We're in the losers bracket right now, though, and we have a star-studded matchup of Dunebug 97 versus Rockhaven 703. I'm Caleb Payne, I'm joined with Softov. And how are you feeling about this upcoming matchup?
I'm really excited about it. This is not the first time that these two trainers have matched up as we take a look at the losers bracket. So we just saw Hard Jeff versus Frankie, and we're going to be finishing losers round 2 for right now, working our way from the bottom up. So we've got Dune versus Rockhaven. They most recently and most notably played in Las Vegas in the losers finals. They're both of those trainers, of course, making the top 3, with Dune eventually winning the tournament, but they had an extremely close 3-2 series, and I know Rockhaven is looking for some revenge here in Orlando.
Not only that, but historically between the two, they've played 2 other times, and Dunebug went 2-0 against Rockhaven in both of those occurrences. So Rockhaven probably feeling like, man, this is definitely a rival that I've never overcome in the past, and looking to, you know, change that narrative. But Dunebug has been playing very on point in pretty much every one of his regionals this year, especially the past 3 North America ones, with a first place finish, with a third place finish, and then with a second place finish. So the guy's averaging second place in the last 3 North America regional. He's looking to improve that even more here in Orlando. And again, he is the defending Orlando regional champion from 2 years ago, because we didn't have Orlando as a regional last season. And, you know, that in itself, defending that title is an honor, too.
And Dune has been doing a fantastic job all season long, so consistent, especially in North America, but I know he is frustrated with the loss that he took on stream just a couple of minutes ago, so he's got to shake that off and lock in for this upcoming matchup versus Rockhaven.
And look at these matchups, too. Fairly meta teams throughout. Rockhaven opting for the more popular for Alligator these days, which I think is a very solid option into Dunebug's team. Outside the Licky, it's not really bad into anything else on Dunebug's team. Altaria, you do have to land the Ice Beam, but it's easy to bait there, or sometimes you can even tank the Sky Attack and still get off the Ice Beam, and you'll almost guarantee a shield, or just, you know, KO the Altaria then and there. So I expect a lot of Feralga in this matchup, which means that Dunebug may lean into Licky, or maybe he just wants to play it out more neutrally. But here we go, game number 1, Dunebug versus Rockhaven. A fantastic lead for Rockhaven, catching the Corso with the Wigglytuff.
And Dune switches that right away into Licky. Not a great response on Rockhaven's side, so he's actually going to stay in here for a little bit as Dunebug makes sure he doesn't lose that 1 turn on the stop, throwing the body slam right away.
I actually like this chip damage from Rockhaven, because 1 dynamic punch is actually not enough to take out the Licky, but with that charm damage plus the cycle cuts, it might be pretty close. And this way, it allows Rockhaven to not have to shield a Shadow Ball in this matchup. You don't have to shield a Shadow Ball anyway, right? Because you kind of dictate the pacing with the faster dynamic punch to the health bar of that Licky. And you can see Rockhaven farming up even more energy. Gives a little bit less farm for Dunebug even to farm down with the Galarian Corsola. And of course, he has a Feralga in the back. So Rockhaven really has Dunebug kind of hard countered in this matchup. Let's see if Dunebug's able to make some magic happen, as he is trying to go for a catch. He pauses and catches a double resisted dynamic punch. Great patience from Dunebug, and Rockhaven not waiting to see the rollout actually coming through, just throwing on proper timing, and that actually is going to cost them this entire Metacham.
Yeah, and that is tough for Rockhaven. He's able to bring the Wigglytuff back in, but Dune, look at how much health is still on that Licky in the back. All of a sudden, I feel like even with the difficult alignment, Dune is kind of in the driver's seat with a huge HP advantage over Rockhaven right now.
He's a 6-time regional champion for a reason. Gameplay like this, despite being hard countered throughout the matchups, could be what gives him a chance to come back into this. Rockhaven, though, timer's up. He's going to bring in the Feralga to start Shadow Calling down, get as much energy as possible. He knows that he has an uphill battle taking out this Licky, and Licky going to bait with the body slam as well. 2 shields up, Rockhaven going to throw up the first one.
I think Dune is realizing that he probably needs 2 charge attacks to take out the Feraligatr, so it totally makes sense to go for that less energy intensive body slam as he fires off a second. I don't think he can built up to a Shadow Ball this time, so Rockhaven is going to let it go. Expect to see him farm up a little bit more energy before throwing the Hydro Cannon.
This endgame is still a little bit complicated for Rockhaven, despite looking good on paper early on. Because of that matchup going completely down, wasting that energy, you can't Shadow Call this down either, so you're going to force even more energy out of Rockhaven. He throws on Charge Like priority to guarantee as much energy as he can, But now, this for Alligator is pretty easy for even the Quagsire to deal with. You can take the Hydro Cannon, but you're closing on Mudshot Aqua Tail territory on Alligator. I know this Nightshade was banked earlier, forcing the final shield from Rockhaven. He's going to have to get so much energy out of Alligator to have a chance into this Quagsire, but I just don't know if he has enough. In comes the Quagsire and building up to double Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon be thrown.
Charge attack priority. And I think that means that Dune is going to be guaranteed to get off this Aqua Tail. I think that means Rockhaven's next Hydro Cannon is not going to be fire as he tries to reach for the Wigglytuff. Can't get out as he's locked in. Dunebug going to be able to knock out the Feraligatr with this Aqua Tail, and I think just one charge attack probably going to be enough to finish off the Wigglytuff.
That one pause from Dunebug and the catch on the Corsa was exactly what he needed to turn the tides of this battle, recognizing that the switch time from Rockhaven was behind us as well, so he couldn't even pivot out with the Medgem after throwing the double resisted Dynamic Punch. Absolutely huge plays from Dunebug to start off this series.
And that catch came off the heels of a pretty nice save swap by Dunebug as well. That decent switch timer when Dunebug brought the Licky Licky into the Wigglytuff is what allowed him to get that full farm down of Corsola on Medicham and really put him ahead in this match. Now Dunebug up 1-0, just one game away from having a 4th consecutive win in the series against Rockhaven.
Yeah, the recognition from Dunebug was fantastic there, knowing that he's reading his opponent. He's saying, you know what, Rockhaven's a good player. He's not going to throw that Dynamic Punch right away, the second one, right? Because Rockhaven had it. Instead, Rockhaven, you know, maybe gets a little bit greedy, wants more energy, but failing to remember maybe that his timers are so desynced and doesn't expect Dunebug to even swap out there. But because Dunebug was able to, right when this play right here was a huge play from Dunebug, completely switched the alignment and the matchup for him, saving that bulky Licky in the back, and Rockhaven just didn't have enough answers for it.
And it was still kind of a tricky position for Dunebug. Didn't have a great answer for Alligator, but you saw how he kind of chipped it with both of his Pokemon, the combination of the Corsola and the Quagsire, eventually able to knock out the Feraligatr.
All right, Rockhaven has his work cut out for himself. Maybe a little bit faster on that first game, but he needs to win this one to have a chance to continue on his loser's run bracket in Orlando. Catches Feraligatr in the lead against Corviknight. Not a bad matchup for Feraligatr at all, as these hard-hitting Hydro Cannon and the neutral Shadow Claws really threaten the health bar of this Corviknight.
Rockhaven's going to be first to fire off a charge attack here as he goes for the Hydro Cannon, and like you said, this is a nice matchup for Feraligatr because you pretty much two-shot with the Hydro Cannon in addition to the Shadow Claws.
Dunebug going straight for the payback. Does Rockhaven shield? No, opting to not shield. Maybe want to put everything on the Wigglytuff in the back, knowing that maybe having shields up is good, but maybe thought Dunebug was just going to go for the bait instead, throws a Hydro Cannon before the air cutters reach, and now Dunebug going to be the first one to throw up the shield.
Yeah, Dune may be thinking that switch advantage could be important here. He doesn't know what's in the back, but he probably doesn't want Corsola aligned with the Wigglytuff, so he's going to get a full sand attack down here as Rockhaven now going to bring in his own Corviknight to absorb this energy. Dune going to go right away for a payback.
Let's see if Rockhaven is going to shield this or not, and he does make the correct shield decision here, mitigating a lot of hard-hitting neutral damage. And Rockhaven, he has pretty good matchups in the back. I think Dunebug predicting that there might be a Medicham in the back, so switch advantage would be important there, but that's not the case. And Rockhaven going to throw the resistant air cutter. Should be close to KOing here. Let's see if Dunebug can survive long enough to get to the payback. It might be close. He might get there. Do we go for a catch on the payback? And no, it's not going to happen. And Rockhaven, he doesn't like to see that. Has to let this go. Doesn't want to go down. Additional shield. Getting a ton of value out of this Corviknight is Dunebug.
And that is fantastic for Dunebug. That could be a very influential payback as we watch the rest of this game play out. And Dunebug now bringing in the Corsola, realizing that if there's a Wigglytuff in the back, his Corsola isn't going to have a ton of play. Corsola, very bulky. You can definitely hang on to this super effective payback if you want to. Dune is okay with taking it. He's thinking that his Licky Licky is going to be enough to take out the back Pokemon.
Do we go for the catch? And he catches, but Dunebug snuffs it out and throws the neutral Power Gem instead. High-level gameplay from Dunebug, expecting the potential catch, and avoids that double resistant catch on the Wigglytuff. And now, this actually makes it a little bit easier for Licky Licky as well. Another great heads-up play from Dunebug.
And Dunebug is looking back and forth, or back in form after he stumbled a little bit versus Steiner, making the catch in game one. Heads up play here, anticipating the catch in game number two. Swift is going to come through from Wigglytuff, but Licky Licky is incredibly bulky. I think you can just take this, and all you need to do here is land a body slam to take out the Wigglytuff, and then just one more charge attack against the Corviknight.
And do you ever shield this Rockhaven? I think you kind of need to force the final shield from Dunebug, force some energy from the Licky Licky. The Corviknight still has health in the back. And that was a catch attempt too from Rockhaven, so I think he has some residual energy on the Corviknight as well. But can it close it out? Is it real close? Wait, Dunebug actually going to let this go, maybe thinking that he could get the buy slam. The swap is available though, and here comes the Corsa swap, maybe trying to anticipate a Simo swap, but that's not going to be the case. It actually might be okay for Rockhaven because now he's getting to enough energy to almost charm all the way down. Forcing energy from Dunebug's Corsa. This allows Rockhaven to get a farm down. Maybe he gets back-to-back air cut, maybe a boost, might be able to do, oh yeah, he doesn't even need a boost. He can just sand attack everything down now.
Yeah, that was super risky swap from Dunebug. I'm not sure he has the health to get to this next Shadow Ball. No, he needs 2 rollouts. Doesn't quite get it as Rockhaven feels like a come from behind win there as he evens up the series.
Yeah, Dunebug maybe giving Rockhaven a little too much credit, expecting the combos play, maybe expecting the swap. But Rockhaven, he stayed patient and stayed in with that Wigglytuff. That actually looked like a rough game for Rockhaven, especially after the Power Gem landing on the Wigglytuff. Then all of a sudden, the Licky and Wigglytuff matchup doesn't look so bad. I mean, that was already a kind of an even matchup already, but, you know, puts him even further behind. But, and the double paybacks landing on the Corviknight. Dunebug's Corviknight took out like a Pokemon and a half and a shield, getting so much value out of that one Pokemon. But Rockhaven didn't give up, fought to the very end, and now we have a final game number 3 between these two in the loser's bracket. Loser of this will be eliminated. Winner of it will have a chance to go on board, and you know Dunebug really wants this potential repeat back-to-back Orlando Championship title under his accolades. But Rockhaven, he's lost to him 3 separate times already, 3 separate series, 3 separate tournaments, once every single year actually, until the second time they faced off this season. And he's finally looking to have a chance to upset the narrative and beat Dunebug.
And the winner of this does go on to the top 8, which is in the money, as we like to say. You get to start unlocking $750 in the top 8, and of course more and more as you advance in the tournament. So a lot of pride on the line here, a lot of championship points as well, moving from top 12 to top 8. So let's see what these players have in store for us in this decisive game 3.
And I gotta say, you know, Dunebug, one of those players that kind of always believes in himself, right? I think he said in an interview that if he was any type in Steel type, he's resilient, he believes that he could come back from any bad matchup. I've seen him do reverse sweeps, going down 0-2 in a best of 5. Rockhaven, maybe not having the same confidence as Dunebug, but after winning that game, changing the momentum of the battle and saying, you know what? Maybe I could do it. Maybe this is my chance to finally beat the one guy that beats me in every one of the tournaments I faced off against him. Here we go, the final game against Dunebug 97 and Rockhaven 703. It's going to be Quagsire to Corviknight, a fairly neutral matchup.
And Aqua Tails are going to be able to chip away at this Corviknight, but both of these Pokemon are going to need multiple charge attacks to knock out the opponent. Dunebug is the first to fire off a charge attack as he throws the first Aqua Tail.
Oh, and a big no shield from Rockhaven. Switch advantage is monumental. As you see the Empoleon lurking in the back would be disastrous for the Wigglytuff. Meanwhile, Wigglytuff would be so good for Rockhaven into the Galarian Corsa, so he needs to maintain switch advantage, but a huge shield from Dunebug to mitigate so much damage from this Corviknight.
And that shield could be critical. As you mentioned, switch advantage is so important, and I think at this point, now that you've shielded that heavy hitting payback, I think you could just land 2 Aqua Tails pretty safely here as Rockhaven does let the first go. Dune now just 1 Aqua Tail away from guaranteeing switch advantage.
I think we might see a shield. No, actually Rockhaven letting it go. Maybe he wants to come in with his own Quagsire, but this Wigglytuff might not have a lot of places to go unless Dunebug figures this out. That could give Rockhaven a necessary chance here. In comes the Quagsire, but the thing is Dunebug has the same amount of energy on the Quagsire. They get the same pacing. Let's see who's going to charge our priority. Aqua not going to KO either Quagsire from this range. Both building up to double, and it's going to be Rockhaven that wins that priority in this mirror match.
It is Rockhaven winning the charge attack priority, but like you said, I don't think this Quagsire is in Aqua Tail range. No, Dunebug comfortably hanging on there, and now the question is, do both of these trainers go for another Aqua Tail? As you mentioned, Dune is probably thinking that switch advantage is quite important in the back, so even though he loses charge attack priority here, oh, but Rockhaven actually doesn't go for it. He's going to go for a mudshot down.
Yeah, Rockhaven expecting maybe a potential catch here. Here's the thing, if Dunebug brings in Empoleon to absorb this energy, it could be favorable for him, but he could also easily do that with the Corsola. Let's see what decision Dunebug makes, because that could change everything. He comes in the Corsola. That's an absolutely huge call from Dunebug. Wait, hold on. It looks like might have even lagged a turn there as another Astonish came through against Rockhaven's Quagsire. I don't think if that's going to matter, though, as he brings in the Wigglytuff. Here comes the Empoleon, missing a turn or not. That is GG's. There's just nothing he can do. Rockhaven could only smile as he sees that. Unfortunately, history repeats itself in their 4th ever matchup, and Dunebug just moments away from taking the 2-1 victory over Rockhaven.
Another incredible team read from Dunebug. We saw in game 2, he thought there might be a Wigglytuff in the back. We saw him throw the Power Gem with Corsola instead of the Nightshade. And here again in game number 3, realizing that there might be a Wigglytuff, it's important to preserve the Empoleon for it. That's exactly why he brought the Empoleon, in fact. And Dunebug taking the 2-1 victory to advance to the top 8.
Oh man, tough battles for Rockhaven, and great game 3 read from Dunebug. Bringing the Empoleon. Empoleon not easy to bring to Rockhaven's team. For Alligator, Quagsire, Medcham all beat that Pokemon. Corviknight has a lot of play, and I believe that was even a Volt Switch Fortress. Yeah, it was from Rockhaven's team. So like 5 not good to at best neutral matchups, and then you have 1 positive matchup with the Wigglytuff. But Dunebug making the big reads, the big plays in the final game 3, and has a chance to still repeat as your Orlando champion.
And he really made a lot of great plays throughout that series. In game 2, you know, we thought he was going to win, but maybe a little bit of stumbling in the end game where I thought his Licky wouldn't survive a charm. But game 1, that huge catch, right, really flipping the narrative of that matchup. And then, of course, game 3, incredible team read in the back.
Yeah, definitely. And even in that Quagsire mirror, right, really high-level plays. Both players recognize that Rockhaven win charge priority. So Rockhaven purposely doesn't throw, expecting a catch, and Dunebug says, you know what, I'm just going to throw it. If you want to catch on it, that's fine. If you want to throw on charge priority, that's fine. I got a lot of value out of this Quagsire. Instead, forcing Rockhaven's shield then and there. I think he loses that game either way, even if he throws that Octo right away and has 2 shields still for the Quagsire into Corsola, because Dunebug making an incredible read, expecting the Wigglytuff in the back. There was an absolutely huge call from him to close out that series.
And ex-ante of knowing Dunebug's backline, I actually do like the shield and mudshot down play from Rockhaven, because if it's not, you know, Corsola and Empoleon backline, your energy pretty much goes everywhere with Quagsire. But, you know, just unfortunately for Rockhaven, there's a very bulky Pokemon and a Pokemon that resists all of your energy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Wigglytuff that has nowhere to go into the Empoleon. So Dunebug continuing his streak here and trying to, you know, win another maybe tournament or just in general get another really high finish. That is crazy consistency from Dunebug throughout the season. I think he might have top cut in almost every regional he's played. Definitely at least in North America, to my understanding.
He's top cut every single North American region that he's played in this season. And in fact, his worst finish so far is a top 6. So, you know, if he drops out here, this top 8 is going to be his worst performance of the season, believe it or not. But
what a tough life Dunebug lives.
I know Dunebug doesn't want his run to end here. He wants to go all the way.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you know, and on top of his first, 3rd, and 2nd performance in the last 3 North America regionals. The first North America regional, he got 3rd as well. So the guy's just collecting trophies. I mean, we know this about Dunebug, right? Even his photos, he has like a bunch of trophies or medals around his neck, and that's probably at this point only half of them. But we'll see how that goes. I'm sure anyone in the loose bracket probably doesn't want to see his name across the board, but you got to beat the best to be the best. So best of luck to any opponents there. Great run from Rockhaven, but his run will end here. Coming up, though, we have Allen versus Toad in a heated matchup, and it's, I believe, a rematch from day number 1.
Well, Dunebug's road is still not over. He is looking ahead for sure to potentially the winners, losers, and grand finals. So let's hear from him and Speedy.
Thank you so much, Soph. I'm here out on the floor with Dunebug 97. Dune, I always get this feeling. When you go to that loser side bracket, you're not going down easy. Great win over Rockhaven. How are you feeling?
Feeling very good. Pretty big recovery after that tough match against Steiner before, so feels good to bounce right back.
Before we started the interview, you said, you know what, I kind of want to mention the Steiner matchup. Why is that matchup special to you? Because we started the day with that series. Do you feel like maybe you left something on the table up there?
Yeah, I certainly feel like I could have played a little bit better in those last couple games against Steiner, but yeah, tough one, but we bounce back and we keep going, and I'm hoping to keep putting on a show.
Caleb said you have to beat the best to be the best, and you are one of the best. Your next opponent, you're already looking forward. Who are you up against next?
It's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, LNDS Harjeff, one of the best battlers in the world. I'm very excited to finally get to face him for the first time.
The first time, but you're actually tied for the amount of main victories, right? So we're going to have 12 medals / trophies up on the stage at one time?
Yeah, that's right. Like, it's going to be a battle of the 2 titans. We'll see who comes out on top.
That's a lot of hardware. Dunebug, is there anybody that you want to shout out or thank before we let you get back to your preparation?
Yeah, of course, guys. Shout out the collective, AJ, Axon, everyone. Got an Alex Brownie watch party. Appreciate everyone supporting me. Looking to keep making you proud.
All right, everybody, if you're cheering for Dunebug, let us know in the chat. Stay tuned for more battles, but for right now, we're headed right back to Soph and Caleb.
Thank you, Speedy and Dune. And, you know, if you're a fan of Dunebug, easy to root for a guy that makes it pretty far into almost every tournament, right? I mean, if you're doing a watch party just for Dunebug, you're going to be watching for a while there, and love to see him continue his success in the circuit. But like we said, we have an upcoming matchup here, going to be a rematch between Toad and Alan, and both of them are running Aegislash. Actually, the only two remaining Aegislash in the tournament. So, I guess what we can say is Aegislash makes at least the top 8s, no
Right.
matter what.
One will advance. Unfortunately for the other, it will be the end of their journey. So there will be exactly one Aegislash in the top 8 as we anticipate this match between Toad and Alan. And of course, Alan we saw earlier dropping to Samy on the winner side. Toad, on the other hand, came to day 2 on the loser side, but showed off some very, very impressive Aegislash gameplay in day number 1, right?
All right, well, let's take it into the stage and see what we have on their teams, because these teams are a little bit meta, but also very funky at the same time. As we see here, you got the Aegislash on both teams, which, again, that in itself, fairly new Pokemon allowed in the circuit, I think, like you said, about a month ago. But on top of it, they have some weird picks that either haven't really been meta before or meta past, but not really. So Galarian Moltres, not that relevant this season, but Toad bring it. Honestly, I don't even know what it really beats, but I think it does look good with Feraligatr having a resurgence and carping a hard wall to Moltres. If you get that locked into Toad's, Moltres is game over. And here we go, game number 1. There's the carping versus the Moltres. Absolutely this brutal lead for Toad.
And Toad switching straight away into the Feraligatr. No answer on Alan's side, though. We've seen this kind of situation before. As Alan forced to stay in and eat this Hydro Cannon, you have to wonder, is he going to throw Rock Slide before going into his own Feraligatr, or is he just planning to stay in?
And even if he does, Toad can shield this up and have a lot of energy leave for later, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But this might be what everything Alan needs, because even at this health range, you could take the Brave Bird and Sucker Punch from Moltres, no problem. And more importantly, you can maintain switch advantage. You might have to dump one shield here, but Toad, I don't think, can shield again and still fight for switch advantage. So probably has to let this Feraligatr go.
And Feraligatr is a great place to absorb an opposing Feraligatr's energy. Alan gonna throw this Hydro Cannon. I'm pretty sure Toad can still hang on here. But the question is, you look at those HP bars and you see that Alan's Feraligatr was just a little bit ahead. So I think even if Toad lands this Hydro Cannon, he's gonna get Shadow Claw down. But Alan doesn't want to take the risk, and he's just going to be shielding up his own Feraligatr. Wants to maintain switch advantage for sure.
I love this play from Toad, though. He draws out the Feraligatr, he gets some usage out the Moltres, and more importantly, his Clodsire is pretty much unchecked, completely walling off the Carpink energy, and has super effective damage for the Aegislash as well. I don't think Toad will shield this, knowing he has a bad matchup in the back, and most Galarian Moltres should be able to hang on, even after the super effective Ice Stream coming through from Feraligatr. Hangs on, no problem, tries to get the Sucker Punch out, might even get to the Brave Bird. No, one off from the Brave Bird, but that Brave Bird could come in clutch later. Definitely not going to be useful for the Carpink, though.
And Alan, again, staying in here. I'm not sure why. Maybe you think he can potentially catch on Aegislash, but farms up a lot of energy on Carpink before coming in. And Toad now just going to throw this Earthquake straight away. He's not concerned about waiting until that Aegislash changes to Blade form. He knows that this is huge, super effective damage. Oh, but it doesn't do quite half, so you potentially want to wait until this Aegislash is in Blade form before you throw the next move.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky endgame here, because one, these Shadow Balls are definitely going to land, but Alan throws it before the double is available, so now Toad can probably go straight Stone Edge to do something here. Could even pivot over. The timers are misaligned, as we remember here, because Alan took a while to swap over, and that could be playing favorably into Toad's hand. First Stone Edge going to come through. You kind of have the shields if you're Alan, and Alan trying to outpace now to the Shadow Ball, but the timer's coming up soon. Toad only one off from the Brave Bird, but yeah, I mean, you'll definitely need Brave Bird into each shot. I completely forgot. It's going to be that shield form. So we're going to shield that back up. And now the Earthquake's going to be thrown. No shields available. They did a little less than half, but with the poisoning damage, it might be enough.
I think he still lived this. Yes, Aegislash able to hang on, but a quick swap by Toad. Oh, and a nice reaction by Alan catching the attack onto his Carbink.
Yeah, but I don't think Alan loves this, because here's why. Alan is stuck in shield form. If you can farm this down and get to a move on the Clodsire, more importantly, I don't think a Shadow Ball's even enough. Toad can just easily throw the Earthquake on Charge Attack priority, and all this resistant damage goes absolutely nowhere. Carpink, Feast or Famine, absolutely brutal into Moltres, but also has no play into the Clodsire.
And Clodsire looking poised to finish up this game for Toad. All he needs to do, like you said, go for super farm down, come out of this with one attack to throw at the Aegislash. Honestly, it doesn't even matter what it is, but Toad has 100 energy. He's going to win charge attack priority over this Aegislash.
And that's the downside. Aegislash in that shield form, you're not going to win charge attack priority against much. And Toad closing it out with an Earthquake, despite the worst lead possible for him. He had a game plan, though, if it was that card bank. And, you know, he's probably feeling good about it, too, because this is, again, a rematch from day number 1. Alan, the one player to take him out in this tournament so far.
And, of course, Toad, as a fellow Aegislash player himself, knows the weaknesses, knows the ins and outs of the Aegislash, and knows how to take advantage of the Aegislash. You know, you mentioned, you know, when it comes back in, it's back into that shield form, it's going to lose charge attack priority, and I'm sure Toad was fully aware of that.
Yeah, wow. Again, I'm not so super sold on the Galarian Moltres, but Toad made it work, found some value there, and in a Feraligatr meta, I think it is actually pretty solid. I mean, into Alan's team, it's really not that bad outside of the card bank, right? It looked really bad in that lead, but you got great matchups against the Feraligatr, the Gorgas, you wall off, you're good into the Corviknight as well, because you just, the Sucker Punch damage just does way more than Sand Attack and Air Cutter damage. And you have some play into Guzzlord, and as well as Aegislash. Aegislash obviously going to not, you know, have to worry about the charge attack, but the Sucker Punch really adds up. So in this matchup, I could understand why he brings the Moltres, despite the fact that there's a card bank on Alan's side. And for Alan, what more can you do besides maybe have the Guzzlord on the Feraligatr? But even then, you have to shield the potential Ice Beam or get hit by one.
And I think Feraligatr is such a key Pokemon in this matchup for both of these trainers. We saw them both bring it in kind of the middle of the game, trying to use it as a save swap in Toad's case, or as an energy sponge in Alan's case. But it is so flexible. I really don't see a hard counter on either side for the Feraligatr. Maybe those dark types are the best answer, the Moltres that you were talking about, and of course the Guzzlord. So maybe that is kind of some justification for them to bring these dark types. But of course, as you mentioned, that opens up play in turn for the Fairies and Carbink and Wigglytuff respectively.
Definitely true. Let's see how Alan's going to adjust. He did beat Toad on day number 1. This was on the table, so we didn't see how it happened. Let's see if he could find the magic again in this rematch. But you know, Toad is looking for redemption against the one player to take him out. Here we go. Game number 2 again. The Carbink into the Moltres. Can he have any play though? Because now there's Guzzlord is in the back. He has a much stronger answer to this Feraligatr. On top of it, the Clodsire is going to lose to the Feraligatr as well.
And this is a great adjustment for Alan. You can see that he just replaced the Aegislash with Guzzlord, and it's going to work out for him fantastically here as he gets it aligned in the position he needs. And he's shielding up the super effective Ice Beam. I think this is pretty much going to guarantee switch advantage for Alan, as I believe he throws on the losing charge attack priority.
Yeah, and I think it is the case, but again, for Toad, he needs a shield advantage to have a chance to sweep the back. But no Aegislash means that this Clodsire is going to struggle a little bit more. Toad maybe thinking that it could be the Aegislash again. Does he go for the shield here is the question. Aegislash players loves having shields down. He doesn't really love that as much. You can see him grimacing a little bit. I don't think his Ice Beam is actually enough to KO, so I don't know if it does enough value for Toad here. Oh, wait, hold on. You got the second shield. Okay, well, that changes things. He definitely gets a lot of value now.
And this is the same thing we saw in the very first game. Alan really wants switch advantage. He's investing both shields into this middle matchup. And actually, in this case, the energy from the Guzzlord could go a long way. You do get Sludge Bomb here off on the Galarian Moltres. Could be a kind of scary catch potential for Alan if Toad is able to catch another Sludge Bomb onto his Clodsire. But maybe for now, Toad is just thinking, you know what? This Moltres is not going to do anything against the Carbink. I'm okay just using it as an energy sponge.
Yeah, let's see if Toad's going to throw up his shield or not. It would be probably game over for him if he does. He's trying to think it through, and he opts not to. Can he hang out from the Sludge Bomb? He barely does. He might get the fly off. Wait, hold on! Alan locks in his Carbink. Toad doesn't like this, but this is the thing. You get so much value here with the Clodsire that this could be what causes Alan to lose the game.
Well, Clodsire has an uphill battle here. Yes, you're up a shield, but Alan still has 3 entire Pokemon. What can you do as Toad here to maximize your advantage? After you land an Earthquake, I mean, how much does that do? Can you Poison Sting down? Or if it's overkill, can you potentially undercharge? I think it's not going to be enough with the first Earthquake, and then Alan's clock is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, getting a debuff here would be nice for Alan because it'll force Toad to have to clear it out and lose his Swollen Catch potential later. But Toad is probably going to go try to go for the aggressive poisoning down. Here's the thing, the energy of the Guzzlord is not as consequential for Toad because it's not going to do enough damage to take it out. But the energy on the Feraligatr is a whole different story. Oh wait, hold on. The Moltres actually went down earlier, so if he gets debuffed, it's permanently debuffed on the Clodsire. And Toad indeed has no catch potential. And like you said, there's a lot of work cut out for this Clodsire. Luckily for Toad, there is no catch. Oh, and he goes for the Stone Edge. this might be enough. It actually might not be, but he'll be 1 or 2 poison stings away, which actually would be better for Toad, getting a little bit extra energy for the Feraligatr in the back. Oh wait, no, he's still far off from this one.
It's not even close to being enough, and now this Clodsire is really getting chipped. You can see these Dragon Tails really starting to add up, and Toad needs to go for a super aggressive poison sting down, but at this point, I just don't know if you have the HP that you need to close out the game.
So I think the play is he needs to land at least 1 Stone Edge, maybe 2 Stone Edge is enough, but from full health for Alligator, that might be a difficult task here, as Alan is 3 Shadow Calls away from getting to that Hydro Cannon. I don't think Toad has the runway for it. He has to throw the Stone Edge instead. He goes for the Earthquake, but the Earthquake's not going to be enough. As you can see, he's already saying the good game. He knows that the Stone Edge is not enough, has to go for the Earthquake, but there's just no world where Alan doesn't throw this on Charge Strike priority, knowing that Toad has nothing to catch on. So great catch from Alan to mitigate that damage, and that's what made things a little bit harder for Toad. I thought it was going to be a good spot at first, but having Toad, forcing Toad to still throw that energy at the Guzzlord and then spending his final shield is what set up Alan for victory.
I think Toad definitely played to his win condition, which was just, you know, the energy on Clodsire. But over time, even the Carving with all of its resisted attacks, and then of course the Guzzlord pitching in as well with the Dragon Tails, the Brutal Swings, was all 3 of these Pokemon working in combination to take out the Clodsire.
Does Toad or Alan ever lead the same Pokemon again 3 times? Toad ran the same exact line back-to-back. Alan, meanwhile, swapped out the Aegislash for the Guzzlord, which definitely paid favorably for him. He still had the double shielded, though, into the Feraligatr, so maybe, you know, it was definitely safer, but it was a little bit harder for the Moltres to take out because the resisted Sucker Punch just doesn't do enough. And this is a tough endgame here, right? I mean, again, these are very hard counter matchups. Gourgeist into the Moltres, Carving into the Moltres, Carving into the Clodsire, and alignment can dictate so much of this battle, especially if your opponent counters your backline perfectly. Let's see, as Toad is trying to figure out one final line, and so is Alan into this one. The Carving, so polarizing for Alan. But, you know, even into Clodsire, it's so annoying for Clodsire to just constantly take that chip damage from the Rock Throws and the Moonblast, and eventually just make it easier for the rest of your backline to do it. Here we go. Final lines locked in for both these players. Toad versus Alan. Let's see who makes it further into this bracket. It's going to be a different lead for Toad. Same exact line for Alan. And actually, he catches the perfect lead with this Carving because the backline is super weak to the Wigglytuff.
And once again, we see Alan counter-swapping the Feraligatr with the Guzzlord. We saw in the last game, Toad going straight for these Ice Beams and Alan shielding both of them up. We're seeing that replay happen right now in real time as Toad throws his first Ice Beam and Alan shields up the first attack.
I wonder if Alan thinks maybe it's a run back from Toad with the Clodsire in the back yet again. It would actually make a lot of sense with the Wigglytuff in the lead, but instead it's going to be the Quagsire, which has a little bit more play into that Feraligatr in the back. Also has fantastic play into the Carving, and you see Alan just throwing these moves right away. This means that the Guzzlord is out of energy, so even though you have Sludge Bomb, you're going to take a lot more charm damage. You might not even make it to the Sludge Bomb. Actually, I think he's still going to make it to the Sludge Bomb. Do we see a shield from Toad? Oh, wait, tries to go for a catch on the Carving. Wait, hold on now, Alan. Now you give away the best matchup you can for Toad, and on top of it, your Feraligatr and Guzzlord are both weak to Wigglytuff, and the Wigglytuff has a shield advantage.
And this is looking absolutely beautiful for Toad. Now let's see if he can make the most of the opportunity that Alan has given him. The Wigglytuff in the back looks beautiful against the Feraligatr and the Guzzlord, and Toad can get so much energy coming out of this matchup if he plays his cards correctly.
Yeah, I think the way Alan's playing this out is throwing Toad off. He's thinking, why would you do this unless you have like maybe an Aegislash in the back? So Toad actually might be digging himself in a bigger hole than he wants to, but Quagsire still has a lot of play into the entire backline of Alan, so not super bad for him still. We're going to be able to get this Mudshot down, but with it, oh wait, here comes the combo play. The Guzzlord, but the Bruce Swing's not going to be enough, and now you give away the energy, so you can just charm down if you're weak. Oh wait, hold on, Toad spends a shield on the Quagsire. I think he for sure thinks that there is an Aegislash in the back. He might be surprised that's going to be the Feraligatr. He's shaking his head a little bit, but he's, you know, unfortunately in a better position than he thinks he is, and is trying to do everything to save this Quagsire. But the way Alan's playing out is so confusing. You would think it's anything but the Feraligatr, but indeed is. He goes for a crucial bait on the Aqua Tail. Alan doesn't shield it!
Alan could be making a comeback here. His Feraligatr is up a shield. He's calling this Aqua Tail, tons of energy going to waste. Now there is a full health Wigglytuff. You definitely need to land 2 Hydro Cannons here, but can this Feraligatr hold on through all of these charm damages, and as the Swift comes through, it's shielded up. Alan, you really need to land 2 Hydro Cannons here and then try to get a Hydro Cannon off on the Quagsire in the back.
Yeah, maybe Toad forgetting he has energy on the Wigglytuff, because I think that was a pretty risky bait from the Quagsire. Big reward if he gets the bait off. Unfortunately, not much of a reward if he doesn't. There's still a catch opportunity. He goes for the Swift. He gets it off. You can see Toad shocked himself as well. Mouth wide open saying, wait, I came back from this after even the failed Aqua Tail baits, and he KOs. One charm will do it. And Toad finds a way in this crucial Game 3 to beat Alan, get redemption in Orlando.
Toad is absolutely ecstatic with that Game 3 win, advancing to the top 8 with the furret on his shoulder. Looking a little bit tougher at the end game there for Toad. He didn't know it was in the back, like you said, maybe thinking it was the Aegislash, but luckily for him, again, even with the failed Aqua Tail bait, he had the Pokemon that he needed in that situation.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild endgame there. I can see why Alan, he needs to build to a double or catch a Swift to have a chance there, and unfortunately he wasn't able to do either in that scenario. Credit to Alan though, when he swapped the Carpink in and locked into the Quagsire, I think most of you would be like, man, I messed up there, right? I'm about to get swept by the Wigglytuff, which I've already seen. But how calmly he played it confused Toad so much that he thought it had to be an Aegislash in the back. He had to preserve the Quagsire. It wasn't going to be the Wigglytuff to carry in the end, and it almost actually worked for Alan there. But unfortunately for him, it did not pan out, and Toad, closing it out there, continues his Orlando run. And Alan, one of our talented players in the circuit, unfortunately will be exiting the tournament now, but what a performance from Alan it has been. And hey, we got an Aegislash in the top 8.
That's right, we had Toad's Aegislash going up against Alan's Aegislash. I actually don't think Toad brought it at all in that series, so you know, maybe Aegislash is fraudulent after all. Whoever brings it onto the field doesn't seem to be having as much success. But you know, maybe Toad is going to show some more incredible Aegislash gameplay as the tournament continues.
You know, it depends on the situation. Just having one on a team is good enough for me. You know, we'll see how it goes. But big congrats to Toad, and again, what a performance from Alan in this tournament. I believe both definitely still need championship points to lock in that Worlds qualification. Neither have won a tournament yet this season, so this will definitely go a long way for both of them.
I think Alan actually said maybe in his interview that he does now maybe have the championship points he needed. I think he came here just saying he needs to get any amount of points, and now with this, you know, top 16, top 12 finish, I think he probably has what he needs. Toad, on the other hand, I remember at NAIC, you know, we were interviewing him and he was saying how he made this like incredible run, didn't think he was going to qualify for Worlds, and then, you know, was able to pull it out at the very end.
Yeah, definitely. One of our younger players in the circuit as well too. I believe he was telling me last night that he came with his parents as well, and if his parents are watching, I'm sure they're feeling proud of their son for such a performance, playing against so many veteran players. And you know, like you said, standout performance from him at NAIC last year, I think was his first tournament to ever shine and make day number 2. I believe before Orlando, he's never even won on stream before. Oh. So, you know, winning yesterday and then now today on day number 2, he's probably feeling very ecstatic. You can see the emotion all over his face. It's fun to see too. I mean, I felt like I was living through the stress and happiness with him as it was going along. Quite a surprise there. Whereas Alan, the more stoic individual, very experienced throughout the years. Like I said earlier, one of our players have been in the scene for many, many years. And yeah, what a performance. Very exciting match there. And again, maybe Aegislash is not it, but you saw some of it from both these players.
Toad, a very expressive player. I'd love to hear a little bit about what was going through his mind during that match. So let's take it out to an interview with Toad.
All right, thanks. So I'm joined by Toad here on the floor, and let's talk a little bit about how you're feeling. Game number 1 and game number 2, you saw a lead you did not want to see, carving into Galarian Moltres. Talk to me a little bit about, especially game number 1, how you worked through that lead to get the victory.
Well, I feel like with my Gator safe swap, because Gator is like its energy is really good into the team, and even if he swapped in his own Gator to soak that energy, my Clodsire would be pretty free in the back as long as there's no Corviknights. And luckily for me, it wasn't, so I'm just gonna say that.
All right, and also, I don't know if you've listened too much to the broadcast, but Speedy and I have been gassing you up a little bit on the Aegislash play. We said you were the best person to use it yesterday, and looking like you're continuing it on today. How do you feel about Aegislash's place in the meta and how to play with it in a tournament?
Well, I feel like Aegislash is a pretty technical Pokemon and needs the good amount of team support. And right before the tournament, I was talking with Absol Train's Best, and he recommended the Galarian Moltres and the Feraligatr, which they were big game changers for day 1. They were carrying me, I feel like.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres isn't a Pokemon that we see too much in the meta right now, but I definitely think it has a place, especially since we've seen a little bit of Sucker Punch for it come back. It's a little less good because most of them have been running Brick Break, but I think it definitely plays really nicely into the meta. Any people that you'd like to shout out in the weekend? Any friends, family watching at home?
Okay, so primarily I watched shout out Absol. Obviously, the run wouldn't be the same without him. I want to thank my team, Cool Cats. Obviously, I wouldn't probably not be here without their support. And I would like to thank my friends and family. I would also like to thank the local scene back home for cheering me on. Every single game, every single tournament, they're always there for me. Thank you.
Lots of friends and family cheering you on. Congratulations on the big victory up on stage. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll send it back to the casters.
Thanks, Steve and Toad. So great to hear from a trainer who has so much support in the community, so many incredible teammates out there. And we're going to be getting straight into our next match. Two other players who also have incredible communities of support behind them. Of course, we have LNDS Aureo on the left. So many incredibly talented Brazilian trainers coming here to Orlando with him. And then, of course, Pranav on the right, making an incredible losers run here.
Definitely. Pranav been a member of the competitive circuit from the very beginning in 2022, but also getting a lot into the scene really when Go Battle League came out as well. Won the regular leaderboarders. Aureo, though, also no stranger to the scene. Always running very spicy Pokemon, too. This time around, he's actually running fairly meta. I guess Bug Bite Fortress is a little bit on the spicier end. Pranav's Fortress is running Volt Switch, though, so he is going to have the slight advantage in that head-to-head matchup, but I don't even think the matchup is that favorable for the Volt Switch Fortress. We'll see, though, how that goes. But again, that wrinkle in the moveset can change things. Stickers are going to be fantastic, though, into that Fortress. Here we go. Game number one. LNDS Aureo versus Pranav. Loser goes home. Winner continues their journey in Orlando. It's going to be Corsola into Empoleon. Generally speaking, a pretty solid neutral matchup for the Corsola.
Astonish is really chunking away at this Empoleon, almost going to put it in Nightshade range eventually, as Pranav is the first to fire off a charge attack here. Hydro Cannon coming through. This is probably going to put the Corsola at just around half damage, so Pranav is definitely going to need another charge attack to finish off the Corsola.
And Aureo going with a really risky gambling line here, going ABA weak to that Guzzlord, but maybe expecting that Pranav is not going to bring it, and that's exactly going to be the case. I'm sure the Bug Bite Fortress is part of the reason here. Still goes for the pause as well, wants to ensure that this is not going to be caught on. But I was saying earlier, I mean, even if this is caught on, outside of the Guzzlord, it's really not that bad. He is going to go for one more Nightshade. Oh, actually saves it for later. Brings in the Feraligatr. Oh, a huge Shadow Call down. Pranav maybe a little confused there. Thought he could get the move off. Not sure if he lagged or anything, but we're going to keep playing out this matchup. And now he's behind Energy Togekiss and the Feraligatr, and that's not a fun time for Pranav.
And this is just a Hydro Cannon, not that super effective Ice Beam, but still Togekiss, not the bulkiest Pokemon out there, takes substantial damage from this Feraligatr, trying to reach the Aura Sphere here on Charge Attack Party, which he wins with the Togekiss.
Great timing from Pranav to get the most out of this Togekiss. Does Aureo shield? Aureo is going to shield, expecting maybe there could be that Quagsire back, and that's indeed the case for Aureo. Everything else he can handle with the Diggersby, and you know, especially with Togekiss out of the way, Pranav going to throw up a shield, going to try to grab the final shield from Aureo, and he might shield this, knowing that Pranav is pretty scared of Feraligatr, and he pretty much only has one Pokemon left, right? Pulling it out of the picture, only has a catch for Togekiss later. In comes the Quagsire. Let's not forget, there's still Nightshade banked on that Corsola.
And this is tough for the Quagsire. It has a lot of work to do. Still needs to get through this Feraligatr, and I think you need to land a Stone Edge to do that. There's also an attack banked on the Corsola, as you mentioned, so can't really just mud shot that down comfortably without consequence, as Pranav trying to farm up as much energy as he can. Aureo trying to catch a Stone Edge, but Pranav doesn't fall for it.
And a huge patience from Pranav, expecting the potential catch there. Resisted Stone Edge would have really hurt Pranav in this matchup, but instead he just gets more farm, more energy. He throws on Charge Attack Party, but I don't think his Aqua is going to KO the Diggersby, which means that the Scorching Sand is still going to land for a lot of neutral damage against this Quagsire.
If Pranav had thrown one Mud Shot earlier, might have been able to get off both Aqua Tails, but now I think he still hang on to the Scorching Sands, but it's going to be quite a bit of damage. So Pranav probably going to see if he can come out of this matchup with as much energy as possible. Maybe even needs to make a catch on the Togekiss. Really needs everything firing at full potential here. Trying to catch on the Togekiss, but Aureo doesn't fall for it. Continues to farm up before throwing this Fire Punch.
And it's not so bad for Pranav. Even if he doesn't get the catch, he's still forced to engine from Aureo, and I think he's not at the next Fire Punch, so he could just Mud Shot down. That's exactly going to be the case. Oh, but here comes the combo play from the Nightshade, and it's going to be thrown into the Quagsire. Pranav trying to throw the Aqua Tail. We might have to watch that back to see if he was pressing at the same time, or maybe a turn from behind. But Aureo, go and take that out. I think the players are going to talk to judges about this and see if everything happened as it should have, or there was something funky happening on Pranav's end.
And these end game situations are just so tricky where, you know, one person has an attack banked on something in the back, but you know that it's going to take you one turn to swap in and throw it. As for the other player, you don't know if they're going to try to combo play, they're going to try to snipe you. And so for Pranav, you know, even if he was trying to anticipate that Corsola coming in, trying to throw the Aqua Tail, it was still a really tricky situation for both players.
Yeah, so right now the review possible request is the Pranav and Polion versus Feraligatr matchup on Reo's side. Pranav attempted to throw the Drill Peck and unfortunately was not able to throw a move. So maybe if we have a chance to look at that part of the replay, if that's indeed what is being brought up for review, we can take a look at it from our side of things. And, you know, we won't do any decision making. It'll be on the judges, but at least you can maybe see what the judges are looking at. That could definitely change the course of that battle, right? Because if you land that Drill Peck, then the Feraligatr has way less health. You could throw an Aqua Tail to take it out. Obviously, the back end matchup looked really great for Pranav with that Quagsire on the Diggersby, so it could change things. I mean, obviously, Nightshade will still be there. All right, so we see here, swaps over. You can see Pranav throws and tries to... Based on the taps, it doesn't look like it's tapping, but sometimes, like, as many people have played this, sometimes a tap doesn't really register exactly where you're tapping here.
Right.
But we'll take a look here and see as Pranav, you can say too, you know, he's saying how, like, you know, he's trying to throw the move and stuff. So we'll see what the judges say on that. But sometimes it's really tricky on the tap inputs on those replays.
And I think there's actually two instances in this game where Pranav felt like he tapped something that didn't go off. So one was that instance that we just saw where from the taps showing, it didn't actually look like he tapped on the Drill Peck, because usually you would see that Drill Peck bubble enlarge. And then at the end of the game, I think we saw another moment of frustration for Pranav where he felt like he actually anticipated the Corsola swapping in. He felt like he tapped the Aqua Tail, but we're going to have to wait just a second to get that replay queued up.
Yeah, and that's pretty crucial as well, because if Aureo wasn't at the Hydro Cannon, which I don't think he was, if Pranav was at the Stone Edge, he could just throw that into the Feraligatr because the switch timer wasn't up for Aureo, so he the only other thing he could do is bring in the Diggersby and hope that Pranav throws a Stone Edge at it. But unlikely because he wasn't for the Hydro Cannon, so Pranav can just pause there or just throw a mud shot to see what comes in. So I think he, despite not even getting the Drill Peck off, that could have been another crucial moment. Yeah, so that is actually something also brought up for review on the Corsola swap. Pranav attempted to throw a charge move at the Galarian Corsola. And I don't know if we have a chance to look at this replay. If we can, fantastic. If not, that's totally okay. But I would love to see that one because that could have still been a game-changing situation for Pranav, despite the fact that he didn't even get the Drill Peck off.
And I think for Pranav, everything really needs to go right for him in that end game, right? He needs the Mud Shot to land on Diggersby, an Aqua Tail to land on Corsola, and then a Stone Edge to land on the Feraligatr. Like, those things, not necessarily in that order, but on the right Pokemon. And it was really, really tricky. So if he feels like he actually did anticipate what happened and he was able to get, you know, the Aqua Tail on the Corsola to start things off, you know, he's realizing that's his last potential win condition.
Yeah, so I think the big question is, was he going for that Aqua Tail when the swap occurred for that Nightshade, right? Because if he just threw a Mud Shot at the Diggersby trying to farm it down, that's a different story. But based on his reaction, it seemed like he was anticipating that combo play and was trying to press for the Aqua Tail. I don't recall, though, if I saw the taps towards it. But again, our judges are looking it over. And we might not have time for a review on... Oh, a replay. Okay, here it is. Perfect.
I think this is, no,
this is the early one.
beginning
Yes,
again, right?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, this one, I see what you're saying, right? It doesn't look like the Drill Peck bubble is expanding, right?
Right.
It looks like he's tapping ahead.
But the weird thing is that usually in these situations, you see players kind of tapping everywhere, right? You see them tapping the charge attacks, the swap maybe, and it looks like here, I really only see taps registering kind of on the field, right? Where you would tap for fast attacks.
Yeah. So we'll see. So that one we did recall too. I don't know how the judges will rule on that one, but I think the secondary one that Pranav brought up is actually, you know, also a great concern too, because like you said, I mean, if he threw everything at the right timing, at the right things, he wins that game, you know, despite not having the Drill Peck. In all likelihood, he wins that game. So looks like the judges are explaining to their players. Let's see how the result is. We'll keep you all updated on that. Probably no time for replay on that final Quagsire versus Corsola matchup. But of course, our expert judges has their own POV on the side of things. And looks like we might be heading into the next game, or it could be a rematch of the first game, but players are starting to pick out their next team.
Well, regardless of the outcome of that game, they're going to have to play more games.
Exactly.
And I think I saw the judges, you know, making this gesture, like looking at the taps on the screen. So that's definitely what they should have been looking at in both scenarios that were being reviewed, right?
Yes.
The first time, looking at the taps on the Drill Peck the second time, as you mentioned, looking at the taps on the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it looks like our players are starting to pick out their teams for the next battle, and the update we have is, I believe, no rematch. And yeah, so no rematch, so the result will stand. Aureo does pick up that first game victory against Pranav. Again, hard to make that decision when you don't see the taps on the Drill Peck. We didn't get a chance to look at the Aqua Tail endgame there scenario, but we trust our judges that they took a review at it because it was brought up. So here we go, game number 2, Aureo on match point against Pranav. Pranav has to win this game to have a chance to continue on through this bracket and have a game 3 potential. And that's going to be a great way to start things off. It's going to be Guzzlord and Feraligatr, a fantastic lead for Pranav.
Resisting the Shadow Claws, resisting the potential Hydro Cannon, but you do still have to watch out for that super effective Ice Beam. This is the kind of matchup that we saw with Toad versus Alan quite a few times, as we see it here in the lead.
And there's a lot of boldness in this gameplay, because you could be bold and bait with the Hydro Cannon, or you could be bold and no shield the potential Hydro Cannon. Areo's going to throw the potential Ice Beam, and Pranav is unfortunately going to throw up the shield, so a win-win situation for Aureo.
But the energy differential between Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam isn't all that large. Aureo actually going for a catch here, bringing in the Corviknight as he gets the sand attack through. And this Brutal Swing is going to land. And now Pranav has to decide what is his backline. He has Empoleon and Togekiss. Neither is a fantastic answer for the Corviknight, but he is going to bring in the Empoleon, try to force the Corviknight to go for that heavier hitting payback.
And after laying that Brutal Swing, this Metal Sound plus a Hydro Cannon is going to bring the Corviknight quite low. Not enough to KO, though, allowing Aureo to potentially get to a payback. And he still has a shield already taken away from Pranav, so unlikely Pranav's going to shield this one. Pranav maybe just going to decide to. He's got a decision to make with the Togekiss in the back without shield. It's usually a little bit hard to play Togekiss. He's going to let it go as expected. Maybe wants to avoid this bad matchup with Empoleon into the Feraligatr as long as possible. He does finally throw the Hydro Cannon at the Corviknight. But this means the Feraligatr can farm even more energy off of the Empoleon.
And this is a super scary health range to leave your Empoleon at. Look at this. I think this is 4 Shadow Claws perfectly for Aureo. Now so much energy on this Feraligatr. You're also up a shield. And now Pranav, I think you kind of have to hope that he starts baiting. But no, Pranav going to use his last Protect Shield on this Guzzlord.
He's going double down, but Bug Bite Shadow Fortress is here and going to town against this back line of Pranav. And you can see even the resistant Bug Bite, it doesn't matter because there's no shield to protect the Rock Tomb of this fortress. And Aureo, he can just safely shield up the Orsphere, doing more damage than the potential Brutal Swing for later, and meaning that he could just close out the game on the backs of the fortress. The game's not over yet. I don't think this KOs Togekiss, so it should allow Pranav to get to one more Orsphere. Oh, maybe not. It's just way too much damage on the Shadow Fortress, and Pranav nodding his head, realizing that unfortunately it is checkmate for him, as Aureo going to take the 2-0 victory over Pranav in this loser's bracket.
And Pranav trying to throw these Brutal Swings, but there's still a shield up on Aureo's side, and still, I believe, a ton of energy on the Feraligatr, as Aureo with the early celebration, realizing that he has Pranav in a situation that he cannot come out of.
All right, going to throw the Sludge Bomb for the funnies in the end. Pranav knows the writing's on the wall, and a fantastic back and forth between these two, but unfortunately some tough baits from Aureo is going to close out the series for him. He's going to continue his run in Orlando.
And Aureo, great line calls throughout that matchup. You know, Game 1 looked a little bit tricky on both sides, but I still really like the aggressive swap from Feraligatr to bring it into the Empoleon, regardless of whether Pranav was able to get off a charge attack. Either you snipe it down, or you force energy, or you force a swap out, right? And so I think Aureo had so many plans for all of these different situations, able to bring so many different Pokemon as well to master the matchup.
Yeah, and Feraligatr, one of those Pokemon that hasn't really been buffed or nerfed in over a year plus, but it just always finds a way to sneak into a meta here or there, and it is back for sure in Orlando. Maybe next week it's not, who knows, but for this tournament, it's looking poised and primed for this meta. And again, a fantastic run from Pranav as well. You know, his last tournament was Milwaukee, where he's a finalist there, second place, getting a lot of championship points in this top 16 here in Orlando. Definitely get him closer and closer to that Worlds qualification.
And I think for Pranav, he, of course, doesn't advance to the top 8, but I think he did get what he was looking for out of this weekend, right? Which is those championship points, I think, combined with his Milwaukee performance and a couple of locals, he will have what he needs. But for Aureo, his journey will continue on as he advances to the top 8. And, you know, like you said, Feraligatr is such a great pick for this tournament in particular. And I think this is a tournament where you really see old meta versus new meta, where the new meta with the Feraligatr is really beating out these teams that are relying instead on the old meta Quagsire.
That's right. And, you know, with we thought Empoleon users will go down. It seemed like it's still around, which even better for the Feraligatr users because that's a matchup that you pretty enjoy as well. I mean, for Feraligatr, the normal, the non-shadow variant just so strong in so many of these matchups these days, and just not a lot of hard walls. I mean, even Bug Bite Fortress, not so bad anymore for the Feraligatr.
And Bug Bite Fortress, I think, along with Feraligatr, is kind of the new meta, right? Again, we see the shift from Quagsire to Feraligatr, and then the switch from Volt Switch Fortress to the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress. And I think those Shadow Bug Bite users also kind of, maybe targeting the old meta with the Quagsire. But as we just saw there, even Shadow Bug Bite Fortress can take out a Flying Fairy type, right? Up shields, of course.
Sounds good. Well, anyway, we have an interview with LNDS Aureo with Speed Down 4. Excited to hear what he has to say after that win.
I'm here on the floor with Aureo. That was an impressive 2-0, but the series was very, very close. How do you feel after getting that win on the loser side bracket?
I'm really happy. I was cheering for this top 8. Now I'm getting for the champion.
I really appreciate that our Brazilian trainers are doing so well here at this NA event. Are you proud of your friends and teammates?
For sure. I think every of us, we are cheering for each other. So it's really good to see that we are achieving our everything that we want, so we are very proud.
I know a lot of trainers are looking, especially from EU, and they're thinking a Brazilian might win it all, so we have to watch and see what happens. Aureo, what is your process like? You traveled here with friends. Are you going to go relax for a few minutes, maybe go for a walk, or do you start studying the next matchup right away?
I like to think a little more about the next match, but always it's good to relax a little more, because if you feel so stressful, sometimes this can be not so the best thing for you. So I like to relax, then think about for the next match, and we start again.
Aureo, is there anyone that you would like to say thank you to or to shout out to?
I want to be thankful to Tuzi, for my friends, for my community from Brazil, because I'm a streamer, and that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. If you're cheering for Aureo, let us know in the chat. We're going to be right back with more live battles after a quick break.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon GO Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, GO, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Fluttermane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different movesets, especially in Pokemon GO. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
The Samba Shuffle continues in Orlando as the Brazilian trainers have upset the apple cart. Welcome back, everybody. This is Championship Sunday 2026 Orlando Regionals. I'm Alpha Phoebe with Speediest Chief 2.
I think you did a little bit of a Samba switch up there. I'm Alpha Phoebe, you're Speediest Chief 2.
I know, I was trying to think of something funnier, but that's all I could come up with on the spot. I'm really excited to get into our next pairing here, Phoebe. We have another Brazilian trainer returning to the stage, this time taking on Firestar.
Yeah, Firestar's been very impressive the last few events he's done here in North America, but Steiner's been impressive at all of his tournaments that he's performed ever, so
yeah,
it's gonna be a bit of an uphill climb for Firestar.
Well, Firestar sounds like it's an 80s synth band, but it's not. It's a trainer that's gonna be on stage here shortly. Burst onto the scene with that Shadow Firefang Mightyena a few tournaments ago. I really like that a lot of our up-and-coming trainers do that. I mean, the real ones remember Nighttime Clasher and his Togedemaru. But let's get right into this team composition. What do you see, Phoebe? What's the read? What's good and what's not?
Well, it's another Bug Bite Fortress. So if Firestar is going to bring in that Shadow Malamar, he's going to have to be incredibly careful. I'm going to say 17 is the number of bug bites that takes to faint. I have absolutely no idea if that's correct or not.
You know what? That sounds about right. And half of this commentary thing is about being confident in what you say. Fake it till you make it. On the other side of that, we do have the Shadow Malamar, which does not want to see the Shadow Fortress. And Steiner has also not been shy about using that Unovan Stunfisk and Azumarill either. So a lot of answers, a lot of responses. We're going to see what our trainers decide to lock in. Firestar pondering his options. and almost ready.
And with every matchup that I feel like TZ Steiner's had to face, Furret also looks very safe into the opposing team, realistically not really having any awful matchups. But here we go, game number 1 of the winners semis. Winner makes it to winners finals, Firestar versus TZ Steiner.
Licky into the Furret matchup. This is the Brick Break tech, and I gotta say, this is probably the top reason that TZ Steiner decided to run that charge attack on his normal type. Gonna fire it off immediately here.
Yeah, Licky's been the dominant normal type for the past 4 or 5 tournaments here in North America. Furret had been for a while, so bringing the Brick Break makes a lot of sense, and an incredibly dangerous safe swap of the Shadow Malamar, but there's no Shadow Fortress to respond.
Firestar 73 has stuck by that Shadow Malamar, and he does it yet again. You're right, Fee. This was really, really gutsy. He sends out the Azumarill now. Steiner responding to the Dark and Psychic type.
Azumarill going to be the second best check for the Dark typing of that Malamar. Foul play coming through, going to be resisted damage, but so would Superpower. However, you want to be able to reach more charge attacks here, but before Firestar can do that, TZ Steiner cuts him off with an Ice Beam.
Firestar allowing his Shadow Malamar to faint in the mid-game. Took about half of Azumarill's HP, maybe a little less, and the Furret is chipped down a bit as well. Togekiss, though, very versatile, going to come in here and put in some work for the trainer on the left.
And importantly, Firestar has saved a good amount of health on his Licky, which will be really crucial for shoring up any future matchups against that Galarian Corsola. However, TZ Steiner has a very healthy Furret in the back, and he has a shield advantage just down on energy, and I'm not sure the Psyshock is going to be enough to pick up a knockout.
I don't know either. It's going to be super close, and I think the Pex will get it done, but the Ice Beam is pending. Azumarill hangs on, bulky as ever, but 3 Pex will get the job done as Togekiss takes that victory.
Well, just barely. That was very crucial for Firestar to have a chance in the remainder of this battle. Psyshock going into the Galarian Corsola, very bulky. No way you want to throw Aura Sphere, but a very quick pivot and a catch, but it's just the Body Slam.
Yeah, I really like the heads-up play here by Firestar to throw the Body Slam into the Furret. TZ Steiner needed to make his opponent waste some energy, but Firestar is efficient as ever. His switch timer still has a ways to go, so he's going to fire off another Body Slam.
2 shields available for TZ Steiner, so the first comes up to protect this Furret from fainting. Body Slam would be very close to picking up the knockout, and there are a number of Sucker Punches that are necessary for the next charge attack.
Another Swift in case a swap came through, and this Swift, I don't think it's going to be enough either, but it's going to be super close. Licky hangs on.
Body Slam is ready, thrown after one, looked like accidental rollout, and Pex are going to be able to pick up a knockout, but actually a charge attack tie with that Swift, maybe trying to preserve the remaining health on this Togekiss.
I like TZ Steiner's game plan here. He needs to take that final shield, and he needs to clear runway for the Corsola, and this Swift is going to pressure the Togekiss quite a bit. Firestar has to let it go, but this is not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, no shield makes a lot of sense, but that means he has no real amount of health remaining. One Astonish goes through, is going to pick up the knockout here. Psyshock not charged at all because Firestar recognizes this is game over.
With your Firestar, you brought Licky and Shadow Malamar into a Galarian Corsola team and still couldn't take it down. Those are 2 of his best answers. I would say the best answers, right? TZ Steiner has been so good with that Ghost-type Pokemon. He's able to pivot it in and out and make a big impact. So for his overall team composition, I don't know how you feel about it, Fee, but I feel like he doesn't need to make many adjustments from here.
Yeah, the way that he played was utilizing some of his bulkiest Pokemon. I mean, realistically, looking at his team, the Furret, I think, is the least bulky. Maybe Fortress if your opponent has a Fire type and it loses that bulk because of that weakness. And Firestar brought some of his frailer Pokemon with that Shadow Malamar and that Togekiss, right? And I think the reason that Steiner really shone in that battle is that Bulk was able to help him push through some of those more neutral matchups and secure key knockouts along the way.
I think so too. It's not all about the flashy plays or the big knockout charge attack. Sometimes it's about patience and recognizing where you are on the game board. Going into this next battle, though, Firestar needs to win 2 straight to stay on the winner side bracket. And I like what you pointed out to start the series feed. The winner of this will go to the winners finals. And that's a big deal at such a stacked event here in Orlando.
That's a medal. guaranteed medal, and that is definitely what a lot of trainers really shoot for at these high-stake tournaments, is having something to take home with them to prove that they were one of the best.
Let's see who secures the hardware. Firestar down 0-1 versus TZ Steiner. We get the Shadow Malamar back on the field.
And Firestar really believing in this pick that I had set out for being his MVP. I expect a superpower and dip, but can TZ Steiner secure a charge attack tie?
Foul play. You don't see many opportunities for foul play because you're typically throwing a superpower and swapping, but in this situation here, foul play does quite a bit of damage, and the payback becomes a question. Do we see a shield from Firestar?
I think in the past we've seen him no shield in situations like this because it is just neutral damage. It's a lot of neutral damage, but it does not pick up the knockout.
Wow, great swap by TZ Steiner to absorb the foul play. He realizes that Firestar's Malamar was low and he would throw as soon as the energy was available. Capitalizes, but Firestar is going to strike back. He sends out the Fortress. This is a very wonky matchup, right?
Yeah, he has to bring it out because Diggersby is a very bad matchup against an Azumarill, and although we're doing Bug Bite resisted fast attack damage, it's going to be his best option because he's able to resist all of the charge attack damage coming back from that bad bunny.
I really appreciate Steinar's awareness, especially placing himself in his opponent's shoes, because Firestar has to expect that Galarian Corsola as the third Pokemon. That's why he's keeping that Diggersby in the back. But Steinar pivoting in this game and bringing Azumarill, Corviknight, and Furret. Out comes that third Pokemon.
And Furret's gonna do quite well into the Diggersby. It doesn't take any super effective damage, and it has the option to lower the defensive stat. We'll have to see if Firestar tries to preserve some of his Pokemon, and actually no. We see the charge attack go through, no shielded, a lot of health on this Furret gets knocked out.
So much damage. Out comes Diggersby finally, but that Furret has been storing energy for this matchup in particular. Brick Break connects, defense drops, Diggersby weakens a little bit, but is a sturdy, bulky ground type.
Super effective damage, but doesn't actually look like it is super effective with how little it did. Swift now a little bit more energy efficient, a little bit overall damage, even though it is just neutral. Fire Punch coming, or actually don't think that's correct. I think Brick Break is a little more damage, but it's still less efficient.
Yeah.
And the Fire Punch comes through, picks up a knockout.
You always have to keep same type attack bonus in mind. Ice Beam will, I think, secure a knockout at this range if Firestar wants to keep his Diggersby in the battle. Remember, he's got a weakened Malamar and a weakened Fortress, so he has the pivot, but he's got to choose it at the perfect moment.
We see actually a Fire Punch, maybe expecting TZ Steiner to go for a catch or expecting a shield, but TZ Steiner reads the play, no shield.
How about the no shield from TZ Steiner? Not blinking in the face of adversity. Firestar says if one doesn't do it, maybe the second one will. Steiner is trying to decide if he needs this Azumarill, and he does.
Good recognition from Firestar that Diggersby wins the charge attack tie into Azumarill. Azumarill, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and he's able to pull the shield more or less for free because Ice Beam's thrown, energy is drained from that Azumarill, in comes Fortress, but it is very energy low.
Firestar's going to need everything that he has in his reserves to take down the Corviknight and the Azumarill. Sand Tomb is not quite there yet. Air Cutter peels away that final shield. Here comes the return fire from Firestar. He's got that Malamar in the back. I don't think it has any energy though, Phoebe.
Does TZ Steiner expect this to be a Sand Tomb? Yes, he knows shields, and does the Malamar. The Psychic type is resisted by the Steel typing on that Corviknight and gets the fast attack down.
Corviknight picks apart the Malamar and it feasts on Fortress. TZ Steiner advances to the winners finals in Orlando, and Firestar falls to that loser's bracket.
TZ Steiner looking to repeat his performance from Pittsburgh and going in to the winners finals on the winners side. Of course, you have to do that, but what a performance. Really dominating play. We break our streak of 2-1 victories in the winners side of the bracket, and it goes to show how dominant TZ Steiner can be when he's playing his best.
Exactly, and I think that was also a very cathartic win for him, because if you remember to start the day, Firestar beat LNDS Harjeff. So that was almost like a grudge match for him. He wants to avenge his teammate and friend, and I think he did exactly that. So Steiner on that winners final side bracket, and as you alluded to, Pittsburgh, right? A lot of NA trainers are thinking about that. That's top of the mind. They're thinking, oh, we need the NA trophy to stay here in region, but it might not. TZ Steiner might take it away.
And that's guaranteed 1 out of 3 people who could take that first spot.
Well, we're going to see.
LATAM.
from last time. We'll see how it goes, though. We've got tons of other talented trainers still in the bracket, but let's take a brief recap at this series. TZ Steiner, again, what I really appreciate about his approach is that he knows what his opponent is thinking most of the time. Firestar had the Galarian Corsola on his mind. He went Shadow Malamar and Diggersby, and that allowed TZ Steiner's Furret and Corviknight to just tear through the opposition.
Yeah, really curious that TZ Steiner did not try to pivot towards that Fortress at all to try to hard check that Malamar. I have to imagine it's because Firestar was leaning into the Diggersby to try to protect his own Malamar.
Yeah.
Double super effective fire punches do a lot of damage to a slightly frail Shadow Fortress.
Exactly, and that would have been a very polarizing matchup one way or the other, and I think the best trainers avoid those really high-stakes polarizing matchups unless they're trying to capitalize, and the play I always go back to, Phoebe, is it's Axon versus Rubik's Master in the World Championships in Yokohama, Game 3. I got a memory for days, all right? He leads the Alolan Sandslash into Rubik's Master's Altaria. That was a risky call, especially because Rubik's was playing a lot of Deoxys defense for him, but he made it work, and sometimes you have to make those bold calls. But Steiner and Firestar still very measured at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, leaning on the safest Pokemon is, of course, a safe way to try to make your way through the bracket. Waiting in winners finals is TZ Steiner, and we're going to be seeing next who will face him there. It's going to be either Samy 85 or Nighttime Clasher.
That's going to be a fun matchup as well. I think Aureo, actually, I will say, before I started the interview with Aureo, he's talked about that Nighttime Clasher matchup. That was still on his mind from winners round 1. I think Nighttime Clasher is one of those trainers that's honestly quick to forget. He kind of moves on, doesn't really linger or hold on to things. He's just worried about the next step.
You know, that is often the best way to make your way through a bracket, right? If you're only worried about what's in front of you, you're not thinking about, oh, could I have done this or that in past matchups? You're not thinking, oh, who am I going to be facing next? Oh, gosh, I gotta face out of pocket next in the bracket. Like, oh man, what am I going to do there? No, just focus on what's in front of you, stay locked in, and win.
No, you absolutely nailed it. I think a lot of trainers take the lessons and they leave everything else behind. That's a good way to look at it. Losers side, though, we've got Aureo facing off against Toad, the Aegislash master, Dunebug versus Hard Jeff. That, honestly, when those two walk on stage, Phoebe, there might be so many medals and trophies that they just fall through the stage. I don't even know what's going to happen.
And that's going to be a bit of a grudge match for Dunebug, right? Of course, he was knocked down by TZ Steiner.
Yeah.
So he's got to fight against another Brazilian for his tournament life.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that unfolds. If you're loving the stream, give the channel a follow. Get involved in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking at home. We'd like to see some YouTube comments, too. Sometimes I go to those VODs, and I'm like, where are the comments at, you guys? Come on.
Yeah, come on. Compliment our nice suits. We dressed up just for you at home.
Just for you, exactly. Well, Phoebe, just for our trainers at home as well, we have new trainers taking the stage. Samy 85 and Nighttime Clasher. If you're a big fan of LAIC and limited formats, Nighttime Clasher knows a thing or two about those as well.
Yeah, of course, having a very dominant performance at LAIC. What was he? Third place? Second place? Or was it number 1?
It was number 1.
Oh.
Number 1 overall, overtaking Pato Man in those grand finals. But again, we talk about having a short memory. Nighttime Clasher, I don't know what he's thinking right now. It's probably about bubblegum and Pokemon or something. But
oh, probably just Pokemon.
Probably just Pokemon. That's true.
Very, very straightforward, center-minded. One thing on brain.
That's totally fair. And Nighttime Clasher, he's got a ton of experience. He's accumulated it very fast. Let's talk teams, though, because we have yet to see, look, correct me if I'm wrong, Phoebe, but I'm pretty sure we have not seen Grumpig at all this entire event.
I thought you were going to actually say Annihilate from Samy, but yeah,
well, that too.
That's a fair shout. I've talked about it a lot, but you know, surely someone can scrape through the full VOD, tell us what's happened. And of course, he's had some matches off stage, so maybe we could get a winner's interview and see if he has used it in other matches.
That's a great call. Yeah, we don't stream every battle. We try to get as many as we can, and I know our production team loves it, so we try to show you all the battles possible, but sometimes these trainers do battle off camera. Nighttime Clasher into Samy. Samy has leaned on that Steelix. I'm telling you, that is the one constant for him. Does it look like a must-bring in this matchup?
Does it?
I'm wondering.
It's tough. You know, it does quite well into the Licky Licky, the A9, or the Alola Ninetales, as well as the Corviknight. It's going to struggle a little bit with the Fortress if the Fortress is up energy, and then Grumpig has some good play if it has energy as well, but I agree that it looks pretty solid against many of the picks. It just needs to really dodge that Quagsire.
What I admire about Sammy's willingness to bring Steelix is that he doesn't care if there's a Quagsire, a Feraligatr, a Napoleon, whatever. He's going to bring out that steel and ground type Pokemon, and it's looked very good for him. He also favors just straight crunch in a lot of matchups. You and I were joking. Imagine him throwing Psychic things into Aegislash.
Yeah.
That would be diabolical, but no, he is all business. Nighttime Clasher's got to find a way to slow down these favored picks by Samy.
And on Sammy's side, in order to cover for that Shadow Quagsire, of course, he did bring his... it's funny. It's getting me a little bit because it's nicknamed Pumpkaboo, but it's a Gourgeist.
Confusing. Major confusion, but we'll get it sorted up here in the booth, everybody. Samy locking in his team, and we are set and ready to go. Winner semis, Phoebe, lead us in.
All right, on the left, you called it. It's that Steelix facing off against Corviknight, and although Corviknight is doing super effective damage with his sand attacks, this is not a matchup it really likes. The one benefit it has, additionally, is that Psychic Fangs is resisted, so if Samy chooses to go for that move, it's not going to do a ton of damage.
Just like we alluded to, Samy doesn't like tapping on the right side of the screen. He loves throwing these crunches. Another one connects here, and it does, I don't think it procced the debuff there, but the pivot into Alolan Ninetales changes the board here.
Yeah, it's a bit curious because it seems like Nighttime Clasher ran a team that was fairly weak to the Steelix, no Shadow Quagsire at all, which I think I have to imagine that Nighttime Clasher did prepare for this matchup, did watch how Samy played this team before, and he had leaned quite heavily into the Steelix, so it's a bit of a surprise.
It definitely is, and Samy has a decision to make. That switch timer is already heavily displaced. He sends out the Quagsire, but it feels very late, and this opens the door for Nighttime Clasher to throw a charge attack and maybe even bail out before the Stone Edge is ready.
We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, how Medicham can threaten Wigglytuff with 2 dynamic punches. Grumpig doesn't have same type attack bonus, so I'll be very curious to see if 2 knock out, and also to call out, we're finally seeing the Grumpig.
I know, I saw it there, and I can't wait to see it in battle, but another Weather Ball gets queued up here. Great Alolan Ninetales by Nighttime Clasher to hang on to the Aqua Tail damage. Samy absorbs it on the Shadow Quagsire.
Shadow Quagsire not taking a knockout there, and the Psy Wave down. No Aqua Tail can be reached, fainted when he just got that move.
7 Psy Waves energy advantage, a weakened Steelix, and a fresh Wigglytuff. We're going to get the ladder here in this matchup, but still 2 shields for each trainer.
And I think we're going to see the answer to our question. Probably not, actually. I take it back because this Dynamic Punch is going to get shielded, and I have to imagine that Samy will go for an Icy Wind, so it'll be 2 debuffed Dynamic Punches.
Well, Phoebe, I really like the dance that Grumpig does when it launches a charge attack. You promised to do that when we come back on camera, and I can't wait to see that. But an Icy Wind from Wigglytuff will peel away that first shield from Nighttime Clasher.
And in the back, Nighttime Clasher does still have that Corviknight, so at any point in time, if he so chooses, he can pivot out to reset the attack stat of his Grumpig. However, choosing to throw the Dynamic Punch first so that... Actually, I don't know if Sammy's predicting a pivot here or... what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he just wants us to spend some of this energy from the Grumpig, and that's exactly what he decides to do. Steelix faints here, and now it's all on his Wigglytuff, but it's got to chew through a Grumpig and a, oh my goodness, Phoebe, I totally forgot this Corviknight had an enormous amount of energy.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit surprised to see the Steelix be sacrificed in such a way. Air Cutter is going to get shielded up, but there's another one loaded, and the boost, and not an Air Cutter. This is a payback.
Well, it is the harder hitting charge attack, even though it doesn't get stabbed, and it is resisted, but it's enough to bring down the Wigglytuff after the Air Cutter boost.
Yeah, Steelix, I feel like, needed to be prioritized a little bit more because of its ability to resist those Air Cutters. However, there's so much energy on that Corviknight. I think you and I were both taken a little bit aback how there was, I think it was more than a payback loaded when it came in.
It was, yeah. It was like a payback plus Air Cutters stacked on top of each other, but Nighttime Clasher a little bit tough in the early going. Steelix took a big bite out of his trio, but Grumpig was such a steady pick for him in the end game, allowed him to get back to his switch timer and make some plays.
Yeah, and really crucially, that Quagsire fainting with that Aqua Tail would have put that Grumpig significantly lower. I believe it would not have survived the Charm Down from the Wigglytuff, and without that extra charge attack going into the Steelix, right? this would have been a much different game.
Good call out there. I wonder, Samy leans on that Steelix quite a bit. I like Steelix Wigglytuff for him here. The third Pokemon, though, is a big question mark in my mind. I thought about the Gourgeist for a moment. I don't know how you feel about that, Fee, but if you want to pressure the Alola Ninetales and the double steals from Nighttime Clasher, why not bring the fire?
I'll be honest, I was very surprised to see the Ice and the Steel typing on the same team. I'm more focused on the Grumpig, and like thinking about Grumpig Punkaboo, that is also a very dynamic matchup where there's going to be a lot of switching because neither Pokemon wants to take a super effective Shadow Ball.
Agreed.
The Psy-Waves aren't super effective, the Incinerates aren't super effective, so there's a lot of damage going back and forth with the fast attacks, but it's the charge attacks that matter most.
Couldn't agree more. We're going to jump right into game number 2, everybody. Winner semis, Gourgeist into Corviknight. Instant swap into Alolan Ninetales from weakness to weakness, but out comes Samy with his Quagsire.
And I like the switch from Samy because Shadow Quagsire is a little bit more safe, but unless you're no-shielding a very hard-hitting Dazzling Gleam, oof, that hurts.
That's so much damage to take early on in the matchup, and now the Stone Edge almost feels obvious because the Quagsire is getting weak. Nighttime Clasher didn't pick up that note, though. He's going to let the Stone Edge connect.
Stone Edge is super effective into the Ice typing of that Alolan Ninetales and picks up the KO. Aqua Tail is going to be reached. I think Samy maybe could have done a few more mud shots to try to fake for a reach to the Stone Edge, but I don't think he's going to reach a second Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of tough in the margins here. Quagsire cannot clutch up a second Aqua Tail. Coming in the Steelix, this is such a clever play. Now we see the Grumpig come out, and I think there's tons of play for both players at this point.
We could see a Psychic Fang Spade, but as you say, Samy only taps that the left side charge attack. Crunch coming through, super effective damage, going to potentially put this Grumpig into a farm down range.
It's going to be close, right? It's going to be very competitive, especially after the defense drop. Dynamic Punch is going to hit really hard. This is probably the hardest hitting charge attack left in the game, but you have to save a shield for the Gourgeist too.
Ooh, attempts to catch the Dynamic Punch, but Nighttime Clasher does not fall for it. Get the Seed Bomb off before the next charge attack from Nighttime Clasher. Will he choose to shield?
I like this a lot, and it also... Oh, he can't switch yet! I was thinking he could send that Incinerate damage over to the Corviknight, but he can't bail out, and Grumpig is going to take this fast attack damage after the shield goes up.
Yeah, shield is going to be necessary. There's no reason for this to be a Dynamic Punch bait, and the last Incinerate picks up the knockout.
3 sand attacks into the payback. This is going to deal a lot of super effective damage. Gourgeist might barely hang on, but it's going to be close, and it gets KO'd.
Very importantly, does not hang on, so that Incinerate damage does not land. But Samy has an easy game plan now. Don't tap on the left move, tap on the right move. Psychic Fangs coming through, lowering the defense, and Nighttime Clasher, he's not going to shield because all Samy needs now is fast attack pressure.
I mean, in order for Corviknight to win, it's got to go back-to-back like Michael Jordan 96-97. The first payback connects. The second one isn't going to be there in time. Steelix bears down, and Samy ties up the series.
Michael Jordan, that's the famous baseball player, right?
Touche. Touche, Pete. We're all tied up here. Samy 85 into Nighttime Clasher, evening the series with the LAIC champion, and it's got to be the Steelix. I really like the Gourgeist swap. What I didn't see coming, Phoebe, was that Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of the better answers to that Alolan Ninetales, right? Samy did have the option of staying in with his Steelix and taking neutral damage from that Ice typing, but really wanting to save his best answer for that Corviknight. You don't take any super effective damage from the charge attacks. You're really not threatened by a payback, whereas something like the Gourgeist, although it doesn't take that much damage from the fast attacks, you are threatened by both charge attacks from that Corviknight. So it's a little less comfortable there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're still a grass type, even though you're dealing that fast attack Incinerate damage, and that's going to be super effective. Corviknight actually has a pretty solid matchup in even shields, even energy. We're going into game 3 here shortly, everybody. I'm not sure if that Grumpig is going to make another appearance for Nighttime Clasher. It looks pretty good, but in game 2, it wasn't nearly as strong as it was in game 1.
Will we see Nighttime Clasher opt to bring the Shadow Quagsire? We talk about how people like to play their safest Pokemon, and although Shadow Quagsire is the premier answer on his team for that Steelix, it is the premier defeat against that Gourgeist.
That's exactly right. And if you keep seeing Steelix over and over and over, Nighttime Clasher might bring that hard answer. So the pressure is really on Samy. I mean, if he leads his Steelix into a Shadow Quagsire, it would be disastrous for, I mean, I believe his best finish or best performance so far in his entire career.
Yeah. At winner semis puts you in top 8, correct?
Yeah, I believe it does.
All right, we're starting off. This is another great lead for Samy. Steelix into that Corviknight. This is where he wants to see this Pokemon. No Shadow Quagsire in the back for Nighttime Clasher. Still relying on that more neutral play with Grumpig.
Does he try to catch here? Maybe a crunch. No, Payback gets fired off here. And as we can see the Corviknight's health peek out from the logo, it's already lost more than half. This Corviknight's absolutely losing HP rapidly.
Both of these trainers are building up to basically 100 energy. Crunch coming through, going to do good neutral damage, but I think it's going to be shy of taking knockout.
Crunch connecting as he predicted. Corviknight hangs on. Defense drop comes in. Incinerate connects, and a Payback is loaded.
Just barely not doing enough damage, even with the defense drop. Shield goes up for Samy, needing to prevent this Payback from doing a ton of super effective damage. Out comes that Alola Ninetales, and it's going to be taking super effective damage in return from those Incinerates.
I mean, the shield by Samy was so inspired, but this Alola Ninetales is only going to be 5 Powder Snows to the Weather Ball, and it's going to apply a ton of pressure. I'm a little surprised, though, to not see the Grumpig come out into this matchup.
Seedbound coming through, going to be neutral damage. This is a bit of a bait because this could be a harder hitting Shadow Ball. Nighttime Clasher does put up the shield. Does Samy have a Shadow Ball? No, just another Seed Bomb. Does Nighttime Clasher know this?
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher's counts are on point, as we expect from one of the world's best players. Seed Bomb connects, and the pivot now into the Quagsire. Samy wants to keep all his Pokemon in this battle as long as possible, but another Dazzling Gleam. Alola Ninetales going for 2 for 2 on landing the hard-hitting charge attack versus this Pokemon.
Nighttime Clasher does have a shield remaining, so does he prevent this Aqua Tail from landing and go for another Weather Ball? No, lets the Alola Ninetales go, probably saving that shield for his Grumpig.
Grumpig better pick up a Broom because it needs to sweep here in this endgame versus Samy. The charge attack could queue at any second, and here comes the Aqua Tail.
Could be a Stone Edge. I like the build-up from Samy. No, trying to get a secondary Aqua Tail through, baits the first one, no shield comes up.
Grumpig building, has the charge attack. No swap for Nighttime Clasher. I almost expected the switch out there to try to catch on the Quagsire, but instead he uses his final shield.
And really crucially, this is the first time that the Quagsire has been able to reach that final Aqua Tail. Pulling the last shield, energy dry on that Gourgeist, but is there energy on the Steelix?
Samy has a very important decision to make. Does he try to peekaboo here? Steelix comes out, in comes a Gourgeist, the swap, and Nighttime Clasher does not fall for it, overcharges, and I think he's got this game in the bag.
Shadow Ball coming through, super effective damage into the Ghost and Grass type of that Gourgeist, and there is going to be a Dynamic Punch just barely not loaded. One more Psywave to get it there, but Steelix was still one Thunderfang away from the crunch, picking up 2 KOs back-to-back.
We wanted to see Nighttime Clasher and his Grumpig deliver, and he did exactly that. He will go to the winners finals to face Steiner.
Maybe a little bit of revenge for Steiner from you know, him taking away LAIC this year?
Oh, it could be. The storylines honestly write themselves. Samy and his Steelix will fall to that loser's side bracket, but don't count him out either. He's made it very far into the tournament, which means he has relatively less battles to play on the loser's side, but still a longer road ahead of him than Nighttime Clasher.
And it's almost like Nighttime Clasher could hear us talking a little bit about how he hadn't been using Grumpig, right? And he brought it every single game.
That's true, right? He said, okay, the commentators want to see Grumpig, the people want to see Grumpig, and he definitely delivered. It looked incredible, especially in that game number 3.
Right.
Once the shield advantage was on his side, I really felt like the Grumpig, farming down the Quagsire, loading up the charge attacks, he was ready to go.
One-turn fast attacks are just so fluid compared to any other options that you have.
Oh, yeah.
You have the ability to catch at any single point in time, which means that your opponent can never do the wait and see if you're in a fast attack animation because you're never stuck.
Exactly. It's so hard to catch, so hard to anticipate, and sometimes you just have to feel the pulse of the battle as it progresses. But I'll tell you what, Phoebe, you can feel the pulse, the energy in the air at the World Championships every single year, and we are getting closer and closer to that event. Let's take a look back at Anaheim last year.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the play Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, side up.
Oh, Steiner, Quackfire.
Tatsugiri. Oh.
It's a Pikachu.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Jiggly Biggly Bob.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full, and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you're going. You're stuck in a position where the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about, what can I do to improve my position? You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
If you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it. And then just have fun and try to win.
Welcome back to the 2026 Orlando Regional Championships. We are here on Championship Sunday, just a handful of trainers left as we whittle down the field to determine who will be our regional champion. I'm Softoph, and I'm here with Caleb Pang.
And I believe we are at our top 8 across the board. Maybe we'll have a chance to review the bracket later on, but upcoming now, we have LNDS Aureo versus Toad. And LNDS Aureo, I think he won his first tournament this season off the backs of a Jelson, actually, before he even got the Shadow Ball buff. But no stranger to running Spice picks or even spicy movesets, and he is running that Bug Bite Shadow Fortress. He's going up against Toad. Toad, who before this, highest finish ever was top, I believe, 13 at NAIC this past year. So this is his highest performance to date. And it could go even further if he wins his next one. Obviously, you can make the comparison that maybe top 13 at NAIC is even more impressive than top 8 at a regional, but this regional is stacked to the brim as we have this matchup. LNDS Aureo versus Toad. Very meta team from Aureo's side, outside maybe the Bug Bite Fortress, although that is even catching on to the meta, as well as the Diggersby and Feraligatr. Toad, the last and final Aegislash remaining in Orlando.
And in addition to the Aegislash, Toad has also got the Galarian Moltres. We saw him bringing it a little bit versus Alan, but looking at this matchup versus Aureo, I think that Galarian Moltres looks even better. You resist the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, the Sand Attacks from Corviknight. Obviously, a fantastic matchups into both Diggersby and Corsa, so I'm really interested to see whether Toad decides to bring the Galarian Moltres, along with a couple of counters for potentially the Wigglytuff and Fortress.
And the energy from Galarian Moltres goes pretty far into everything on the team of Aureo outside the Corviknight, but you're already in a positive matchup into Corviknight, so could get some impressive Sucker Punch down if you get that matchup. But here we go, game number 1, LNDS Aureo versus Toad. It's going to be Feraligatr into Wigglytuff. Going to be a fantastic matchup for Toad, but a matchup that you still have to shield if you want to maintain switch advantage. That's the Wigglytuff.
Exactly. This is a situation where Wigglytuff can dictate what happens in the matchup depending on how much Toad wants to shield, but like you said, kind of a positive matchup for the Wigglytuff.
Going to let the first Hydro Cannon go, knowing you can tank one at least. Goes for a script. Oh, a fantastic catch onto the Corviknight. Resisted catch, but now Aureo gives away the Corviknight, and Toad can come in with the Moltres to start Sucker Punch down. Look at the Sucker Punch damage really adding up against this Corviknight.
And this is a positive matchup, but it is still pretty awkward for the Moltres because yes, you can tank 2 Air Cutters without any problems, but you also can't really finish this off with just Sucker Punches. You have to decide what charge attack to throw. So I'm wondering if maybe the chip damage from the Swift is going to make this matchup just a little bit easier for Galarian Moltres at the back end.
And I don't believe the Feraligatr left with a Hydro Cannon either, so you can't really do much into Moltres right away. And again, this energy goes so far into the team of Aureo. Toad finally forced to throw at least one move because you don't want to get to a point where you're in, fast attack pressure from the Fortress or the Feraligatr. But the Fly resisted. Not going to be enough. Here comes the Fortress. Toad at the Brave Bird. Going to throw the Fly Baits. Going to grab an instant shield from Aureo. Still a good usage of the shield. And this Fortress is really safe for the whole team into Toad. So Toad now forced to bring the Feraligatr. More neutral matchup. The bug bite damage is starting to really add up though.
But the good news for Toad is that because he has this regular Feraligatr, he can tank these moves just a little bit better. He does shield up the Sand Tomb, though definitely not something that he wanted to shield, but he's really going to struggle getting rid of this Fortress. He really needs to land a Hydro Cannon. Let's see if he can make 2 here.
Yeah, not the best usage of shield. He still has 1 remaining, and Aureo going to burn his final shield on this Fortress. There's still energy on the Feraligatr, so he can still make a lot happen in the end game. But Toad reaches the second Hydro Cannon before the Sand Tomb is reached. That's huge, and maybe shielding the Sand Tomb was actually the right call because it allows Toad to get to this without taking additional damage. And here comes the Feraligatr taking advantage of Switch Trap, though. This is massive for Aureo. He's going to get a huge farm down, and Toad not able to get the Hydro Cannon off.
Huge farm down for Aureo, but Toad still has a little bit of a Galarian Moltres, which can definitely force energy from the Feraligatr, and he has a shield, so we'll have to see if he's able to get rid of this Feraligatr with fast attacks alone, as he actually decides to bring in the Wigglytuff, shielding up the first Hydro Cannon.
Interesting bringing the Wigglytuff. You can't really fast attack pressure down the Feraligatr, but maybe you go for a catch on the second one. That's going to be exactly the case. Toad trying to go for the Sucker Punch down. Aureo, unfortunately, forced to throw the move. Couldn't do anything further for it. I think that's actually pretty good for Toad. He could potentially charm down. The real question is, can the Corviknight get to a move in time? Wigglytuff, though, still pretty healthy. Oh, no! Terrible for Toad, and Aureo gets to the Hydro Cannon at the last second.
And just 2 Shadow Claws away was that Feraligatr. That is just the amount of time that Aureo needed in order to fire off that Hydro Cannon before that second charm registered. So really nice game from Aureo. I actually thought that Toad looked a little bit ahead, but you know, Aureo making these little plays throughout the matchup, right? Catching a move on the Moltres, as well as that huge farm down with Feraligatr at the end.
Yeah, I think the mistake from Toad there is not coming in the Moltres, right? You still have a shield, you get Sucker Punch damage, and Sucker Punch damage is going pretty fast, pretty hard into the Feraligatr for neutral. And it may bring you to a point where you can Sucker Punch it down before you get to that second Hydro Cannon, or even if you do, you still have a lot of health on the Wigglytuff. Instead, though, Toad brings in a little bit of Wigglytuff, allows the Red to get a little bit more energy faster than it would have against Moltres, and ends up getting both the final Pokemon with that Feraligatr. So great place from Aureo in the end game, despite the fact that it looked like a tough lead and backline matchup for him, but he found a way. He's a regional champ for a reason. Here we go, game number 2, match point for Aureo. Let's go, and it's going to be the Feraligatr into Wigglytuff, but this time, role reversal, it's going to be Toad with the Feraligatr in the lead.
And Toad is going to stay in here. We saw it in the first game that Aureo, you know, maybe threw a Hydro Cannon and then tried to catch onto the Corviknight. I'm not sure if Toad is going to be able to pull off anything similar. Instead, probably going to try to look to play this matchup out, maybe grab a shield advantage.
Yeah, this matchup does not look great for Toad. However, he could potentially farm down the Wigglytuff with the Aegislash. I don't think Aureo is going to be in a position to let that happen, though, as Toad closing in on that first shield steal from Aureo. Let's see if Aureo goes for a swap or not. Oh, and he pauses and swaps and catches a resisted Hydro Cannon onto his Feraligatr. But this just allows Toad to Sucker Punch down and now avoid that disastrous matchup. Feraligatr into the Aegislash. However, he has another Aegislash into the back, and then that is the Diggersby.
Right, and that is a terrible matchup for the Aegislash, so Toad really gonna have to try to prioritize this Moltres if he wants a chance in this game, but no, actually calls a Hydro Cannon bait, and yes, it's not an Ice Beam, but I think this chip damage on the Moltres is exactly what Aureo was looking for in this matchup, as he still has the Wigglytuff that can clean this up.
Yeah, in a way, I almost feel like Toad could have benefited from just Sucker Punching down and getting the fly off, because now you get free energy away from the Wigglytuff. You're locked in, you can't do anything here, but at least Toad can maybe get the fly off. No, he doesn't get it off. He could get the Aegislash onto it, but the switch timers are up, and I feel like this might be GG's for Toad as Aureo. He's breathing a sigh of relief, and unfortunately, Toad, not only is he in a bad matchup here, he's locked in for the time being. Scorch's Hand's going to be thrown first. I don't think Toad is going to shield up this first one. Oh no, he does decide to shield it. But in shield form, he could have tanked this a lot more easily than in that blade form.
It still would have been super effective damage, so I think, you know, maybe thinking that if he shields up these Scorching Sands, at least he can maybe, okay, no, he tries to catch on the Feraligatr, Aureo can't farm down, goes for a Fire Punch to take it out, but Toad is still shaking his head. He doesn't think that he has what it takes to take out this Diggersby. And indeed, with Aegislash as his last final Pokemon, no, actually a little bit of a maybe undercharge there, as Aureo gets a huge farm down, coming out with even more energy on the Diggersby.
The most perfect undercharge charge for Aureo, and I think this might be the end of the road for Toad. Again, still a top finish in his competitive career, but unfortunately, Aureo going to put an end to that streak, and now he has a fantastic matchup with also 2 shield advantage into Toad's final Pokemon, and he's hard countered here. I mean, there's just no way that he could probably land the Shadow Ball and go for a Psycho Cut down. Oh yeah, well, he's going for the Shadow Ball. So go for a little bit of a funny action there from Toad, knowing that the writing is on the wall. The mud shot down is going to close it out for Aureo. And fantastic run from Toad, but Aureo continues his streak here in Orlando.
And huge mud shots at the end there into the debuffed or, defense dropped Aegislash as Aureo continues on into the top 6 of this tournament. Again, he entered this bracket on the winner's side today, lost that first round, but now has won a match on the loser side of the bracket. So in really good position here and still the top cut.
Definitely. I mean, there's only one of our Brazilian players in that winner's side, but still a lot of them on the loser side, right? Aureo just plowing through this loser's bracket, as well as LNDS Hard Jeff coming up next. So still a lot of Titans from the Brazilian community here to play in this tournament, and Samy as well from Latin, from Peru, representing his region as well. So very excited to see all the international representation at this tournament. As you can see, the fantastic catch from Aureo, great line read as well. And unfortunately for Aegislash, not maybe the best performance in the end there, but we definitely tried to make that work, and unfortunately for Toad, it did not pan out in this final game.
Well, at least it got to make an appearance in its last ever battle of the tournament. It wasn't just left on the bench, but gotta give a lot of credit to Aureo. There he is, dropping to the loser side. He took down Pranav in losers round 2, now has taken down Toad, who is on a huge losers run in losers round 3, and he's gonna go on to face Firestar. But before we get to that, we've still got another losers round 3 to watch.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Dunebug versus LNDS Hard Jeff. And these two are the 2 players with the most amount of tournament championship title wins to date. 6 versus 6, and only one of them can move forward in this bracket to potentially set a new record here in Orlando.
And we heard Dunebug say that he was really looking forward to this match, a battle of the Titans, as he said himself. And, like you said, these players have seen each other on so many international stages, right? Hard Jeff, yes, he's from LATAM, but he's gone so far at NAIC, so far at Worlds. Dune has definitely seen what Hard Jeff is capable of. And, Hard Jeff in turn, of course, has seen Dune cleaning up many, many tournaments, including Orlando 2 years ago.
Yeah, both have been competing since the very start of the inception of the competitive circuit back in 2022. And funny enough, they've never faced each other. Between them, they've gone to every single Worlds except for Hard Jeff not making the first one back in 2022, because very limited amount of participation back then. And yeah, I don't know how that's even possible, but I guess it's going to happen here. That streak does end, and we'll see who comes out on top between these 2 Titans, as Dunebug said. And looking at their teams, I mean, fairly meta across the board, but a slight wrinkle with that Azumarill, and the Azumarill, really struggling against that head-to-head matchup against the other water than Empoleon in that winner's side when Hard Jeff faced against Firestar. Let's see if he's able to overcome the Empoleon on the side of Dunebug.
And we've seen a lot of really nice Empoleon gameplay. As you said, Firestar versus Hard Jeff. I felt like Hard Jeff was really, really struggling against that Empoleon. He's been really relying on Pokemon like the Azumarill Diggersby, the double bunny core. He said that he was happy to bring those 2 Pokemon this weekend. And I don't know, he's going to have to change up his strategy a little bit here, because I feel like that Empoleon is just such a big problem for Hard Jeff's team. I mean, maybe he tries to bring the Fortress onto it, as it can bug bite through in some shielding snares. Maybe he tries to neutralize it with the Corsola or dance around with the Corviknight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the good news for Hard Jeff is that there is no Diggersby on the side of Dunebug, so you don't have that super hard wall to that Corsola, so it has a little bit more play, but you do have a Licky, which is also not a great matchup at all for Corsola. Maybe slightly better though, but that Licky is much more valuable into that matchup of Azumarill than Diggersby would be. So I think across the board, the teams are fairly, split back and forth. I will say though, the Guzzlord from Hard Jeff's side looks almost unchecked on Dunebug's side. Yes, Dunebug has win conditions against the Guzzlord, but he doesn't have a single fairy on his team. And even against the Steel types, the Guzzlord can do pretty fine into it. So I think we see Guzzlord in all 3 games from Hard Jeff. If he doesn't bring in, or if it goes to game 3, right? But if he doesn't bring Guzzlord into every game, I will be shocked. But, you know, he's a 6-time champion, not me, so maybe he has better strategies than what I can think of on the spot.
And we heard Pocket in an interview talk about his lucky fleece. Looks like Harjeff's got his own fleece on, getting ready for the series here. Got to get locked in, got to get everything in place, including things outside of just the Pokemon and the phone.
And you can see players talking through, trying to lock in. This could be the final series. It will be the final series for one of them, and the other continuing their loser bracket run. Both have made very impressive loser bracket runs to even win eventual titles. So they're, even if they've lost already against opponent, they're not afraid to continue and try to win it all from here. Yes, the road is long for the loser bracket, but sometimes when you're thriving in loser bracket, you're just on a heater and you're warmed up throughout. You're playing twice the amount of matches as someone in the winners finals, but if you face the person that comes from the loser side in that grand finals, it could be a freight train of momentum that is hard to stop.
And here's a little fun fact for you. You mentioned the losers runs from these trainers in the past. Well, the tournament that Dunebug is most famous for, which is San Antonio 2024, that's actually the first North American regional that Harjeff ever attended. So you know he saw that run with his own eyes.
That's right. He definitely had a lot of time because he didn't make that day 2, but he has made his first ever day 2 appearance here in North America at a regional. He has made day 2 in North America International actually before this. And yeah, he is definitely familiar with Dunebug's game, and I'm sure Dunebug is very familiar with Harjeff's game, as both of them have so much to offer and prove throughout the years and been on multiple broadcasts and at Worlds as well. So we'll see how this matchup finally goes. I'm sure some people have been anticipating this matchup for years to come, maybe even talk about, hey, this is one of North America's best players. This is Latin's best players. Who would win in this face-off? It seems like kind of like a dream scenario that actually is finally coming to fruition here in 2026 Orlando.
Little bit of a fantasy perhaps coming true here as we see these two incredible trainers face off. This is the kind of match that you usually look forward to at an international or world championships, but we have an incredible treat here in Orlando as we get to see it here in losers round 3.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's really evolved throughout our game, right? Not to take away anything from previous international champions in the early years, but in the early years, even most of our international tournaments felt like a larger regional tournament, right? It was mostly people within that region going to it. But these days, not only are the international tournaments very international, but even the regional tournaments are very international as well. As the accolades you can see, I mean, we can name so many, but you can't fit either of their accolades on the board here. As here we go, game number 1, Licky into Corsola. Fantastic lead to start things off for Dunebug.
And here's that Guzzlord face-off. You mentioned it before, this Guzzlord is completely unchecked by Dunebug. Dunebug doesn't really know what to do potentially. Gonna throw this body slam to chip the Guzzlord first before he decides where to switch out.
It seems unlikely this is the first Guzzlord that Dunebug faced, so maybe he does have a game plan. And here's the thing, the Corsola is not that strong into the backline of Dunebug, so he still has a lot of neutral play with the rest of the team. And that's the thing, right? Dunebug doesn't have anything really weak to Corsola either, so he might feel very comfortable in this neutral matchup with that turn advantage on the Licky. Maybe could make something out of this Guzzlord matchup too.
And that turn advantage actually means that Licky is going to outpace Guzzlord to that final third charged attack. As you can see here, Harjeff still hasn't thrown that brutal swing. He's going to reach the double here right as Dunebug reaches the body slam, and it looks like that was actually a charge attack priority. So Dunebug happy to let this brutal swing go. He knows he's got that body slam locked and loaded.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe if Harjeff went for the sludge bomb, it could have changed things a bit, because he's not going to get this next move off, but he could shield and try to Dragon Tail down. I don't know if you even get the Dragon Tail down before the body slam comes through, but 2 more rollouts, 1 more rollout, and here catching the resistant body slam, double resistant on the Galarian Corsola. Typically not a matchup you see where people will bring in a Galarian Corsola into a Licky, but fantastic play from Harjeff, and now has a slight energy advantage and has, again, a more neutral matchup, because the backline matchups don't look too bad. However, again, the pesky Empoleon is waiting for his Zoomer on the back.
And I cannot emphasize enough how risky that play was from Harjeff. If Dunebug had just done 1 more rollout, he would have gotten a super effective Shadow Ball off, but luckily for Harjeff, that did not happen. He's here with Corsola versus Altaria. He's actually just going for the neutral Nightshade here instead of the super effective Power Jump, but realizing the situation, right? Dunebug still has 2 shields up. He needs to preserve health on his Pokemon, and he does pull the shield with that Nightshade.
And how does Harjeff take out the Empoleon is the real question. He's going to let this go, but now this means the Altaria is pretty annoying, even for the Azumarill to take out, because you're going to take a lot of, this is Dragon Breath damage. You're still doing 1 damage apiece, but the 1 damage starts adding him quickly. You get to the Sky Attack before the move is reached as well, and Dunebug now going to chip down the Azumarill. You can see Dunebug feeling pretty happy about this. He knows this Empoleon is going to go so far into the remainder of the team of Harjeff, resisting all the moves from the Azumarill and resisting all that Dragon Tail damage from the Guzzlord. He still has a shield to boot on top of it.
And Dunebug is going to preserve that shield for the Empoleon. At this point, Dunebug has seen all of the Pokemon on Harjeff's team. He knows that the Guzzlord has tons of energy. I think 2 Brutal Springs are very close to it as Harjeff brings it in, but now he's locked in, and potentially Dunebug could get a big Metal Sound down here.
Yeah, he's going to have to take one of these Brutal Swings, but there is a catch potential. Does he go for the catch on the Brutal Swing is the real question. Harjeff trying to wait it out, throws at the very last seconds, and Dunebug just going for the Metal Sound down. I think he's still in a fantastic position, but landing this Brutal Swing will help Harjeff potentially find a win condition. There is no catch potential for Harjeff, but there is still a catch available for Dunebug.
And this is a tricky situation, but Azumarill has come in clutch for so many players over the years. Can it take down this Empoleon? I think the Empoleon at this point is definitely out of play rough range, but potentially as each bubble adds up, you can see, I think Harjeff actually threw an alignment there, maybe trying to throw Dunebug off, not wanting Dunebug to make a catch, but this play rough, but the Empoleon still hangs on. Can it get to 2 Drill Pecks versus this Azumarill?
Oh, it's going to be close. I think Harjeff has to try to go for a bubble down. I mean, it should be an Ice Beam range if he could get to it, but I just don't know if he can get to it. No, looks like Empoleon's going to outpace, and Dunebug closing it out here on the Empoleon, taking the 1-0 lead over Harjeff.
Dunebug trying to defend the homeland, trying to defend that Orlando title here from the Brazilian Harjeff. And of course, that was a very close game and probably could have gone either way if just a couple small things had gone differently.
Yeah, this Empoleon continues to be a problem for Harjeff's team, right? The Guzzlord, yes, it looks safe for him, but the Empoleon looks super safe for Dunebug as well. In a similar vein, there are no strong hard counters to this Empoleon on the side of Dunebug, but the Empoleon has so much value, resisting all the damage from that Azumarill. Meanwhile, all the Pokemon from Dunebug's side can at least hit back against Guzzlord. Corso's not great, but you can still do something, right? And I don't think Dunebug even brings a Corso, so he avoids that matchup completely if he continues to play that way.
And
but again, oh yeah, go ahead, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, I feel like the Azumarill has really been taken advantage of by Harjeff's opponents, right? It just doesn't do enough damage, and right here, it needed just a little bit more juice, just a couple more bubbles, or, harder hitting charge attack to take out the Empoleon. But I feel like, for Dunebug to have a Pokemon like Empoleon in the back, it's just so comfortable against Azumarill that there really wasn't any counterplay.
And I remember, if I recall correctly, Azumarill was maybe like top 10 in usage on day number 1. But I think this is one of the few, if not the only Azumarill to make day number 2. And it might be a symptom of Harjeff just being really good and talented and making day number 2 with it. But is it really a Pokemon that's good in this meta? We have to wait and see, as Harjeff finally catches a decent lead here. Probably as good as it gets for him, as he has Dragon to Steel, but at least this Dragon can hit back into the Steel.
And these are the 2 MVP Pokemon of this matchup. I think for Harjeff, you're probably a little happier than Dunebug is, knowing just how annoying that Empoleon has been into your team. And looking at the backline, Empoleon would be very annoying as well. So for Harjeff, I think you're really happy if you just chip this Empoleon down, but also taking a quick look at those backlines. Switch advantage could be pretty important if you want to get Azumarill lined up on the Altaria instead of the Diggersby.
Oh, I think it's very important. Let's see if Harjeff decides to shield it on. He knows he can't really fast attack pressure down this Empoleon with the backline Pokemon, so he's going to go for the shield. And Dunebug, even if he catches the Brutal Swing, it's going to do neutral to everything in the back line or super effective. So Harjeff can probably throw on good timing and still not be pretty content on the outcome. And Dunebug going to let the Empoleon go completely. This is huge for Harjeff because now he gets everything he needs for this back line. Sees the Altar. There's no world he brings the Diggersby here. And then, of course, he has a Diggersby for the Licky Licky. Such a dominant matchup with the bulk of Diggersby and the type advantage.
And this is looking beautiful for Harjeff now. He sees the Altar. He knows there's no way he is going to give up switch advantage at this point, bringing in the Azumarill. And now Dunebug still staying in for a little bit. Maybe he wants to try and catch an attack on Licky Licky. Maybe he wants to chip with a Sky Attack first. Yes, he is going to chip with a Sky Attack, as the Azumarill has not yet reached a charge attack. neither of these players know the backline Pokemon yet, but I think as soon as they see it, they're going to be thinking that this game is very much in the favor of Harjeff.
And Dunebug getting away with another Sky Attack when Harjeff already had the energy, but Dunebug trying to play a trick and make it seem like, you know what, maybe I'm going to go for a swap, maybe I'm going to go for a catch. Harjeff kind of confused here, trying to figure out the best time. He does get as much energy as possible, does throw the Ice Beam. Dunebug, huge read from him. He's one of the smartest players and successful players in the world. He knows there's probably a Diggersby in the back at this point, and now he's trying to win the 2-to-1 shield advantage. Altaria into the Azumarill. But I think Harjeff can just let this go and come in Diggersby and finish off the job.
But Azumarill might even survive this. Yes, it barely survives. Just throws the Ice Beam at the last second, and I think Harjeff's Diggersby, like you said, is going to be able to finish things off. Even though Dunebug, look, he's going to take out this Azumarill or put it very, very low as Harjeff reaches for the Diggersby, but I think you're pretty much in Fire Punch range now.
Yeah, you're going to have to maybe catch a Fire Punch and then try to do something. He tried to go for it, unfortunately not able to, and now Harjeff can farm up extra energy. These rollouts are resisted. The Body Slams don't do that much, and the Shadow Ball definitely can't be thrown from Dunebug's Licky Licky. Harjeff looking poised for a game number 3.
And bunny number 2 for Harjeff coming in clutch after Azumarill couldn't finish off the job by itself. Diggersby is going to lend a hand. It's going to be able to absorb so many body slams. If I had to eyeball that, I'd say you could take 5 body slams, maybe even 6.
I don't know if you even get to 5 or 6 here, but Harjeff not one to mess around and find out. He knows there's still a Sky Attack or almost a Sky Attack loaded in the back. He has catch potential as well, but I don't think he needs to. He could just play this straight out. And there's no catch potential yet for Dunebug as the switch timer's not up yet. And Harjeff going to just save the shield for this Altaria. Even if Dunebug goes for a catch, it's going to be a hard catch to go. Now here comes the Altaria, and Harjeff being patient, going to overfarm, going to spend the final shield on the Sky Attack, and only a few moments away from taking out this Altaria.
Yeah, and Dunebug has pulled off miracles before, but I don't know if he can get this one. Although the Diggersby has pretty much crossed into Body Slam range now, Harjeff does still have a ton of energy to get a Scorching Sands off on the Licky Licky.
All right, let's see if the Body Slam is loaded. It is one away. Hold on, Harjeff throws the Mud Shot. Super calculated play, getting as much damage as possible to get this final Scorching Sand off, making the most out of this matchup. And he forces a game number 3 between Dunebug and Harjeff.
That game actually was a little bit closer than I thought it would be. The Licky Licky almost looked like it had enough health to survive the Scorching Sands, in which case it might have come down to a catch from Harjeff. But you know what? Harjeff had it all calculated out. He knew exactly how much energy Dunebug had, and let me tell you, that is not an easy thing to do in these incredibly long matchups with Pokemon such as Licky Licky having pretty complex energy counts sometimes.
And despite the fact that Dunebug was hard counter in the back, right, he relied on the shield advantage, the energy lead he had with the Altaria, and made that game so close, right? Like, if you look at the backlines, everyone else is probably thinking like, man, this game is over. But Dunebug, he tried to find the way. He tried to catch a Fire Punch, try to keep it as close as possible, and he almost pulled it off, which is absolutely wild. But that's why he's one of the best in the world, and he's also facing off against one of the best in the world that's not going to let such a matchup like that happen. Winning switch was key for Harjeff in that Azumarill Diggersby core is so strong. Only that really core breaks it on the team of Dunebug is that Empoleon. And as long as you neutralize that, it could be a victory for Harjeff. But he's got to have some luck and some great matchups here for this final game to neutralize that Empoleon one final time.
And I gotta give Dunebug some credit. He saw what I think many others probably didn't see, which is that Shadow Altaria can still chip away at Azumarill when it's up enough energy, as Dunebug was in that match. But I think if you're Dunebug, you also look at that match and say, you know what, I didn't get the most value that I could have out of the Empoleon. It's my best Pokemon, and I kind of let it just get neutralized by Guzzlord. And even though, you know, I got a big farm down, it wasn't quite enough. So I'm curious to see if Dunebug decides to prioritize that Empoleon just a little bit more this time, maybe stick it in the back as a closer instead of just sacrificing it in the lead.
You know, there's always a chance that both these players eventually get eliminated in Orlando, and neither of them adds a 7th title to their accolades. But there's so much online just between these two. I feel like just the pride itself and another higher top finish in another regional means so much. And this is kind of a proving ground to see who can come out on top. Regardless of who wins the next round, if either of them lose the next round, that's okay, because they have to fight it out for this 3rd and final game between them. Dunebug versus Harjeff for the final game. It's going to be the Shadow Altaria into the Corviknight of Harjeff, and a fantastic lead for Dunebug.
It is fantastic because you resist those sand attacks, and Hard Jeff is go straight into his Guzzlord. This has been the MVP of the matchup for him. Dunebug, again, as we've been saying, doesn't have an answer to Guzzlord, so he's going to stay in. And this is one of those matchups where the Shadow Altaria actually performs significantly better than the regular Altaria.
And if you look at the backline of Dunebug, he didn't bring the Licky, so the Galarian Corsola is so free for Hard Jeff in this game, trying to make the hard read that Hard Jeff might not bring it, or he feels comfortable enough to neutralize it. But now this Galarian Corsola is just as safe as the Guzzlord, if not even safer.
And Hard Jeff is going to throw this brutal swing right here. Dunebug has now seen 2 Pokemon on the team. He's going to let the Altaria go. And how does he decide to finish off this Guzzlord? Is this the moment where he brings in the opponent to get a huge potential farm down? Yes, he does, as the first brutal swing comes through from the Guzzlord.
And this is really good for Hard Jeff because I feel like he can just pivot out. He's not going to let Dunebug farm him down in all likelihood, and he has the Altaria off the field, which means this Corviknight is even safer into the rest of the team. So much safety in the final Pokemon of Hard Jeff, but Dunebug, he has the energy lead, and he has the resilience to try to make magic happen in any type of matchup.
And this is all going according to Hard Jeff's plan, but again, this Empoleon is so important for Dunebug. He's going to throw another Hydro Cannon here, and I don't know if he's going to go for this, but if he wants to switch out into the Quagsire and kind of use it as an energy sponge so that Empoleon can really shine late in the game, I would not be surprised.
And this is a benefit of Hard Jeff into Dunebug's team. There is no Fairy type. There is no Dark Resist on the side of Dunebug, so he easily throw the payback. A huge no shield from Dunebug, and he's trying to find a way back into this game. Now comes another air cutter. Dunebug going to finally throw up the shield, so getting a little bit back for Hard Jeff, but if he land that payback, that could have been lights out. Dunebug still having a little bit light here in the final moments of this battle, trying to get to Drillback right before the brutal swing is reached.
And great counting by Dunebug, unfazed by all the switching in and out as the Guzzlord finally goes down. Still a lot of energy on this Empoleon, but also a full health Corsola in the back. Very, very bulky, and I don't know what the formula is going to be for Dunebug to take it out. I think a Hydro Cannon, maybe plus 2 Aqua Tails. I think you need 3 charge attacks to take this out.
Yeah, and the tough part is there's still the Corviknight in the back, and once Empoleon throws this, it'll be out of energy. I would assume Dunebug swaps straight away to Quagsire. Quagsire, one of the safest and strongest Pokemon in this meta, but it usually has shields to protect it. Not in this case, as Dunebug trying to reach for the double Aqua Tail. First move's gonna be reached, but it's gonna be Hard Jeff that throws the first Nightshade.
And Quagsire can definitely hang on here. Yes, it doesn't have shields, but it's also not as frail as some other Shadow Pokemon. But now Hard Jeff is going to quickly switch into Corviknight. Oh, and there's an Air Cutter loaded. I think you survived this, but I don't know if you're going to have enough gas in the tank to take out the Corsola as well.
And the Empoleon low on health, no energy as well. Dunebug, one final move to throw at the Corviknight. Can he take out the Galarian Corsola with the Stone Edge? I don't think he even gets to it in time. And no, the Corviknight survives. The Sandtex, too overwhelmed for Dunebug. Couldn't get the Mudshot down. And unfortunately, Empoleon trying to clean it up, trying to get to one final Hydro Cannon. I don't think you're in Hydro Cannon range. One more Astonish will do it. And Hard Jeff takes a 2-1 victory over Dunebug.
Dunebug couldn't get the damage he needed against that incredibly bulky Corsola. Needed 3 charge attacks, could only get off the first Hydro Cannon. Needed 2 Aqua Tails, or maybe an Aqua Tail plus a Hydro Cannon, as Hard Jeff celebrates with his fans in the crowd.
Yeah, it looks like the players are talking it over a little bit. I think the moment that Dunebug was thrown off was the Quagsire versus Corviknight matchup. So if he does bring it to review, we might be able to see a replay on that to see what happens. I didn't really catch it myself, but I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but I feel like the Sandtac he got Sandtac down. I don't know if there was anything else that I might have been missing. What about you, Soph?
I didn't catch anything. It looked like he might have been saying that he wanted to switch to Empoleon or something to save the Quagsire, but I don't know if his switch clock was up. I mean, either he was trying to switch or he was trying to throw an attack, right? It has to be one of the two. Yes. I think even if he gets an attack off on the Corviknight, it doesn't really help him. So the only way that I can see him potentially having a win condition would be if he was reaching for the Empoleon and then able to land all the charge attacks with Quagsire against Corsola. But a lot of things needed to go right for Dunebug to win the end game.
Yeah, it looks like our players are talking over with the judges, so we'll give you all a quick update if it goes to review and the outcome of that one. Honestly, if they play another game, that would be exciting as well, but overall, though, that was a pretty crazy game number 3, and Hard Jeff playing so fantastic throughout that series, even despite how tough the Empoleon looked. All right, so the official word is there's a game review requested, and it was a lost turn at the end of the last game. So maybe we'll be able to pull up the replay. That'd be awesome if we can, and maybe see, maybe in slow motion, what happened in that final endgame scenario of Quagsire versus Corviknight.
I think it is that exact moment that you're talking about where, you know, Corviknight lands the air cutter, and then it's sand attacking down the Quagsire. Honestly, I think that the health remaining on the Quagsire was just so low that it's really hard to sand attack down. But if we get the replay, you know, Caleb, we can go in, we can count the sand attacks, we can count the mud shots, and try to get our own exact approximation of what happened.
Yeah, and I think the tough part here is even if Dunebug lost a turn, is it consequential for the outcome, right? Because let's say he gets an Aqua Tail off against the Corviknight, and I don't think he would have got to Stone Edge against the Corsola, so he throws an Aqua Tail against the Corsola. The problem is Jeff was able to farm down the Empoleon before it got to Hydro Cannon, and it wasn't in Aqua Tail range, so it may not even change the outcome if it came to it. But the judges are reviewing it, and again, this is my own speculation. I'm not a judge. We have expert judges here to make the decision, but that's just based on what I saw in the scenario. And oh, we get a replay. Fantastic.
All right, so here is the Aqua Tail landing, and I think Corviknight 1, 2, 3, 4. So I see 4 sand attacks. How many mud shots did you, or what were you counting?
Yeah, so it looked like he was going for the double mud shot, but the one turn will take priority over it. So he goes down on that third turn, so in the middle of the second mud shot, which, if I understand my mechanics correctly, is how the game's supposed to behave.
All right, let me count the mud shots here.
Yeah.
I see 1 definitely lands there, and then I think I see the damage from that second. Okay, so here's...
Actually, yeah, no, that should have been, I guess, a potential Simo KO, right?
Well, I actually think the Corviknight lives too much. Okay, so watch how many times the health bar goes down, right? Here's 1. That's 1 mud shot damage for sure. And then I think that's a second mud shot registering at the same time as 4 sand attacks.
Yeah,
if I'm not wrong.
I think either way, even if it didn't register and maybe Dunebug did lose a turn there, that would imply that the Corviknight, the Corviknight didn't have a move anyway, right? So it didn't really change the outcome there. He was able to Metal Sound down, unless the one sand attack changed the outcome of the Empoleon versus Corsola matchup. But it looks like this, it looked as this Quagsire goes down maybe in the middle of the second mud shot. It potentially, or maybe you're right, with the mud shot did register, but even a Simo KO there would mean that the Corsola still astonishes down the Empoleon.
And you don't have enough health to get off both charge attacks against the Corsola. You almost certainly faint to 1 Astonish there. I do think there is something that can happen where 1-turn fast attack users sometimes kind of lose a turn of priority when there's potentially going to be a Simo KO. I don't know if that's what happened here, but let's suppose that the Corviknight was supposed to faint to 2 mud shots. So sometimes what can happen is that the 2 mud shots register before 4 sand attacks. Like you only get 3 sand attacks, but that's not even like relevant here because we're thinking that the mud shot user is the one that lost turns.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the only winning scenario for Dunebug is he gets the full mud shot down against Corviknight
and lives in Astonish.
Yeah, right. Well, even without the Astonish, he just throws the Stone Edge at that point. He's at full energy, right?
Oh, right. And then you can Metal Sound down?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because then you'll be in Metal Sound range, or even the Stone Edge might KO the Corsola from that range. Either way, you'll definitely probably get the Metal Sound down if you land the Stone Edge. But I think the best case scenario for Dunebug there, if I count the turns correctly, is that it becomes a Simo KO, which doesn't change the outcome either way if you lost a turn, right? So if you lost 2 turns, that changes things.
Right.
But I think at that point, at best, he might have lost 1 turn. But the judges are reviewing it. I think they might have come to the decision. They're explaining it to players right now, so we should have an update pretty soon for you all. Based on my psychological reading, my prediction would be that they are ruling a no rematch because the judges are talking to Dunebug explaining the situation. But maybe that's not the case. That's just a little social observation I have to get a little sneak peek ahead.
Thanks for your evaluation, Caleb.
My psychology degree coming in not very handy, but maybe a little bit here.
Well, we don't have audio, so it is tough to know what's happening. I believe, you know, even if what you're saying is correct, Dunebug would still also have the opportunity to appeal to a head judge. But, you know, based on the replay that we saw, I saw 4 sand attacks for, I think, 2 mud shots of damage.
And even if it was a mud shot and a half, again, maybe a Simo KO is the best that Dunebug could hope for there.
But the Corsola was also like, wasn't it above 50% health?
I think it would have been close. I think Dunebug definitely needs to land a Stone Edge to maybe Metal Sound down. He definitely has a very great argument if he could get to the mud shot down and get the Stone Edge, right? Which I think is what he's thinking, right? And again, when the players are, as a person that's played before, when, you know, this happens, you know, they don't get to look at the footage themselves.
Exactly.
The judges
They can't
do,
even
right?
rewatch that and be like, oh, actually, whatever.
So it's no fault to the players if they bring up a review, and you might be watching like, I don't think that should be even reviewed. But the players for the moment, you might not see everything, you know, at the moment. Things are moving fast, and the judges have a chance to review it and then come to conclusion as well. And, you know, our judges make fantastic calls. So it looks like we have a decision, and they're still reviewing it, so we'll see how it goes. But anyway, as stated before, you know, the players don't get to watch replay themselves, so it's not like they can be like, oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Never mind what I said, you know. So totally within the right of the players, and always good to bring it up just in case something happened to make sure everything goes as planned. Looks like the players are taking off the headset, and it looks like there should be no rematch. As you see, the final hand squeeze from Jeff, the flex, he's moving forward, and he's showing that, hey, at least between him and Dunebug, a close, hard-fought battle, but he came out on top in their first ever matchup.
All right, well, congratulations to Jeff. Incredible series from both of those trainers. It came down to a game 3 and, you know, maybe just a couple of turns or HP as we were seeing at the end. So thank you to both of those players for a fantastic series. As for Dunebug, his run is going to end right there in losers round 3, but, you know, still an incredible season for him. You know, for a player of his caliber, a top 8 is, you know,
hey, I'll take a top 8 any day these days.
I know, who wouldn't, right? But it's actually like incredible for him. He's top 8'd every single NA regional again this season. So congrats to him. Jeff, of course, going to move on in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Dunebug coming off a first, a third, and a second place finish, and a third earlier this season as well. So a fantastic season for him, one of his best, and Jeff proven that this is also one of his best seasons. First time I believe he's ever won 2 regionals in the same exact season, and he's looking for a third on NA soil.
I think you're right, because there was like some stat where he was winning like the first tournament of every season for like 3 years in a row. Although maybe one of those
4
seasons
years in
he
a row,
won.
I believe.
4 years.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. But
okay.
I think one of those seasons he actually won an IC. So maybe there's another season where he won 2 tournaments.
Well, yeah, that's why I clarified the regional, because I was like, so too smart to let me get away with this one.
Yeah,
but yes, you're absolutely right. He won an IC and a regional 1 year. He hasn't won 2 regionals. You know, these talented players, we have to nitpick because they win so much that I'm like, we got to make this a little bit interesting, right? Because Jeff's already won 2 tournaments, so, you know. But anyway, fantastic performance from both of them throughout the weekend, and we get to continue to see the Brazilian dominance here in Orlando as Jeff wins another one. And again, we still have LNDS Aureo as well as Steiner waiting in that winner's finals in the bracket remaining.
The Brazilian players are doing fantastic. If my math is correct, you know, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong,
You're better at math than me, so I'm not going to correct you.
I think there are 3 Brazilians in the top 6, along with Samy, right?
Yes,
Samy
correct.
from LATAM as well, and then Firestar and Nighttime Clasher. So only 2 North American trainers left in the Orlando Regional. 1, of course, Nighttime Clasher on the winner's side. Thank you for this beautiful losers bracket here. We have just concluded losers round 3. We've got our top 6 locked in now. It's these 4 on the right, Firestar, LNDS Aureo, who we're about to see match up in just a second. Samy is going to play LNDS Jeff, who we of course just saw beat Dunebug. And then waiting in the wings in those winners finals, that is Nighttime Clasher and LNDS T Steiner.
And to quote a former regional champion from North America, NA is free. We'll come and find out if that's the case. It's not over yet. We still have Nighttime Clasher and Firestar to hold it down for NA, but things are looking fantastic for the LATAM players and for the LATAM fans as well. And again, the winner of this tournament will get that locked in qualification for Worlds. And there's a number of our players that don't have that auto qualification yet. Not Jeff, not Nighttime Clasher, maybe not that many left actually, but Firestar, Aureo actually locked in as well. Steiner, well, there's actually not many players left. It's just Samy and Firestar.
Right.
Yes.
So 4 out of 6 of these trainers already have their invitation to Worlds locked up, but you know, they can still compete for travel awards.
Absolutely.
The championship points never hurt. And right, but there's still a lot to fight for for all of these trainers.
Well, like I think Lau Jeff said, right? Like 3 titles used to be a lot. These days, not so much. I mean, some of us are still struggling for our first ever title or first ever medal, but for the players at the, hey, don't just happened to me. Come on now. But it's me, yes, included. But some of these players have so much accolades already, and now they're just competing, seeing like who could have more medals at this point, who could have more first place titles, as you know, there's always the debate of who's the greatest Pokemon Go player of all time. And I feel like year to year it kind of shifts, right? This year, I gotta say it's probably Pokémon, like almost definitively, but there's so many players still on the wings trying to make a claim for themselves this year. And only way to do is to catch up to someone like Pokémon is to continue winning. We have Firestar 73 versus LNDS Aureo, another North America versus Brazilian matchup. And Firestar, one of our players that doesn't have that guaranteed invite and doesn't have his first regional title yet, but one of the players that, again, I mentioned earlier, probably in contention to being one of the best players in the world that hasn't won a tournament to date.
And you're absolutely right. I think Firestar is on a huge roll here. I think if he advances to the top 4, this will be his best tournament finish ever. He was top 6 just a few weeks ago in Seattle, I believe. And of course, the top 8 at Worlds being his best finish outside of that, which is incredibly impressive just as a stat by itself. But Firestar, again, searching for his first regional title. I think, you know, even though he doesn't have the Worlds auto invite, he almost certainly has the Worlds invite completely locked up at this point, just in terms of championship points. But, you know, he is going for his first ever medal here if he can win this match against Aureo.
And fun fact for Firestar as well, I can't remember on day 1, I think he faced a few Brazilian players on day 1, but on day number 2, he's faced only Brazilian players. It's almost like he's actually playing in a LATAM tour right now, faced off against Hard Jeff, then faced off against Steiner, and now facing off against Aureo. And you know what? He's coming to play here. Game number 1, Firestar versus LDS Aureo. It's going to be Diggersby into Feraligatr. Maybe not as dominant of a matchup as you would think for Feraligatr because you're resisting the Shadow Ball damage and get hit back with a lot of neutral damage with the Diggersby.
Actually, a pretty neutral matchup. It used to be the case that this was maybe even favored for Diggersby as the Scorching Sands had a higher chance of getting an attack debuff, but I think these days it is favored for Feraligatr, even though you're doing absolutely nothing with those Shadow Claws. Oh, but a nice catch by Firestar, catching the resisted Hydro Cannon on his Empoleon.
Beautiful timing as well. I mean, there's not really a given time that Aureo would throw that move, but just trying to time it perfectly and just going off a feel, and I think that really paid off for Firestar. He is now in payback range though, but he has an energy lead coming into his Corviknight.
Energy lead, but I think Corviknight is just a couple of sand attacks away from payback, should be able to reach that payback before Empoleon is able to reach a second Hydro Cannon. So let's see if Aureo decides to fire it off right away. Yes, he wants to get it off before Empoleon can reach the Hydro Cannon. Firestar is going to let the Empoleon go down with all of this energy. He's happy with what it has accomplished, right? Absorbing the Hydro Cannon, chipping this Corviknight. Now he's going to bring the Diggersby back in to try and finish things off with a Fire Punch.
I don't know if he's exactly in Fire Punch range, but these Mudshots are actually really adding up in damage pretty quickly against Aureo. Might be close to Fire Punch range. Aureo going to just let this go, knowing that Feraligatr is really strong in the team of Firestar. And this is kind of the tough part. Oh wait, survives the Fire Punch, tries to go for a catch. In comes his own Diggersby, but he's locked into the Togekiss. An absolutely brutal matchup for the Diggersby.
And this is the best possible case scenario for the Togekiss. You resist all of the Mudshots, the Fire Punches do pretty much nothing. We'll see how much it does right here. Looks like just about 25%. And you have super effective Aura Sphere. Yes, you need more than just an Aura Sphere to knock out the Diggersby, but these pecks are really adding up as well.
And the Mudshot was rebuffed this season, but the downside of running Mudshot over Quick Attack is doing resistant damage in matchups like this one. And Aureo going to throw up the first shield to reduce that super effective Aura Sphere damage, but another one is reached from Firestar. Does he spend a second shield? Does he try to pivot out? Is the real question, as Firestar going to overfarm a bit right before the next Fire Punch is available, and Aureo going to let this next one go.
And I think you survive this, but I'm not sure with how much health and what this Diggersby is going to be able to accomplish later. Actually, still quite a bit of health here. Does he throw the Fire Punch or save it? Yes, he throws the Fire Punch. I think Togekiss can still take this, and Firestar knows it as well. He's going to let it go and save the shields for later.
All right, this is not going to be enough to kick out the Togekiss, but here comes the Diggersby. I love this reverse farm down, throwing as, you know, has to throw the Fire Punch, take out the Diggersby. I think Aureo feeling pretty confident that saying, you know what, I got some value out of the Diggersby. I'm going to let it go. But he is still down a shield, and now all of a sudden Firestar going to be in a commanding position. He goes straight for the Scorching Sand. Does Aureo burn the final shields? This is a really solid Scorching Sand because Firestar still has 2 shields to throw up. I don't know how Aureo is going to come out of this matchup. Maybe he has to catch a Scorching Sand on the Corviknight to have any semblance of a chance, but I don't even think you're in Hydro Cannon range on the Diggersby yet.
And that's exactly the key part. Look at how healthy this Diggersby. Even if you can land a Hydro Cannon, your fast attacks are doing absolutely nothing from both of these Pokemon. So I think Firestar is, maybe going for a Fire Punch bait would actually be his lose condition. So I really like the Scorching Sands that he went for before. So much energy here as Aureo goes for the bait. Wait, did he tap the move?
I think he did, but Aureo gets the payback off first, and all of a sudden, this Diggersby might be in Hydro Cannon range, and you came undercharge just because there's no health on the Corviknight. Aureo breathing a sigh of relief, maybe still has a win condition. There's still a catch opportunity on the Togekiss though, and Firestar, head on swivel, might be able to make that catch. They reach the time, move at the same time. Wait, Firestar just throws it right away, anticipating that Aureo wouldn't throw the Hydro Cannon, and this should be enough to KO and close out the matchup for Firestar.
And the third degree mind games are what takes that first game for Firestar. He's thinking, Aureo thinks that I'm gonna go for a catch, but I think that is not going to happen, so I'm just going to throw the Scorching Sands right here. The Togekiss also might have had a little bit of energy, I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, very impressive game from both of those trainers, both trying to switch in and out, desync the switch timers, make the energy as efficient as possible.
Yeah, LMDS Aureo playing 3D chess, Firestar playing 4D chess, saying, you know what, you want to throw it, go for it, but I think you're going to anticipate me going for a catch, and sometimes you just throw the move when you have it.
And that's exactly what Firestar did. Really great Diggersby gameplay from Firestar here as well. It looks, actually, you know what? That Diggersby looks incredible into Aureo's team. I don't think I took a close enough look at this before the game started, but fantastic matchups into the Corviknight, of course the Steel types, the Corsola, and then decent matchup into the Feraligatr as well, mirroring the Diggersby, neutral into the Wigglytuff. So wow, okay, yeah, I definitely expect the Diggersby to come every game for Firestar. Aureo really has to figure out a way to get rid of the Diggersby. I think continuing to rely on Feraligatr, maybe your own Diggersby as well.
And this Togekiss also looks fantastic for Firestar because with the Bug Bite Fortress, it's not going to be even that bad of a matchup. And the worst possible matchup for Aureo as he grimaces and sees that there is no counterplay. Corsola into Diggersby, and now he gets countered yet again in the next matchup. Feraligatr into Licky Licky.
And Aureo got a tiny energy lead with this Feraligatr, but I don't think it's going to be enough to flip this matchup. Let's see how much this Hydro Cannon does. Doesn't do quite half to Licky Licky, and that means that the second Hydro Cannon probably isn't going to pull a shield. No, you see Firestar immediately click the no shield button. I think if you're Firestar, you still need to land 2 charge attacks against this Feraligatr, so it's not entirely straightforward, but look at how comfortably you take that second Hydro Cannon, and so much energy, almost at 100 with the Licky Licky.
Yeah, and Aureo going to shield a body slam. He's not going to love seeing this one, but on top of it, he's in such a tough position because not only do you have no play into the Diggersby, but you have a Licky Licky with energy. I mean, at this point, you could probably Astonish down, but I don't know if you can even Shadow Call down before another move's reach. As Aureo trying to reach for the next Hydro Cannon, he gets to it. Does Firestar opt to shield? I mean, I think this will be a pretty solid shield. No, he lets it go, knowing that Diggersby's really strong in the team. He doesn't care. He knows even if he has a bad matchup back, it's not too bad. And now this might give us like, oh, wait, hold on. Aureo just brings in the Corsola and locks it into the Diggersby. And this might just be game over.
And this is looking beautiful for Firestar. Aureo investing the shield, trying to go for switch advantage, maybe panicking a little bit as he just gives it up. I mean, I think he was in a difficult position regardless. You can't really shield your Feraligatr again, and it's also so low, you're not going to get much value out of it as Aureo doing his best with this Corsola, throwing this resisted power jump into Diggersby, but I think Firestar needs a big mistake in order to throw this one.
Yeah, in this matchup, I think it was a short-lived meta back in EUIC last year where Diggersby and Corsola was pretty prominent, and Corsola being one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta, Diggersby being the hardest neutralizing factor to counter it. It is back again in 2026 Orlando, and Shield Advantage Diggersby looks absolutely out of control for Firestar, getting so much value, and there's still a Togekiss with full health in the back.
And gotta give a lot of credit to Firestar, even though, we're looking at this thinking, okay, the game is over. Someone still needs to tap the screen, throw these charge attacks at good timing. We saw the Wigglytuff come in, and Firestar just, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He threw the Scorching Sands, and now he's dipping into Togekiss to try and clean up this Wigglytuff. I think one more Aura Sphere should do it.
Yeah, sometimes the early celebration can come back to bite you, but Firestar locked in and still ready to continue his loser's bracket run. I used to call him the king of the loser's bracket. He started off on the winner's side, but this is where he really thrives. One more Aura Sphere should do it into the Togekiss. Throws the side shot for good measure in case it's going to be caught on the course. But I don't even think the time was even available for Aureo. And now Toki's one more peck away to another move, and there's limited options now for Aureo. Tries to go for a catch, but Firestar on top of it as well. And Aureo, all he can do is smile. What a performance from him in Orlando, but Firestar holding it down for North America.
He is the star of the show here in the losers bracket. And you know, I said it before, he's keeping things on point even though the game looked pretty much over. You saw it at the end of the game there. He's not allowing a catch. He's not allowing Aureo to come in and snipe with this course. Like, he's ready there with his Digger's Beat, and Firestar is going to bring all that momentum into losers round 5. Also, losers semis, I think.
Yeah, that's right. This means that Firestar taking Aureo, does this mean that he gets a rematch against LNDS Harjev?
I think Harjev still has to win another match to reach that, yeah.
Gotcha.
But
so
it could be.
Potentially. I mean, Firestar's continued Brazilian opponents may continue as well, but last time around, Firestar did take the victory, I believe, over Harjev in that one. And so might look forward to that rematch as well. But he takes a 2-0 victory over Aureo to start things off here in this losers round 4. Dominant performance from Firestar and a fantastic performance from Aureo, coming all the way from Brazil to make top cut, make day 2 on the winner's side, and still make a decent losers run before dropping to Firestar.
And Aureo having an incredible season. We already talked about his special event win, of course proving himself here on North American soil as well, finishing in the top 6. So congratulations to Aureo on really another incredible season, of course, but maybe your best season yet. And as for Firestar, this is also his best finish yet. He's going to be in the top 4 here, 4th place, and a medal guaranteed. That's going to be his first medal, which is very, very exciting.
I mean, best season for Aureo. I'd like to say best season so far for Aureo, as he is going to take the exit though in this Orlando tournament, as Firestar going to continue his best tournament to date. And again, one of the best players to have not won a first place, a title, but that might change in a few hours as he continues his loser bracket run and awaits his next opponent.
Firestar has looked in incredible form this weekend, not just in that series, but all weekend long, really, right? Like, even in the dominant matchups, he's still playing things out. He's still thinking, okay, is there any way, any win condition for my opponent? And he's anticipating them at every single step.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, you know, this season, this past week, and wherever. I feel like he's been looking good for this past year.
My bad. Right, yes.
But, you know, hard to say because a lot of times he's coming from a long loose bracket run, so maybe doesn't get as much showcase as he deserves. But we're showcasing him plenty here in Orlando, and he wants to, you know, be on stream as much as possible. He's playing super poised and super well in his strategies. And again, a Shadow Malamar, pretty wild pick from him, but it didn't get played in this matchup because it wasn't needed, but it's looked good in a lot of his other matchups.
Well, that was a fantastic start to losers round 4. We've still got another match in losers round 4 to go as we figure out who's going to round out our top 4. But before we get to that, don't go away. We're going to have a little short break.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
My name is Dunebug 97, and I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts. The Pokemon type I would be Steel type because I'm very resilient, like Steel.
Dunebug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in one season. He's so good at this game.
When I was working a summer job after graduating high school, some coworkers were just playing Pokemon GO, and I was like, what is this game that they're playing? Oh, you can find Pokemon in the real world. And I was hooked. I think my favorite early memory from the game is the first Go Fest I ever attended, where there was just such a fun community. It was just a great time overall. I would say the best advice I had for new Pokemon trainers, be the best person you can, because that will help you in life in general and also at the tournaments you go to. My biggest mentor in my life has been my father, who is sadly no longer with me, He always told me, keep putting in the effort and the results will follow. I think the underdog mentality really pushes me further and helps me succeed when I really need it. I think the biggest development for me personally throughout the years has been concentration and in-game discipline. Not making rash decisions that could potentially cost me games. There's absolutely a balance between being aggressive and being more reserved with your playstyle. When it comes to attending tournaments, I would say it's 70% I'm focused on winning, doing as best as I can, then 30% is having fun with everyone and all my friends. My most difficult match in day 2 was against Rockhaven. That Bastion, Goodra, Azumarill combo, and the Shadow Scizor was just a lot to deal with, and I had to just make some really risky calls, and it ended up working out in the end. I feel like Rise to Occasion is the most fierce competitor I can face at any tournament. My first finals was in Arlington. I was able to dig myself out of a 0-2 hole in the losers finals against Rounds. This match, compared to the other ones, it shows how much I was able to adjust to a difficult matchup. In the first winners finals, I was just not realizing how strong my Shadow Primeape would be. But once we got to that rematch, I was starting to realize this is a really good pick against this team. Once I made the correct adjustments, I was able to just steamroll through the rest of the games. When I reset the bracket, I knew I was in a very good spot.
Dunebug pumps his fist. Give it up for your Las Vegas Regional Champion.
Right now, I'm feeling really in awe of everything that's happened. It's been a crazy weekend.
Dunebug came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend.
This event qualified me for Worlds and put me in a very good position to get that travel award for EUIC in London. My number 1 goal this season would probably be make day 2 at Worlds. Every World Championships I've attended, I've never made day 2. I just finally want to break through that wall. My favorite Worlds moment has to be when I got to spend that whole time with my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I don't know if I'm going to win Worlds this year. You'll have to tune in and find out. Twitch.tv/Pokémon GO. I think people should look out for me at Worlds because I'm just a sneaky player, very sneaky. Sometimes I can fly under the radar and people might not expect me to come out from underground. If I won Worlds, I think my life would be complete.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in Orlando, right off of a match with LNDS Aureo versus Firestar. And we were mentioning on the broadcast earlier, a lot of our international players are here, particularly a lot from the Brazilian community as well. And I have some of them here with a few words of encouragement before their fellow friend and teammate plays on stage, LNDS Hardjeff. How you all feeling this morning? We'll start from left to right here.
I'm feeling very happy for all of my friends. I didn't perform well, but I was a little bit sad. But when I saw that they were all doing good, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for them. I woke up very early to be here just to cheer for them.
Awesome, great to hear. I know Steiner still in this winners finals as well. How are you feeling potentially getting a second regional title in North America just this year alone?
Eu acho que seria bem legal. Roubar torneio do NA novamente. Eu estou bem confiante e vou jogar com um amigo, né? Tinha um amigo pessoal, então estou bem feliz.
He said that he is very happy and that he's going to play with his friend Knight. So he would be very, very happy to be the champion, but he's already happy to be here.
Awesome, great to see. And, you know, a fantastic performance from you. Maybe want to go a little further, but already winning a tournament this season and also coming over to Orlando for a very high finish. Some people are saying this was your best season so far. How are you feeling about the season and especially the performance here in Orlando?
Well, it's my best season so far. I can guarantee this, and I'm very happy about Orlando. I have made everything I could. This last match I couldn't do so much because the teams was not so best for me, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy about everything, about the season, about Orlando, about my teammates, and that's it. That's the thing.
All right, well, speaking of teammates, Hardjeff is on the stage looking for a final battle. Final words of encouragement from each of you, left to right. Let's start with Steiner.
Eu não sei o que falar. I don't know. Hardjeff? Eu gostaria de enfrentar ele na final.
He said he would like to face him in the finals. I am really happy and I want to see them both battling too. And I can say who is my favorite because both are, so both of them being in the finals is good enough.
We'll ask who your favorite is later today, but final words for you, for your friend on stage.
I want him to win because I want him to face Steiner. But I'm also proud of him because every time that I need, he helped me with my team and helped me with strategies and stuff like this. So thank you for everything and do your best.
Awesome, great to hear from you all. Some of the best in the community, not only in Brazil, but in the entire world. We got more action for you on stage. Let's head back to Speedy and Phoebe.
And up on stage, we do have our battlers waiting there. LNDS Hardjeff on the right, Samy on the left, and you know both of these trainers had to put in plenty of practice. I'm sure they've had lots of fun on their wins all the way to this point.
During the break, I saw both trainers get up on stage, get a little comfortable, sit in the seat, maybe rotate around, and try to get their footing, and you're gonna need it in this high-stakes losers round 4 matchup. A lot of support for Hardjeff, as we saw in the crowd with that wonderful interview, but Samy and his Steelix have bared down on every opponent thus far, and I expect him to bring it again to this series.
Looking at the teams, we have a lot of Pokemon that we've seen time and time again. Samy, I think you mentioned the Steelix. I expect to see that come out. Corviknight and Azumarill, very good targets for that. But we have no time to dissect these teams. We're getting right into the match. It's going to be Wigglytuff versus Diggersby.
Samy led his Steelix so often in series past. He does not choose to lead it here, and that's a good call because Diggersby would have been really tough for him to overcome. Wigglytuff into Diggersby, though, is much more neutral.
Scorching Sands coming through, going to be good damage. The attack drop is not as likely to occur this season as compared to seasons past. Icy Wind coming back, super effective damage, but not as threatening.
Icy Wind, super effective into the Diggersby, as Phoebe mentioned, and that's going to whittle it down just a little bit further and also slow down the Scorching Sand pressure. And you're right, there's only a 1 in 10 chance that this will actually trigger the effect. Scorching Sands connecting here to Wigglytuff.
Are you sure it's not 50-50? Either it does happen or it doesn't?
All right, I'm not getting into advanced statistics with a doctor, but here comes the Azumarill into the Quagsire water versus water matchup now.
And this is a bit unfortunate for Samy because I would have liked, or I would have imagined he would have preferred to have his Steelix in this matchup instead. However, Steelix does have Crunch for that Galarian Corsola in the back, so not all is lost.
Exactly. Quagsire is going to command the shield with the Stone Edge. Azumarill strikes back with the Play Rough. And this is going to deal a lot of damage, but I think Samy's confident his Quagsire can hang on and get to at least one more charge attack, and I think he's right.
The benefit of Play Rough in this instance is that it does make the bubble down later a little bit easier. However, 2 charge attacks are going to be necessary if we want, if LNDS Harjef wants to prevent another Stone Edge from happening.
Exactly right. The bubbles are just not going to do it. Stone Edge comes through and the catch onto Diggersby. This is going to do barely any damage, and we're so used to Stone Edge absolutely rocking the opponents. Well, Diggersby is a bit of a rock star itself, does get KO'd, but all that damage is better spent there than elsewhere.
And that means that Samy has no residual energy for the matchup that comes in next. If Azumarill comes in, I guess it's probably not that impactful because Aqua Tail into Azumarill is not that impactful. However, a quick pivot into the Steelix means that Harjef is going to fire off an Ice Beam immediately.
Samy looking up at the team sheet, trying to figure out what that third Pokemon might be from Harjef. I think Steelix has a lot of play into most of these matchups, and it is the Galarian Corsola that you and I can see on the screen, but Samy doesn't know that yet.
And very importantly, Sammy's left a good amount of health on his Wigglytuff. A charge attack will be necessary to pick up a knockout there. We see Harjef swap immediately into the Galarian Corsola. All is revealed. Samy knows what is necessary to win this game at this point.
Crunch connecting into the Galarian Corsola. I remember a lot of this kind of matchup at the World Championships, and Harjef played Steelix there as well, so I'm sure he knows his damage calculations. Another, a Psychic Fangs this time.
Could have been a crunch. LNDS Harjef is going to feel a lot of pressure. Does he throw up a shield? No. No shielding, recognizing, hey, I think my opponent's likely to bait, but a quick pivot into Wigglytuff.
Oh my goodness, throwing the Nightshade double resistant into the Wigglytuff, and not only that, but Samy swaps in, wins a charge attack priority, gets a charm through somehow, and the Swift.
And I think really negatively for Harjef is that this is going to be a bait, and Sammy's not likely to shield it, right? He got that energy off, and Nightshade comes through, does not pick up the knockout. Azumarill comes back in, and is going to take a lot of damage from these charms.
Oh my goodness, Azumarill has just been getting scraps all matchup long. The switch timer is very cooked here for Samy. He's got to pick very carefully which Pokemon he decides to bring in. In all assumptions, it'll be the Steelix, and here it comes.
Steelix gets 2 Thunder Fangs to knock out the Azumarill, and that is going to lock up game number 1 for Samy. 1 shield still in play for each trainer, but not enough energy for that Galarian Corsola. And I want to go back to it. That was a very impressive, it was a sacrificial swap plus charge attack tie, and additionally, it just crumbled the rest of the win conditions that LNDS Harjef had remaining.
I mean, talk about pulling the rug. I don't think Samy wanted Harjef to have any chance to win that game, and he succeeded. Like you said, the switched-in cap tie is very difficult to execute. You have to know the turn cycles very intimately. Samy shows that skill ceiling that's taken him all the way to losers round 4 in Orlando.
And I like thinking about potential win conditions. Had Harjef not thrown the bait, maybe has a little bit of play in that end game. I do like the idea of baiting there, right? It gives him opportunity to get some more charge attacks quicker, but I can't imagine he was expecting the swap and the charge attack tie there. There's just too many things going on for anyone to be able to calculate.
No, you're right. Too many variables, even for one of the world's best like Harjef. And Azumarill still such a bulky Pokemon, but I felt like every time it hit the field, Harjef kind of brought it into a tough situation, and it can only deal bubble damage. It wasn't able to capitalize on its heavy-hitting charge attacks.
Bulky, great typing, great charge attacks, but a little bit of a struggle to get to them. Bubble has fairly good energy generations, but Ice Beam and Play Rough are both very costly. We talk about how meta flow and ebb, how Pokemon flow and ebb out of the meta, and it often comes down to whether or not they have access to a good bait move, right?
Yeah.
You've got Quagsire with Aqua Tail as a very strong bait move, and oftentimes when you're throwing it, it's not even a bait.
No, it doesn't feel like a bait, especially if you're in neutral or even super effective situations. But speaking of situations, if Harjef loses this game, he is out of the tournament in Orlando. He locked in ages ago, and Samy has finalized his team. Let's get into it, everybody. This is Game 2, match point. Losers round 4.
And it is a solid lead for Samy. Shadow Quagsire into Diggersby. I have to imagine that Harjeff will switch at some point, as this matchup is not one you want to stay in for too long.
I really like the call there by Samy, but Harjeff needs to bounce back from a tough lead, and he takes that first step by absorbing an Aqua Tail on his Azumarill.
I think this is a very smart team composition from Harjeff. He's likely pulling out the Steelix here. However, if Sammy's reading this game, he has the opportunity to try to save the Steelix health, maybe invest one shield at some point from an Ice Beam, farm down, and if he's calling the Corviknight in the back, save it for that matchup later as well.
Well said. Double steal here for Harjeff. That Diggersby lead. Azumarill, though, weakened from the Psychic Fangs, looking to deal some damage with its bubbles and Ice Beams, but Steelix is so sturdy, so bulky. You need at least 3 Ice Beams to KO this Pokemon.
Ground subtyping, betraying it a bit, taking neutral damage as opposed to resisted from that Ice Beam, but another Psychic Fangs coming through. Neutral damage into Azumarill. You don't want to be throwing Crunch here, but it does ramp up the damage that these Thunder Fangs do, but 2 more, not enough to pick up the knockout.
You mentioned the shield. We actually don't see it here. I'm a little bit surprised, but Samy feels confident in his Wigglytuff to close out the battle. But I think his main goal right here is to maintain switch advantage, and he does exactly that. Plus, Steelix can likely fire off a debuffing charge attack and set up the rest of his team.
There is energy on the Diggersby, and we see that the Crunch is actually reached. So going for a lesser chance at a debuff, but more damage.
Exactly. Diggersby needs a lot of damage to bring it down. Defense drops as well, which is huge for Samy.
Who cares about lower percentages if you get it every single time?
Scorching Sands from Harjeff. He needs to try and fight back here. Ground versus ground, but that big distinction being the Quagsire's water typing. Scorching Sands connects, no debuff.
And it's interesting in the back, Wigglytuff is not going to like the matchup it sees in the Corviknight. Maybe Sammy's predicting it's the Galarian Corsola again.
Or even the Guzzlord, right? But here comes the Corviknight. We see the Quagsire reaching for the Aqua Tail. It's going to do some meaningful chip damage, and Samy needs chip damage. He needs it in spades if he's going to bring down the Corviknight here.
Yeah, really needing that Aqua Tail to be let through. In comes the Wigglytuff. You see Elentius Harjeff nod his head. He's happy about this matchup. He's predicted the Wigglytuff in the back for this game number 2.
Exactly right. I think he made a great adjustment based on that Galarian Corsola falling flat for him in battle number 1. Corviknight seems like the perfect response to this fairy type in the back for Samy. Air Cutter coming through.
With 2 shields in play for both of these trainers, the fast attack damage from the Wigglytuff is starting to add up a little bit. We do not see an attack raise from the Air Cutter. Icy Wind coming through to lower the attack. I'm not really 100% sure how this plays out. I think a lot of it will come down to if Sammy's able to catch a really impactful move on the Quagsire, but with the amount of health that's remaining on their Diggersby, it's looking quite dire.
Yeah, and if you notice, Harjeff's timer has been up for quite a while. He could have swapped into that Diggersby at any point, but now Sammy's timer's also up, so both trainers with the swap available. Just so difficult to time against a 1-turn fast attack in that Corviknight with Sand Attack.
And interesting going for the Swift here. It's resisted damage, and it would not be super effective damage into the Diggersby. 1 shield remaining for both of these trainers, but only one of them can pace to charge attacks quickly.
Speaking of pacing, I think Harjeff was trying to find an opening here between the Wigglytuff's Charms and Icy Winds. He's going to try to gather up a bit more energy, and Wigglytuff is like forever away from another charge attack. This might be Harjeff's moment.
I don't think there's a ton of energy. A good catch from Samy, however, I don't think it's going to be that impactful, given there is still a shield. And we actually see a complete undercharge, but a shield come up from Samy as well, maybe thinking he gets to an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, Samy, he believed for a moment. He thought my Quagsire had enough energy to reach the charge attack, but unfortunately for him, it was just 1 mud shot short. Would have won the cap tie too, but it's just not there. Out comes Wigglytuff. I don't think this Pokemon's going anywhere either.
Yeah, unfortunately for Samy, Elentius Harjeff had just built up so much energy. Catching can be a very impactful play you can make against your opponent to reduce the amount of energy they have. However, if they have too much energy, if they have, 100 energy and they're throwing fire punches, then if you remove 1 fire punch's worth of energy, they still have another one behind.
You're talking about big turn intervals between charge attacks for Wigglytuff. 15, 18 turns. That feels like a century when you're up against a Diggersby with a fire punch every 10 or 8 turns. It feels like it can take forever, and I think Harjeff did such a good job of recognizing when the Wigglytuff's tanks were empty and when he could pivot in. That's something his friend and teammate Steiner did so well at EUIC. I nicknamed him the Kingdra Commander because he knew exactly how to build up and throw at the right moments. And Hard Jeff seems like he's got that skill as well.
Seems like a nickname that only someone like Inadequance could come up with.
Hey, you know, he's a great nicknamer. He's given people a lot of catchy titles. But that being said, these two trainers are still in the hunt for the title. We're tied up 1-1. Losers round 4. What are you thinking, Phoebe? Samy has made some great pivots in game 3 in the past. Can he do it one more time?
He could make a pivot. I don't think he necessarily needs to. I think, as I had called out at the beginning of the game, if he had invested in the Steelix a little bit more, he had opportunities in that match to have a little bit more play. Alternatively, he could try to better answer that Corviknight with something like the Gourgeist. However, that's extremely risky when you have Guzzlord on the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, exactly. There are some pitfalls here that you need to avoid if you are Samy. And he's so far done a great job of keeping his Steelix away from that Diggersby. And Hard Jeff seems to lean on his ground and normal type quite a bit too. So Samy's got a lot on his mind. So does Hard Jeff. Again, this is likely the last battle one of these two trainers will play all weekend.
You're just speaking a tie into existence, man.
Hey, you know, that's cinema. Absolute cinema. Let's get into it. Samy leads his fairy type into Hard Jeff's fairy type Pokemon.
And this is a rare instance where Wigglytuff does have fairly reasonable pacing, right? Swift comes in 5 charms, Ice Beam comes in 5 charms, and you get a little bit of residual energy on the Swift. Jeff, going for the Ice Beam, it's a little bit less impactful, but you're typically going to need 2 charged attacks to knock out the Wigglytuff anyways.
Oh, Samy pivoting into the Gourgeist. If there was a Corviknight back there, it would come out, but there's something even scarier, and it's Guzzlord.
And this is going to provide Harjeff a great opportunity to farm up a bunch of energy and potentially come out of this matchup with a Sludge Bomb, which will be super crucial to try to strip away a shield from Samy when he comes for the reverse farm down with that Wigglytuff.
I agree with you, Fee, but I'm looking at the reality on the field, and that Shadow Ball from the Gourgeist hurts so much. I don't know if Hard Jeff is going to be willing to take that plus even more damage. We're going to see.
Shadow Ball comes through, Dragon Tail sneaks as it was thrown immediately. No shield from Hard Jeff. I think we saw this once before. Isn't it a little bit short of knocking out?
Just short, but it is spooky. Oh, this is really surprising. I like what you said, Phoebe, about the Sludge Bomb. Hard Jeff has other plans in mind.
Yeah, maybe not trusting in his ability to survive the Incinerates. In comes Wigglytuff. 1 charm picks up the knockout, and it's going to be Azumarill. Will we see an Ice Beam catch?
That's a great question. Swift from the Wigglytuff is going to start to work down this Azumarill, maybe even to HP parity, as Hard Jeff no-shields it, and both Pokemon now in the yellow.
We saw how useful Steelix was in game number 1 for Samy, and it could have been a little bit more useful in game number 2. However, things are looking very unfortunate for the Steelix in game number 3, as it's going to get matched up against Diggersby, its worst nightmare.
No, I'm looking. Right now, it feels very precarious. The swap is great. This Ice Beam catch is solid for Samy, but Hard Jeff has the perfect response, and I think this is going to take all the wind out of Samy's sails.
Samy sees the Diggersby, does nod his head in agreement. This is a tough spot to be in. There are 2 shields on the side of Diggersby. Of course, you're just going to be throwing Psychic Fangs into distance, but you're not really boosting your damage at all. Those Thunder Fangs are double resisted. You're barely doing any damage to begin with.
Walking a tightrope against a Steelix, and Hard Jeff makes the right call in the most important moment as this Diggersby Scorching Sands connects. Tons of super effective damage into the Steelix, and that pressure is not going to slow down. The Mud Shots, the Fire Punches, it's a buffet of damage for the Diggersby.
Crunch is reached, and now that the defense has been lowered, this will do a little bit more damage, but you just save your shields for the Wigglytuff. Crunch is not super effective. Sure, you're taking a little bit more damage from these fast attacks, but you can just immediately pivot out. You're actually catching an Icy Wind onto your Azumarill, which is resisted, but I just don't think there's enough. You don't get enough charge moves.
Yeah, I mean, Samy trying to wiggle his way out of this tough matchup. You have to respect and admire the tenacity, but Hard Jeff was just one step ahead. Oh, and he's going to cut off this Icy Wind unless Samy shields, and he does.
There is plenty of energy on the Wigglytuff. Icy Wind going to lower the attack set, but the switch clock still is not up for Hard Jeff or for Samy here, and it's going. I think Sammy's going to need. I don't even think a catch does it.
No, I think Samy needs 3 charge attacks here. That was the first with the Icy Wind. The Swift will likely take the second shield, and if he had the Crunch on the Steelix, Maybe there's a way, but I don't know. I think Diggersby would take that too.
I mean, you could take a rabbit out of a hat like Wigglytuff, but you're not going to be able to take a crunch worth of energy out of a hat. This is going to be a Scorching Sand, super effective into Steelix, securing Harjeff. Game number 3 here, and he's going to make his way into losers semis.
Wow, Harjeff reaches into his basket of tricks, takes a win in losers round 4. Samy and his Steelix had quite a run, but the buck stops with Harjeff.
And that's going to be a top 6 finish for Samy, one of his best, if not his best performance thus far. Harjeff going to be very happy to be not eliminated. That guarantees himself a medal.
It does. Well played by both trainers. Samy's Steelix, I really admire it, right? Because the Steelix could come into a Quagsire meta and find disastrous leads or disastrous swaps over and over, but Samy piloted that Pokemon so very well, and I think Harjeff has to respect it too, because if you recall back to the World Championships, Harjeff and Beelzeboy, I believe, were both playing Steelix.
Steelix is can often very much be a one-dimensional Pokemon, but I think in a meta where there are a lot of water types, the Thunderfang damage can really start to add up. Definitely a meta read, bringing Quagsire, one of the Pokemon that loses to Feraligatr or Azumarill, and then trying to cover that weakness with the Thunderfang damage. I think trying to predict the overcorrection of the meta towards Feraligatr over Quagsire based on the results from Sevilla.
That's a really good point. I mean, that's also interesting too when you consider the lack of Piloswine that has been. I know I come back to it, so I'm sorry, Piloswine, but I have to mention it. I mean, it was all over Sevilla, and it's nowhere to be seen in sunny Florida.
Truly trending down.
Yeah, maybe we should have put that on the graphic. But I'll tell you what, we are trending upwards through that loser side bracket. Phoebe, the air only gets thinner. It only gets more intense because Harjeff, he just had a nail-biter win in Game 3. He's got to go right back on stage and play again, this time versus Firestar.
Yeah, and Firestar has had a fire show of a tournament. Yeah, stretching a little bit.
I wish I had like a scorecard. I'd be like 6.
I was also gonna make a comment. You're saying like the air is thinning out, right? But we're really close to sea level down here in Orlando.
You're right. It's getting more humid, right? I feel like you have to breathe even harder.
Feel like you're breathing in pure water into the lungs.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know a lot of trainers, especially from up north. Maybe they landed at the airport here, and they stepped out into the parking garage. And they said, "What have I done? Why am I here? I'm here to play Pokemon."
I actually had the pleasure of being able to wear shorts on my flight because it was like 65 in Boston, but on my flight back,
there you go.
I'm landing, it's 35, so I'm gonna be wearing pants on flight.
Well, I hope you wear pants, Phoebe, and no matter where you are, you can compete at local cups and challenges near you, so keep this in mind, everybody. Pull out your phone, scan this QR code, and get involved in your local community. Something I like to say as well, Phoebe, is that a lot of card shops don't know that there are competitive Pokemon Go players in the area, and they would like to play. So if they don't know there's demand, they won't host events. So you have to be vocal, you have to be the ambassador for your community. Get out there and let them know you want to start hosting cups and challenges.
You could also reach out to your community ambassadors and see if they want to make that step in order to reach out as kind of a representative for the game to those locations. Additionally, speaking of locations, we have a location coming up not that far in the future, NAIC. You could beat the crowd, reserve your hotel for NAIC, and scan this QR code.
On a totally unrelated topic, we haven't even teased it that much, but there is a big announcement at the end of the stream.
I wonder what that could be about.
It's completely unrelated to this.
Definitely, it's not related to NAIC or the meta or what Pokemon you might want to bring on your team.
Yeah.
It might not even be Pokemon related, let's be real.
Whoa, okay, so you triggered Trick Room, but then I think you went a little too far there. But stay tuned for that, everybody. Closing ceremony today is gonna be really, really epic, and so are the next set of battles. But I gotta be honest, after having such a close series on stage, it's good to take a breath. It's good to stretch your legs. One of our trainers is going to go ahead and do that, and I totally think it's worth it. Got to clear your head and get ready for the next series, because there are some high stakes, and you can't get caught in the past. You have to stay present in the moment.
Right, and these 3 battles are slightly more condensed in their stakes, right? If you win this set, you go to losers finals. Losers finals is a best of 5. So you have a little more breathing room in each of those matches. So this is our last best of 3. Afterwards, we'll go to winners finals to determine who drops to the losers finals. And, you know, from there, eventually, we'll be able to crown a champion.
That's going to be so exciting. We already have Dunebug knocked out of the bracket, so we're not going to have a repeat Orlando champion, and it's really up in the air. as to which one of these trainers will do it. I think they've all been super impressive. I know a lot of trainers are rooting for our staples, our trainers that have been very successful in their careers, like Harjeff. But a lot of people are also rooting for Firestar. Maybe he's due. Maybe this is his moment. Maybe he will rise to that loser side bracket and claim the title in the end.
Don't forget, for our trainers waiting on the winner's side of the bracket, they've had a little bit of time to catch their breath. Both of them have had the opportunity to win championship series events in the past. Steiner very early on the season at Pittsburgh, and of course Nighttime Clash was able to steal away one of those European regionals. You know, we've been able to do it to them. They've done it to us this season, so you know, it all evens out in the end.
Well, I don't know. I got a couple of DMs during the break. I think some Europeans are cheering for our Brazilian trainers, even perhaps.
I get it. They got to take something away from us.
I know, right? You know what we could do, Phoebe, as a sign of encouragement? Nighttime Clashers going to battle in the future. We should do a Grumpig dance. I'll do it with you.
Okay, you want to do a Grumpig dance?
Yeah.
You really want to do this?
You better do it at the same time. If I start and you're not doing it,
leave you hanging.
I feel like I'm getting called out.
All right, I'm going to have to look at you, though, because I'm not 100% sure. It's after, it's like while it's doing its charge attack,
Yeah,
right?
so you swipe all the bubbles, and then it goes left to right, kind of like a wave.
Okay, ready?
All right, ready?
Yeah.
I'm swiping the bubbles. Shadow Ball. That was actually really good. I'm looking here at the monitor. Chat, be honest. That looked really good.
Rate us out of 10.
Clip it.
Would you vote for us for on Dancing with the Stars? Who's the star?
Dancing with the Pokemon.
Also, who's the star out of us two? Who's the Pokemon out of us two?
You, come on, be real, be real. Our trainers are taking to the stage, everybody. The theatrics are over, and the real cinema is about to start up on your screen. Firestar with his Diggersby Shadow Malamar versus Harjeff, and that Galarian Corsola and Guzzlord. All right, what do you see, Phoebe? Break it down.
I see Malamar. I only have eyes for my friend Malamar, and it's Shadow very able to do so much damage. Of course, you know, you have to avoid the double super effective bug bite, so I actually don't think it's going to come too often. But, you know, I've said that, and then it's been brought anyways.
Firestar, he's got the intestinal fortitude to do it. He will bring that Shadow Malamar into any situation, but I gotta say, that Bug Bite Fortress looks really, really daunting. In terms of movesets, not many surprises here for either trainer, kind of what we come to expect, especially if you've been watching the Championship Series for a while.
We have seen a little bit of variability on the Togekiss moveset.
That's true.
I think it almost always carries Aura Sphere, but Psyshock kind of comes and goes. It gets replaced with Dazzling Gleam every once in a while, depending on what sort of coverage you want.
Correct.
I do personally prefer Psyshock, though, because of the quicker pacing. You always get to it in 5, very similar to Aura Sphere.
I like Togekiss actually a lot in this matchup. Now that you point it out, I mean, you've got neutral or favorable matchups across the board. You can deal a ton of damage. Aura Sphere into the Diggersby, into the Guzzlord, even in that neutral matchup versus Corviknight. Corviknight is really kind of pigeonholed, no pun intended, into throwing air cutters in the flyer versus flyer situation.
Right, and that's the big thing for that Togekiss, because it's not threatened by the harder hitting, more energy costing move. You're able to just kind of use the fact that you're not as bulky to your advantage.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's something that Harjeff is definitely exploring as we set up our teams for this losers semis. Again, everybody, we're working our way through the bracket. This is the losers semis. I believe this is the last best of 3 that we have on the schedule all day.
You weren't listening to me earlier, were you?
I try to listen, Phoebe. I really try hard. What did I miss?
I said that same thing. I'm just joking.
Okay.
I'm just joking.
Okay, you caught me. But yeah, after this, we go to losers finals, winners finals, grants.
Yes, but I was listening to you, and I definitely agree. Togekiss looks great in this matchup. There, like as you called out, there are really only just 2 charge attacks that really threaten it. Maybe 3 if you count Nightshade, but like Nightshade, Power Gem, depending on the health, the ranges, etc., you would typically go for Power Gem because it's not a significant amount of energy savings there.
Agreed.
But if there are shields in play and you just want the fast attack damage while stripping away shields, then I guess Nightshade works.
You're right. I think in the closing situation, Power Gem is always the way to go. But when you're in a 1 or even 2 shield scenario, rely on the Astonish damage. If Harjeff decides to bring that Corsola, he could have that matchup, but he also needs to watch out for the Malamar that Firestar is very willing to bring no matter the circumstances. He's a trainer that really just gives it his all, and he's not afraid to make those calls.
And we got to see how much damage the foul play did to that Corsola. It was like 60, 70%. And if Firestar does a similar thing in this match, He can pivot out with another move. He takes the Nightshade quite comfortably because Galarian Corsola is not that bulky, or wrong way. It's not that attack weighted of a Pokemon. It is incredibly bulky.
Correct. Let's jump right into it, everybody. This is the loser semis. Firestar fighting for NA. Harjeff fighting for LATAM.
And leaving the Malamar on the bench instead, bringing the Diggersby as the hard check to Galarian Corsola. However, unable to find that matchup right away.
Galarian Corsola going for the Nightshade into the Empoleon matchup. If Firestar wants to maintain his HP, he will shield, and he decides to do so. No pivot out from Harjeff also tells Firestar that there are not more than one answer to this Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I don't think pivoting into the Diggersby makes a ton of sense given the team composition that Harjeff could bring. Both Guzzlord as well as Azumarill would be uncomfortable matchups there.
Oh, actually pivoting and catching a double resistant Nightshade onto the Diggersby. I agree with you, Phoebe. It's not good early in the matchup, but late in the game, switching the Diggersby is quite clever.
And also, very importantly, you know, we called it out, catching a double resistant move is great, but we're also shoring up that Togekiss. I think Firestar built this team composition around bringing Togekiss in the back, sweeping. You're taking these super effective Ice Beams here to make sure that you don't take super effective Ice Beams later.
Take notes, everybody. Phoebe is laying it all out there. I think you're right. Ice Beam going into the Diggersby. No shield here. Firestar already gave up that Protect Shield. And to your point about the Togekiss setup, I think that usually having a Protect Shield advantage is what trainers aim for. So Firestar needs to hang on to that for his Fairy type.
But really importantly, the Corsola's energy dry, right? We caught that move. He shielded the first one, and people, if you shield the first charge attack, maybe they're going to expect you to take or to shield the second one. Instead, going for the catch, and I think that really caught Harjeff off guard.
No, you're right. Another Hydro Cannon, though, from the Empoleon into that Diggersby. Harjeff might choose to shield one or two of these. He's actually going to let the first one go, and the Fire Punch could be enough at this range. I think it will be.
I don't think it really matters which charge attack you shield here, because no matter what's going to land, you're going to need to take two of them. Hydro Cannon does a little bit more damage than Aura Sphere, but both of them are going to require two to knock out. The one negative, though, of no shielding that is that you are putting yourself a little bit closer to peck down range.
Exactly. The pecks are adding up over time, and the Fire Punches are not going to reach that high up into Togekiss's HP range. The Switch Timer is almost up for Harjeff as well. He's not going to pivot out quite yet, but I think after this charge attack, to your point, if he doesn't, he will get pecked down.
And it's a little bit uncomfortable for Firestar here because the move you want to throw is Aura Sphere. I guess you could just go Psyshock, but we instead see the full peck down, 100 energy loaded, Psyshock going into Galarian Corsola, but 2 shields remaining, and a very crucial no shield.
Wow, Harjeff pushing all the chips to the center of the table. He says, I'm putting it on the Azumarill here. This is the Pokemon that's going to win the battle for me. Only one Protect Shield remaining. I think he's got it.
There is so much energy on that Azumarill, but there is still very minute win conditions for Firestar. There are almost 2 Psyshocks loaded, 2 shields available. However, if he's able to catch a charge attack on that Diggersby, or I forget, is there a ton of energy on that Diggersby as well? There is still some play for Firestar in this match.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's going to come down to this final few seconds, so don't look away. Let's see what happens. Psyshock pulls away the final shield from Harjeff. Gonna look for the Ice Beam. He's got it. Maybe he waits a turn. He decides not to. He's gonna stay in here. Togekiss reaching for the charge attack. Does have it, and he's gonna throw it. Harjeff waited too long.
I guess the question comes down to, was there energy on the Diggersby in the back? If there was, then I guess Harjeff's win condition is maybe an attempted catch and like a charge attack tie or something, or a charge attack win from that Azumarill, but instead just staying in, hoping that Firestar blinks first, but he just goes for the peck down, or for the peck all the way up into the charge attack.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's a situation where maybe Harjeff believed that if he stopped throwing the bubbles, then that Diggersby would be able to come in and throw a charge attack, but he needed the bubbles to keep on registering to pick up the potential swap, sacrificial swap, and it just never came.
Going into game number 2, I think Harjeff is going to have to think about the way that Firestar played that game, right? It was a very smart team compositional construction from Firestar, as well as really optimizing his mid-game plays, right? Catching this Nightshade was, I want to say it was the game-winning move, right? It put himself so far ahead of Harjeff in terms of energy, and if we do look, the Diggersby, I think, still had some energy remaining.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Harjeff was waiting for the Diggersby to pop up and try to catch a charge attack, I think it was just outside of a single bubble range too. There's always the I guess the eventuality that Harjeff just realized he didn't have a win condition, and maybe he just kind of let the Togekiss do what it did. But going to game number 2, Harjeff needs to fight back. Firestar up 1-0 versus your 6-time event champion, Harjeff.
Ooh, and this is a perfect lead for Firestar. It's going to be Diggersby into the Corsola. I have to imagine it's going to be a safe swap of the Azumarill. Unfortunately, going to be the best answer for that Diggersby, and it's going to be answered by that counter pick of Empoleon.
A lot of play here still to be had, even though it was a disastrous lead and a tough swap. Harjeff needs to dig deep here if he wants to stay in the bracket in Orlando, and it starts with Azumarill.
I think we saw it in Vegas, Azumarill in the grand finals able to overcome the Empoleon in so many matchups because of its innate bulk. And although Play Rough and Ice Beam are both resisted, the bubble damage does start to add up against the frailer Empoleon.
Finally pulling the shield here from the Empoleon. Harjeff's Play Roughs are going to be resisted, but they do add up over time, and Empoleon needs to respect it, especially if you want to maintain control switch advantage.
Drill Peck coming through, not enough to pick up the knockout, but there is still one in the reserve, and the Azumarill is quite low on energy.
Drill Peck, like you said, loaded up, ready to go, almost 2, got the double up. Firestar starts to throw right now.
Not optimal timing in terms of energy generation. However, you got the back-to-back, and you prevent the bubble from landing, so even more optimal than optimal, in my opinion.
Over-optimized here, perhaps, as the Empoleon reaches for another Hydro Cannon into the Galarian Corsola. Harjeff needs to find a use for this Pokemon. It's not going to be a damage dealer. Maybe it could be a damage sponge.
Ooh, and it looks like the third Astonish there not able to pick up the knockout. So another Hydro Cannon is coming through, and Harjeff is in a really rough spot. You don't want to shield this because you know Diggersby is coming in, but what's your answer for it in the end? It's your own Diggersby, and I believe Firestar has a good amount of energy advantage and a whole other Pokemon in the back.
I'm not gonna joke around. This looks very dire for LNDS Harjeff. Togekiss comes onto the field. Yes, it's a Protect Shield down, but this Diggersby cannot hit very hard with the fire punches, and meanwhile Harjeff has to respect all of these Aura Spheres. It's looking really tough here.
Yeah, you're gonna need to shield up these Aura Spheres. Another Fire Punch, not enough to knock out, and I don't imagine that Firestar will utilize his shield on this Diggersby versus Togekiss matchup. He wants to make sure that that energy on that Galarian Corsola really, truly goes nowhere, either into his shield or into his Diggersby.
And this might be another opportunity for Harjeff to use that Galarian Corsola defensively. If he can catch an Aura Sphere onto that Pokemon, it could set Firestar behind. So I'm sure he's thinking about that win condition. It might be the only card he has left.
Firestar's been really tricky with his Togekiss, though. In situations where catches are possible, he's often gone for Psyshocks, but instead here, taking the next Fire Punch, we'll have to see, does he make a mistake? Does he slip here and throw the wrong move?
Firestar waits the turn, throws the Aura Sphere into Diggersby. That was the perfect decision to make at a critical moment in his tournament run. Aura Sphere connects, Diggersby hangs on.
And we see the instant pivot out, and I think this is just sealing the deal for Harjeff here, and it's going to be 2-0 for Firestar. We already see Harjeff taking off his headphones, resigning himself to this loss. There's just no way that a Galarian Corsola with this little health can deal with a Diggersby with this much health.
Firestar absolutely relentless here in Orlando. He had to dig deep to make it all the way here in the losers bracket, and Diggersby was the key.
Togekiss really proving itself here in this matchup. You know, I had said at the beginning of the morning that Shadow Malamar was my pick for Firestar. But hey, production, can we edit that in the VOD to say Togekiss so that I look really, really smart?
Yeah. We'll have production go back and post, and they'll just add like a sticky note on top of something. We'll do something like that.
I love the imagery of just like a random sticky note on like the graphic.
But you have to draw the Togekiss on the sticky note, and then
bet. I'm down.
Bet. Okay. All right, production. We'll work on that. That's neither here nor there, though. Great performance there by Firestar, and unfortunately for LNDS Harjeff, his tournament run does come to an end in Orlando. It's been a grueling one, though. He played a ton of matches today. Very, very tough opponents, no matter what. And Firestar, it might be his time.
Yeah, he is playing excellently here in Orlando, taking down a really tough competitor in LNDS Harjeff and making it look like not a big deal.
Exactly. I think he made the right call. And like you said, this Togekiss play, there's so many layers to it. It's not just, oh, I'm going to win based on typing, or, oh, I'm going to land the Aura Sphere every time or get a protection advantage. He's throwing at all the conspicuous times. He's throwing his opponents off. He's waiting turns. He's really kind of opening the playbook. And that's what you have to do. You have to go deep into the playbook in order to draw plans to take down these trainers.
And unfortunately for our European friends, as well as our Brazilian friends, that is another Brazilian who's been knocked out of the tournament, and there remains one on the winner's side of the bracket. And
then there was one.
And then there was one.
And we are going to get to those matches. I'm really excited. TZ Steiner, Nighttime Clasher. As we alluded to, that was the last best of 3. From here on out, we're going best of 5s. And if you are just tuning in, make sure to stay through that show closing, because we have very, very important information for you that you don't want to miss.
Absolutely. It's very crucial. It's very important. I have all of it in my head right now. Actually, you know what? I think we locked it away in a safe somewhere.
Did we?
Yeah. And we'll have to find the key. We'll have to find the number combination.
I don't have my key. Do you have yours?
Oh, no.
I thought you could do a magic trick. I was really expecting
I actually have a bunny in here, a real life bunny, and I'm gonna take it out of there later.
Phoebe, go outside and let it out, okay? No, I thought you were gonna pull a Dupe Snacks and turn it into a rose or something.
I wish it was that cool.
He's so cool, right?
all of the Unite casters, they're just so cool.
They're incredible, and so are our players in the venue. So I'm going to go back and look at the VOD. I want to know who you've been cheering for, who you're excited to watch. We've tried to highlight these players a little bit more than usual and tell you more about their stories. Shout out again to Kayla for the fantastic interview with the Brazilian trainers, and let us know if you like that we're following along more closely with these players.
Yeah, and I think we're going to try in future tournaments to look at the losers round matches that we're unable to showcase up on stream. So make sure you're tuning in for those as well. I know it's always a little bit frustrating from the player's perspective when you're knocked into the loser side and you really want to try to make it up on stage, as you have to be playing later in the day, maybe make it all the way to the losers finals. But we're not talking about losers finals right now. We're talking about the winners finals. Both of these trainers up on stage have not lost a single match up until this point, but it's gonna end. The road of losslessness, if that's a word, will end here at this stage.
We're adding that to the dictionary. I'm putting that in my autocorrect. I'm not gonna let the Word document tell me that it's wrong, okay? TZ Steiner, Nighttime Clasher, Furret with Brick Break has been the tech that has taken Steiner this far. Does it have a positive outlook? I gotta say, Phoebe, there are targets. There's Licky Licky, there's Grumpig. There are Pokemon that would not like to see Furret.
But there is Alola Ninetales, which is typically a very solid, soft answer. You take a very reasonable amount of damage from those Swifts, but you're resisting those sucker punches, so you're really threatening neutral damage back in return and not taking that much damage along the way.
That's
true. We'll have to see if Steiner's really willing to put all the marbles onto that Furret, or if he's willing to lean into his other Pokemon that have performed so well. The Unova Stunfisk, his Azumarill, Corviknight so safe, and who can forget your favorite, Shadow Fortress.
Let's go, everybody. We've got Shadow Fortress on both sides. I'm having a wonderful time here in Orlando. One Pokemon we have not seen very much of, Phoebe, is that Unova Stunfisk from TZ Steiner. I think it's a great, we haven't talked about this, it's great bench pressure. When you see Unova Stunfisk, if you're a Nighttime Clasher, you're probably looking at your Corviknight and saying, man, if I line up against that, it's going to be disastrous. But TZ Steiner doesn't need to bring it. He just needs to make you think that he's going to bring it, and he does have that Quagsire and Alola Ninetales to check it, so maybe it isn't as big of a threat as we think.
And unlike other teams that TZ Steiner's faced, Nighttime Clasher does not have the double flyer strat, no Altaria to kind of maybe pull out the Unova Stunfisk, but here we go. Game number 1 of the winners finals, TZ Steiner versus Nighttime Clasher.
Best of 5 kicks off with a swap scenario. We're going to see that Fortress spinning up probably a Rock Tomb into the Corviknight matchup, but the pivot into Azumarill first.
And an attempted catch on the payback. Great attempt from TZ Steiner. However, Nighttime Clasher not letting anything slip. It's just an air cutter bait.
Exactly right. I think Corviknight's probably going to build up a bit of energy here before any kind of swaps are considered. Also, the switch timers are still on cooldown, so both trainers are kind of locked in this matchup, and that's a benefit too. If you can fire off a charge deck every 9 seconds, and then it takes about 10 seconds for the charge deck minigame to complete, it buys you loads of time.
And importantly there, we saw that Nighttime Clasher got the boost, which very early on in this matchup against Azumarill can offer you the advantage of winning the zero shield matchup.
That's a great call out. Ice Beam from Azumarill looking to even up this matchup a little bit. Corviknight now down into the yellow to match Azumarill's HP. Like you said, Phoebe, once that first air cutter boost kicks in, this dynamic changes.
Ooh, and a catch on the Ice Beam. In comes the Alola Ninetales from the very beginning of the match. However, I believe there's still a good amount of energy on TZ Steiner's Shadow Fortress, and it's able to pivot in immediately.
Going straight for the Rock Tomb on good timing. Nighttime Clasher has let his Alola Ninetales take Stone Edges, but he protects this one up from the Rock Tomb.
Unfortunately for Nighttime Clasher, even the Dazzling Gleam is not going to threaten this Shadow Fortress all that much. It is the Shadow variant. It's not the most bulky Pokemon in the world, but you resist the move and you've lowered the attack of that Alola Ninetales.
Dazzling Gleam connecting. Rock Tomb is already ready, and like you said, Phoebe, all that energy to kick things off is making a world of difference for Steiner. This almost feels like an even pacing matchup.
But we're seeing Nighttime Clasher invest once again into this Alola Ninetales, and at this point his switch clock is up. He can throw another Weather Ball to kind of slow down the pace, maybe try to pick up a knockout, but I think this is going to be shy.
It's going to be just shy, maybe one or two Powder Snows to pick up the KO, but the pivot into the Corviknight, gets it done with the Sand Attack.
Ooh, sniping it down with just neutral damage. In comes TZ Steiner's own Corviknight, going to throw the neutral payback here and going to see if he can reach a second. It might be possible if TZ Steiner does not throw his own air cutter.
Great call by Steiner. The early shield is always a bit risky, and another payback coming through here. If this one connects, it'll take about 40% of the Corviknight's HP, and Steiner lets it through.
In the back, Nighttime Clasher does have a lot of fast attack pressure, as well as the ability to lower the defense of this Corviknight, but importantly, TZ Steiner does have the Azumarill in the back and stayed through for the Sand Attack down.
Absolutely gruesome farm down here from TZ Steiner. Corviknight is loaded to the gills with energy. Alola Ninetales and Fortress finally revealing the third Pokemon, trying to catch the payback. Nighttime Clasher swaps it in.
And I wasn't even sure that he did it because I think he did the full attack animation there, but it is the payback. In comes the Azumarill, going to be able to get the bubble down, but not before taking a parting, not Icy Wind, Ice Weather Ball, but an undercharge from Nighttime Clasher, trying to build up some energy on his Fortress.
Yeah, he definitely wants to spin up a few more Bug Bites and try to equalize that Corviknight matchup. Can he get the full farm down before the Ice Beam, or was it too much of an overcharge? Oh, maybe undercharging a bit too much, and this is not damage that Nighttime Clasher is comfortable absorbing.
And TZ Steiner had built up to more than 100 energy on his Corviknight, so he does have a good amount of residual, but one thing going for Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to throw a Rock Tomb immediately, and I expect it to be immediate because you want to lower the attack stat of this Corviknight as soon as possible.
What is the secret combination? Is it payback first? Is it air cutter hoping for a boost into the payback? Let's find out. Steiner throws the payback right away.
This is not going to be enough to knock out. It's just neutral damage, but Nighttime Clasher does need to hold on to all the sand attacks that came after.
Payback connecting. Fortress gets rocked. It's absolutely within air cutter range. Now it's a race. Fortress, Corviknight. Corviknight just takes the edge, just barely, as Steiner wins battle number 1.
And Sand Tomb is singly resisted, double resisted by the flying typing, and super effective against the steel typing, so I don't think it would have been enough to pick up the knockout there.
Talk about going the distance. Only 12 seconds left on the game clock there. Those trainers battled out. So many switches, so many catches. And you know what, Phoebe, coming into the weekend, I never would have thought, how much should an Alola Ninetales undercharge a Weather Ball into an Azumarill in order to get a farm down with the Bug Bite Fortress?
Yeah, I guess that Ice Beam landing on the Fortress was very crucial for TZ Steiner there. The undercharge costing Nighttime Clasher just a little bit, but that's only game number 1 of our best of 5 series. We could still have 4 more.
Let's see what the future has in store for us. Steinar's team has been so solid. He's a great team builder, exceptional player. And again, the lack of Unova Stunfisk, the lack of Furret, actually. We can talk about that too. We did not see Furret in this first game. Maybe it comes out in battle number 2.
Nighttime Clasher does have a... Sorry, it's TZ Steiner that has the Ferd. I was looking at the teams and I saw Azumarill on TZ Steiner's side, and I was thinking with the lack of Trailblaze, it's not that great. But there is the Quagsire for Nighttime Clasher, so lacking Trailblaze there maybe is a little bit weird for the Ferd.
Yeah, when you said I thought maybe you're hatching an egg. You know, on the screen it says question mark?
No, unfortunately not. All my eggs are in my basket.
Oh, that's fair. Well, Steiner and Nighttime Clasher are about to face off for battle number 2, and that's a statement. TZ Steiner wants to make a statement here in Orlando. He needs 2 more wins to get into the grand finals. Nighttime Clasher needs to battle his way back and try to fight for that 2nd place or even 1st place medal.
In game number 2, we see Galarian Corsola facing off against that Corviknight, and this is going to be a fairly neutral lead, whereas I believe the lead from game number 1 was very unfortunate for Nighttime Clasher with that Alolan Ninetales. Going immediately for the Air Cutter, TZ Steiner has to make a call very early on in this match.
Wow, okay, so we do get the shield from TZ Steiner. I was beginning to think he was going to call it, but no, he wants to play it safe here in this battle number 2. Nightshade from the Galarian Corsola is going to come through here into the Corviknight. Again, like you mentioned, Phoebe, it's very kind of nick and knack, tick-tack, back and forth. A little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, and the swap trying to catch the payback does not pay off.
And I like that attempt from TZ Steiner, right? You don't want the ability you don't want Nighttime Clasher to have the ability to land the payback at all into the Galarian Corsola. You'd rather be able to no-shield the move on your Azumarill. Instead, Azumarill comes in, met by the Shadow Fortress. It's not an amazing matchup because you don't have Volt Switch. However, you're still at an advantage because you take little to no damage from the charge attacks of Azumarill.
Great timing by Nighttime Clasher. 5 Bug Bites into the Rock Tomb to slow down the bubble pressure that Azumarill is exerting. This is, again, a very neutral matchup, back and forth. You're not going to see any big swings or big knockouts, but it is going to add up over time.
And it's going to slow down the pace of the game, right? You're lowering the attack stat of the Azumarill. The switch clocks are up already, so if TZ Steiner does want to, he could switch at any moment. Great over farm by Nighttime Clasher to throw this Rock Tomb as late as possible so that he can carry some energy into the next matchup.
And also not provide too much farm to the opponent, right? I think it's doubly clever, but the Azumarill hangs on, counter pivot instantly. Corviknight, Galarian Corsola, these swaps are so fast.
And importantly, Nighttime Clasher is able to get this payback off before the charge attack of TZ Steiner. Going to be shielded up. It was actually a charge attack tie, which is a little bit risky from Nighttime Clasher.
This is so fascinating. Nighttime Clasher could have put it all on the Alolan Ninetales. Instead, opts to play more Corviknight, thinking he can get to another payback, and I think he's right. Astonish is adding up, but Corviknight is bulky enough to take him.
With all of the shields that were invested into the Galarian Corsola, we're going to see that it hangs on quite comfortably to this payback, and it's going to get a farm down. The question is does it come out with a Power Gem? Yes, it will, and that means that Alolan Ninetales will need to shield if it comes in.
Wow, pristine timing. Oh, can't take the Astonish, and that is devastating. Maybe the Fortress would have been better as a sacrificial swap. Nightshade coming through here, and again, this is just back and forth, charge attack after charge attack.
I'm not sure the spate matters for TZ Steiner. I don't think he's reaching another charge attack. However, it does pull away the shield nonetheless. In comes the Corviknight. Corviknight's taking neutral damage from this Ice Weather Ball, and it's just not going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's not. It looks like maybe 2 more are needed to pick up the knockout here. But the bad news for Steiner is that the Air Cutter is basically his only play, and he didn't throw it initially, which means he doesn't give himself that chance for the early boost and the boosted sand attacks.
Weather Ball coming through, putting the Corviknight into the red. Powder Snow is going to be very close to being able to pick up the knockout. Air Cutter coming through now. Will he get the boost to boost up the second Air Cutter?
He does not. That is devastating for Steiner. He needed a little luck there. Payback coming through will deal more net damage, even though it is going to be resisted. And I think you only get 1 more charge attack. I anticipate a swap from Steiner any second.
Really crucially for Steiner. Oh, he does have a loaded Ice Beam, and unfortunately for Nighttime Clasher, this is, even though resisted, it's going to do a lot to the fairly frail Alolan Ninetales.
It's not enough, though. Ninetales hangs on. It's got energy. It might be able to close out this matchup. Nighttime Clasher has to be careful here. He cannot afford to take an Astonish if he hesitates for even a single second.
If he throws a singular Powder Snow, he takes the damage and would get knocked out, but knows that that is the case. Ice Weather Ball coming through, picking up the knockout into the Galarian Corsola, and I don't think that the sand attack damage will be enough to pick up the knockout.
Steiner needed Nighttime Clasher to make a mistake, but he buckled down. He's ready to stay in this series and try to fight for this winner's finals. We're tied up 1-1.
Nighttime Clasher was making me very nervous in that last few seconds. He kept on tapping his screen, and had Steiner chosen to throw in the Galarian Corsola at any point during that sequence, he could have caught him off guard and got that Astonish through. But Nighttime Clasher locks in, stops tapping, and throws the Ice Weather Ball at the perfect time.
I don't know. Nighttime Clasher, he's such an enigma. He's like kind of like living right on the edge, but also La Vida Loca at the same time. I don't know how he does it, but this series has been so much fun so far. Again, not a lot of knockouts, not a lot of flashy plays. You're not going to see a Blast Burn into a Steel type or a Hydro Cannon taking down a Talonflame. Nothing like that. It's very back and forth, and managing your board state is so critical.
And I really liked Steiner's usage of shields, right? Recognizing that paybacks into the Galarian Corsola are going to do a ton of damage, so trying to prevent that at all costs really allowed him to have the ability to fight back into this game where it felt like he was on the back foot for most of the time.
No, I agree. Couple Pokemon we haven't seen yet. We have not seen the signature Grumpig for Nighttime Clasher, and we still, 2 games out, have not seen the Furret. I mean, if the Grumpig doesn't show up, Furret doesn't have that many targets, so maybe it makes sense.
Additionally, we haven't seen the Licky Licky, right? So it's just been that Alola Ninetales that does very well into the Furret, the Corviknight that does come see, come saw, and then I think we've seen the Quagsire, right? And the Fortress?
Yeah, I believe that's only 4 out of 6. So these trainers still have a few more tricks up their sleeves. Let's see what they decide to bring in this battle number 3. Again, this is a best of 5, so typically this would be match point, but we're going all the way to 3 games won.
So it's kind of like we're playing a best of 3 at this point.
Correct. Let's jump right into it, everybody. Game 3, TZ Steiner leads at Fortress into Shadow Quagsire.
Typically, this would be an awful matchup for that Shadow Fortress. However, it is the Bug Bite version, folks at home, and Aquatail is loaded up quite quickly. The energy pacing advantages for Quagsire, but that fast attack damage pacing is for Fortress.
Instant no shield, but it still does a devastating amount of damage. This is what Phoebe and I were alluding to earlier. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it's super effective, but it looks that way.
And you're very comfortable to no shield in this matchup because you don't have Stone Edge on this Quagsire. We haven't seen it all that often, and I keep forgetting that it's on that Mud Bomb.
No, that's a great call out as well. Licky Licky finally making an appearance here for Nighttime Clasher, swapping in, getting the rollout. Again, something we saw quite often in the EUIC format earlier this season. That's carried over into the General Open Great League.
And the energy that TZ Steiner was able to build up onto this Fortress is coming into great play here, taking this Licky Licky all the way down into the deep red. And we've only seen TZ Steiner's first Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's been putting in so much work for him. You got to assume a Azumarill will come out here and look for a big bubble down into a debuffed and bogged down Licky Licky. That's the plan.
Yeah, Shadow Ball is able to be reached. I'm not 100% certain if that last bubble will knock out, but there's no way for Licky Licky to reach another attack.
Licky Licky, like you said, not going to get another charge attack. It actually hangs on, and Corviknight comes out here to pounce on this Azumarill.
Ice Beam is just neutral damage into the Flying and Steel type of Corviknight, but we still see Nighttime Clasher invest in it, realizing he has a lot of work to do with this Steel and Flying type Pokemon. Payback is super effective into the Galarian Corsola, so I'm a little bit surprised to see TZ Steiner bring it in here, and we get another bait.
This is the first shielded bait that I think we've seen from TZ Steiner in quite a while, and I'm sure he's not happy about it. Nightshade will return fire though, but that breaking that shield really clears the path for Nighttime Clasher in his payback.
And he does have a good amount of energy on that Shadow Quagsire. I believe he only threw 1 move into the Shadow Fortress at the beginning of this match.
Yeah, you're right. So you have to keep that in mind if you're Nighttime Clasher. Payback connects into the Galarian Corsola. His Switch Timer's up as well. Does he try to catch a charge attack here? Or does Steiner see it coming? Tries to catch. Doesn't work.
Gives that Galarian Corsola a little bit of extra energy. In comes the Corviknight, but no move is ready. Nightshade is being thrown. Nighttime Clasher a little bit frustrated. Maybe wishes he got that catch.
I think so as well. Azumarill very healthy in the back, and this might be a road too far to travel for Nighttime Clasher, but he's going to make a competitive air cutter into the Galarian Corsola.
Azumarill in the back for TZ Steiner has a lot of health and no super hard hitting Stone Edges for that Quagsire. However, able to get that fast attack down.
We're going to see Corviknight lands another air cutter into the Azumarill. This is going to chip it down just a little bit more, and like you said, a little bit of energy left on the Quagsire, but not much HP. It's going to be close.
Quagsire comes in. It does have a Aqua Tail nearly loaded, but gonna need 2 Mud Bombs here. Ice Beam is reached by that Azumarill. Will pick up the knockout against this Quagsire. It's gonna be game number 3 going over to TZ Steiner.
Gonna lead the series 2-1. TZ Steiner is fighting back in our winners finals versus Nighttime Clasher. He said they were friends, but this competition has been ferocious.
No for alligators though.
That's true. Missed opportunity?
They got out of me swamp.
Oh my goodness. We'll work on that accent off camera, P. But Nighttime Clasher and TZ Steiner, definitely frequent scrim partners. They often find themselves in the same venue, especially on the international stage. Seeing them here battling it out in Orlando is great. Phoebe, you're shaking your head. I know why. Nighttime Clasher's already locked in.
He locks in these teams in like 3 to 4 seconds each and every time. He finds a team composition he likes, and he just runs with it. Like, I think in metas like these, where you're getting fairly neutral matchups along the way, it is often more about how you play the team than the exact team you bring, right? We had Azumarill, Licky, Quagsire, as well as Corviknight in that matchup. Like, so many neutral matchups all around. The only thing you really have to worry about, and again, this comes to in-game decisions, is am I shielding a potential payback into this Galarian Corsola, or is it a bait? And even though TZ Steiner made the wrong decision in that last game, he still won the game.
Exactly. You can make a mistake here and there, but that doesn't mean that you're going to lose the battle. Over time, you can adjust and you can make improvements. Let's jump right into battle number 4. This is going to be Shadow Fortress into Corviknight.
And looking at the backlines here, unfortunately, the Fortress for Nighttime Clasher doesn't really have any great options in terms of where to locate itself. And we see another catch onto the Azumarill, but it's not a payback. It's just an air cutter each and every time from Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher very committed to playing the Corviknight here. He doesn't have a solid answer on his team to the Azumarill, and that makes a lot of sense because TZ Steiner keeps on sending it out there in order to move the pieces around.
We do see him bring in the Fortress, and it's going to be a little bit more comfortable against this Azumarill than it would be against the Galarian Corsola. However, now, it's sort of a flip side, right? He has a lot of energy on that Corviknight, and TZ Steiner has no comfortable place to put his Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, exactly. Play rough number 2 coming through here. Gonna hit this Fortress, and it's gonna bounce off, but this damage is really adding up. Nighttime Clasher wanting to preserve some HP. He's gonna use his first Protect Shield, and he's gonna try to bog down this Galarian Corsola too.
And now Nighttime Clasher has full information here. He knows all 3 Pokemon that were brought in, and he has the ability to pivot towards his Licky if the switch clock does eventually come out at some point.
Look at him tapping on that Licky. Oh, and TZ Steiner realizes that the switch timer is up. These trainers at the highest level, they have an internal clock, I'm convinced, and they know when the switch timer is up. They just have a feel for it. He does not throw the Nightshade into the normal type Pokemon, so he's still making the best out of a bad situation.
And Nighttime Clasher has a decision here. Do you want to throw a charge attack before the switch clock is up, or do you try to get as much energy as possible? I do like this, and TZ Steiner's recognizing, hey, I want this Galarian Corsola for the remainder of the match, so shielding up the Shadow Ball, Nighttime Clasher, not going to shield up a Power Gem. You don't have any fast attack pressure coming your way at all this game.
Yeah, and looking ahead, I don't think there's anywhere that TZ Steiner wants to catch a Shadow Ball, so he's going to go ahead and swap in the Fortress. Great mid-rollout switch in from TZ Steiner to land this Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb, I think, is going to be just shy of picking up the knockout, and we'll see Nighttime Clasher pivot into his loaded Corviknight, throwing the payback immediately this time.
It's got so much energy. I don't know how it can even stay in the air. Payback connects into the Fortress. It's a ton of damage. He might get the sand attack down here, Phoebe.
He instead opts for the air cutter, cutting the Shadow Fortress short of the Sand Tomb, maybe losing track of energy, or maybe just preferring to save the defense stat of his Corviknight.
In comes the Galarian Corsola that TZ Steiner saved earlier, and it's going to pay off massively for him. Nightshade coming through here. This will likely bring down the Corviknight, and Nighttime Clasher uses his final shield.
Wanting to preserve the health of his Pokemon that has so much energy, will he go for a payback or another air cutter? Payback it is. Air Cutter would not have knocked out, but might have put it into sand attack range.
If you watch the right side of Steiner's screen, he wanted to send out Azumarill there, but he was just a hair too late. Azumarill, the last hope. for TZ Steiner in this battle number 4, and Nighttime Clasher is going to bog it down immediately with the Rock Tomb.
And I think there's a good amount of energy on that Licky Licky as well, either a Shadow Ball or at least a Body Slam, and there's plenty of energy on the Corviknight as well. This is going to be really tough for Steiner.
No, you're exactly right. Steiner needs the bubble all the way down. That was the key, and he's unable to do it, so the Sand Tomb will connect, and to your point about Licky Licky, even if it's just a Body Slam, after this debuff, it'll be enough.
A little bit more chip damage coming in from those bug bites, and we'll have to see if I'm correct. No, actually, Air Cutter is going to be the choice from Nighttime Clasher. TZ Steiner could have opted to throw the Ice Beam. However, there's still the Licky Licky in the back. It'll get to a move. It'll take the game, and we've got a decisive game number 5 on our hands.
Decisive game number 5. Again, this is not the fireworks show. This is the slow burn that ends in a really epic showdown. Game 5, back and forth. These trainers are evenly matched. Just when it feels like it's slipping away, the other one grabs it right back. So going into game number 5, Phoebe, we talked a little bit about the teams between each battle. Do we see any major adjustments, though? What do you think?
And I think Nighttime's Clasher pivot into the Licky proved just incredibly crucial in this match. It had so much play against the Galarian Corsola. It had neutral play into the other 2 Pokemon that were brought. However, TZ Steiner does have the ability to switch in his best answer for that Furret. Super effective Brick Break damage is very nice into that matchup.
And that's where the tale of the series comes to an end. Everybody, we're locked in. This is game 5, winners finals. Either TZ Steiner from Brazil or Nighttime Clasher from the US will advance. Let's find out.
He did bring the Furret, but it is not finding the Licky Licky. I don't know. Maybe you have some recollection. This is at least the 3rd game in a row that TZ Steiner's led this Shadow Fortress, but has he led it every single game this match so far?
I don't believe it's every game, but I think at least 3, maybe even 4 of the battles. But it looks like he's going to shield up that first Shadow Ball from the Licky Licky. Like you pointed out, a pivotal Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher in that battle we just watched. But the Fortress is going to go for the Rock Tomb. This is going to weaken it quite a bit.
Rock Tomb, again, not enough to pick up the knockout. Nighttime Clasher has the option to pivot out, likely into the Corviknight, one of his safest Pokemon on the team. We'll have to see if TZ Steiner tries to go for the Rock Tomb at the Charge Attack tie as the Air Cutter. He's going to take a little bit of damage in return, but he's lowering the attack set of this Corviknight first.
Nighttime Clasher might have saved that Licky Licky for a Galarian Corsola matchup, but he is going to be sadly disappointed when it does not appear. Charge Attack priority tie. This is huge for Steiner.
Air Cutter taking about half the remaining health off of that Shadow Fortress. In comes the Azumarill, so it's going to mean that the team of 3, that Furret in the back, is still hiding, potentially able to get lined up against that Licky Licky.
Air Cutter, again, connecting into the Azumarill. A little attack boost there is going to bring that Corviknight back up to equilibrium after the Rock Tomb debuff earlier. And the pivot out into Fortress, I'm telling you guys, so many switches in this series.
And I like this from Nighttime Clasher. You're taking neutral damage from those Ice Beams and turning them into resisted damage. It's kind of like Nighttime Clasher's doing a magic trick of his own.
Exactly, converting into less damaging situations, but another charge attack is ready to go, and Nighttime Clasher does not use his final shield.
Flame Ruff coming through, going to do moderate damage to this Shadow Fortress. Rock Tomb is going to be reached, able to lower the attack stat of whatever comes in. Will we see a catch from TZ Steiner, or is he just going to throw the Ice Beam immediately?
Nighttime Clasher waits mid-bubble as the Ice Beam energy is gathered. He throws the Rock Tomb, and that's perfect timing to avoid the swap that you called out. And meanwhile, the switch timer is up for Nighttime Clasher. Can't get out.
He had the opportunity of throwing Sand Tomb there. It would have been really close to potentially picking up a knockout.
And speaking of really close, this Fortress might have held on to the play rough, but it would have been really close. Now, though, you have a chance to overcharge, and I'm shocked to see no swap from Steiner here. Oh, he gets the Ice Beam, but he gets KO'd.
Ooh, just as he reaches it, in comes the Shadow Fortress and a Rock Tomb being thrown here. I think wanting to take the knockout right away, not risk any more bug bite damage coming his way.
It's all on Furret. Furret with the Sucker Punch Brick Break tech. Fortress with the Rock Tomb debuff, trying to slow it down. Nighttime Clasher needs to hold off Steiner from Brazil.
He has 2 Pokemon in the back with some health. Body Slam coming through, 2 Sucker Punches, not enough to pick up the knockout thanks to the attack drop. And the crucial thing is, can he get to a second Body Slam?
We're going to find out. I think he's one roll out away, and the Sucker Punch will kick in. But Licky Licky hangs on, and that's the backbreaker here. Nighttime Clasher looks like he's poised to win.
Damage not registering from that second Sucker Punch means that the Body Slam goes through. The question becomes, was there energy on the Corviknight? Does the first body slam potentially put it in sand attack range down. Lots of variables in that end game.
So many variables, but I really feel like the deck was stacked in favor of Nighttime Clasher. He had the 3 Pokemon, measly amounts of HP on each, but enough by committee to go around. And I think he probably would have gotten that job done either way, but you could tell the subdued reaction, right? We're so used to the pop-offs, the big explosions of excitement, but Steiner, the moment he knew the game was over, he went right to his notes. He started thinking about the next battle, because don't forget, he falls to that loser's finals where he's got to win a best-of-5 down there.
It's a long road to get all the way to the bracket reset of the grand finals for TZ Steiner, but that is what he has to be envisioning in his mind. These matches were just so back and forth, investing shields in situations where you might not expect it, but turning tides, farming down Pokemon with resisted fast attacks.
I'm telling you, there's so many things to juggle in long matchups like this. Energy on Pokemon, debuffs here, switch clock there. There's a lot to manage mentally in real time when you're in a series like this. And I'm happy to see that joyous handshake on stage because, again, they seem very stoic at the end of that battle.
They're friends.
It's true.
They had a great set of 5 up on stage. And one thing I did want to call out is that the end game, right? We saw that the attack drop occurred very early on from the Fortress into that Furret.
Correct.
However, it's not super impactful in the remainder of that match because Furret has the ability to lower the defense of any Pokemon that it has to face low, after that.
Correct.
The issue being, I think, for Steiner is that the Corviknight had a little bit too much health. It was still in the yellow, and I think that's fairly comfortably outside of Rick range.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot going on there. It's a really tough end game to manage, but I'm already out of words.
It's
That's
okay.
such a great match.
There are a lot of variables there, but the record will show that it was a 3-2 for Nighttime Clasher as he advances to the grand finals. Phoebe, that's all from you and I in the casting booth. We're going to rely on Caleb and Soph to take us through the losers finals and the glorious grand finals, but we will return later for the lounge segment that we've been kind of alluding to. It's going to be really, really fun.
We're going to have to find that key sometime.
Yeah, maybe we'll go search for it backstage.
Yeah, we'll have some time while the finals play out.
And also, put that rabbit outside. You can't just leave it in your pocket all weekend. All right, everybody, we'll be right back after this.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time, we've been waiting so long, feels like forever, now the moment has come, finally it's our time, we'll remember this day until forever, we can hold our heads high, come stand with me, it's our time, it's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, up unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again.
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Trainers, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. star. Built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run. From humble stars to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Pokemon GO Regionals. We have so many players here this weekend, but we're down to the top 3. Steiner, Firestar, and of course, Nighttime Clasher waiting in the grand finals. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined with amazing Toph from Toph Town. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. We have such an amazing collection of trainers remaining. Each of them has their own storyline. TZ Steiner, of course, won the first North American regional that we had this season in Pittsburgh. He's looking to take another tournament off of that NA list of regionals. Nighttime Clasher won LAIC, but hasn't won a tournament on NA soil yet. And then Firestar, of course, looking for his first ever title.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher winning everywhere but in NA. He won his first ever regional, his only regional win actually back in EU a couple years ago, and then winning that international, huge tournament for him, and he's been absolutely on fire. He was always he's been a great player for a couple years now, but I feel like this year he's been even more consistent than he has been in past years, including even the year that he won his first regional in EU.
Especially on North American soil this season. I think he did have a couple of tournaments in EU earlier in the season, but since coming back to NA and where he's spent most of his time, of course, he's been top cutting pretty much every regional, I think, similar to players like Dunebug, who have been so consistent this season.
Yeah, speaking about consistency, Firestar, one of the most consistent players this season in North America ever since, even slightly before Worlds last year, making a lot of top cuts on that loose side in particular, and getting that top 8 finish at Worlds really gave him, I feel like, the confidence he needs to continue moving forward in these tournaments, and now making back-to-back top cuts, day number 2s on the winner side, finding himself in a top 3 finish at a minimum, which is his best finish to date, but he's looking for more, and he has to go against TZ Steiner, a 2-time regional champion himself, and definitely a tough opponent, as Steiner was the one to knock Firestar into that loser's bracket.
And this could definitely be Firestar's moment. You mentioned it's his best finish to date. So many losers runs in the past, and here, and I think his most recent tournament coming in on the winner side. So it feels like all signs are pointing to Firestar gaining momentum in his journey on the Pokemon GO circuit.
I believe Steiner had the 2-0 victory over Firestar earlier today. Pretty quick and decisive there, but this is a best of 5 for the losers finals, and maybe 2 more best of 5s in the grand finals. So a lot more wiggle room for both players, and it is much harder to, get lucky and win a best 5s against opponents. There's so much more variance, so much more potential gameplay, and having that for these top players gives them more flexibility and chance to keep these matchups a lot closer than a best of 3.
And we just saw an incredible best of 5 between TZ Steiner and Nighttime Clasher. We saw that go right down to the wire in game 5. TZ Steiner, no time to rest as he's getting into game number 1 versus Firestar.
Firestar leading it. It's going to be the Shadow Fortress into the Azumarill of TC Steiner. And we saw this matchup a lot just in the previous best of 5. It's not the worst matchup for the Azumarill, but Steiner is ready with 2 better answers in the back. Safe swaps the Corviknight to start things off, and here comes the Diggersby.
And I love how Firestar played that, banking up so much energy on the Fortress before coming into Diggersby. He knows that Diggersby is not afraid to be in this matchup behind energy, as it can comfortably take 2 paybacks, and then you have super effective fire punches.
Looking how this matchup looks for Steiner in the back, it does not look great, as the Toki is a fantastic counter to the Furret as well. So Firestar finding a fantastic line read in this first game, but the timers are slightly misaligned. It gives a chance for Steiner to swap out, throws the second payback first.
And it does look like Firestar is pulling just a little bit ahead, but we'll have to see if TC Steiner can pull any tricks here. Maybe potentially going to switch out of here in just a second as his clock does come up, but it looks like no, he's just staying in here. Oh no, actually trying to catch on a Azumarill, and this is actually a resisted fire punch.
And a hard time for Firestar to find a way to throw that, because you can't really avoid a catch into that one-turn sand attack of the Corviknight, but now comes back in the Fortress with a fantastic matchup. And again, the early energy from the Fortress is huge, making this matchup a little bit better for Firestar, and more importantly, it's preventing the Azumarill onto his Togekiss.
And this is already a great matchup for the Fortress, as you resist all of the charged attacks from Azumarill, but maybe getting that Rock Tomb debuff is also going to help you out. Definitely don't want to shield up any of these resisted player-ups, especially now that the Azumarill's attack has been dropped.
Firestar, one of the best Togekiss players in this tournament, making it look so good in some of these matchups. Not the most conventional fairy of choice these days, but leaning on it and playing it fantastically well. Even though it's a more frail Pokemon in Great League, it hits really hard and it paces so fast.
And that Shadow Fortress has been one of the stars of the show here in Orlando, as we see the quick shot from both trainers, Furret for TC Steiner, and facing off against Firestar's Togekiss. But this is a great matchup for Togekiss. Really, you only need to land 1 Aura Sphere, while Furret needs to land 2 Swifts.
Steiner is ahead on energy, but the Swifts do not threaten much of a knockout. Aura Sphere, a different story. First one's going to be thrown against TC Steiner, and he's going to throw up the shield to prevent this super effective damage. Can he swap out, and can he do anything further? Timer's not up yet. He's going to throw 1 more Swift to burn the Switch Timer, but the next Aura Sphere should be reached before he can swap out. Does he dump both shields into the Furret?
Well, still a lot of energy here on Firestar's side, and TC Steiner gonna have to decide what he wants to do. Switch clock almost coming up, but Firestar throws just in the nick of time for another switch, and TC Steiner is going to find himself putting up his last shield on Furret.
And this matchup doesn't actually look as amazing as you would think. Wait, Steiner throwing the Swift, it's resisted, but from this health range should be enough to KO the Fortress, maybe even get an extra Sucker Punch for the engine, which can go a long way in the backhand matchup. No, going to be enough to take it out. And now Firestar has a shield advantage, but still 3 Pokemon around for Steiner, and they're not in fast attack range just quite yet. Trying to see if maybe Steiner goes for a catch. No, throws the Aura Sphere, enough to KO the Furrets.
All right, 1 down, 2 to go for Firestar here. Still has the Azumarill and the Corviknight to contend with, but still has shields left, but this Togekiss is getting quite low. Corviknight actually has an attack, but Steiner's not throwing it quite yet, going all the way up to this amount of energy before throwing the Air Cutter, and I believe Togekiss now at a charge attack, and Steiner, is he still locked in here? No, he can switch out into the Azumarill whenever he wants.
Oh, and tries to go for a catch, but in comes the Diggersby with the Fire Punch. And Steiner, you can see trying to swap over, but not quick enough. Firestar laying the super effective Fire Punch. Only a few more mud shots should do it, but Azumarill might get the bubble down. This could be huge for Steiner, but no. Scorch's Hand going to be reached first, and Steiner has to go back to the drawing board for game number 2.
And he started taking notes a few seconds ago, maybe thinking that the game was already over, as Firestar still furiously tapping his screen, but does take that first game victory and the lead against TC Steiner.
Quick reactions from Steiner, but quicker reactions from Firestar. He's looking for a chance of a rematch and redemption against Steiner, the person to knock him into the loser's bracket. And I believe, if memory recalls, if I remember this correctly, Firestar has only played Brazilian players here in day number 2, and he's done pretty well against all of them except for Steiner. But he's looking to change that and have a chance at grand finals against Nighttime Clasher.
Firestar doing his best to hold down the fort here in North America, as he takes an early lead against his 4th Brazilian, maybe 3rd Brazilian opponent of the day here, and doing very well. We've seen Steiner relying a lot throughout the day on bulky Pokemon like that Azumarill, like that Corsola, and in these matchups, I have to wonder if Azumarill is starting to get outclassed here, just not pacing very quickly to these attacks, not doing a lot of fast attack pressure. Let's see if Steiner left it on the bench. No, it's still in there back, but in the lead he has Corsola versus Shadow Malamar.
This is a tough matchup for Steiner because the Furry can't really swap in here. You're going to be behind Engine, going to get hit by Super Power. Maybe can even swap out. Oh, tries to catch it. He does catch a Foul Blade on the Zero. Even gets the bubble through against the Malamar. Definitely going to give Steiner a slight edge up here for the remainder of the battle. And look at this.
There's no Azumarill answer.
No Azumarill answer at all.
And there's nowhere to absorb the energy. A lot of the times what you might want to see if you were a Malamar player is just farming up a ton of energy and then switch into something like a Licky or Empoleon that can absorb that energy. But none of those are on the field here for Firestar. And so Azumarill all of a sudden looking fantastic in this game.
I like the gameplay from Firestar though. He's thinking, all right, 2 shield Malamar, especially with that chip damage against Azumarill earlier, is actually not that bad into Azumarill. The pacing is so fast. The side wave damage adding up so quickly in neutrals. And the thing is, he still has Diggersby for the Corsa later. So as long as he maintains switch advantage, he should be good to go. And he might just do it, but he might have to drop his second shield first. As no, the Foul Blade's going to be reached, and it's going to be thrown against Steiner first. Steiner might throw up a shield to take out the final shield of Firestar, or maybe just take out the Malamar completely. No, let's go.
And it looks like that was actually charge attack priority, so maybe TZ Steiner didn't want to preserve that Azumarill with so little health and energy. Brings in the Corsa, doesn't want to deal with this Malamar as long as he can, as the Malamar goes down, but Firestar now feeling pretty happy. Azumarill's off the field, Diggersby is free to play, and it comes into its best possible opponent, and it is that Corsa, as we see a quick swap from both sides into Togekiss and Furret.
This is a tough uphill battle for Steiner, even with the shield advantage for it. The problem is, even if you take out this Togekiss with the shield advantage, you'll have to drop both of your shields, and I don't know if you have enough health to even take out the Diggersby. Look at how much damage the neutral Pecs are doing. I think he was smart enough to recognize that there probably is a Diggersby in the back, not shielding up the Azumarill and trying to use the Corsa however it can to take out the Malamar. But the problem is, this Furret can't do everything by itself. Second shield going to be dropped from Steiner. He needs to preserve this Furret as much as possible, but at this point, the Diggersby can take out the Furret as well.
There's just way too much work for this Furret to do. It is at the back-to-back Swift here, so potentially if Firestar decides to shield, which he doesn't, Steiner could fire off the second. But I mean, at this point, if you're Steiner, at least you're happy that the Diggersby is going to be permanently debuffed for the rest of the game. Maybe there's a little bit of play here as Firestar comes in with the Diggersby. Gonna take this first Brick Break, let it go unshielded, as there will be more to come.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I don't know if there is any play. Maybe try to go for a catch on the Scorching Sand, but no, just going to tank it up instead. This should be enough to KO the Furret for some neutral damage, and the Corsola, even as bulky as this. Oh no, it hangs on.
You hang on, get to the Brick Break. No, just the Swift, but that's still a decent amount of chip damage. And at this point, with the Diggersby debuffed, you still have a full health Corsola to get to. Is there any universe, Caleb, where this debuffed Diggersby goes down to 2 or 3 power gens?
And unfortunately, you don't have energy on the Corsa either, so I think maybe if there's a universe that's not this one, that the Corsa can overcome the matchup of Diggersby. First, Scorching Sand's going to come through, even to chance for a debuff, but even without one, the next one should get the guaranteed KO. And Glenn Corsa just too slow to these moves. Diggersby so fast, going to be able to outpace. Double resist Astonish, doing nothing. Resisted. Power Gem not doing much either. Next Scorching coming through, and Firestar off to a hot start against Steiner, 2-0, and is on match point in this best of 5.
And it looked like all the momentum was on TC Steiner's side just a couple of rounds ago, and all of a sudden Firestar taking such a quick 2-0 lead against Steiner in 2 games that frankly looked quite dominant for Firestar in that last match. He still had a couple of turns of margins in order to get that victory.
Steiner able to beat and best Firestar in the winner's bracket just a couple hours ago. But Firestar, like I said, one of the champions of that loser's bracket. This is where he thrives in these lose or win scenarios, and he is playing completely different, has the momentum on his side, and now Steiner's going to have to pull off a reverse sweep and go 3-0 to have a chance at a rematch against Nighttime Clasher. Firestar, 1 win away from making it to his first ever Grand Finals and potentially even being crowned the Orlando champion.
And Steiner's tournament dreams are on the line here. He needs to win 3 games before Firestar takes a single one. Not impossible, we've seen it happen before, but it is an incredibly difficult task, especially because Firestar looks like he's at the top of his game. He's playing these matchups so well with those offensively oriented Pokemon, the Malamar, the Togekiss, and the Empoleon, which we've seen in previous rounds.
And the Galarian Corsola for Steiner are so hard to use, right? It's kind of a coin flip. You have 3 solid to okay matchups against the Fortress, Empoleon, and the Togekiss, but into Licky, into Malamar, into Diggersby, not great at all. And 2 of them even just unplayable for Steiner. Let's see if he's going to find a way around or not. Been bringing a lot of the Corsola and the Zumaro and even the Ferret, but the Ferret has been just locked in Togekiss in every single match so far.
The Togekiss looks like a big problem for TZ Steiner. I don't think I've seen him bring the Unova Stunfisk maybe at all today, but at least on the last couple of hours as we get into game number 3, this could be a match point for Firestar as we see a Shadow Fortress lead.
Fortress, Bug Bite, Mirror matchup here. I think the real question is, do you throw the Sand Tomb first or the Rock Tomb first? Looks like Steiner is going for the Rock Tomb first, but gets caught on the Diggersby. Great calculations again from Firestar. He's going to be debuffed though, and now Steiner avoids the Galarian Corsola into the Diggersby matchup. Steiner going to build up back entry, trying to avoid the Fire Punch, actually over the mount. Doesn't get the catch, but still comes in the Zumaro, a dominant matchup, and the debuff Diggersby not going to do enough into the Zumaro, even not debuff, but definitely not in this scenario. Steiner could overfarm a little bit entry, but timers are quite misaligned now.
And nobody wants to get a move caught on, but that could be the exact kind of alignment that TZ Steiner was looking for. He's been struggling so much in the first 2 games, getting his Pokemon not quite situated how he wants them. But now Firestar basically gave him a free pass to get a Zumaro on Diggersby, and like you said, having the Corsola avoid the opposing Diggersby. But the switch clocks are coming up. I think they're already up for Firestar, and they will be up for Steiner very soon.
Firestar not finding enough value on the Diggersby, suspecting that there might be a Togekiss in the back. Oh, saves the Scorching Sand for later. That could come in handy, as now the timers are back up for Firestar. He's going to swap over and throw this Rock Tomb, but Steiner has a chance to clear the debuff. Could even throw the Play Rough, although probably not going to. And now comes his own Fortress, expecting that there might be a Togekiss in the back. And he had entry lead on this Fortress saved from earlier. Rock Tomb is going to do a good enough damage to KO the Fortress in the head-to-head matchup. Firestar probably going to go for aggressive peck down.
All right, aggressive peck down. Let's see if Steiner can get to a Rock Tomb before that peck down happens. He looks like he's almost there, not quite going to get it. I think he's just going to settle for a Sand Tomb. And now, was Firestar counting? And he looks like just wants to play it safe and going to shield up the Sand Tomb, but that could be really helpful for Steiner as he still has that Corsola lurking in the back. I think that's going to be able to clean up this game versus the Togekiss.
Yeah, the one-turn bite Fortress, hard to keep track of entry sometimes, even with the best players, and Steiner was weaving in and out, so even hard to track that. And now the debuff Togekiss is not going to enjoy the Astonish. It's going to start chewing through the health bar. Look at this! It almost looks like super effective Astonish based on how much it's doing. And Firestar one away from the back-to-back side shot, but I think Steiner remembers there is that Diggersby with the Scorching Sand in the back. It could play a role in the end game. And you can see Steiner trying to throw, and yes, the Scorching Sand combo blade comes through, but Steiner going to let it go. He might be able to get a full Astonish down. That's going to be lights out for Firestar Togekiss.
Yeah, a huge Astonish down in the cards here for Steiner as he comes out with well over a Nightshade. Togekiss does have a charge attack loaded, but I don't think he quite had the energy. This Power Gem honestly overkill, but I think Steiner is still in a great position here. Also still has an Azumarill with almost an Ice Beam loaded as he switches in. I think he can even take the Side Shock, but Steiner gonna play it safe, put up the shield, and guarantee the victory in game number 3.
Steiner finding a win, a crucial win this game 3 to prevent the 3-0 sweep. And if he wins this next game, his reverse sweep dreams are very much alive. Momentum will be completely on his side, but Firestar can stifle the momentum right here in this 4th game. And let's see if he can do it. A lot of fans from LATAM probably cheering on Steiner, maybe across the world even. Firestar though, you know, a lot of you are cheering him on as well. The one trainer remaining that hasn't won a tournament in a regional to date. And a lot of people probably hoping that he has a chance to face off against Nighttime Clash in the Grand Finals.
That would be a guaranteed victory for North America, but standing in their way is TZ Steiner. He's been in this position several times. Remember, he won that Pittsburgh Regional on North American soil. I believe he was 3rd place in NAIC a couple of years ago as well, so definitely know what it feels like to go against these American trainers as he looks to try and reverse sweep Firestar here. Going back to this trusty Fortress Azumarill Corsola line, we saw him bring that a lot against Nighttime Clasher as well, and you know, potentially in these situations of stress, high stakes, you want to just go back to a line where you know the matchups very well.
Yeah, and I think for that one too, mirror lead, but Steiner just had the backline counter for Firestar. So even though he caught a Rock Tomb, right, showed the Diggersby, he kind of had to do that, otherwise the backline was going to beat him anyway. Here we go, showing the Unova Stunfisk for the first time in this matchup. It's going to be Unova Stunfisk versus Malmar. Unova Stunfisk, one of the more bulkier lines. Kind of a gamble line from Steiner, because if you get this in Diggersby, it's not going to be a great spot, but he avoids the Diggersby in the back and finally benches the Corsola for the Ground Electric instead.
probably was looking to catch that Togekiss with his Unova Stunfisk. Instead finds the Malamar. Not a terrible matchup though, and I think with Discharge here against Shadow Malamar, you might actually outpace to the second charge attack. So if Steiner can get switch advantage, if he can get the Fur on the Diggersby, Azumarill on the Togekiss, that might be the alignment he exactly needs here in game number 3 as Firestar lets the Discharge go.
Lets it completely go, and now the Azumarill is going to be in a good spot in the back end matchups. But here comes the Azumarill trying to go for a catch, but Firestar forced to bring in the Togekiss. It's better than the Diggersby, but I don't know how much better it is, as the Fur in the back is also going to be able to handle the Diggersby quite well with that Brick Break. And Firestar going to throw the first side shock, and this is where Togekiss falters a little bit in some of these fairy matchups because it just doesn't have the same bulk and coverage as the Azumarill does. Super effective Ice Beam going to be shielded up from Firestar.
Not a great matchup for Togekiss, but maybe the best possible scenario it could have against Azumarill. It does have 2 shields now, down to 1 shield up. He is going to be able to spam out these Psy Shocks, reaching 1 just before the next Ice Beam is thrown by TC Steiner, but Azumarill so bulky, happy to let this Psy Shock go. Switch clocks still aren't up, so TC Steiner could, yes, he just throws the Ice Beam right away, making sure that it lands on the Togekiss as Firestar invests his second shield.
Firestar, great read, expecting maybe there is a Fur in the back. Even a Corviknight could be pretty good, and that's a great, fantastic read from him because that's exactly the case. However, Steiner still has 2 shields remaining. And it looks like Aura Sphere, super effective, going to be shielded up from Steiner. First shield going to be spent. Going to have to spend the second shield soon, as the Switch should not be enough to KO the Togekiss, but this will put it in Sucker Punch range.
It will put it in Sucker Punch down range, and now this Togekiss not going to be, oh no, actually, sorry, it still has an Aura Sphere. That's probably going to take the second shield from TC Steiner. No,
wait.
Actually letting the Fur take this Aura Sphere, it's not going to be enough to knock out, but I don't know if you have enough health to deal with the Diggersby at this point. As, oh, and the Malamar also, okay, tons of energy on Firestar's side, as now TC Steiner puts up the shield, but now how do you get rid of this Diggersby? The Azumarill is so low, and then all you have is the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, I don't know about the shield, how much value can you really get out of this Fur? It has a swift bank, but Diggersby way too healthy. Such a good matchup for Firestar, and Steiner just only a few HP left on everything and gets hit with the Fire Punch on charge attack priority. Firestar breathing a sigh of relief. He knows he's only a few moments away from making it to his first ever Grand Finals.
And this is incredible. Firestar with this Diggersby looks like it's going to be able to close it out. Unova Stunfisk flopping around there on the ground, but it can't do anything into this Diggersby. And I think just a couple more mud shots, and Firestar punches his ticket into the Grand Finals.
Wow, what a tough matchup for Firestar in the end, but he believed in himself, and I'm sure many at home believed in him too. 3-1 against Steiner in the rematch in the Losers Finals, and he will be meeting Nighttime Clasher in the Grand Finals.
And I heard some cheers from the crowd when Firestar brought his Diggersby onto the field. I know he's got tons of supporters out there looking for him to take that first title that he's ever had.
Yeah, and what a fantastic team from Firestar as well. The Shadow Malamar, the Togekiss, and the Bug Bite Fortress, right? Taking a little bit out of other people's books with the Diggersby and the Shadow Fortress, but throwing his own spin on it with the Shadow Malamar, and it came to play in that 4th and pivotal game.
And I really like the dynamic gameplay that Firestar has shown us throughout the weekend, right? He's got those Pokemon that you mentioned, the Shadow Malamar, the Togekiss, the Empoleon as well, which I feel like each of those has kind of played a role for him, sometimes together, but sometimes alone in each of these different matchups. You know, we saw against Hard Jeff, for example, trying to use that Empoleon, and here the Malamar and the Togekiss really working together.
And one thing to note as well is in that final game, the Stunfisk throwing the Discharge, right? Because Mud Bomb was essentially nerfed, right? And if it was the old Stunfisk, maybe it wins that Zero Shield situation against the Malamar, but instead Malamar hang on with just a little bit of health because it was Discharge being thrown for the faster pacing, and saving that superpower for later for Steiner to not spend the shield because he knew there was a superpower coming in the back.
And really impressive because on paper, it looks like Steiner definitely had the advantageous backline, right? He had the Azumarill and Furret for the Togekiss and Diggersby. It really looked like Azumarill was going to have a ton of play, and it did, but I think the Furret just didn't find Diggersby in time. Steiner actually brought the Furret in a little bit early into the Togekiss, and that made him use both his shields on those super effective fighting attacks.
Yeah, Firestar making me eat my own words. I was saying how Togekiss is maybe not as good into the Azumarill matchup, but he too shields it, almost takes out the Azumarill with it alone, and then almost takes out the Furret by itself because of the amazing coverage and typing there. So what a well-played tournament from Firestar. But like I said, I think I said this earlier today, maybe even yesterday. Firestar, one of the players that people always, maybe not always, but recently have been talking about, one of the players who hasn't won a tournament yet, but is maybe one of the best players that, is in that category. That might change in, 30, 40 minutes from now if you can reset the bracket against Nighttime Clasher. I mean, Nighttime Clasher on top of his game, so that's going to be a tough opponent, and had to beat him in 2 best-of-5s. Could be a different story, but these two haven't played against each other yet in this tournament.
And I think both of these players are really on fire, not just in this tournament, but also kind of in their greater journeys. We talked a little bit earlier about how Nighttime Clasher, yes, he's been successful in the past, tons of top cuts in previous seasons, but this season he's been so consistent, winning an IC title. I mean, that is a huge feat by itself, but then top cutting so many North American tournaments. I don't think he's actually reached a grand finals in his career other than the ones that he has won.
Yes.
So great record in the grand finals. And Firestar, on the other hand, has never reached a grand finals, period. But he's top cut like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 tournaments in a row at this point. He's made top 8 at Worlds, which is further than most North American players ever. And he is really at the top of his game as well.
Yeah, so what you're telling me is both players are undefeated in grand finals, which indeed is the case. That won't be the case after this next grand final, so excited to see how those results play out. But I have to agree with you. Both of them are absolutely at the peak of their gameplay, and it's shown throughout this tournament. And look at the run here, right? Firestar beating LNDS Hardjeff, losing to Steiner. Meanwhile, Nighttime Clasher beating Aureo, beating Samy, beating TZ Steiner. Honestly, day number 2 for these both players, they've only played LATAM players. They haven't played any NA players or from any other region. And once we take a look at that loser bracket, we'll see the incredible run from Firestar, who thrives in this loser's bracket. And finally, he finds the way back into the winner's side in this grand finals. I can see if you follow, Firestar's run, beating 2-0 against Aureo, 2-0 against Hardjeff in the rematch, and 3-1 against Steiner in the losers finals rematch. Collectively 7-1 in this losers bracket, absolutely on fire.
And having to go through so many of those extremely tough Brazilian players as well. TZ Steiner, of course, being the final obstacle for both of these players, right? Nighttime Clasher barely taking that win in Game 5 versus Steiner in the winners finals, and then Firestar having a relatively easier time of it in the losers finals.
And here's the thing, right? A player like Firestar that plays in a lot of losers brackets in general, he definitely has the energy and the momentum and the resilience to keep playing, right? This is a long tournament, right? And both these players have played a lot, but Firestar playing even more than Nighttime Clasher. However, he's used to getting all those reps in. He doesn't seem fatigued at all, and he's still making on-point decisions in every single one of these matches. So Nighttime Clasher, he might have a bracket advantage, but he cannot sleep on Firestar because he's been playing absolutely immaculate this tournament.
Well, 2 incredible trainers who have such amazing records in history already, but we're going to see an amazing grand finals from them. But before we get to the gameplay, let's hear from the both of them. Take it away, Will.
And then there were 2. When it's all said and done, Firestar and Nighttime Clasher find themselves on center stage in Orlando. No more disputes, no more questions. We've got 2 competitors, and they've proven they've got everything it takes to be here in the grand finals. I want to start off with demeanor. Nighttime Clasher, you came in here so nonchalant. You seem very comfortable. How are you feeling?
It can't be too bad of a feeling because I'm coming into the grand finals from the winner's side. So I have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of room for error maybe. In my last 2 grand finals, I did let them get the reset, but I ended up winning in both of them. So I'm pretty relaxed. I'm seeing the possibilities and kind of just thinking through the teams.
Well, one of them was Pato Man, and honestly, nobody faults you for that. Firestar, you came in. This is a big leap for you, performance-wise. This is the furthest you've ever gone. A lot of trainers out there in the stands, I know, believe in you a lot. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling insane. I'm still shaky. I'm definitely nervous, but I'm here to compete and I'm here to win, you know?
I hear that. I hear that. Nighttime Clasher, your last series versus TZ Steiner, my goodness, those games went on for forever. I don't know how you managed the energy, you managed the swaps, you time everything so perfectly. Talk to me about your mindset going into those games that you know are going to go all the way.
I thought that was probably the best set I've played in my entire life. I think game 1, I played so crazy, and when we finished that, it came down to like 10 seconds on the clock, and he had won, I was like, wow. I just played out of my mind for like 4 minutes straight, and I still lost. This is gonna be one heck of a set to go through. Just kind of going through all the motions, like understanding what he thinks is good for him more than what's good for me, and trying to like go after his fortress, go after his Azumarill, and just kind of focusing on a couple of key factors in the game allowed me to, like, I think, take that one.
Firestar, also against TZ Steiner, you were up 2-0, and I looked at Fee backstage. I said, I might need to go to the lounge. We might be doing an interview right now. And then he won game 3 because you shielded a Sand Tomb on Togekiss, and I felt like that's where things got a little bit shaky, but you bounced back. So tell me about that. When you're up and then you make a mistake, how do you correct?
It was definitely tricky, you know. I'd say that's one of the rare mistakes I actually had in this tournament, luckily. But I, especially during that game, I was like, oh man, I really don't know if he's at it. Like, I either lose the game on the spot or I shield and have a struggle. So I decided to have the struggle. But, you know, it's one of those things you have to bounce back. You have to figure out something that's going to work against such a great opponent.
Well, Firestar, I want to come back to you for this last question. You seem like you're the trainer that is in the loser side bracket and you're dominating. You're on the winner side and you're still fighting really hard. You give a lot of trainers a lot of hope because they see what you can do being new to the scene. What's the source of your strength? How do you muster it every single round to keep fighting?
It's genuinely one of the things I've worked on. It's mindset. It's always mindset. No matter where you are in your battling career, you're consistently going 2-2. You're consistently maybe making losers finals. No matter where you are, it's that mindset of each game's its own game, and each game I can prove myself. And that's the way to look at it at all times.
Well said. Nighttime Clasher, you're such a nonchalant person. I can never tell if you're here, if you're thinking about something else. How do you have such a calm approach? It's like the opposite from Firestar.
I mean, honestly, I have not like put so much time into prepping in like scrims as I have in previous tournaments. I don't think I've like really practiced since like January. So I think just coming in with like a more relaxed mindset every tournament for the recent couple has been really good for me. Kind of been healthy to like take a break from like practicing so much and like maybe playing like 4 or 5 practice tournaments a week and just kind of toning it down and just trying to collect more of the Evolution VMAXs from the Evolving Skies set. So really trying to shift some focus and see if I can accomplish everything.
I feel like sometimes you have to give your body rest, whether it's physical rest or mental rest, and you do such a good job of that by taking those breaks and listening to yourself. You both have listened to yourself so well. Last thing, I just want to give you a chance for shout-outs before you go on to the grand finals. First of all, you need to both be very proud of what you've accomplished, and everything else is icing on the cake. So Firestar, who would you like to say thank you to?
First off, before everything, shout out to my family. My family have encouraged me to keep doing this, even through some hard times we've recently had. So it's been great to get into this mindset, get out here, and just compete. And of course, shout out to the Home Slice homies, as well as everyone I'm bunking with this weekend.
NTC?
As always, just shout out to my parents. I know they're always watching the streams. And shout out to Teresa, who is probably waking up in maybe like 10-30 minutes and then find out I'm in the grand finals. Of course, everyone who helped me build the team and just supported me with scrims this weekend. Harry, Aiden, Tom, Sergio, especially, just always kind of have my back during these tournaments, and it's really good to know that you've got a lot of people behind you and a lot of people ready to like help you tackle any challenge.
Nighttime Clasher, Firestar 73. The table is set for the grand finals in Orlando. You do not want to miss it. Absolute cinema coming at you. Caleb and Soph, take it away.
Thanks, Speedy. It is so great to hear from both NTC and Firestar, 2 incredible trainers. Both of them have such amazing support systems, such amazing journeys, and it's no surprise that with their really healthy mindsets and really healthy communities that they've been able to have so much consistent success on the circuit.
Yeah, they both seem quite relaxed too, going into grand finals, probably one of their most hyped matchups to date in their own personal careers. I will say, head-to-head matchups against the two, they've only played against each other once, and that was in the most recent tournament that Firestar played in, which was Seattle, which was 2 tournaments ago that Nighttime Clasher played in, and Firestar was the one to, I believe, either knock out, no, he knocked Nighttime Clasher into the losers bracket there, so 2-1 victory over that, but that's the only time they've ever faced off. Nighttime Clasher, though, he's faced so many opponents, he's probably not faced by that at all. And this is a best of 5, and he has the bracket advantage because he's coming from the winner's side. So what that means for those tuning in for the first time is Firestar has to beat Nighttime Clasher not in just 1 best of 5, but 2 best of 5s, whereas Nighttime Clasher has that grand finals advantage, only has to beat Firestar in 1 best of 5.
Right, so because we're in a double elimination bracket, you have to lose twice to be out of the tournament. Firestar's already lost once, right, to TZ Steiner. Nighttime Clasher hasn't lost to a single opponent, and that's why, you know, Firestar would have to win 2 times in order to knock Nighttime Clasher out.
And I believe, you know, maybe a few hours ago, you were talking about some math, right? We have 6 players remaining, 4 from LATAM, 2 from NA. Can NA hold it down? Well, it looks like NA did hold it down. The final 2 players are from North America, and they'll be facing off. Nighttime Clasher already has that World's Invitation locked in from his LAIC win. But Firestar is a lot of championship points, but the invitation guaranteed to go to Worlds is definitely icing on the cake. On top of that, being a champion of Orlando and a regional.
Being a champion, you know, the automatic invitation, extra $500, extra championship points on the line. So, you know, both of these players, while they do have their Worlds invites, every single tournament by itself is a lot to strive for. We heard Firestar saying that he likes to take every single match, you know, 1 game at a time. And I think, you know, in the broader scheme of things, you also want to take things 1 tournament at a time.
Definitely. And, you know, it's not an easy feat to get to Grand Finals, right? I think you said about Nighttime Clasher, very consistent, probably one of his best seasons, and he's only made to Grand Finals once a season.
Only once.
Only once, right? From someone as good as Nighttime Clasher, fantastic player, right? No knock on him, but it is not easy to make it to Grand Finals for these players, even though, yeah, second place would be great. There's so much online. You don't know when the next time, they don't know when the next time either, they'll make it back to the final stage of a tournament. So they have to leave everything on the line here, and I'm sure both players are looking forward to some exciting battles.
Well, Nighttime Clasher has definitely had more time to prep for this matchup. He played Steiner, I don't know, maybe almost an hour ago at this point. I'm sure he's been watching that losers finals with great interest, you know, maybe writing down lines that he could bring versus either Firestar or TZ Steiner. Firestar, on the other hand, you know, he's been playing in that losers bracket for the last couple of hours. I don't know how much he's actually been able to look at the matchup against Nighttime Clasher, so we'll have to see if he's cooked up some new strategies. Maybe he continues relying on, I think the Togekiss has honestly been his MVP this tournament. Nighttime Clasher has really been looking towards those more bulky Pokemon like the Corviknight, as well as the Licky Licky.
Yeah, in a way, I wouldn't be surprised if Firestar maybe has some semblance of a game plan, because when he's waiting in the wings, right, watching at Winners Finals, he knows he's going to face off against, if optimistically, he's going to face off against both, right? He's got beat 1 in Losers Finals and then beat 1 in Grand Finals. He's already done part 1 of that task. Now he's at part 2. Maybe he's had a lot of time to think about these competitions, but also a player that's no stranger to circuit, knows his matchups well, might just know how to beat it already, and we'll see how it goes. That Alolan Ninetales from Nighttime Clasher really looking strong in a lot of these matchups. You know, he has the Grumpig, he has a little few Spice Picks up his sleeve, but that Alolan Ninetales looks so good in some of these matchups, especially the Corviknights.
And let's take a look at Nighttime's team in a little bit more detail. You just mentioned that Alolan Ninetales. He was bringing it quite a bit into TZ Steiner's team. I actually haven't seen a lot of gameplay from the Grumpig. I think there was maybe a little bit more use of it earlier in the day, but at least in the match versus TZ Steiner, I don't think he brought it a single time. So in this matchup, really curious to see what he decides to go with. Maybe that Shadow Fortress, which we saw Steiner trying to bring against Firestar as well. But I think the Alolan Ninetales might have a couple too many counters on Firestar's team.
Yeah, agreed. And I was saying how it's great into Corviknight, but there's no Corviknight on Firestar's team. However, there is the Togekiss, which also has favorable play into that Flyer. But I do agree with you. I think the Shadow Fortress looks way stronger into Firestar's team. Yeah, you have to worry about the double prevented Fire Punch for Dickies, but if you have shields, you can still do some damage there. You have a mirror matchup. Licky Licky's not too bad. Malmar, you absolutely shred with the double super effective Bug Bite, shadow damage into a shadow Pokemon. And Togekiss, you have the Rock Tube. But here we go, though. Grand Finals, game number 1, Nighttime Clasher versus Firestar 73. It's going to be that Alolan Ninetales into the Shadow Fortress. A fantastic lead for Firestar.
Fantastic lead, but we've seen this story before. Nighttime Clasher might decide to just stay in, maybe try to catch an attack later, but no, he's just going to stay in, actually taking these resisted Bug Bites, no problem. Going to throw this resisted Dazzling Gleam in return now.
Firestar going to let the resisted Dazzling go. It still does a good chunk, but not enough, and in comes the Quagsire. Firestar going to throw a Sand Tomb to soften this up and try to see what happens here, but he didn't really bring an answer to this besides the Fortress, so may just opt to stay in here because you don't have great matchups here, but look at the Bug Bite damage after the debuff. It's doing so much, and now you can maybe even easily catch the next move on the Empoleon and Metal Sound down.
that could be a play for Firestar. Maybe if you can bug bite it into, yeah, middle sound downrange, that could be a great idea. But no, Firestar's going to stay in. Maybe wants to force a shield with the Sand Tomb. I believe Nighttime Clasher is still locked in, so if he shields, this could be another opportunity for Firestar to pivot out. But no, he decides to stay in with this Fortress. Maybe happy with the work it's done. No, he's not happy. He wants even more utility out of this Fortress. He's going to go for the full bug bite down.
Fantastic read from Firestar. He has hard counter matchups all across the board. And in comes the lone Ninetales. And Nighttime Clasher shaking his head, knowing he gets so little value, even less value in this matchup than the Fortress. And Empoleon leaving with this much energy is going to be brutal for Nighttime Clasher. On top of it, he's hard countered on the Diggersby Corviknight matchup as well.
And this is looking absolutely terrible for Nighttime Clasher against a player like Firestar. Giving up an amazing matchup like that could spell disaster, could be almost GG's at this point. Nighttime Clasher going to bring in the Quagsire. It's pretty much dry, but Firestar doesn't want to risk anything. He's just going to knock it out with this Hydro Cannon. He wants to see what that third Pokemon is, and it is just going to be that Corviknight, which, as you said, he has a very hard counter for in the back with that Diggersby.
And the Hydro Cannon damage is still going to go somewhere. Nighttime Clasher trying to do what he can, maybe try to go for the Sand Attack down, but that's not going to play that well into the Diggersby. In the back, a fantastic line read from Firestar, really neutralizing that Alolan Ninetales from the side of Nighttime Clasher, as you predicted as well, so doesn't have nearly as much play into Firestar's team.
And Firestar still going to stay in with this Empoleon, maybe just waiting for Nighttime Clasher to throw some energy, as he will reach a Hydro Cannon if NTC goes for the full Sand Attack down. Not going to do that though, going to throw this Payback, wants to really make sure that the Empoleon goes down, but he's going to see this last Pokemon from Firestar and probably not going to be very happy. Oh no, actually going to bring in the Fortress.
Yeah, I like this play from Firestar, trying to maybe take out the Corviknight before he has to show his third, providing, hiding some information from Nighttime Clasher, but he is going to bring it out. Nighttime Clasher maybe having a little bit of hope, but not going to be the case once he sees this Diggersby. Firestar having a great line read for this first game, and Nighttime Clasher going to have to figure out how to play around this tricky team of Firestar.
Right, and from that position, I don't think there's any Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher could have beaten, so really at that point, you're just playing to be able to see the third Pokemon. So just to recap, we saw Firestar bringing the Fortress, Empoleon, Diggersby line, and Firestar has just been so flexible, so versatile. I think he's used all 6 of his Pokemon in the last couple of series that we've seen him. Nighttime Clasher, again, relying on those bulkier Pokemon, Corviknight, along with Alolan Ninetales, non-Shadow form, and the flexible Quagsire.
And I like that Nighttime Clasher brought the Shadow Quagsire, right? It has so much play into the team of Firestar. You got neutral play into the Fortress, good matchup against the Empoleon, the Diggersby, and the Licky. Neutral play into the Malamar. Not so great into the Togekiss, but he could take shields off it, do some damage, even throw the Super Hyper Stone Edge. But Firestar's made it all the way to the Grand Finals. There's no way he doesn't know how to deal with the Shadow Quagsire. He showed how he could deal with it. A slightly unbalanced team, weak to Quagsire, means he's much stronger into some of these other matchups, particularly that Alolan Ninetales in that first game.
And being soft to something like Quagsire does make your opponent just a little bit more predictable as we head into game number 2. It's now a Shadow Fortress mirror, incredible Pokemon for both sides, but they're going to be locked into the mirror. But no, Firestar is actually going to switch out straight away into the Togekiss and now get locked onto a Licky. I don't think this is a terrible matchup for Togekiss though, especially with an energy advantage.
Yeah, it absolutely is not. You can see Firestar throwing this first Aura Sphere. Can't get to the second one if Nighttime Clasher opts to go for the optimization for extra proper timing and energy. Let's see if he goes for it or not. Does go for it, and Firestar actually doesn't throw that Aura Sphere.
And this is actually a heavier hitting Shadow Ball. Firestar not going to shield it up. I think that means Licky is eventually going to be able to get a rollout down, but not before Firestar is able to reach a second Aura Sphere. And at this point, Nighttime Clasher is thinking that he's already used one shield, doesn't want to go down both shields in this middle matchup.
I wonder if there's a world where Firestar goes for the Mudshot down in this matchup instead, getting more energy on this Diggersby. That's exactly what he's going to do, knowing that the Quagsire could be in the back, knowing how strong it is. And again, he knows how to play around this. He has a shield advantage, the Fortress in a mirror matchup, and the Quagsire, yes, it's strong, but with this much energy on Diggersby, it could be a problem. And again, the bug bite damage we saw earlier does so much to the Shadow Quagsire once it's debuffed.
And the energy on this Diggersby really goes everywhere into Nighttime Clasher's team, especially with that shield advantage. Looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to reach a last second body slam. This is actually kind of helpful chip damage because it does put the Diggersby, I believe, close to, if not in, Aqua Tail range as Licky finally goes down. But so much energy on this Diggersby for Firestar as he fires the first Scorching Sands into Quagsire.
I love this play from Firestar as well. He knows there's no way the Fortress comes out, so Nighttime Clasher forced to show his third matchup and doing half of his health. Wait, hold on, comes the Fortress, but Firestar swaps like over, had the double super effective fire punch, but Nighttime Clasher maybe expecting to pivot away and actually swaps first.
A little bit trigger happy for Firestar there. Maybe if he had just stayed in to throw that double super effective fire punch on Fortress, could have gotten a little bit of an advantage, but he might still be okay here. Has a shield advantage. He's just going to go for the Sand Tomb here. Yes, it's not going to do as much damage, but your Bug Bites are really going to do even more damage afterwards as he actually pulls the shield from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, what a huge shield bait as well. Down a shield already, expecting maybe Nighttime Clasher wouldn't shield it, but that's why Nighttime Clasher is one of the best in the world. Going for the unpredictable shield call, expecting a Rock Tomb, but no, it's a Sand Tomb, and here's a second one, and now Firestar has 2 shield advantage on the Diggersby, and he is way in closing in on this matchup with the Scorching Sand. Should be enough to KO, maybe 1 or 2 mud shots away. And now 2-0 lead into Nighttime Clasher in this first best of 5.
And Firestar looking to blitz this matchup. Scorching Sands doesn't quite knock out, but Firestar still got 2 shields up. And I would say that's 2 pretty dominant wins for Firestar already. If you're Nighttime Clasher, you have to be thinking, do I even bring my best line of 3 into this next match, or do I save my strategies for that potential Grand Finals reset?
There's so much flexibility on Firestar's team, right? Unless you bring in the hard counter of that Alone Ninetales into the Togekiss, you can grab a shield. And when you grab a shield advantage, it can definitely play favorably. I think the Grumpig, though, might actually have some utility. Great matchup into a Diggersby, and you wall off the Charge Attack energy from the Togekiss, which might be what you need to slow down the momentum and the safe swap potential of Firestar.
And that Grumpig pick is risky, though, because we have seen Firestar bringing that Shadow Fortress quite a bit. So if you're Nighttime Clasher, I mean, maybe at this point you're down 0-2, but you have some wiggle room, as he said in the interview. Maybe you do just take a gamble with the Grumpig, see what you can do. Maybe you can claw your way back to 1-2 and then go back to some of your more standard picks.
This wiggle room is quickly dwindling, though, as Firestar on match point for this first best of 5. If he wins this 3-0, momentum completely on his side, and Nighttime Clasher is going to have to really reconfigure his strategies for another best of 5, but he can still pull off the reverse sweep. Corviknight into Licky to start things off, and there's the Grumpig.
Oh my goodness, Nighttime Clasher trying to make the call, but there's no Togekiss to be seen on Firestar's side. Switch advantage could be crucial here as we look at the Grumpig's potential in the backline. There is a Fortress, but there's also a Diggersby. But for now, we're in the lead matchup. Corviknight versus Licky. First payback gonna land.
Nighttime Clasher with the ABB lineup, the Beast being strong into the Diggersby. Diggersby not having a ton of play in the back, but the Fortress has a lot of play in the back, avoiding this Corviknight matchup, so this is still anyone's game. Nighttime Clasher going to be the first one to swap over, and in comes the Quagsire. I think it's going to draw out the Fortress for Firestar, and that's going to be fantastic for Nighttime Clasher, maybe playing perfectly into his hands.
And that's exactly what happens. Firestar does bring in the Shadow Fortress, and this is probably what Nighttime Clasher was looking for, as you mentioned, but it's not over quite yet. Quagsire has a ton of energy, so Firestar is going to let this first Aqua Tail go, but if you can somehow shield and get a full Bug Bite down of this Quagsire, you still leave with a lot of energy and a lot of play into Nighttime Clasher's remaining Pokemon.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Nighttime Clasher is still 4 mud shots away, but I think 8 Bug Bites will be enough to do it. Bug Bites adding up so fast from the Shadow, doesn't get to the Aqua Tail. Great calculated plays from Firestar, now has the Rock Tomb. And if you start shielding this, you're going to kind of show your hand. Firestar could pivot out. Oh, huge play from Nighttime Clasher, not shielding it, trying to confuse Firestar into not saving this Fortress for later.
A lot of mind games coming out here. Does Firestar decide to use his last shield? He doesn't. I think you might barely survive this, but even if you don't, you just hard switch in your Diggersby. No, he's gonna, actually survive with quite a bit of health. You might even be able to get to another move. Yeah, he saves the Sand Tomb, now bringing in the Diggersby and down a shield versus Grumpig. This might be Grumpig's time to shine.
And Firestar leaving with a Sand Tomb, not the Rock Tomb, but has enough health that even the Bug Bite damage is going to do quite a bit into the resisted side wave of Grumpig if we get to that matchup. But Nighttime Clasher has a shield advantage in a positive matchup into Firestar's Diggersby. Firestar not going to shield up this one. Another Scorching Sand is probably going to land, but also it could be a good move for Nighttime Clasher to shield. There's still the Licky in the back, though. You have to watch out for the super effective Shadow Ball. all.
And Nighttime Clasher actually lets Diggersby get to this Scorching Sands. I think he had the Dynamic Punch loaded, but maybe didn't want to risk a CMP, maybe wanted to overfarm as we see him continuing to do side waves. Firestar's clock is up though. He's going to reach for a Fire Punch, but not in time as Nighttime Clasher knocks out the Diggersby with his Dynamic Punch.
And Firestar trying to find a way around this Grumpig. The Grumpig finally coming out in this third and pivotal game, but the Sand Tomb is reached. It's going to be thrown. Does Nighttime Clasher suspect that this could be a Rock Tomb? Is he going to call it? He calls it, but he's going to be debuffed. These Bug Bites are going to add up. The instant swap to Licky Licky though, and Licky Licky only going to be hit with the Air Cutter. How on point is the counter for Firestar? He's going to let it go.
And this is interesting here. The Corviknight's going to go down, but that does put Licky Licky quite low, potentially into Psywave down range. And now if you're Nighttime Clasher, do you have enough health on this Grumpig to Psywave everything down? Fortress is going to come in. It's going to do as many Bug Bites as it can.
Oh.
They are shredding the Grumpig, and the Grumpig takes it.
Wow, Nighttime Clasher breathing a sigh of relief. He can still win it all in this best of fives in the first one, despite going down 2 games. Again, if he wins this next one, then it's really anyone's game in the 5th game. Firestar almost pulling up the 3-0 sweep, locked it in for the 4th game against TZ Steiner. He can do it again here against Nighttime Clasher to pull off the bracket reset potential.
All right, well, he brought the Grumpig there, hoping to catch maybe either the Diggersby or the Togekiss. Caught the Diggersby. Does he continue to bring that Grumpig? He hasn't really brought it a lot this tournament. I even wonder how much practice he actually has with the Grumpig, but perhaps just seeing it on the field once for Firestar is going to be enough to scare off that Togekiss.
Man, the Grumpig coming in exactly when Nighttime Clasher needed it. I don't know if he could pull that off again in a second game, but even, not even getting the match against Togekiss, it still proved to be really valuable into the team of Firestar. Having 3 things weak to that Dynamic Punch makes it so valuable. Yes, you have to worry about the Fortress, but even Togekiss, not so much of a problem. Yes, the Malamar, not great, but you can still hit back with the neutral Shadow Ball, and from the Shadow Malamar, you don't really want to take that damage either. More importantly, I don't know if you even bring Shadow Malamar if you're Firestar, so that could eliminate one complete Pokemon from the equation from Nighttime Clasher, making his Grumpig even safer.
And for Firestar, you have to think about how to prioritize your Fortress, because you mentioned that Firestar is pretty soft to Quagsire, and he's really been using Fortress as his answer to that. But if Fortress is his answer for Quagsire, it can't also be his answer for Grumpig. So Firestar going to have to think carefully as he heads into game number 4. Catches a fantastic lead here with Diggersby into Fortress.
And here's the thing, you catch a Fire Punch, it's still super effective on your remaining 2 Pokemon as well. Maybe just not double super effective, but he does catch it. Firestar shaking his head, but it's actually not so bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad. I mean, you could even really stay in here if you wanted to. I don't really know where you can go from here. Maybe you can throw some Fire Punches and switch out, store some energy. You could go into Licky Licky, but honestly, I don't think it would be a bad idea to stay in here. This is a pretty nice matchup for Diggersby, and especially ahead so much on energy. You should be able to leave the matchup with whatever health and energy you want, but no, he's just going to come into Licky Licky to absorb this payback.
I like this play from Firestar. Could get a lot of energy, and the energy still goes somewhere into the Fortress and the Alolan Ninetales even. So, benching the Quagsire for some different gameplay style. I don't know if this is going to pay off for Nighttime Clasher. Goes for the guaranteed Shadow Ball KO, and Nighttime Clasher actually going to spend the shield.
He wants to preserve this Corviknight, and he wants to maybe get the Licky Licky off the field. He's going to preserve the Corviknight and bring in the Fortress, as Licky Licky's still quite far away from a charge attack. And Nighttime Clasher actually lets him reach the Shadow Ball. He did have the Rock Tomb loaded. Probably don't want to shield this as you're already down 1 shield.
Yeah, I thought Nighttime Clasher was going to shield up the Corviknight to try to fight for Switchman. Instead, he just saves the energy for later, going for a very aggressive Bug Bite down. That's going to be the case as Firestar's timer's back up and now can tank these neutral Sand Tombs. Diggersby very bulky, can hang on after 2, 3, maybe even, maybe not 4, but 3 probably. He is at the Fire Punch, so double super effective, and not investing shields in Diggersby, expecting there's probably a Quagsire or Alolan Ninetales in back, maybe even a Grumpig.
And switch clocks are quite misaligned here. Firestar is going to try and knock out this Fortress once and for all with a Fire Punch from Diggersby. Like you said, the energy from Diggersby really goes everywhere, as there is an Ice type and another Steel type on Nighttime Clasher's side, finally revealing that Alolan Ninetales in the back, as Diggersby is going to be able to reach one parting Fire Punch.
And this is huge for Firestar because the Fortress can tank all the energy from the Alolan Ninetales still, and he has a shield advantage. Things are looking disastrous in the end game for Nighttime Clasher. Let's see if Firestar can pull off this bracket reset. He is looking poised to do so. Going to shield up the bait though of the Weather Ball. Still resisted, but going to do a little bit less damage than Dazzling Gleam.
Right, and we saw Nighttime Clasher head straight for the Dazzling Gleam before, so that's potentially what Firestar was thinking about. He is going to fire off this Sand Tomb. This doesn't knock out the Alola Ninetales though, so potentially if you're Nighttime Clasher, you can throw a charge attack. Maybe you can switch into the Corviknight. I don't quite remember how much energy is on it. Nighttime Clasher, he doesn't think he's going to go for double Weather Ball, so he just goes for a single Dazzling Gleam. Can this Corviknight reach 2 charge attacks against the Fortress?
Yeah, the Licky doesn't really have much health left to do much else. Let's see if Firestar on point with his counts knows that this could be Air Cutter. Things are starting to turn for Nighttime Clasher though, and he grabs the shield bait with the Air Cutter. But the thing is, even if it was Air Cutter, it could have been, oh wait, hold on, he go for a catch. Oh, he pulls off the massive catch on the Licky.
And that is absolutely huge for Firestar. I believe Nighttime Clasher's Corviknight is also boosted at this point, so that Air Cutter would have done a ton of damage to the Fortress. And now I think at this point, Firestar can just go for a Bug Bite down as he looks for the bracket reset.
Firestar knows how crucial it is to avoid a Game 5 situation against Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher not giving up yet. I think he's 2, maybe 3 Powder Snows away, but the debuffed resistant Bug Bites might be enough. Can it do it? And it does! Firestar resets the bracket, and we head to a final best of 5.
And Firestar has now won 3 of the last 4 games against Nighttime Clasher. He's also won a bunch of series on the loser's side of the bracket, so tons of momentum on Firestar's side. He is looking for his first regional championship here in Orlando. Nighttime Clasher looking to hold him off. He said in his interview he has been to 2 grand finals before, and in both cases there was a reset. He was able to come out victorious in the second half of the grand finals. Let's see if he can do that again here.
And like you said, Nighttime Clasher has never lost a grand finals, but he has also never beaten Firestar in a series in the official tournament circuit. But he made it close in that first bracket. Now has a chance to still come out on top against Firestar, but Firestar playing absolutely out of his mind. 1 turn catch. There's no way avoiding it, but there's no way predicting when the Air Card is coming either. And Firestar just a half second ahead of Nighttime Clasher to pull off that end game scenario. It looked tough for Nighttime Clasher, but he found little ways to chip around and do as much damage as possible into Firestar. Despite that, that was a 1-3 set for Nighttime Clasher. That was actually really close in a lot of those battles and a lot of those losses against Firestar.
I think the first 2 games of the series, they didn't look that close. Honestly, they looked pretty one-sided in Firestar's favor, but of course, Nighttime Clasher coming back in the 3rd game, and like you said, honestly, that 4th game was very, very close as well. It was looking terrible. He found the bait, he found the boost win condition, and honestly, like, if it wasn't for that catch, I think he would have been 2-2 in that first half of the grand final. So Nighttime Clasher, yes, he is technically down 1-3, but that all goes away right now, and you can think about how that strategy actually did kind of end up paying off for him in game number 4.
Yeah, and Firestar knows, you know, if he loses that game, that 5th game could easily go Nighttime Clasher's way. But now he can breathe a sigh of relief and has a fresh slate, 0-0 in 1 more best of 5. And I think team composition wise, you could say that Firestar has advantages with his team composition, but I think if Nighttime Clasher positions certain Pokemon well, he can do a lot of work too. Actually choosing to bench the Quagsire in that scenario. And I'm just remembering now too, this is a Mud Bomb Quagsire, so it has a lot less play into Togekiss, and that might be why Nighttime Clasher decided to bench it, expecting that maybe a Togekiss will come back into play, bring that lone Ninetales instead.
And I think Nighttime Clasher is just finding Firestar's team compositions a little bit too unpredictable. It felt like Firestar was really relying on that Togekiss early on. He ended up benching it in those later games, but then it became the Diggersby that was the problem, especially because, as you mentioned, Nighttime Clasher started to bench the Quagsire.
All right, let's see how it's gonna go. Firestar looking for his first ever title. 2nd place would be his highest finish ever, but he wants more. He wants to be a champion just like so many others in the circuit. This is 11th tournament to date, including Worlds, and first ever Grand Finals, first ever best of 5 series in today's tournament. And he's looking for a championship title. He's going to have to go against the LAIC champion and a regional champion, Nighttime Clasher.
And this Diggersby is off to a great start for Firestar. Here comes the Quagsire, though, swapping in after the Corviknight built up so much energy. And this is where, let's see how Firestar reacts. Oh, Nighttime Clasher actually remembering his Quagsire is incredibly safe. Firestar bringing in the Fortress. This is, I think, traditionally how he has been dealing with the Quagsire, but that, again, means that this Fortress isn't going to be around to deal with the Grumpig in the back.
A fantastic bait out from Nighttime Clasher yet again, but if Firestar snuffs snuffs out that there might be a Grumpig, may pivot out and save the Fortress for later. And the super effective bug bite damage just does so much in that matchup. And if you're not in sidewave range, you're still in trouble with the Grumpig. Nighttime Clash is going to let the first Sam Tomb go, but Aqua Tail is reached, and Firestar may reach for shields. However, I think this Quagsire might be able to just get to that third Aqua Tail because Firestar threw that move earlier, and now Nighttime Clasher has a slight energy lead. He does get to the Aqua Tail, changing things around, and Firestar not loving the sight of this.
And Nighttime Clasher looks like he's pulling a little bit ahead. Firestar actually has to let his Fortress go. He's going to be able to get a little bit of a farm done with his Empoleon here. Just one Metal Sound. Honestly, that little bit of pacing could help out with some of these matchups in the back, but here comes the Corviknight. So much energy stored up from the lead, and now Firestar is going to let his Empoleon use his last shield, but that means he's going to be vulnerable to a potential Dynamic Punch from Grumpig.
Super effective Dynamic Punch for both Empoleon and Diggersby is going to be disastrous as grabbing that final shield. Nighttime Clash is going to set himself for victory, catches the payback on the Diggersby. Huge for Firestar, but unfortunately it goes from bad to worse. Grumpig waiting in the wings with a shield advantage. This is not looking good for Firestar.
Grumpig's time to shine has come. Both of these Pokemon from Firestar are pretty much going to be one hit with a Dynamic Punch at this rate. Firestar throwing a Scorching Sands, but Nighttime Clasher knows this Grumpig is bulky and it can take it. Look at that, still has about 60% health left. Probably going to farm up as much energy as he can before throwing this Dynamic Punch. No, he's probably just going to go for the back-to-back, little bit of a safer play as he lets another Scorching Sands go. Nighttime Clasher is so confident. He's saying, I don't need my shields, I don't need to throw before you get to your charge attack, I'm just going to go for the double up.
And he has that double up on the Grumpig, knowing that he can't Metal Sound down from Grumpig with this range, and the Corviknight still has a lot of health. The Corviknight just cannot overcome by itself. No catch potential this time around. Wait, has the back-to-back Hydro Cannon, but he knows Nighttime Clasher can just shield up and throw this on charge attack priority, which is exactly what he did. On point energy management from Nighttime Clasher, and takes the first game in this bracket reset.
Nighttime Clasher trying to reverse the momentum. Remember, he went down 0-2 so quickly, it felt like, in the first half of that Grand Finals. Won a game, super close game 4, taking another victory here. If you look at this full series as, you know, 2 matches pasted together, I do feel like Nighttime Clasher has a little bit more momentum than he did at the start of the set.
All right, both players chatting with the judges a little bit. I don't think this is a review thing, maybe just something to clarify between the two players as they're looking to lock in their second games. What a series we have on our hands, right? So many back and forths and great gameplay, mind games as well. Trying to think, is it a Grumpig in the back? Is it a lone Ninetales? And a lot of these are predictions and reads and team building from these players. And Nighttime Clasher changing the pace of the game with that Quagsire, getting the shield and the switch advantage. Well, even up the shields, I should say, but knowing that if he shields that Scorch's Hand, he adapted. He learned just from a couple minutes ago when Firestar was able to overcome that Quagsire matchup. And he is learning on the spot, and that's why he's one of the best players in the circuit of how quickly he adapts in these scenarios.
And you know what? Even if Nighttime Clasher leaves that Grumpig at home for the rest of the series, I think that Grumpig has played such a pivotal role for him in these grand finals. It's what's allowed him to take these last 2 victories and maybe putting a little bit of pressure on Firestar. Now Firestar is going to feel like, you know what? I can't just run something like Togekiss, Diggersby, and Empoleon. I'd be way too weak to Grumpig, which Nighttime Clasher is willing to bring. And let's see it. The Grumpig's back. Now it's in the lead, finding a great matchup against the Diggersby.
And unfortunately, this is kind of a weird situation for Firestar. Throws one Mud Shot before swapping over, and now gets the Fortress stuck onto Corviknight. A hard counter matchup, and things are starting to look really good for Nighttime Clasher. He has a Quagsire on the back, so ABA strong into the Diggersby, but Togekiss may still have some play in the back. Only has resistant charge attacks though into Grumpig, so we'll see how bad of a matchup that feels for Firestar. Likely not going to be feeling good for him for sure.
Game definitely not over yet. There's a lot of flexible play from all of these Pokemon on the field as we're still in this Fortress versus Corviknight matchup. Fortress still pretty healthy, reaching for that Rock Tomb, but still so far away as Nighttime Clasher is already at the payback. This is definitely going to be able to knock out the Fortress, and so Firestar decides to shield it up.
I like the shield from Firestar. He's expecting that he could pivot out here, realign things, brings in the Diggersby, and now here comes the Grumpig, but playing right into Firestar's hands because now he can get the Fortress back onto the Grumpig, and the Togekiss core breaks that Corviknight and the Mud Bomb Quagsire in the back.
But we have to remember that Firestar is down a shield, I think, so even if you're, playing into Firestar's hands, it's still going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for him. Nighttime Clasher, I think he's at the back-to-back Dynamic Punch. Diggersby can definitely take this, and so the question is, does Nighttime Clasher want to throw the second Dynamic Punch right away, or does he want to let Diggersby get off the Scorching Stance? Oh no, he wasn't actually at it. Now Firestar going to throw a Scorching Stance first.
Yeah, one off means that Nighttime Clasher can't easily just double up to Dynamic Punch again for the backline matchup. Going to tank up tanks up the Scorching Sand. Firestar lets us go. Is in bug bite range now. Could even peck down, and that would be huge energy advantage for Togekiss in the back. And Togekiss going to really enjoy that. That's exactly what he does. Huge heads up play, and in comes the Quagsire. But this is not a great matchup, especially when you don't have that Stone Edge.
Yeah, tried to get the peck down. Nighttime Clasher reacts a little bit slowly. Got a couple of sideways before coming to the Quagsire. And now Quagsire behind energy, like you said, doesn't have that super effective Stone Edge, which is usually so threatening to Togekiss. And I think Togekiss can easily take one of these Aqua Tails, maybe even two, without getting Mudshot down.
Yeah, the Mudshot's not doing enough damage, maybe 1 damage apiece into this Togekiss, but the Quagsire still hits pretty hard. Charge Attack priority for Firestar on this Aura Sphere, and Nighttime Clasher going to have to throw up the shield, knowing that it's going to do more damage than anything the Fortress can throw. He's still locked in though, can't go for a catch, could throw the Aqua Tail.
But now the pacing to the next charge attack is going to be critical. Firestar maybe knows his Togekiss is going to get outpaced to the next Aura Sphere. Is he going to put this all on the Fortress? Yes, he switches out. Tons of energy here as the Quagsire still not have a move. And Nighttime Clasher brings in the Grumpig, but it just gets bug bit down.
And the patience and the control throws the Rock Tomb as well, avoiding to have to spend the shield, and can just maybe bug bite down before the double Aqua Tail is reached on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Even if he doesn't reach it, he should definitely get to the Sand Tomb and take it out. So Nighttime Clasher going to concede this, knowing he is outpaced and still the shield advantage on Firestar's side. He finds a way and evens up the series. We're essentially in a best of 3 now between these two amazing players.
And Firestar finally found a way to deal with that Grumpig. This is actually, I think, the first game he's won where Grumpig was on the field. So Nighttime Clasher maybe feeling like he's used up one of his tricks, maybe feeling like the Grumpig is better in the back if it, comes onto the field. Firestar, I think this is the first game in a while that he's brought the Togekiss, and it paid off for him there.
Definitely for the Quagsire, for sure, in the end game. And for the Corviknight, right? A lot of play there. Firestar and Nighttime Clasher, I feel like they're both showcasing so much high technical and strategic skill with pivoting around Pokemon. Firestar is ABA weak to the Grumpig. He saves the Fortress, brings it in later, brings in this, Diggersby to bait back out the Grumpig, and make Nighttime Clasher think, you know what, I'm not going to shield this matchup. It's a winning matchup for me. Able to peck it down, and now has energy advantage and a Core Breaker Togekiss in the back for his final 2 Pokemon, the Quagsire and the Corviknight. Nighttime Clasher doing it in some of his matchups against Firestar as well. And they're great examples of how you win the lead, you don't necessarily win the game, especially if you're facing against one of these 2 players.
And I love the variety of Pokemon. These trainers are using everything in their toolkit to try and take this out. Terrible lead for Firestar as he finds his Malamar faced up against that Shadow Fortress, quickly swapping out into his own.
Absolutely brutal, but there's not a clear answer to the Fortress. Yes, you have the Corviknight in the back, but the timers are starting to get a little bit misaligned. You see Nighttime Clasher throwing the Sand Tomb when at Rock Tomb energy range. Does Firestar call this? Does he shield it? Is the question, and he does fall for the Sand Tomb bait. Things are not looking good at all. However, he's still going to do full damage into this Corviknight with the Rock Tomb, as it's only his defense has been lowered.
But the good news for Firestar is that those clocks are quite misaligned, so potentially, I don't know though, he still has to deal with the Fortress somehow.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do here though. Corviknight still farming up energy. I think he's going to outpace the Fortress to the Rock Tomb. Perfect counting by Nighttime Clasher with these 1-turn fast attacks. Gotta give it up to him there as his payback. Oh, but it's not gonna land. Firestar, is he gonna try to preserve this Fortress and switch out?
Yeah.
Yes, he brings in the Malamar.
Okay, weaving back in and out again. But the problem is, what are you even gonna do with this energy? It's not gonna go that far into the back line of Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher actually gonna shield up the Corviknight as well, trying to preserve this, knowing that he could easily bug bite down this Malamar. May have to spend 1 shield on a superpower, but that's not the worst case scenario. Oh my gosh, look at how much the double super effective bug bites are doing. Firestar throwing the superpower right away to prevent a harder farm down for Nighttime Clasher. Wants to give as little energy as possible. Nighttime Clasher going to shield it up, leave with not even a Rock Tomb yet. This could change things.
And no shields left on either side of the field at this point. Fortress gonna debuff this Diggersby, but Nighttime Clasher, remember, he still has that Grumpig in the back. It could be a sweeper, but there's still a little bit of health on the Fortress left, and that's gonna be tough for the Grumpig to get through. For now, that we're still in this matchup. Firestar finally gonna get this Fortress off the field with a Fire Punch.
He doesn't know what's in the back yet. It could be a Quagsire, it could be a lone Ninetales, but no, it's the Grumpig. I think this is Grumpig's first ever Grand Finals appearance, and here comes Firestar. Tries to to the Raichu. Wait, he gets the Raichu ball before the payback. I don't know if Nighttime Corviknight will survive this Rock Tomb, but if it doesn't, this is going to be played very favorably for Firestar. It doesn't hang on. The Bug Bite's super effective, doing so much damage trying to get to the Sand Tomb, and Nighttime Crasher forced to throw right away. Firestar not loving this, knowing that it's out of Scorching Sand range. And I think Grumpig should be the closest out with one final Dynamic Punch. Even with the debuff, it might not be enough.
Grumpig fighting through. They're able to survive all the Bug Bites, and it should be able to survive this Scorching Sands as well. Diggersby just a little bit below 50% health. I think a super effective Dynamic Punch is going to be enough to knock it out. One Side Wave, Dynamic Punch, and Nighttime Clasher, I think is going to be able to take game number 3.
Even if this doesn't KO, a few Sideways should do it. I think it's going to be pretty bulky, but 1, 2 Sideways, and Nighttime Clasher is on match point for this Grand Finals. One win away from becoming your Orlando champion.
And the momentum has completely flipped here in the Grand Finals. We've seen this a couple of times before where it feels like in the first set, the winner is just getting completely blown out by the loser. But now Nighttime Clasher finding his footing again in this reset as he's now in the lead, up 2-1, just one game away from becoming the Orlando Regional Champion.
Wow, things have looked completely different in this bracket reset. The Grumpig coming in so handy for Nighttime Clasher. And like I said, I think this is the first ever Grand Finals appearance for a Grumpig in general. It's never been that meta in the Show 6 Championship Series formats, but Nighttime Clasher finding a way to use it really creatively with his team building in this one. And even if he doesn't win this Grand Finals, he's still made history showcasing it off. But if he wins this, for sure, he's making history in a number of ways.
And I have been so impressed with the Grumpig gameplay in general from Nighttime Clasher, but in that game in particular, I cannot believe it survived all those Bug Bites to take out both the Fortress and the Diggersby as we head into game number 4. Is this gonna be it for Firestar's journey? He finds Togekiss with a fantastic lead versus Fortress.
And the pacing's pretty good. He actually swaps in Corviknight into the Togekiss. This is not really a winning matchup for Nighttime Clasher. In fact, there's an even worse matchup in the back. It's going to be the Diggersby into the Fortress lurking in the back. And I think Firestar snuffs this out. He knows that, you know what? There's worse matchups for my Togekiss. I might as well just stay in here. I'm not worried about this Fortress. Instead, he's worried about the Grumpig. And if he maintains switch advantage, he can lock in the Fortress into it.
And I like that air cutter from Nighttime Clasher. He doesn't want this Togekiss to just be able to escape scot-free, kind of locking Firestar in, as Firestar probably doesn't want to get these clocks incredibly misaligned. Another air cutter coming through. Togekiss able to take it quite comfortably and gonna farm up a little bit more energy. I don't think this Aura Sphere actually knocks out the Corviknight though.
If Firestar can get the peck down, that could be useful energy for later, and it's not enough to take it out. The boosted Sand Attack and the air cutter are starting to add him. Firestar forced to spend a shield, but he knows if he just maintains switch advantage, he should have a good match on the back, and that's exactly going to be the case. Does Nighttime Clasher let the full farm down happen? He does. Could not get to the air cutter, and things are looking fantastic for Firestar. He's seen the full line, and now he knows what to do into the back line.
Close call there with the Togekiss. Almost got Sidewaves down before he could get off a single charge attack. This Aura Sphere is resisted, but Firestar got what he wanted. He invested a shield to get his Fortress locked onto this Grumpig. Nighttime Clasher actually not panicking, not switching out right away. He's going to try to get this Dynamic Punch off onto the Fortress before he presumably switches out into his own Fortress.
Firestar, he knows his win condition. He knows what's in the back. It's going to be the Fortress. He brings in the Diggersby. I don't know if this game is completely over yet. 2 shield Fortress, like I said earlier, can still pack a punch into Diggersby. And there's still catch potential, right? After all these moves and shields are used up from these players, there's a chance for Nighttime Clasher to swap into the Grumpig, but the Grumpig doesn't have energy loaded on it. So even if you catch a move, Firestar could still overfarm a little bit more. Like I said, not a great situation for Nighttime Clasher, but it's not over yet.
Definitely not over, as you see those Bug Bites really chunking away at the Diggersby. Diggersby trying to get off this double super effective Fire Punch. Obviously, Nighttime Clasher does not want that anywhere near his Fortress. Gonna invest his last shield into the Fortress, and switch clocks are now coming up. Does anyone want to switch out? Does the Firestar want to try to clear these debuffs? He's overfarming a ton of energy as Nighttime Clasher tries to go for the catch, but Firestar reacts and brings in his Fortress.
He is so patient, throws right before the Dynamic Punches reach, has almost 2 Fire Punches loaded, but 1 should be enough to KO the Shadow Fortress. Firestar is moments away from forcing a Game 5 in this bracket reset. Nighttime Clasher trying to farm as much energy as possible, but the shield is on Firestar's side. He has a Fire Punch loaded, throws it, and Nighttime Clasher, oh wait, crafty play, goes for the Rock Tomb. I don't think so will stop the KO, but that's his only chance to land this and then throw the Sand Tomb afterward.
Looking for his only win condition here. This is a double super effective Fire Punch, but it is debuffed. It is coming from a Diggersby. It is non-stop. Let's see if Fortress can hang on. It doesn't, and Firestar is going to bring us to a decisive Game 5.
One final game here in Orlando, 2026 for Pokemon GO. And history is in the making for both these players. Nighttime Clasher winning his potential first ever tournament here in North America, his first ever North America regional, an international champion, and a regional champion. Firestar in his first ever grand finals can be his first time championship for him. Both playing on top of their game, and things didn't look as close in the first bracket, but it sure looks close in this one.
Each of these games is coming down to the wire, just a couple of HP, a couple of turns, and I love how the dynamics in terms of the Pokemon are playing out. Nighttime Clasher continuing to bring that Grumpig. He's really finding a feel with the Grumpig here as it's doing really well against Firestar. Does he bring it in this Game 5? It's really been his MVP in the series so far.
Wow, what a series. You know, this is about as best you can get, right? The bracket reset, the Game 5 finish, almost going the full 10-game distance. This is their 9th game, though. Pretty close enough. I mean, if we tie in this Game 5, I'm about to lose my voice and lose my mind and probably pass out, and you have to carry the rest of it the way so. But that would be hype unmatchable here. As Firestar, Nighttime Clasher, they lock in for their final game. I want to hear some noise. Tell me who you're rooting for. It's going to be the Grumpig into the Shout Fortress. A fantastic lead for Firestar.
Nighttime Clasher is getting out right away into his Quagsire. Firestar does not have an answer for this. He can't bring in the Empoleon. This is a Mud Bomb Quagsire. He brings in the Togekiss instead, but we've seen this matchup before. Two Aqua Tails are very, very close to knocking out Togekiss, especially with an energy advantage.
So that late swap can cause Firestar. He does win this Charge Attack priority, actually going to let this Aqua Tail go, feeling confident that maybe the shield advantage in the back can play favorably, but now Nighttime Clasher has a chance to flip switch advantage as the Aura are going to reach, but these Mud Shots are just not doing enough. First shield's going to be drawn from Nighttime Clasher, but Firestar has a chance to throw up his own shield and maintain the switch advantage.
And Nighttime Clasher desperately needs switch advantage. He's invested one shield, has to throw this Aqua Tail right away because the Togekiss is closing in on an Aura Sphere, but this is going to give Firestar a little bit of an opportunity to potentially overfarm here as he is already at the Aura Sphere, but no, he just does one peck and throws.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for a pause, but instead just goes to the extra peck, and now Nighttime Clasher investing so much into this Quagsire. He's trying to flip switch advantage as much as possible. The Corviknight has a lot of play in the back as well, and now Nighttime Clasher going to throw the Aqua Tail right before the next move's reach. Does Firestar let this go? No, he's going to shield up. He wants to maintain switch advantage, but the Corviknight is still strong in the back. Here comes the Grumpig. He catches the resisted Aura Sphere. But Nighttime Clasher has given up switch advantage yet again, and Firestar going to try to bug bite this down as soon as possible. Energy on this Fortress will definitely go far into the Corviknight as well, and tries to get to the Rock Tomb. Let's go for the full bug bite down. That's exactly what his plan is.
And this is Nighttime Clasher's gamble, trying to get as much use out of this Grumpig as he can. He caught the attack from Togekiss. He's getting a Dynamic Punch landed on the Fortress as Firestar, like you said, going for a full bug bite down. Going to come out of this with so much energy. Two Sand Tombs as well as a Rock Tomb.
Switch timers I don't think are up yet, but let's see after these next 5 seconds if Nighttime Clasher can possibly go for a peekaboo play, catch your energy on the Quagsire to set up a win condition, but it's not available, and the first Rock Tomb is going to be thrown, debuffing the Corviknight and now making the backline matchup a little bit easier. Nighttime Clasher still has a catch potential. Can you ever Metal Sound down with the Empoleon later as you're going for more debuffs and saving the energy until now, throwing another Rock Tomb, closing in on Hydro Cannon range. Nighttime Clasher not enjoying this matchup. He has to clear the debuff to do any meaningful damage into this Empoleon in the back, and Firestar just staying in there, hanging on, trying to get to the Sand Tomb, but he's giving so much energy away. There's almost no health on the remaining Pokemon, though.
There's almost no health on this Corviknight. Yes, this payback is going to land, but I don't know if you have enough time to get to another payback. Empoleon trying to go for the Metal Sound down. Oh my goodness, the payback doesn't even do half of the remaining health. What is Nighttime Clasher's win condition? I don't think there is one. This Quagsire is way too low as Firestar pecks down the Quagsire.
And Firestar in his 11th tournament, 10 tournaments he didn't make it, 10 tournaments he's thrived in the loser bracket, but now on his 11th one, he is the first time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion.
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else in that Grand Finals. Huge congratulations to Firestar. His best ever finish before this was a top 6, and now he's gone all the way to get that gold medal.
Wow. As we said, one of the best players in the world who hasn't won a tournament. Well, that's no longer the case because he's won it all as he's going to hug his Jirachi. And again, going all the way back to Charlotte 2023 in his first ever tournament. He brought a Vigoroth to make top cut with it. No stranger to Spice, bring the Shadow Malamar to play. But it was a Shadow Bug by Fortress that closed it out for him in this final best of 5. And what a fantastic series between these two players.
It's been a long journey for Firestar, like you said, going all the way back to 2023, but he's really been picking up his momentum in the last couple of months. Top cut NAIC, top 8 at Worlds, a couple more top cuts during this regular season, and finally culminating in his first ever title.
Wow, I'm so happy for Firestar, honestly, and Nighttime Clasher, a fantastic season performance too. You know, he's probably not feeling great, wishing that he could have won it all, but he has already made a name for himself in the scene, and Firestar continues to do so. Again, some of these players, they have multiple regional titles, so like, you know, I already have a few, but the first one, Firestar, always means so much, and if he keeps playing like this, he could catch up to some of the greatest with multiple regional titles under their belt as well.
And again, just I can't emphasize enough how great of a season Firestar is having. You know, we always talk about the players like Dune, Rise, Pocket, NTC, top cutting every single tournament. Firestar's been right there with them this season, and you know, stretching back to some of these major international tournaments, and now he's proven that he can take an entire tournament by himself. And I really want to compliment his plays as well. He wasn't just relying on the same 1 or 2 Pokemon, 1 or 2 cores this tournament. He was using the Empoleon, the Togekiss, the Malamar throughout his Grand Finals and throughout all of his matches today.
And the high-level plays as well, too. Firestar not letting Nighttime Clasher really catch a lot of his energy, playing really well. Nighttime Clasher would catch an Aura Sphere here or there, but Firestar saying, you know what, I got the matchup I want. And in the end, the Bug by Fortress proved so much damage to that. Even the Corviknight in the back, full health. It came out with red health bar at the end. And I mean, what do we know? So, Licky, Empoleon trending down? I don't think so. Firestar having both on his team and making them look still highly meta relevant.
They're both on his team, but I would honestly say if I had to pick an MVP for Firestar, it would be between the Togekiss, the Fortress, and the Diggersby. I think
so half the team.
So half of them, yeah, but just not the 2 that you just mentioned. I mean, but look at this, so many different win conditions that he found, right? In the last game, or some of these other games as he celebrates there, he's thinking, all I need is alignment. Some of the other games, he was looking for an energy advantage, maybe with the Togekiss, maybe with the Fortress, right? And so I think he really understands all these different Pokemon have such different win conditions, especially in all these different matchups, and that just shows how versatile he is as a player.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Firestar, his story, if you look at his tournament performances, he's constantly leveling up. A year ago, he's in these losers bracket, right? I'm looking at the names he's beating, right? Rise Vacation was the main one I remember, right? But also a lot of these other players constantly beating as well. Not to call Rise, right? He's a fantastic player, which is why, again, I'm like, wow, Firestar beat Rise Vacation in the losers bracket, right? But he continues to do so in the North America International Championships, the regionals, and again at Worlds, thriving in that losers bracket, getting a top 8 finish, the highest finishing American player in Worlds, and then continues to make top cuts on the loose side to start this season. And then in the winners bracket, start day number 2 for the first time ever in his last tournament in Seattle. Does it again here and then wins the whole thing. He's just consistently improving across the board. And hey, if you're going to North American International Championships, you might need to watch out for us. I don't know if he's going now, but if he is, he's on top of his game, and you know he's going to bring the spice.
And I think this tournament was such a perfect representation of what we've seen before, which is Firestar's ability on that international stage, right? Taking down international championship winner Nighttime Clasher, taking down LNDS Harjeff, also taking down LNDS Steiner, who has tons of titles to his name as well. And so Firestar proving that he can really hang in there and defeat the best of them.
Yeah, and I love it too, right? Firestar staying poised, like you said, playing so well on stage, not really letting the nerves get to him. And the most important thing is he looks like he's having fun, right? And I feel like at the end of the day, we all play Pokemon Go because we want to have fun when it started, right? And sometimes players might get a little lost in competitiveness, might not feel so great about their wins or losses, but Firestar, he's always so positive when I talk to him, always has great tournament experience. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I might have lost in lose pack, but I did a pretty good run. I'm going to go to Worlds and maybe get a top 8, and then we'll see what happens, right? And here he is, winning his first ever title. Super happy to see him do so, and excited to hear his thoughts when we crown him with the medal.
Well, it is definitely all about fun, but I know that these competitors take it seriously enough. You know, they're preparing, they want to do very, very well in these regionals, and I'm sure, you know, winning a tournament, you know, on this stage with this many players, I mean, this is one of the bigger North American regionals that we've had in quite a while. Really, it's just going to bolster Firestar's confidence as he continues his journey in the Pokemon Go circuit.
Yeah, and I want to say, adding on to that too, I feel like our tournaments, in a way, in Pokemon Go, get harder and harder because players are getting so much better. Like, if you look at just 4 years ago when we were in 2022 Worlds, fantastic plays from those Worlds competitors, but now you see those kind of plays in an average regional, maybe in the middle of day number 1, right? And so the skill level has constantly been pushed further and further up the ceiling, and Firestar demonstrating some of the highest skill gameplay in the entire circuit. And for those watching at home or in the crowd, you've got to be proud of him if you're a fan of Firestar.
And if you're at home, you know, thinking about what does really top-tier gameplay look like, how can I learn, I would definitely go back and watch those grand finals. There's so much to pick apart that we didn't even get to, right? Thinking about what's going through these players' minds, what Pokemon are they anticipating on the other side, and what win conditions are they setting up that, you know, might not make it onto the stage, as of course every game only has 3 Pokemon per side, but you know, you can pick apart all these mind games, try to figure out exactly what these players are thinking, why are they shielding here, why are they switching there.
Let's take a quick look at the final standings, Soph, and see how our top performing players did in Orlando. Really cool to be back in Orlando after skipping a year last season. And here you have Firestar leading the crowd, Nighttime Clasher, and then followed up by 4 Latin players, 3 from Brazil, TZ Steiner, LNDS Harjeff, both also grabbing medals for themselves. LNDS Aureo, a fantastic season, his best to date. Samy, I think his highest finish also today. Another top 8 for Dunebug, another day in the office. And Toad, first time ever top 8 for him. Really happy for this young trainer as well, running that Aegislash, the Galarian Moltres, well, I thought was nearly extinct.
So much to celebrate for all of these trainers. Of course, at least 3 of them getting their best finish to date. And of course, for all of those trainers coming from Latin America, I hope this trip was well worth their time. So much to celebrate for them, whether you are the one, you know, grabbing that medal for yourself, or you're coming, you're seeing your friends doing so well and celebrating with them off stage.
And I love the adjustment too from the Shadow Fortress, right? They went from Shadow Fortress with Volt Switch, or maybe non-Shadow Fortress with Volt Switch, to playing more neutrally, right? Which, you know, some NA players don't love to do, but I love that a lot of players adopted to that more neutral playstyle, because the Bug Bite Fortress feels a lot more neutral in these situations, especially into those ground types, good into the meta jam as well, and not even that bad to Corviknight, right? You can still hit back with neutral Rock Tomb and just constantly debuffing, doing 1 damage piece with those Bug Bites really adds up. So great to see how this meta is developing, and in some ways, it feels a little bit less RPS in my mind. Let's ignore the Diggersby and Corsola matchups we see, though.
Yeah, and zooming out a little bit, I think that what you're pointing out in terms of the meta shifts is really, really interesting. Like, I thought going into this tournament that we were just going to see, you know, Medicham, Quagsire, Corviknight, you know, maybe meta's pretty settled, but now we're seeing the shifts from, you know, Quagsire to Feraligatr. We're seeing, you know, a couple of these Psywave users have play the Togekiss, different fairy types having play. So it's been really interesting, and I know we don't have another regional, I think, for about a month in North America, but we'll have to see what changes come before then.
That's right. Well, big congrats to our players. I think we're closing in on being ready for that award ceremony, so we'll be there shortly. But let's not forget, we got a secret reveal in the closing, so don't go anywhere, because we got some info to drop from what I hear from our colleague Speedy's Chief.
That's true. I mean, I have no idea what that info could be, but I get the sense that if you're thinking about playing Pokemon Go towards the end of the season, maybe trying to get in a couple last tournaments before the World Championships in order to secure that qualification, you might want to stick around and wait for this news.
That's right. Well, I don't even know my Bug Bite counts. There's no way I know what Speedy has up his sleeve, but he's got a lot of tricks there, and you know, a lot of rabbits have tricks in the hat, or is it the rabbits are in the hat? I don't know. There are a lot of rabbits in this tournament, though. Diggersby, Azumarill making a resurgence, and Diggersby making that Galarian Corsa a little bit harder to bring. Maybe we see Jelson come back in the meta. It's been, you know, one of the Pokemon that a lot of people thought would dominate this meta, but it hasn't really come to perform. But if Diggersby picks up in usage, maybe it's the different Ghost time to shine.
That's a great point. I mean, one of the downsides of Corsola is that it really struggles against normal types because you're doing, Astonish damage primarily, and then you have Power Gem for coverage, but it's not the best coverage in the world. So I could definitely see something like Jellicent picking up. It also walls the energy from Feraligatr, and so while it doesn't necessarily win that matchup, you do have a lot of flexible play. So good prediction, Caleb.
Less Volt Switch Fortress as well. So if you all hate a Jellicent meta and everyone uses it, don't blame me. They're just... These players are smarter than me, right? They're making their own decisions. Maybe they already thought of this ahead of time.
Yeah, those players, those top players who are continuing to experiment, continuing to push the boundaries, find alternatives for what seems like the core meta. That's how the meta develops, right? These players go into tournaments, sometimes even just practice tournaments and scrims. People see what other people are trying out, and they latch on to certain ideas. That's what happened with Piloswine. I think that's probably what happened with Bugbite Fortress as well.
Definitely. Grumpig was definitely a very unique invention from the side of Nighttime Clash, and maybe some of his friends also ran the Grumpig, maybe not to as much success, but that Grumpig looked pretty good, right? I mean, if it was a Volt Switch Fortress meta, it would be absolutely unleashed in some of these matchups. The Bugbite Fortress holding it back a bit, but even then, with all these Fortress running Bugbite, Nighttime Clasher still found a way to bring it to the Grand Finals and pull off multiple wins against Firestar to prevent, just 3-0 sweeps back-to-back.
Yeah, I was really impressed with, again, Nighttime Clasher's Grumpig play. I know I said it a bunch during the Grand Finals, but I felt like it was just kind of on the bench in a lot of his matchups earlier, especially against TZ Steiner. But looking at the Grand Finals, you saw how one-sided those first couple of games were. Once he started bringing the Grumpig, those games were incredibly competitive. It wasn't even that bad into the Fortress. There were a couple games where he was able to, land a Dynamic Punch or Sidewave down, and so Grumpig definitely a Pokemon to keep your eye on, especially.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Especially potentially later in the season. Who knows?
Oh, maybe. I was gonna say make a comparison between two Sidewave users as well. Malamar might be able to win the head-to-head versus Grumpig, but you don't hang out to Bugbite damage nearly as well. It's a little bit more frail too, especially that Shadow variant. So Grumpig, I think, a great substitute for that Sidewave damage. Obviously, you don't have the same dark coverage, but you can still hit back hard into Ghost with the Shadow Ball. You get to it pretty quickly, so even if a Ghost comes into it, a lot of times you have to consider shielding that Shadow Ball first.
Right, and you have such hard-hitting charge attacks as well, Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball. Great coverage, non-stab on both. When you think about Malamar, of course, you have Foul Play, which is great stab damage. But if you want the fighting type damage, you have to use Superpower. And that's, one of those matchups where Malamar has historically been a little bit awkward is Malamar versus Diggersby. That's because you have to throw that debuff into Superpower.
Yeah, definitely. And, curious to see how these players adjust here, because I feel like we go from week to week, same exact meta, no new releases. Well, I do think Tinkaton Community is coming up soon, so maybe that could bring a wrinkle in, especially Malamar, right? Not going to do fantastic into that Steel Fairy type. I'm skeptical, right? I don't know if Tinkaton is going to thrive in a core Unite matchup.
Oh, I think it's going to thrive.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Right. Well, we'll have to see in LA. We'll take some bets there.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to take the bet with you, so but we'll consider it too. And this again, back-to-back Quagsire with Mud Bomb in the Grand Finals. So Potamon and Seville, and now with Nighttime Clasher with it in this Grand Finals in Orlando. Not having the Stone Edge kind of hurt him a little bit in the Togekiss matchup, but at the same time, the Aqua Tail damage did add up quite a bit, and I don't know if you really outpace Togekiss anyway if you try to build up to that Stone Edge later.
All right, well, a lot to look back on here in Orlando, but let's actually go to Will and Nick in the lounge. I think they have some exciting news for us.
All right.
Thank you so much, Soph and Caleb. What a Grand Finals here in Orlando. Phoebe, I adore this city, I adore this place, and that Grand Finals was everything we could have asked for and more.
Yeah, so many unique picks on both teams. Grumpig, Shadow Malamar, Alola Ninetales. So many different Pokemon that you saw on those winning teams, but nowhere else in the field.
Yeah, exactly, and the Grumpig Fortress dynamic, and you know what, I think I alluded to this, Shadow Fortress was on all three of the top 3 teams, so no matter what, I was going to be happy personally.
Yeah, Shadow Fortress with the Bugbite really making its name known here in Orlando. Bugs are known for being around in the swamp. I'm not sure what about steel types though.
Ooh, steel types. I mean, we did have the Empoleon late on in the Grand Finals. We had Corviknight, but in terms of overall usage, the latter takes the cake, coming in at 68% on day 2. Again, I want to emphasize to everybody that the day 2 meta is so informative. These are your top performing Pokemon, not just the most popular.
we didn't see all that many Metacham in the final 3, but it was here in day 2. And looking at the rest of the top usage, I'm thinking, man, I wish trainers brought some Pilus wine.
Oh, I don't know if I had that feeling, Fee, but but it does have a couple of targets here and there, so I cannot wait to see what our trainers across the pond and across the world decide to do with this meta and this format. You and I, we had a couple predictions, but I want to look forward to the schedule. This is the Orlando Regionals. This weekend we are concluding. We have Los Angeles coming up as well as Indianapolis, and then it looks like there's a international still on the board.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it. We got a piece of mail yesterday that I think we were all a little bit shocked about. Is it about time that we talk about that?
Not yet.
Oh.
But I like that you dropped that note there. Let's talk about Los Angeles, the city of angels. That's where we're headed next in North America, May 8th through May 10th. An incredible place to be. We were just there for Anaheim and the World Championships. We're going back for the regional experience. You gotta love the palm trees, and there's so many exciting things in store. But Phoebe, we're going to Europe as well. Tell us about Prague.
There are so many North American trainers that I know who are personally planning on going to Prague. It is going to be a massive event, and you know, we've talked about it a lot. You know, Europeans joking about maybe taking an event away from North America, but this is going to be the potential for North America to take an event away from Europe, April 25th and 26th. Make sure you pay attention, because who knows who will win.
Beautiful landscapes and city structures. Europe is absolutely wondrous to look at. I'm sure all those trainers are going to put on an excellent show for us. But you know what, Phoebe? I think it's time.
Is it time?
We've dropped hints. We've dropped clues. Tell your friends to get in here because we've got big news. I did not mean to rhyme, but it worked out that way. NAIC meta reveal coming at ya. It's a limited format, and boy, is there a lot to break down. Let's get into it, Alpha Phoebe.
All right, taking a look at the types allowed, we got Fairy, Normal, Psychic, and Water.
Those 4 types are allowed, but remember, there are type bans. We're going to get Dark types banned, as well as Grass types and Steel types. But there's also a list of Pokemon that are individually banned. Let's make a quick note on each of these.
Araquanid, a very bulky bug type, has the power to bully other Pokemon because of its bulk.
Carbink, that fairy and rock type damage, taking double super effective from Steel. Steel's also banned in the meta. Chansey's banned, no timeout strats here.
And very interesting, Chincho's banned. It's a monster in baby,
in little cup.
Yeah, in little cups. CP 500 or lower. Maybe a monster here in under 1500 CP.
Claydol was a force in Halloween Cup and other limited formats, but not at NAIC. Clefable is also off the board, as well as Cresselia and Dedenne.
And I like the Clefable ban here because it is the fairy type that covers other fairies with its steel type coverage. And if other steels are banned, it makes sense to remove Clefable as well.
Great call out. Diggersby, oh no! All the Diggersby we saw here this weekend, you are not going to be able to play that at the North America Internationals.
No bunny business down there. We've got Farfetch'd as well as Furret, so no Brick Breakers, no shenanigans there either.
Gastrodon out of the meta. A lot of trainers were playing it when Mudslap was stronger, but since Mudslap was reduced, it's probably not the biggest loss. But Calisopod, one of the most flexible safe switch Pokemon, also not allowed at the NAIC format.
Greedon, the berry eating Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's the exact name, but I know it does like storing berries in its mouth, as well as Jellicent and Lantern the fish banned.
I'm looking at all these Pokemon, and there's a lot of bulk that's immediately coming off the board. This NAIC meta might be really dynamic and very energy intensive. Lickitung and Licky Licky are not allowed.
Taking away those extremely bulky normal types. And speaking of bulky types, that's also Lugia, one of the bulkiest psychic types around.
Medicham also off the board. Oranguru, oh, the star of LAIC. You saw Psychic being allowed in the meta. A lot of trainers thought of Oranguru, but it will not be a factor.
It was available for EUIC as well. It was not seen whatsoever. Poliwrath as well as Rotom. Have to get some clarification on if that is just Rotom Wash or if it's all Rotom forms.
It's Rotom Wash.
Just
Wash
Rotom
like
Wash.
me as a trainer. We also have Toxapex off the board. That Pokemon is not allowed. That is a bulky water and poison type that will not see this format. Oh, Phoebe, the bad news continues, right?
No bunny business. As I called out before, no Wigglytuff. It's not very charming down in New Orleans, apparently.
We also have some additional notes for you. Shadow Pokemon are allowed. That's an important distinction. Mega Pokemon, however, are not. Phoebe, there is a ton of information here. A lot of spot bans. The typings that are allowed are very specific. The typings that are not allowed also very specific. What are your thoughts?
The very first thing that comes to mind is with Dark types and Steel types banned, we're no longer resisting Psychic type damage besides with Psychic typing. So for me, the winner here is going to be Hypno. With Shadow Ball coverage, you're able to hit back against Psychic types with super effective damage.
That's, you know what, that's honestly a great call out because Oranguru is not in the format. If you're looking for Psychic type presence, Hypno seems to be the winner. I'm going to go anti-meta Phoebe. How about Shadow Claw Ursaluna? Or how about Fury Cutter Barbaracle?
I think both of those have a lot of play, especially in limited metas. And hey, what are we talking about right now? Oh, that's right, an NAIC limited meta.
That's confirmation for everyone at home. The North America Internationals will be a limited format. There will be an official announcement on the blog. And I want you all to keep in mind one important thing. There will also be a season update in June. So the Pokemon you're comfortable with, you're familiar with now, things might change. Keep up to date on all the official channels and follow along because you do not want to miss the news.
Yeah, always important. Move changes as well as move pool updates are legal on the date they are released if it is a season update now.
Correct. Great point, Phoebe. I want to say as well, get your accommodations. You've seen the meta reveal. You know you can start cooking today and you don't need to wait until tomorrow to book your accommodations. We've got a great deal for you here. Check it out.
And very importantly, we see Mega Blastoise there. Blastoise, I believe, is going to be legal for NAIC as well.
Fantastic point, Phoebe. I cannot wait for all the action that's going to unfold, and you should keep up too. Make sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast, as well as all of our social channels on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Find us everywhere, but in order for us to find you, you got to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We love seeing photos of people watching the events with their friends, with their pets. Anything, send it our way. Maybe you could get put on the stream.
Phoebe, closing thoughts?
I think what spoke to me the most today was the Psywave users and their place in the meta. Of course, you have to dodge Wigglytuff if you're bringing Malamar, but that's a little less important if you're bringing Grumpig. So if you're thinking about building a team around a Psywave user, think about what your weaknesses are. If you're bringing that Malamar, maybe slot in a Empoleon to cover that Wigglytuff. If you're bringing in the Grumpig, maybe think about bringing a Galarian Moltres to cover that Ghost-type weakness.
As we close out the show here, we did have an event in Querétaro this weekend. We also have Prague and LA coming. We've got events all over the world in the TPC region. Their qualifiers have begun. There's never been a better time to start in competitive Pokemon Go, and we hope to see you there. We'll see you in the next one, everybody.